Blue Star. In lynching number 1 middle school, thousands of senior high school students gathered on the playground. Everyone's face was full of tension and expectation. Just because today is Awakening Day. Among the crowd, Lee Ange looked at the mysterious and quaint awakening circle on the high platform, and he was also looking forward to it. After traveling through 18 years, he also has some understanding of this world. A long time ago, the 10,000 races continent descended, and each person would activate the 10,000 races imprint at the age of 18 and become a sect leader. This is an era of sect leaders for all. Everyone's goal is to turn own sect into a holy place. The powerful sect occupies a large amount of resources and has countless powerful players. Weak sects are either slaughtered or become vassals of powerful sects, offering resources in exchange for a chance to survive. Lee Ange glanced at the palm of his right hand. There was a golden mark there, which was the mark of all races. 3 days later, they will rely on this mark to enter the 10,000 races continent and officially become a newcomer sect leader. But before that, there is another chance to awaken. Through the mysterious awakening circle, you can get a special talent. Talent includes a strong physique, special supernatural power, and even the inheritance of the strong. However, the success rate of awakening is only 10%. That is to say, there are thousands of people here, and about 100 people can finally awaken successfully. Classmates. At this time, the principal standing on the high platform took a step forward, and his voice resounded throughout the playground, making all the students quiet. Today is the day of awakening, and it is also the moment for you to change your destiny. Students who have awakened the talent should not be proud. Only by using the talent correctly can they become powerful. Students who have not successfully awakened should not be discouraged. The experience of countless ancestors tells us that even without a talent, you can still become a strong person. In 3 days, you will enter the 10,000 races continent. Here, on behalf of the school, I wish you all the best. After the principal finished speaking, he nodded to the teacher beside him, and then the students began to enter the awakening circle in order to start awakening. A student entered the magic circle, and then left quietly. The whole process was very quiet, and the teacher in charge of the magic circle would not shout out whether the awakening was successful or not. He could only tell something from the expressions of the students after they left the magic circle. Time passed, and soon it was the turn of Lee Ange's class. The students around were talking in low voices to ease the tension in their hearts. Lee Ange is alone. He has always been very withdrawn in class and has no friends. When a student in front entered the magic circle and then left with a disappointed face, Lee Ange knew that the other party's awakening had failed. Don't be nervous. It will pass as soon as you close your eyes and open them. The teacher who presided over the formation looked at Lee Ange and said with a smile, not that Lee Ange was special, but that the teacher would say this to every student who came forward to awaken. Lee Ange nodded, then entered the magic circle and closed his eyes, feeling very warm, and at the same time the imprint on his palm lit up with a ray of light. Successfully activate the mark of all races and open a storage space of 100 cubic meters. Everyone will get a storage space of 100 cubic meters during the awakening ceremony. Okay, next one. Only about 10 seconds later, the teacher's voice sounded, and Lee Ange also opened his eyes and walked out of the formation. He didn't get talent. Failed, but not completely. Lee Ange looked at the interface in front of him calmly. Ding dong. The host has successfully bound the infinite avatar system, which will be officially activated when the host enters the 10,000 races continent. System. This is why Lee Ange was not disappointed. How a talent can be compared with the system. However, the system has not been activated at present, and we will only wait until we enter the 10,000 races continent 3 days later. This awakening didn't end until the afternoon, and then they went back to each class, and Lee Ange didn't encounter any ridiculous things like taunts and slaps in the face. After all, he is a little transparent in the class, and he has a handsome face that makes people can't help but look at it more. That night, the homeroom teacher gave a lot of information about the Wanzu continent, which has been told many times, and the homeroom teacher just gave everyone a review. Lee Ange officially graduated from high school the next day, and Lee Ange did not awaken talent, so she didn't need to stay in school to receive special training. Back to the own hut. The hut is not big, one room with kitchen and bathroom, which is distributed to orphans by Longwa free of charge. Lee Ange came to the desk, turned on the computer, and began to browse the information of Wanzu continent. He is just an orphan, unlike those children from rich families who can prepare precious props in advance and bring them into the 10,000 races continent. The only thing he can do, apart from preparing some food and water to store inside and outside the storage space, is to read more strategies left by his ancestors to enrich his brain. The 3rd day came. Lee Ange had a good meal, then sat on the sofa and waited for the countdown to enter the 10,000 races continent. When 12 noon came, the imprint of all races in Lee Ange's palm also emitted a golden streamer. You are about to enter the 10,000 races continent. Please be prepared. Scanning you. The scan is over, and the connection to the 10,000 races continent begins. Life imprint loading. Data template loading. Various functions are loading. Then one sound after another sounded, and Lee Ange's vision became more and more blurred. You have successfully landed on the 10,000 races continent, located in Shinran District 6666. Please choose the sect resident as soon as possible and build your sect. Lee Ange's eyesight recovered, and he looked around. At this time, he was in a mountain forest. The surrounding trees were extremely tall and strong, and the atmosphere of the mountain forest was also extremely strong. Open my panel. Lee Ange said in his heart. Personal panel. Name, Lee Ange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, mortal. Sect, none. Cultivation technique, none. Spell, none. Talent, none. Supernatural power, none. In addition to the whiteboard panel, there is an extra token in the storage space. Jinzongling, a prop that every newcomer sect leader has. Poor and white. This is the current situation of Lee Ange. However, Lee Ange did not lose confidence, but opened another interface. The system prompts that the host has been detected to have entered the 10,000 races continent, and the infinite avatar is officially activated. Seeing the system being activated, Lee Ange smiled. Although he is poor, he has something to worry about. Lee Ange then began to understand how the system worked. First, like the name of the system, this is a system that can provide the host with unlimited avatars, but each avatar needs to spend a certain amount of spirit stones to manufacture, and spirit stones are the common currency of the 10,000 races continent. Second, the created avatar has the wisdom of a normal person, and at the same time will obey the host unconditionally, and the host can control the avatar at any time. Third, the strength of the clone is exactly the same as that of the host, and if the host has talent, supernatural power, etc., it can also choose whether to give it to the clone when creating the clone. At the same time, the clone's talent, supernatural power, etc. can also be directly given to the host. Fourth, the avatar will be injured by death, but it will not feel pain and will not feel tired. After death, it will return to the system space and be resurrected after 24 hours. The resurrection does not need to consume spirit stones. Fifth, the host can take the avatar back into the system space at any time, no matter where the avatar is. Sixth, the avatar has flesh and blood and is a real living being, but it is different from ordinary living beings. Hiss. Lee Ange took a deep breath. This system is a bit too perverted. Just the fact that its strength is in sync with his makes him startled. If he has thousands, tens of thousands, or even tens of millions of avatars, all of which are in the same realm as him, just standing there can scare the enemy to death. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Has the host opened it? And the novice gift pack? System, open the novice gift pack. Lee Ange said. The host opens the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining King Grey Bloodline, Serious Bloodline. The bloodline has been loaded in the avatar manufacturing section, and the host can view it by himself. Liange's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get king grade bloodline directly. On 10,000 races continent, all props including bloodline are divided into low grade, intermediate, high grade, spirit grade, king grade, emperor grade, immortal grade, saint grade. Sirius is the famous king grade demonic beasts. The adult Sirius is the self-union stage. It is said that the Sirius king is a powerful existence of emperor bloodline, and realm has reached the transcend tribulation stage. Then Liange turned on the avatar production function of the system. The avatar is very simple to create. You can pinch the face yourself, or let the system directly randomize the appearance. At the same time, Sirius bloodline can be added when creating a clone. At this time, you can choose to create a human-shaped clone or a Sirius-like clone. It took a while for Liange to understand the function of avatar creation, but unfortunately, he still can't make it now. The first clone only needed one spirit stone, but he doesn't even have one now. Let's build the sect as soon as possible, and then there will be spirit stones. After Sect is established, as a Sect leader, he will directly receive 1,000 spirit stones as startup capital, and other functions will also be opened. Liange looked around, but he didn't wander around. After all, he was not familiar with this place. Who knew if there was any danger? Every year, newcomers die unexpectedly in order to find a good residence. Just here, Liange took out the Jin Zone decree. Are you sure you want to create a Sect here? Reminder, after the Sect is established, if you want to change the station again, you need a special item to move the Sect. Sure, I saw Zhangling turned into a stream of light and merged into the ground, and then a great force appeared. The surrounding trees dissipated directly, and a flat land with a radius of 100 meters appeared, with a small wooden house of about 100 square meters in the middle. This cabin is Liange's great hall of the Sect, and within 100 meters of it belongs to Sect. Please name your own Sect. Note, after the Sect name is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. As Liange opened his mouth, a stone tablet appeared out of thin air, with the words Feng Ling Yu Shadow Sect written on it. The naming is successful. The Feng Ling Yu Shadow Sect is successfully established. Congratulations on becoming a Sect leader, and you have obtained 1,000 spirit stones, a first-level spirit sword, a first-level vestment, a chance to draw a cultivation technique, and a chance to draw a lottery spell. The Sect panel is open. The surrounding minimap is open. The regional chat channel is open. Dear Sect leader, you have a 1-month protection period for newcomers, and within this month your Sect range will be in an unbreakable state. Every 7 days, a group of creatures from the 10,000 races continent will come to your Sect, and you can try any method to get them to join the Sect. Looking at these hints, Liange's expression was calm. He had known this information for a long time. Then Liange opened the Sect panel. Sect panel. Name, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Sect leader, Liange. Grade, first rank. Number of people, 1 person. Accessory, none. Architecture, Great Hall of the Sect. Lingmai, none. Sect is divided into 9 ranks. The first rank is the lowest. The 9th rank is the highest. And after the 9th rank is the Immortal Sect, the Holy Land. Now that Liange has just established Sect, there is nothing special about it. Compared to Sect, Liange is still happy to get 1,000 spirit stones. Finally, there are spirit stones making clones. Liange turned on the system, and then created a humanoid clone with Sirius bloodline. He didn't care about the appearance, and just let the system randomize. The system prompts that the host has successfully created a clone by consuming 1 spirit stones. As the system finished speaking, a handsome young man appeared in front of Liange. Meet the master. After clone number 1 appeared, he saluted Liange respectfully. The clone had the consciousness of owning it, and its IQ was the same as that of a normal person, but it was dominated by Liange as the host. Liange carefully looked at the doppelganger in front of him. It really looked like a real person, and he could take over the doppelganger's body at any time. System, open the avatar panel. Avatar, unnamed. Realm, mortal. Cultivation technique, none. Spell, none. Talent, Sirius bloodline. Supernatural power, Sirius transformation, not activated. The panel of the avatar is very simple, but it is much more luxurious than that of Liange. Not only does it have a Sirius bloodline, but there is also an unactivated supernatural power. System, I want to share talent. Liange said. Then he found that there seemed to be something more in his body. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, mortal. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation technique, none. Spell, none. Talent, Sirius bloodline. Supernatural power, Sirius transformation, not activated. Liange smiled when he saw that talent really came to share. This system is really good. He thought he would charge spirit stones for sharing talent, but he didn't expect to spend money at all. King grade talent. Even those who have successfully awakened rarely have king grade talent. Liange said with emotion that at this moment, he has already stood in front of countless people, and he can obtain more powerful talents in this way in the future. The next step is to practice. Liange named the first clone number 1, and then opened a lottery page. After building the Sect earlier, he got a cultivation technique draw and a spell draw. The lottery page is a big carousel, with many cultivation techniques listed on it. The worst is the low level, and the best is the immortal level. This is also the second chance for those newcomers who have not awakened their talents to change their lives. If they get immortal level cultivation technique and spells, they will not be weaker than others even without talents. Lottery. Without hesitation, Liange directly clicked on the cultivation technique lottery drawing interface, and then the big turntable began to spin, and after about a minute, the turntable slowly stopped. Congratulations to Sect leader Liange for winning. Congratulations to Sect leader Liange for obtaining the advanced cultivation technique, Shantianju. Looking at the cultivation technique that was drawn, Liange was not disappointed. It was an advanced cultivation technique, enough for him to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Then Liange began to draw spells again. Congratulations to Sect leader Liange for obtaining the spiritual level spell, Cold Light Sword Art. Liange's eyes lit up. He didn't expect it to be a spiritual level spell, and it was also the most lethal sword art. Not bad. This sword art is enough for me to use in the divine transformation period, or even the self-union period. Liange nodded in satisfaction, and then directly learned the cultivation technique and spells, and his panel changed accordingly. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, mortal, 0%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation technique, Shantianju, 0% initiation. Skill, Cold Light Sword Art, 0% initiation. Talent, Sirius bloodline. Supernatural power, Sirius transformation, not activated. Looking at the own personal panel now, it is much richer than it was at the beginning. Speaking of which, the strength of me and the clone are synchronized. So what if I let the clone practice? Liange squinted his eyes, and then synchronized the cultivation technique and spells to clone number 1, and then asked the other party to start cultivating. Clone number 1 didn't talk nonsense, just sat down cross-legged on the spot, and entered the state of cultivation. Because now Liange already has the reason of cultivation technique, so he can clearly feel the spiritual chi of the surrounding world rushing towards the body of clone number 1. 5 minutes later, Liange realm and cultivation technique changed again. Realm, mortal, 0.1%. Cultivation technique, Shantianju, 0.1% initiation. Seeing that it was really possible, Liange smiled. The progress has increased by 0.1% in 5 minutes. This speed is not too slow. You must know that the avatar has a king grade talent and is practicing advanced cultivation technique. If an ordinary person without a talent and then practice the low-level cultivation technique, it is estimated that an hour can only increase the progress by 0.1%. That is to say, 83 hours, which is equivalent to 3.5 days to reach the first level of chi refining. But this is only the speed of one clone. If there are more clones, just do it when he thinks, if he guesses right. Then he can let the avatar help him practice in the future and quickly improve the realm. Then Liange spent 6 more spirit stones to create 2 clones. The first clone only needed 1 spirit stone, the second had 2, and the third had 4. After the avatars were created, Liange synchronized the cultivation technique to allow the 3 avatars to practice together. 5 minutes passed. Realm, Mortal, 0.4%. Cultivation technique. Shantianju, 0.4% initiation. Liange couldn't help laughing when he saw that the cultivation of clones can really be superimposed. There are only 3 clones. If there are 100 or 1,000 clones, wouldn't he be able to break through in an instant? And the avatar will not feel tired, which means that the avatar can practice 24 hours a day. Thinking of this, Liange continued to create clones. The 4th clone has 8 spirit stones. The 5th clone has 16 spirit stones. The 6th clone has 32 spirit stones. The 7th clone has 64 spirit stones. The 8th clone has 128 spirit stones. And the 9th clone has 256 spirit stones. When the 9th clone was created, Liange had to stop because he didn't have enough spirit stones. The 10th clone needs 512 spirit stones, but now he only has 489 spirit stones. Have to find a way to earn spirit stones. Liange secretly thought, on the 10,000 races continent, there are many ways to earn spirit stones, hunting demonic beasts, looking for heavenly and mortal treasures. If you are lucky and find spirit stones veins, you will make a lot of money. The newcomer activities given by Wanzhou continent can also get a lot of spirit stones. Preceding entry stage can get spirit stones by completing some simple newcomer tasks. Liange opened the taskbar. There are many newcomer tasks on it. Hunting demonic beasts, recruiting doormen, breaking through realm, etc. can get a certain amount of spirit stones. Hunting and killing demonic beasts Liange has no idea for the time being. Even if he now has 9 clones, but they are all mortals, and when encountering demonic beasts, he can only slide the shovel to support the opponent. As for breaking through the realm, there is no problem. 9 clones practice together, and the progress can be increased by 0.9% in 5 minutes, which means that it will take him almost 9 hours to break through to the chi refining layer. 9 hours is not long. Liange paused suddenly and looked at the 9 clones who were concentrating on their cultivation. According to the rules of the system, although these avatars are just his avatars, they are also flesh and blood creatures. Since it's a normal creature, can we directly recruit initiation? With this doubt, Liange tried to make number 9 clone join Sect. Number 9 pays homage to Sect leader. Number 9 bowed and said, "You successfully recruited a doorman and received a reward, 500 spirit stones. You have successfully recruited a disciple whose talent has reached a low level, and you will receive a reward, 500 spirit stones. You have successfully recruited a disciple whose talent has reached intermediate, and you will be rewarded, 500 spirit stones. You have successfully recruited a talent who has reached king grade, and you will receive a reward, 2,000 spirit stones." Seeing the large amount of rewards, Liange was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, he really succeeded. With the number 9 clone joining Sect, he got a full 5,000 spirit stones. System, create clones. Liange waved his hand, and the number 10 clone appeared. The system prompts that the current host can only create up to 10 clones. When the host reaches the chi refining period, they can continue to create clones. In the next stage, the host can create up to 100 clones, and each clone needs 1,000 spirit stones. Although it is temporarily impossible to create a clone, Liange is not disappointed. At the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, he only needed 1,000 spirit stones to create the avatar. Otherwise, according to the previous index superposition, he would not be able to hold back no matter how many spirit stones he had. There are still 4,977 spirit stones. Since we can't continue to create clones for the time being, we can use them for cultivation and break through to the chi refining stage as soon as possible. Liange distributed these spirit stones to 10 clones for them to use for cultivation. The role of spirit stones in the preceding entry stage is to allow Sect leaders to practice and improve realm. After all, after 7 days, a group of creatures from the 10,000 races continent will come to Sect. If the Sect leader has no strength, how can these creatures be recruited as disciples? And with the help of spirit stones, the cultivation speed of the 10 clones has also increased by 3 times. It would have taken over 8 hours to get his realm to chi refining, but now it takes less than 3 hours. Also taking advantage of this time, Liange opened the regional chat channel to check. Have all the big guys built Sect? It's been so long. Everything that should be built has been built. Dare to ask if all the Sect leaders in our area have awakened talents. I only awakened a low-level talent. Damn, the upstairs is here to show off. The chance of awakening talent is only 10%. There are 10,000 people in our area, and only 1,000 people have successfully awakened. I'm envious of the big brother who has successfully awakened. I failed to awaken, and I was targeted by a demonic beast when I first came to the 10,000 races continent. Fortunately, I immediately established a Sect, and I am currently hiding in the Sect and trembling. Liange quietly looked at the chat channel. Fortunately, with the help of the system, he obtained the king grade talent. Otherwise, he would be envious of those who have successfully awakened the talent. I just don't know who has the highest talent among the 10,000 people in the area I'm in. The success rate of awakening talents is only 10%. Most of them are low-level talents, and it is estimated that there are very few high-level talents. By the way, are there any second-generation immortals in our district? If there is, then we can surrender. Liange continued to watch the screen, and was also curious about whether there will be a second generation of immortals. Among a group of newcomer Sect leader, the advantage of Xyanerdai is too great. For a poor and white person like Liange, there is only one Jin Zone token that everyone has when entering the 10,000 races continent. But the second generation of immortals is different. Their ancestors are all powerful Sect leaders, who can provide them with a lot of resources. A high-level disciple recruitment card. After use, you can directly obtain a high-level talent disciple. An ordinary disciple recruitment card. After use, you can directly obtain 100 disciples without talent. Most people are still waiting for the disciples to be recruited 7 days later, but the second generation of immortals estimates that there are hundreds or thousands of disciples at this moment. However, Liange watched the screen for a long time, but didn't find any second generation of immortals coming out. Either there was no second generation of immortals, or they were very low-key. It's a good thing I'm dead. Otherwise, the final result would be to become a subsidiary of the second generation of immortals. Nearly 3 hours later, Liange, who was watching other people chatting, paused, and then his aura changed accordingly. Congratulations to Sect leader Liange for successfully breaking through the first floor of chi refining, officially embarking on the road of cultivating immortals, and receiving a reward, 500 spirit stones. One of your disciples successfully breaks through the first level of chi refining, and you get a reward, 500 spirit stones. 10 of your disciples have successfully broken through the first level of chi refining, and you will be rewarded, 5,000 spirit stones. It's comfortable. With a smile on the corner of Liange's mouth, this wave directly won 6,000 spirit stones. In addition, the 10 clones consumed 1,000 spirit stones for cultivation, and now he has 9,977 spirit stones left. The system prompts that it is detected that the host has broken through to the chi refining layer. The number of clones has been increased, and the upper limit of the number of clones produced has reached 100, which is currently 10/100. 90 clones can be made again, but it's a pity that there are not enough spirit stones. Otherwise, if there are 100 clones to help me practice, the breakthrough speed will be even more terrifying. Liange thought about opening the own panel to check it out. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, chi refining layer, 0%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation technique, Shantianju, 0% small success. Skill, Cold Light Sword Art, 0% initiation. Talent, Serious Bloodline. Supernatural power, Serious Transformation. Not only has Realm made a breakthrough, but even cultivation technique has reached a small achievement, which means that the cultivation speed has also increased a lot. The proficiency levels for cultivation technique and spells are Initiation, Minor, Mastery, Great Completion, Return to Origin. In addition, the supernatural power, Serious Transformation, is also activated, and the strength has been improved. The next step is to continue to practice, or to hunt demonic beasts. Liange thought about it. He is very short of spirit stones. Even with those quest rewards, the spirit stones he gets cannot meet his needs. Hunting demonic beasts is a faster way to earn spirit stones. After killing them, spirit stones will not be exploded directly, but they can be sold in the trading line. The current trading houses are limited to regional transactions, and there are 10,000 people in their region, and they are basically mere mortals. Ordinary people also need to eat. Now that everyone has just come in, they have brought a lot of food and water. There is no shortage of food in a short time, but those second generations of immortals are different. It is estimated that there are hundreds of disciples in the second generation of immortals today, and so many people need to eat. Liange's idea is to sell the hunted demonic beasts to those second generations of immortals in order to obtain spirit stones. Anyway, second generations of immortals do not lack spirit stones. In addition, there is another advantage of hunting demonic beasts. Although it will not explode spirit stones equipment and the like, it has a chance to obtain special props, such as architectural blueprints, cultivation accelerator cards, and so on. Liange thought about it for a while, and finally decided to hunt demonic beasts. As long as there are enough spirit stones, he can create more clones, and the speed of breakthrough will increase instead. But Liange is not in a hurry. The avatar is only chi refining layer now. Although it has supernatural power, serious transformation. Even if it encounters demonic beasts with chi refining layer 3, it is not afraid, but the attack methods are still a little less. Liange opened the mall interface, which is a welfare mall for the newcomer sect leader from Wanzhou continent. It will only exist for 1 month, and it will disappear after 1 month. There are not many things in this mall. They are just some basic things. The first order spirit sword, the first order vestment, the first order healing pill, the first order healing pill, all only need 10 spirit stones. Liange first made 8 clones again, and the number of clones reached 18, leaving 1977 spirit stones. Then I bought 18 first order spirit swords and spent 1800 spirit stones. The remaining 177 spirit stones bought 17 spirit recovery pills, leaving only 7 spirit stones. All the avatars began to practice the cold light sword art. After distributing the weapons, Liange gave the order, and then the 18 clones began to practice cold light sword art, and the progress bar of this technique also began to increase slowly. 3 hours later, the cold light sword art reached a small success. Liange used it a bit and saw a cold light fly out, leaving a 3-inch deep sword mark on a tree. As expected of a spirit level spell, it's just a small achievement that has such power. Liange nodded in satisfaction. If he added the supernatural power of Heavenly Wolf transformation, the cultivator on the 3rd floor of chi refining would not have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. The technique has been completed, and the combat power is also obtained, so go hunt and kill demonic beasts. Liange sat in the wooden house, and at the same time, the consciousness came to the first clone, and then walked out of the Sect station with the remaining 17 clones. It's good to have a clone. You don't need to take risks with the main body, and even if the clone dies, it will be resurrected after 24 hours. Basically, there is no loss. After walking out of the Sect resident, Liange quickly found the first demonic beast with 17 clones. Is a tusked boar with only the chi refining tier of cultivation base. As Liange and the others approached, the wild boar also noticed the group of uninvited guests, and instead of running away, it rushed over. It's just in time, kill it. After Liange finished speaking, 17 sword rays burst out, and the wild boar who was still on the way stared at him before being dismembered. The corner of Liange's mouth twitched. It felt like an anti-aircraft gun was hitting a mosquito. However, this also made him realize how powerful he is. Even the chi refining 5th floor demonic beasts might not be able to withstand the siege just now. Your sect successfully hunts down demonic beasts for the first time, and you get a reward, 500 spirit stones. Continue. In the next 2 hours, Liange wandered within a mile of Sect's resident with 17 clones. The number of demonic beasts encountered is not too many, and the strongest is no more than the 3rd floor of chi refining. But when 18 of them appeared together, the death penalty was pronounced on these demonic beasts. About there. It was already around 8 o'clock in the evening at this time, perhaps because the 10,000 races continent was in summer now, so it was getting dark later, but the sky had already dimmed. Although Liange is confident in the strength of himself and his avatar, it is still too dangerous at night. After returning to the Sect station, Liange began to count the harvest. There are 6 demonic beasts in total, 3 of which are chi refining on the 1st floor, 2 of them are chi refining on the 2nd floor, and 1 is chi refining on the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor of chi refining is a colorful tiger, weighing about 500 kilograms. On the 2nd floor of chi refining is a 5-meter-long flower snake and a black bull, which together weigh 800 kilograms. In addition to the wild boar, there are 2 gray wolves on the chi refining floor, which can add up to 1,000 kilograms. Liange opens the transaction line. There are some foods hanging on it, which were brought by other people in Blue Star. The quantity is not much, but the price is very expensive. Just a pack of instant noodles requires 1 spirit stones, but no one has bought them yet. After all, everyone just came in today, and they all prepared food, and there will be no shortage in a short time. It's normal to not sell demonic beast meat. At present, I'm the only one who can reach the 1st level of chi refining. Even those 2nd generation immortals will have to wait until tomorrow at least. Liange thought about it. His demonic beast meat was not sold to ordinary people, but to the 2nd generation of immortals. The 2nd generation of immortals is rich, so the price must be determined carefully. The price of demonic beast meat on the 1st floor of chi refining is 10 spirit stones per caddy. The price on the 2nd floor of chi refining is 20 spirit stones per caddy, and the meat on the 3rd floor of chi refining is priced at 50 spirit stones per caddy. This price is relatively expensive, but it is acceptable for the 2nd generation of CN. Moreover, demonic beast meat itself has the effect of helping cultivation, which can make those 2nd generation immortals grow faster. Afterwards, Liange directly put the 6-headed demonic beasts on the trading bank, and then waited quietly. The reason why they sell demonic beast meat is that they want to get more spirit stones, and the second is to see if there are any 2nd generation immortals in their area. And after Liange put these demonic beasts on the shelves, the regional chat channel suddenly exploded. F***K. Look at the trading house. There's a big guy named Liange who is selling demonic beast meat. No way. Even the 2nd generation of immortals has not yet reached the 1st level of chi refining, right? How could it be possible to hunt and kill demonic beasts? It's true, there are a total of 6 demonic beasts, and there is even a chi refining 3-layered demonic beast among them. F***CK, where did this god come from? My cultivation progress is only 30%, and people have already started hunting the demonic beasts on the 3rd floor of chi refining. Liange also saw these chats. Exchanges cannot trade anonymously, but he doesn't care. As long as he has enough spirit stones, he can become stronger at a very fast speed, even if he is targeted in the end. All the items you consigned on the exchange are sold. At this moment, Liange's eyes lit up with a reminder. It took less than 5 minutes, and they were all sold out, which meant that there was indeed a 2nd generation of immortals in their area. Everyone in the area chat also noticed this, and they all started to discuss which fairy 2nd generation bought so much demonic beast meat. At the same time, my heart sank. It would be very difficult for ordinary people like them to develop in areas where the 2nd generation of immortals existed. And Liange is looking at the spirit stones from this harvest. The 6-headed demonic beast sold a total of 113,000 spirit stones, and today Liange has 113,507 spirit stones. When he saw this number, the smile on Liange's face never stopped. 100,000 spirit stones is nothing to Cien or Die, but it is a huge sum of money to him. System, create 82 clones for me. The host spent 82,000 spirit stones to successfully create 82 clones. The system prompts that the current number of clones of the host has reached the upper limit of 100/100. When the host breaks through the next realm, the number of clones will increase to 1,000, and each clone requires 5,000 spirit stones. As the system finished talking, avatars appeared in front of Liange. In the next stage, there will be a limit of 1,000 clones. If I follow this trend, won't I be able to have 10 billion clones when I break through to the Transcend Tribulation stage? Liange took a deep breath. You must know that the strength of these avatars is in sync with him. If there are really 10 billion transcend tribulation periods, it will be enough to sweep the lower realm of the 10,000 races continent. But that's for later. Liange looked at the 100 clones in front of him with a smile on his face. All avatars will be cultivated for me. 100 clones practice together, which means that his cultivation speed has reached 100 times. As long as he is given some time, he can become stronger at the fastest speed. At the same time, Liange also let these clones join Sect. Your Sect number reaches 100, and you get a reward, 2,000 spirit stones. After receiving the reward, Liange opened the own panel to check it out. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, Chi refining layer, 5%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation technique, Shantianju, 1% small success. Skills, Cold Light Sword Art, 0% small success. Talent, Serious Bloodline. Supernatural power, Serious Transformation. Spirit stones, 33507. Sect panel. Name, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Sect leader, Liange. Grade, first rank. With a foundation establishment period can be promoted to second rank. Number, 101 people. Accessory, none. Architecture, Great Hall of the Sect. Lingmai, none. Formation, none. Range, 100 meters in radius. Can be increased by using special props or upgrading the Sect level. Looking at the own panel, Liange nodded with satisfaction. Compared to today when he just entered the 10,000 races continent, he is much richer now. Then Liange continued to chat in the diving area while eating barbecue, to see if he could get some useful news. Skycloud Sect. Sect leader Tang Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by a spirit gathering array, and there were several jade bottles beside him, and spirit stones were piled up randomly. Sect leader, those demonic beasts' meat has been distributed to other disciples. At this time, a man came in and bowed. Tang Qing slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the progress of own cultivation base. Realm, mortal, 74.4%. Then Tang Qing took out 20,000 spirit stones to the man. Tang Ming, you own king grade talent, 10,000 of which are yours, and the remaining 10,000 spirit stones are distributed so that everyone can practice with all their strength. Follow Sect leader. Tang Ming showed joy and walked outside with the spirit stones. Liange, I have never heard of this name, but I am afraid it is not easy to produce so many demonic beasts before the end of the first day. The cultivation base has at least reached the Chi refining level, and there is more than one person reached the first level of Chi refining. Tang Qing thought about it. He is the second generation of Xiao, and the ancestor of the family is a Sect leader of the 9th grade Sect. Before entering the 10,000 races continent, because he awakened the king grade talent, he obtained a lot of resources, gathering arrays to speed up cultivation, medicine pill, and even double cultivation props. Tang Ming was recruited by him using a king grade disciple recruitment card. In addition, he also used a lot of ordinary disciple recruitment cards, and now the number of disciples in his Skycloud Sect has exceeded 500. But more people means more food consumption. In his plan, on the first day, let his disciples look for some wild vegetables and fruits to satisfy their hunger, and after he breaks through to the Chi refining stage on the second day, he can take these disciples to hunt demonic beasts. Of course, in this process, there will inevitably be a large number of ordinary disciples' death, but this is a necessary consumption, and he doesn't care. But what he didn't expect was that a man named Liange listed 6 demonic beasts on the exchange just now, and one of them was a Chi refining 3-layered demonic beast. This shocked him unceasingly. He thought that he had cultivated fast enough, but now it seems that there are strong hands among the strong. He knew very well that if he wanted to hunt down a demonic beast with a 3rd Chi refining level, he would need at least 3 Chi refining level 1 ones, as well as a large number of ordinary people to attract the demonic beast's attention. He hasn't even reached the first level of Chi refining, but the opponent already has at least 3 Chi refining first level. This gap is really too big. Could it be the descendants of those Shinzong? Tang Qing squinted his eyes. The strongest of his Tang family is only the 9th rank Sect, which has not yet reached the level of Shinzong. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why did the other party sell those demonic beasts' meat? With the opponent's strength and background, spirit stones should not be lacking. Don't you want to take this opportunity to shock everyone in this area? Tang Qing thought for a long time and only had this answer. He secretly said that he was worthy of being a disciple of Shinzong, and he was really arrogant. Even if you are a descendant of Shinzong, you are not the only 2nd generation in this area. Liange listed 6 demonic beasts, but he only managed to get 2 of them, and the remaining 4 were taken by others. Now that Liange has been exposed, and he is still so arrogant, even if he is a disciple of the immortal Sect, how will he fight against it when the entire region unites? This is why Tang Qing was surprised by Liange's strength, but not afraid. Continue to practice. You must break through to the Chi refining level tonight, and you can hunt demonic beasts tomorrow. Thinking, Tang Qing closed his eyes again, entered the medicine pill, and the spirit stones were consumed one by one, turning into rich spiritual Chi and absorbed by him. Besides Tang Qing, there were also people who guessed Liange's thoughts, just sneered disdainfully, and then took out a lot of resources to practice crazily. Naturally, Liange didn't know this, and after eating and drinking, he fell asleep. The nights are dangerous, and there will be a lot of demonic beasts infesting them. Although Liange is confident that he will not be afraid, even if he encounters the demonic beasts on the 5th floor of Chi refining, he feels that it is better to be safe, and there is no need to fight so hard. After all, if the avatar is dead, it will have to wait 24 hours to be revived, which will slow down his cultivation progress. Until 6 o'clock the next morning, Liange also woke up from the early morning sun. When he came outside the house, Liange looked at the Baidao clone who was still practicing and checked his own realm. Chi refining 4 layers, 47.5%. Cultivation technique, Shantianju, 19% mastery. Not bad. I broke through 3 realms in one night, and my cultivation technique has reached mastery. Liange nodded in satisfaction. Even if the 2nd generation of immortals had a lot of resources to help them, they would definitely not be able to catch up with him. What's more, these avatars are in sync with his strength, all of which have reached the 4th level of Chi refining. And mastery Shantianju not only speeds up the cultivation speed, but also increases the attack power, which has increased by about 30%. 100 Chi refining 4 level. Now even if I encounter Chi refining 7 or even 8 level demonic beasts, I don't have to worry. Thinking about it, Liange also began to make plans for today. The first is to hunt demonic beasts, which is the way to get spirit stones in the long run. And hunting demonic beasts can also reveal some special props. But I was unlucky yesterday. Killing 6 demonic beasts did not reveal anything. In addition to hunting demonic beasts, just continue to practice and improve realm as soon as possible. Go out to hunt demonic beasts in the morning and continue to practice the rest of the time. Liange first opened the newcomer welfare mall and equipped all avatars with a set of weapons and armor and medicine pill, spending a total of more than 3,000 spirit stones. Afterwards, Liange's main body remained in the Sect resident, and all the avatars went out, and a team of 10 began to clean up the surrounding demonic beasts. Your disciple kills a Chi refining 4-layer demonic beast, you get the blueprint of the training room. Your disciple kills a Chi refining layer of demonic beasts, you get low-level spell speed walk. Your disciple kills a Chi refining 3-layer demonic beasts, you get a low-level Sect resident expansion card. Your disciple kills a Chi refining 5-layer demonic beasts, you get a double cultivation card. By noon, Hayakuto's clones wandered around the Sect and killed a total of 34 demonic beasts. At the same time, a lot of good things broke out. Practice room architectural blueprint. After using it, you can build a practice room, and practice in it can increase the speed of practice. Speed. Low-level spells, which can increase one's own speed after use. Low-level Sect station expansion card. After use, it can increase the range of the Sect in a radius of 1 kilometer. Doubling training card. After using it, the training speed of Sect Disciples is doubled. Seeing the 4 things exploded, Liange nodded in satisfaction. Use an expansion card. You have used the low-level Sect resident expansion card, and the Sect range has been increased by 1 kilometer. In the next second, the expansion card turned into a ray of light and merged into the ground. In just a few breaths, the range of the Sect increased by a kilometer. Use the practice room to build blueprints. You used the blueprint to build the training room and obtained the building training room. Next to the cabin, a house appeared. Liange went in and took a look. The space was not small enough to accommodate 100 people. Practice room interface. Level 1. Lower first level consumes 1,000 spirit stones. Accommodation, 100 people. Cultivation bonus, 10% training speed. Liange directly spent 11,000 spirit stones to upgrade the practice room to 3rd level. Practice room interface. Level 3. The lower first level consumes 100,000 spirit stones. Accommodation, 300 people. Cultivation bonus, 30% cultivation speed, 5% cultivation technique comprehension speed. It's a pity that there are not enough spirit stones, otherwise it must be full. Liange secretly thought. The practice room will play a very important role in the hands of the second generation of immortals. If those second generations of immortals own this building, the speed of upgrading the cultivation base will be greatly increased. Then Liange used the low-level spell Speed Walk to let all the avatars enter the practice room, and used the double practice card to practice with all their strength. After that, Liange started working on demonic beasts. A total of 34 demonic beasts. Chi Refining has 17 heads on the 1st floor. Chi Refining has 11 heads on the 2nd floor. Chi Refining has 4 heads on the 3rd floor. Chi Refining has 1 head on the 4th floor, and Chi Refining has 1 head on the 5th floor. Chi Refining level 1 to Chi Refining level 3 demonic beasts are priced the same as before. Chi Refining level 4 demonic beasts cost 100 spirit stones per caddy, and Chi Refining level 5 demonic beasts cost 200 spirit stones per caddy. Liange roughly calculated that if all these demonic beasts were sold, they would probably be able to earn around 1 million spirit stones. Within a week, I will break through to the foundation establishment period, and then I will be able to create another 900 clones, each with 5,000 spirit stones, and a total of 4.5 million spirit stones will be needed. Liange took a deep breath. 1 million spirit stones seems like a lot, but they are not enough for him to create clones. During this period of time, he needs to save enough spirit stones. When he breaks through the foundation establishment period, he will directly create 900 clones. Liange then listed all demonic beasts on the exchange. Regional chat channels. Look at the exchange. Liange is crazy. He has a lot of demonic beasts on the shelves. Damn it. Last night there was Chi Refining 3-layer demonic beasts, so I was stunned. How come there are Chi Refining 5-layer demonic beasts today? That's the demonic beasts at the 5th floor of Chi Refining. At least 100 Chi Refining at the 1st floor are needed to hunt them down. All his disciples are at the 1st floor of Chi Refining. Actually, if there are 52nd level Chi Refining or 33rd level Chi Refining, they can also hunt down Chi Refining 5th level demonic beasts. The story above is even more explosive. Well, it's only been a day. I haven't reached the 1st level of Chi Refining yet. You tell me that he already has the 3rd level of Chi Refining, and there are still 30 Chi Refining levels. Boss Liange, please take me with you. I'm willing to be your subsidiary sect. Just ask for some resources for me to develop. When Liange put demonic beasts on the shelves, the new sect leaders in this area went crazy, especially those who hadn't even reached the 1st level of Chi Refining, and felt a huge gap. Skycloud sect. Tang Qing looked at the demonic beasts hanging on the exchange, and couldn't help falling into silence. He broke through to the 1st floor of Chi Refining last night, and Tang Ming broke through this morning. And then he took more than 500 disciples out in the morning to try to hunt and kill demonic beasts. In the morning, he also hunted down 5 demonic beasts, including a Chi Refining 3rd tier demonic beast. But the price is very high. More than 500 disciples lost more than 40 people, and he and Tang Ming were also injured. At least today, it is impossible to go out to hunt demonic beasts. Now seeing the Chi Refining 5-layer demonic beasts and a large number of other demonic beasts hanging on the exchange, even if he is the 2nd generation, he still feels a huge gap at this moment. Could it be that when he was hunting demonic beasts yesterday, he got the architectural blueprint of the training room? Tang Qing was puzzled. The value of the training room to them is the highest in the preceding entry stage, because they have a large number of spirit stones, which can increase the level of the training room to a very high level and speed up their training. For example, he obtained a lot of family resources. Spirit stones alone has 100 million. However, his luck was not very good. He killed some demonic beasts today, but he didn't get the architectural blueprint of the training room. What a lucky fellow. Tang Qing was thinking, and then looked at the exchange, and found that all the demonic beasts hanging on it had been sold out. Don't think about it. It must have been bought by other 2nd generations in their area. If he hadn't killed some demonic beasts today, he would have bought it too. After putting these demonic beasts on the shelves, Liange's friend application reached 99+, and he closed the friend application directly if he thought it was troublesome. All items on your exchange are sold. Please check carefully. 2nd generation Xian is really rich. Liange sighed with emotion and took a look. 34 demonic beasts sold over 1 million spirit stones. However, he also knew that this was because he seized the opportunity. After other people reached the Chi Refining period and had the ability to hunt demonic beast meat would not be so valuable. More than 1 million spirit stones. Liange directly spent 100,000 spirit stones to upgrade the practice room to 4th level. Practice room interface. Level 4. The lower 1st level consumes 1 million spirit stones. Accommodation, 400 people. Cultivation bonus, 40% cultivation speed, 10% cultivation technique comprehension speed. Although compared to the 3rd level, the cultivation speed has only increased by 10%, but you must know that he has 100 clones, and a 10% increase is equivalent to 10 more clones to help him practice. Tomorrow morning, we should be able to reach the 6th floor of Chi Refining, or even the 7th floor of Chi Refining. Liange secretly calculated that at this rate, he would be able to reach the foundation establishment period in less than a week. After breaking through to the foundation establishment period, you can try to contact the main force. The 10,000 races continent is not only the sect leader who fell from the sky these days, but more local forces. The 1-month protection period for newcomers is not to prevent these newcomers from attacking each other, but to prevent attacks from local forces. However, not all local forces are malicious, and you can also cooperate with local forces. Of course, the premise is that you have the strength to protect yourself, otherwise you will be eaten by big fish. The 1-month protection period for newcomers is to allow these newcomers to gain the power to protect themselves. After 1 month, whether they live or die depends on God's will. There are 10,000 people in their area, and dozens of people have died while they are still in the newcomer protection period. After the protection period is over, more people will die. It is said that there used to be an area where less than 100 people survived out of 10,000 people. It was an opportunity to enter the 10,000 races continent, but it was even more dangerous. Liange is still afraid to contact the local forces, but he can look for it first. When he reaches the foundation establishment period, he can contact these local forces and find opportunities to obtain more spirit stones. Liange didn't do anything else that day, and all his avatars were devoted to cultivation. With the addition of the training room, his realm quickly broke through. When he woke up the next day, Liange's realm had reached the 7th level of Chi Refining, which also meant that the 100 clones had also reached the 7th level of Chi Refining. You must know that this is the 3rd day of entering the 10,000 races continent. Even those 2nd generation immortals, with the help of a lot of resources, can only reach the 2nd floor of Chi Refining at most. The gap between them and Liange will become wider and wider as each day goes by. And when Liange got the system, he never regarded other people as opponents. All of them, 90 of them in a team of 5, continue to hunt demonic beasts around, and the remaining 10 go to find the native forces. Li Ange has arranged a plan. He is not long before the Foundation establishment period, and now he can find local forces first. The 10 Taoists went to find the avatar of the local forces. Li Ange was ready to sacrifice everything. Anyway, he would be resurrected in 24 hours. At most, the speed of cultivation would be reduced. Afterwards, 100 clones left the Sect station, and each acted according to Li Ange's plan. At noon in a flash, the 90 clones that went out to hunt demonic beasts also returned. This time they hunted 54 demonic beasts, including a chi refining 9th floor demonic beasts. Just as Li Ange was counting these demonic beasts, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Sect leader, I found a copycat here. Hearing this voice, Li Ange was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the news came back from the 10 clones sent out to find the local forces. It is good to have a double body. No matter how far away, you can contact Li Ange at any time. This time, it was clone number 1 who contacted Li Ange. Without hesitation, Li Ange directly obtained the control of clone number 1, and then saw a cottage located in the mountains 1,000 meters ahead. There are still people patrolling the gate of the cottage. Seeing that those people are holding weapons, it is obviously a den of bandits. The den of bandits. This is an opportunity to make a fortune. Li Ange's eyes lit up. There are many kinds of local forces, such as dynasty, sect, family, etc., among which there are bandits. Generally, those who are reduced to being bandits are not strong. Number 1, I have an important task for you. Sneak into the den of thieves and find out the strength of these thieves for me. Li Ange said, if these thieves only have chi refining 9th floor cultivation base at most, he can take the avatar to take this den of thieves now. If there is a cultivator in the Foundation establishment period, then wait for another 2 days until he reaches the Foundation establishment period before going. 100 Foundation establishment clones are enough to push a bandit den. Don't worry, Sect leader, I will definitely complete the task. The number 1 clone excitedly said that there will be more and more clones of his master in the future, and he must stand out among the many clone brothers. Afterwards, Li Ange withdrew from consciousness, and after thinking about it for a while, clone number 1 approached the cottage in a swaggering manner. Stop, who are you? Clone number 1 did not hide his figure at all, and several men at the door shouted sharply, and took out their weapons to be vigilant. Everyone, I would like to meet your masters. Number 1 clone said with a smile. If the owner wants to find out the situation of this cottage, the fastest way is naturally to enter the village directly. At worst, he will die once, and it is not impossible to resurrect. Our big master is the one you can see whenever you want. Our Black Eagle village is the largest cottage within a 10-mile radius, and our big master is a cultivator in the Foundation establishment period. If you don't want to die, get out. The bandit headed by snorted coldly, but in fact he was not sure about the strength of the number 1 clone, and had secretly sent someone to report it to the master. But the number 1 clone's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the other party to tell him the strength of the leader directly, and at the same time, he was sure that this was indeed a group of bandits. Number 1 clone didn't hesitate at all, and struck out with a sword, killing a bandit immediately. The remaining 5 thieves froze for a moment, apparently not expecting the number 1 clone to make such a decisive move, but it was followed by anger. They were the only ones bullying others in this area, and they had never been bullied like this before. Brothers, kill him, and then go to the head to receive the reward. Those who can become bandits will not be scared off so easily. The bandit in the head shouted angrily, and the other bandits burst out with spirit power and rushed towards the number 1 clone. Clone number 1 chuckled. These bandits are no stronger than the 5th floor of chi refining. How can they be his opponents? Swish, swish, swish. Just a few swords fell, and 3 people were killed, and the remaining 2 were also seriously injured. If you dare to kill us, the master will not let you go. A bandit shouted angrily, but he was terrified in his heart, hoping to scare the number 1 clone in this way. After all, they didn't want to die. But what responded to the opponent was a cold light, and the 2 bandits were killed on the spot. It looks very long, but in fact it only took less than 10 breaths to pass. With the number 1 clone chi refining's cultivation base on the 7th floor, it is easy to kill these bandits in seconds. Who dares to come to my Black Eagle village to be presumptuous? Also at this moment, a roar sounded from the stronghold. Only one person flew out with a sword, and hundreds of people poured out from the stronghold. Clone number 1 looked at the man flying with his sword in the sky, and knew in his heart that the man was the village master of Black Eagle Village, a cultivator in the Foundation establishment period. Then he looked at the other bandits. There were about 300 of them, and 5 of them had stronger aura than him, either chi refining 8th floor or chi refining 9th floor. There are more than 10 people on the 7th floor of chi refining, and the remaining 200 people are all below the 7th floor of chi refining. Who are you? At this time, the village master Haing put away his long sword and landed on the ground, looking at the number 1 clone, and said coldly, "Who are you? Call out the strongest in your village, or I will slaughter your Black Eagle village today." Clone number 1 said disdainfully, although he guessed that the other party should be the village master of the Black Eagle village, and also the strongest, but for the sake of accurate information, he felt that he had to confirm it. This seat is the strongest person in Black Eagle village, the leader of Black Eagle village, Black Eagle. Black Hawk said, under normal circumstances, the Black Hawk would have already made a move. But the number 1 clone has chi refining 7-layer cultivation base, obviously not a fool, but dared to enter the village alone, which made him suspect fraud. After hearing what the other person said, the number 1 avatar was sure that this one should be the only one in the village. Thinking of this, the number 1 clone no longer hesitated, and directly flew out with a sword ray, and killed several bandits before the Black Eagle could react in the future. Asshole. Haing froze for a moment, and then became furious. The opponent dared to make a move here, and immediately erupted with a palm of spirit power. Although he was angry, he only used 30% of his strength in this palm, in order to seriously injure number 1 clone and capture him for interrogation. Clone number 1's eyes froze, and he used his own supernatural power without hesitation. Series changed. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from the body of number 1 branch, and in an instant, it turned into a silver werewolf. After casting the supernatural power, the number 1 clone's speed and combat power increased several times, barely dodged the Black Eagle's palm, and rushed directly into the bandits to kill wildly. And Black Hawk was also taken aback by this change in number 1 clone. He didn't expect number 1 clone to have such a means. But then he became even more angry, and in such a split second, 3 more people were killed by the number 1 clone. Haing didn't dare to hesitate, and came to the number 1 clone with a dodge, and slammed out another palm. This time the number 1 clone was inevitable, but he didn't give up. Instead, he fought back with all his strength. Boom. The powerful force made the ground tremble, and the number 1 clone was directly knocked out. But the next moment, the number 1 clone flipped in the air to relieve its force, and when it landed, it went to kill other bandits again. How can it be? Haing looked at this scene in disbelief. He had already used 50% of his strength in that palm just now, enough to make a chi refining 7-layer only half-breathed. But although the number 1 clone was in a state of embarrassment and his breath was sluggish, it seemed that he could not feel the pain, and he was still able to kill. Court death. A killing intent flashed in Haing's eyes. This time, he didn't hold back his hand, and slapped with all his strength. Clone number 1 knew that he couldn't escape, so he looked at Black Eagle, with a smile on his lips, and his lips twitched, as if he had said something, but he was killed by this palm in an instant. The body of clone number 1 fell to the ground, and Black Eagle was about to step up to check it, but found that the body turned into a little spiritual light and disappeared. Avatar. Haing took a deep breath, and his face darkened, because he just saw the mouth shape of the other party before he died, obviously saying you are dead. Now seeing that the other party is just a clone, Haing is also quite surprised. Just one avatar has 7 layers of chi refining, and the opponent's body is at least in the Foundation establishment stage. Everyone, stay on guard during this time. If you find anything unusual, report it immediately. After speaking, Black Eagle hurriedly returned to the own room, and opened a tunnel in the room. Black Eagle entered the tunnel. The deeper it went, the more intense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became. A minute later, He-Ing walked out of the tunnel, and his vision instantly widened. There was a cave with a radius of about 100 meters. Could it be that this spiritual chi cave has been discovered? Black Hawk frowned. The appearance of number 1 clone today made him suspicious. The spiritual chi cave is an excellent holy place for rogue cultivators to practice, and he was lucky enough to discover it 10 years ago. It is also relying on the spiritual chi cave, which made it reach the foundation establishment stage from the 7th floor of chi refining in just 10 years, and even dominated the mountain here. He's been keeping this secret all these years. But the appearance of number 1 avatar today made him feel a little uneasy. If the cultivator found this place during the foundation establishment period, he would definitely come again. Even if the other party is also in the foundation establishment period, they may not necessarily be stronger than me. It would be a pity to just give up this place. Rogue cultivators like him are not comparable to those families. Resources are too important to him. If it weren't for this spiritual chi cave, he would never have a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage in his life. Swain pondered for a while and made a decision. He will wait until the other party really comes. Even if he can't beat the other party at that time, he is confident that he can leave alive. On the other hand, Liange, who is putting on the shelves of demonic beast meat, also knows the news about the number 1 clone, death. There is only one foundation establishment period, and the others are all chi refining periods. Liange narrowed his eyes. If he didn't lose any more, he would be able to take down Black Eagle Village with all his avatars now. But this will also lead to a large number of clones' death, which will greatly reduce his cultivation progress. It's better to be on the safe side. Wait until the breakthrough reaches the foundation establishment period. Now that he has reached chi refining level 7, he will be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage at most the day after tomorrow. Liange then listed all the 54 demonic beasts hunted today on the exchange, and the demonic beasts on the 9th floor of chi refining once again blew up the regional chat channel. It's only the 3rd day. The boss has already been able to hunt and kill the demonic beasts on the 9th floor of chi refining. Although I know that there's a gap between commoners and bosses, the gap is not that big. I just broke through to the chi refining level. Stonehammer, Boss Liange is definitely the 2nd generation of immortals. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so fast? Everyone in the area was shocked, including Tangqin and the 2nd generations. These 2nd generations of them are only at the 3rd level of chi refining at most, not to mention hunting down demonic beasts at the 9th level of chi refining. Even if they encounter demonic beasts at the 5th level of chi refining, they must be careful. How do you play this? Tangqin smiled wryly. Before that, he thought about uniting with other people in this area to besiege Liange, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. Able to hunt down demonic beasts with chi refining 9th floor, the opponent is at least chi refining 7th floor. According to this speed, the opponent may have foundation establishment in a few days. The gap between them will only get bigger and bigger, and finally, it will be so big that everyone is no match for the opponent. Let's work hard to develop. Even if you can't catch up, you can't fall too far. Tangqin thought secretly. After Liange put 56 demonic beasts on the shelves, it was still the same as before, and they were all sold out in less than 10 minutes. As a result, Liange got 1.75 million spirit stones, plus the remaining spirit stones before. Now he has 2.69 million spirit stones, which is not far from 4.5 million spirit stones. I didn't expect it to be sold out so quickly. While he was pleasantly surprised that all of the demonic beasts were bought, he was also a little surprised. This is already the 3rd day, and those 2nd generation at least have chi refining 2nd tier cultivation base, which can hunt demonic beasts. Originally, he thought that the demand for these 2nd generation demonic beasts would not be great, and it would take a few hours to sell out, but he did not expect it to be so fast. This made Liange curious to see who bought these demonic beasts, and finally settled on a name. Xiang Yun. The other party bought 2/3 of the demonic beasts by himself. This guy seems to be short on demonic beasts. Liange took another look at yesterday's sales record, and found that Xiang Yun also bought it. Could it be that the other party has awakened some kind of talent that devours the flesh of demonic beasts? Talents can be described as strange, and there are countless kinds of supernatural power physiques, among which the talents that rely on devouring demonic beasts to cultivate are indispensable. However, this kind of talent that can devour the cultivation of demonic beasts is not low. According to Blue Star's existing records, the worst kind of talent is Emperor level. But Liange is just curious. It doesn't matter to him even if the other party has awakened a fairy level or even a holy level talent. Anyway, the speed of cultivation is definitely not as fast as him. Liange didn't think about it anymore and quickly broke through to the foundation establishment period, and then solved the Black Eagle Village. When a new day comes, Liange has been in Wanzhou continent for the 4th day. When I woke up in the morning, Liange's realm had reached the 9th floor of chi refining, but it hadn't been returned to origin yet. Same as before, Liange sent all clones to hunt demonic beasts in the morning, harvested 49 demonic beasts, and sold 1.48 million spirit stones on the shelves. Stones. Most of these demonic beasts are still purchased by Xiang Yun, and Liange has to feel that the other party has a lot of money and has spent more than 1 million spirit stones on him. In the afternoon, clone number 1 was also revived, and Liange let all clones continue to practice. Liange's realm reaches its apogee when the sun goes down and night falls. Realm. Chi refining 9 layers, 100%. Cultivation technique. Shintianju, mastery 50%. It's time to break out of the foundation establishment period. Liange was smiling. It was only the 4th day that he was going to break through the foundation establishment period, and it could be said that he left everyone far behind. Even for those 2nd generations, today it is estimated that there are only 4 layers of chi refining at most. It is not easy to break through the foundation establishment period. Under normal circumstances, foundation establishment Dan is needed to increase the chance of breakthrough. But Liange is different. He has a king grade talent, so the probability of breaking through the foundation establishment period is 90%. Low-level talent has a 50% breakthrough chance. Intermediate talent breakthrough chance is 60%. The breakthrough rate of advanced talent is 70%. The breakthrough rate of spirit level talent is 80%. King grade talent breakthrough chance is 90%. This is the benefit of having a talent. People without a talent have only a 10% chance of breaking through the foundation establishment period. Foundation establishment Dan is needed to increase the chance. I have a king grade talent. The breakthrough rate is 90%, but there is still a 10% failure rate, which is still not safe. Liange secretly thought that if the breakthrough failed, he would need at least 1 month of training before trying to break through again. If he was unlucky and encountered a 10% failure rate, wouldn't it be a waste of a month? Then he looked at the clones and suddenly had an idea in his heart. Since these avatars can help him cultivate, it is not too much to help him break through. All avatars begin to break through the foundation establishment period. Liange said. 100 avatars did not talk nonsense. They continued to practice one after another and began to break through the foundation establishment period. About half an hour later, as the momentum of one of the avatars soared, Liange felt a powerful force burst out of his body, and realm also came to the 1st stage of the foundation establishment period. Breakthrough. Liange's face showed joy. He was just trying, but he didn't expect that the clone could really help him break through. At the moment when he broke through successfully, one after another alert sounded. Congratulations to Sect leader Liange for breaking through to the foundation establishment period and receiving rewards. The technique, sword control, 10,000 spirit stones, and a 2nd order spirit sword. You become the first Sect leader in Area 6666 to break through the foundation establishment period, and you get a chance to draw a talent lottery. This is a reward from Wanzhou continent, the most precious of which is a chance to draw a talent lottery. If you are lucky, you may be able to draw a king grade, or even an immortal level talent. Liange received all the rewards with a smile. Sword control is a technique that every sect leader who breaks through to the foundation establishment period can obtain, and Li Ange learns it directly. Then Li Ange used the lucky draw opportunity, and the familiar lottery roulette appeared before her eyes again. There are a lot of rewards written on the roulette: bloodline, special physique, inheritance of the strong. The worst is low level, and the highest can reach the holy level. Lottery. After Li Ange finished speaking, the roulette started to spin and stopped slowly after a minute. Congratulations to you for winning the fairy level talent, innate sword body. Looking at the talent that was drawn, Li Ange froze in place. Innate sword body, and still a fair level talent? Li Ange took a deep breath, calmed down the excitement in his heart, and then hurriedly received the reward. Innate sword body, immortal level talent, increased affinity for sword technique. The learned sword technique can instantly reach mastery. The speed of practicing sword technique is increased by 10 times. The attack strength of all sword techniques is increased by 5 times, and there is a 10% chance of breaking sword technique proficiency realm. Watching the introduction of innate sword body, Li Ange's mood that had just calmed down became excited again. Immortal level talent is really unreasonable. It is completely cheating existence. Just such a talent is enough to make countless people fall behind. And Li Ange didn't expect that there was a 10% chance of breaking the sword technique proficiency realm. Proficiency realm is divided into initiation, small success, mastery, great completion, return to origin. Generally speaking, return to origin is already the highest level of a technique, and there is no information on the realm above return to origin on Blue Star. Now it seems that it should be hidden by the Blue Star executives. After all, it takes a fairy level talent to reach the return to origin level. It is not bad for ordinary people to reach the return to origin level. Don't know what realm is after return to origin. Li Ange is curious, but unfortunately there is no relevant information, and he can only find out after he arrives later. After calming down again, Li Ange looked at the sect interface. Now he has reached the foundation establishment period, which means that the sect can be upgraded. Upgrade sect. It is detected that Fengling Yu Shadow Sect has at least one foundation establishment period cultivator, which meets the upgrade conditions, and Fengling Yu Shadow Sect has successfully upgraded to second rank. Congratulations to your sect for being the first to reach second rank in this area, and you will get a chance to draw a sect. Requirements for the next sect upgrade: at least 1 gold core stage cultivator, at least 100 foundation establishment stage cultivators among disciples, and at least 1 low-level spiritual vein. Li Ange nodded in satisfaction. As for the next sect upgrade request, Li Ange doesn't care. When he breaks through to the gold core stage, he should be able to have 10,000 avatars, which means 10,000 gold core stages. It is not easy for so many gold core stage to obtain a low-level spiritual vein. In comparison, Li Ange is more concerned about this sect lottery draw. Give me a lottery. The familiar roulette reappeared and started to spin, and stopped slowly after a minute. Congratulations on your acquisition of Intermediate Protecting Sect Array Fire Dragon Array. Fire Dragon Formation. The Intermediate Guardian Formation requires 100,000 Spirit Stones to be used each time. It can create a Fire Dragon to attack, and its power is equivalent to a full blow from the 9th stage cultivator in the gold core period. It seems that the luck of drawing talent before has run out, and this time only 1 Intermediate Guardian Array was drawn. It's not bad. This formation can at least guarantee my survival in the hands of the gold core stage cultivator. Li Ange secretly thought, it is still very cost-effective to exchange 100,000 Spirit Stones for the full blow of the 9th stage cultivator during the gold core period. After checking the rewards from Wanzhou Dalu, Li Ange turned on the system again. It is detected that the host has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and the number of clones produced has increased to 1,000, which is currently 100/1,000, and each clone requires 5,000 Spirit Stones. Li Ange took a look at the number of owned Spirit Stones, plus the 10,000 Spirit Stones rewarded for breaking through the foundation establishment period. Now there are 4.18 million Spirit Stones, which is not enough to create all clones. Looking at the sky, it was already night, and the voice of demonic beasts could be heard coming from a distance. All clones, in a team of 5, go out and hunt demonic beasts. Li Ange issued an order that he must collect 4.5 million Spirit Stones, otherwise he will not be able to sleep tonight. After all, he also has obsessive-compulsive disorder. After receiving the order, 100 clones flew out directly with Yujin. Because of the innate sword body, the proficiency of Yujianshu has directly reached mastery. When the clone was out hunting, Li Ange also communicated with the system. System, how many clones can be produced in the next stage? Li Ange asked. The system prompts that when the host breaks through to the gold core stage, the next stage will start, and the number of avatars produced will increase to 10,000, and each avatar will cost 10,000 Spirit Stones. Li Ange calculated that after the gold core period, 9,000 clones can be produced, each with 10,000 Spirit Stones, which means a total of 90 million Spirit Stones are needed. This number shocked Li Ange. That is nearly 100 million Spirit Stones, and it is estimated that only those second generations of immortals can come up with it. Although he needs a lot of Spirit Stones, if he can really have 10,000 clones, it is still worth it. At the same time, a series of notification sounds came from Li Ange's ear. Your disciple hunted down a chi refining 9-story demonic beasts, and obtained library architectural blueprint. Your disciple hunts down a foundation establishment first stage demonic beasts, and gets intermediate sect station expansion card. Your disciple hunted down a foundation establishment first stage demonic beasts, and obtained pill refining room architectural blueprint. In just an hour or so, all the clones came back with nearly 100 demonic beasts. Now the avatars have reached the foundation establishment stage, and there is an extra fairy level talent innate sword body, plus the spell cold light sword art has reached the mastery level, and the speed of hunting demonic beasts has also been improved. Li Ange looked at the 2 demonic beasts from the foundation establishment period, and according to the knowledge he had learned in Blue Star, he cut open the corpses of the 2 demonic beasts and quickly took out 2 pills the size of a thumb. Monster cores can only be owned by demonic beasts in the foundation establishment period. Monster cores have 90% of the power of demonic beasts in the foundation establishment period. However, monster core cannot be directly absorbed, but it can be used to refine medicine pill, arrange formation, etc., and has a very wide range of functions. The most valuable demonic beasts above the foundation establishment period are monster cores. After collecting the monster core, Li Ange directly listed all the demonic beasts on the trading bank, and during the foundation establishment period, 1,000 Spirit Stones per caddy of demonic beasts meat. He's not afraid that no one will buy it, and it's okay to lower the price later. Anyway, he won't lack the demonic beasts of the foundation establishment period in the future. When Li Ange listed these demonic beasts on the trading bank, the regional chat channel exploded again, and everyone was shocked that Li Ange was able to hunt down the demonic beasts in the foundation establishment period. And its 2 ends. But Li Ange didn't have time to watch these people chatting, and quietly looked at the trading house. The demonic beasts you put on the shelf are sold successfully. Please pay attention to check. More than 10 minutes later, all the demonic beasts on Li Ange's shelves were sold, and most of them were purchased by Xiang Yun, which made Li Ange more sure that the other party should have awakened a talent similar to devouring. In comparison, Li Ange cares more about how many Spirit Stones he got this time. 4.61 million Spirit Stones. The 2 demonic beasts in the foundation establishment period sold 2 million Spirit Stones, and now his number of Spirit Stones has reached 8.79 million. Finally enough, Li Ange smiled, and then turned on the system. System, create 900 clones for me. The system prompts that the host spent 4.5 million spirit stones to successfully create 900 clones. As the system finished speaking, Li Ange saw a Taoist figure appearing in the sect's resident. In addition to the 10 clones sent out to find local forces, the number of clones in front of him reached 990, and all reached the Foundation establishment period. Practice, let me continue to practice. Originally, Li Ange planned to wait until he had 1,000 clones. 500 clones would be dedicated to cultivation, and the other 500 clones would be used to practice spells. But now that he has the innate sword body, there's no need to worry. Mastery level spells are enough for him to use now. Afterwards, all clones were put into practice, and Li Ange also began to count the things in his backpack. Library architectural blueprint, intermediate sect expansion card, low-level sect expansion card X4, common sect expansion card X9, pill refining room architectural blueprint, refining room architectural blueprint, cultivation doubling card X3. These are all from hunting demonic beasts in the past 2 days, and Li Ange has not used them all the time. Almost all the basic architectural blueprints have been exploded, and after hunting demonic beasts, you can only explode some sect expansion cards and cultivation double cards. The composition of a sect is not simple. The pill refining room and the refining room are all basic buildings. Hunting demonic beasts can explode blueprints. However, basic buildings such as the spiritual field for planting elixir, the beast mountain for raising spirit beasts, the martial arts hall, and the mission hall need to be built by ourselves, and hunting demonic beasts will not produce relevant blueprints. But Li Ange doesn't care about these things. Although he is the sect leader, he is the only one in the entire sect, and all the others are his avatars. He doesn't use many things at all. He also didn't intend to accept disciples. Even the best disciples can have their own clones to be loyal. The disciple of the sect will only spread hatred outside, and might provoke the strong to destroy him. But the avatar can help him practice. Even if he really offends the strong, he will die once and be resurrected within 24 hours. Forget it. Anyway, I'm also a sect leader, and I still need basic buildings, especially the pill refining room and the refining room, which may be used in the future. Thinking about it, Li Ange also used all the available architectural drawings and prop cards. Pill refining room. Level 1. Accommodation. 10 people together pill refining. Bonus. Pill refining success rate 1%. Refining room. Level 1. Accommodating. 10 people refining together. Bonus. The success rate of refining equipment is 1%. Library. Level 1. Accommodation. 100 people. Bonus. Comprehension increased by 1%. After taking a look at the 3 new buildings, Li Ange didn't bother to upgrade them. Anyway, they don't need them now, and they will upgrade them later when they're needed. The sect expansion card is used again, and the range of sect is also expanded accordingly. Then Li Ange opened the panel to check it out. Personal panel. Name, Li Ange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, Foundation Establishment, first floor, 1.4%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation Technique, Shantianju, 51.3% Mastery. Skills, Cold Light Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Speedy Movement, 0% Initiation. Imperial Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Talent, Serious Bloodline, King Grade. Innate Sword Body, Immortal Grade. Supernatural Power, Serious Transformation, King Grade. Spirit Stones, 3.2 million. Sect Panel, Name, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Sect Leader, Li Ange. Grade, 2nd rank. Number, 1001 people. Accessory, none. Building, Great Hall of the Sect. Practice Room, Level 5. Refining Room, Level 1. Pill Refining Room, Level 1. Library, Level 1. Ling Mine, none. Formation, Fire Dragon Array. Range, a radius of 16,000 meters. Looking at the personal panel and the sect panel, Li Ange looked satisfied. It was only the 4th day, and he had left most people far behind. At the same time, he also spent 1 million spirit stones to upgrade the practice room to the first level. Practice room interface. Level 5. The lower first level consumes 5 million spirit stones. Capacity, 500 people. Cultivation bonus, 50% cultivation speed, 15% cultivation technique comprehension speed. Now he has 1,000 clones, and he can only let 500 clones practice in the training room. It's a pity that he doesn't have many spirit stones. Otherwise, he will have to upgrade a few more levels. Go and destroy Black Eagle Village tomorrow. Li Ange still has some expectations for Black Eagle Village. Maybe he can get some good resources. Seeing that it was already getting late, Li Ange planned to go to bed and rest, and there was a clone to help him practice, so he was not missing. But as soon as he returned to the house, a notification sound suddenly sounded. Sect leader Xiang Yun uses the friend force card to become your friend. Li Ange was stunned for a moment, opened the friend interface, and took a look, and found that there was indeed a friend Xiang Yun on it. You can forcibly become the other party's friend with the friend mandatory card. Of course, if the other party deletes you again, you need to use another friend mandatory card. This prop is really good news for licking dogs. Li Ange secretly thought, and at the same time guessed Xiang Yun's sudden intention to add him as a friend, probably for the Foundation Establishment demonic beasts. Are you there? At this moment, Xiang Yun sent a message. Li Ange almost didn't laugh out loud. What a stupid way to greet him. He didn't reply either. It depended on how long the other party could endure. Li Ange, fellow Taoist, I saw you hunted down the Foundation Establishment demonic beasts. You should have a monster core. I want to trade with you. The price is up to you. 10 minutes later, the other party probably couldn't bear it anymore and sent another message. At the same time, Xiang Yunzong and Xiang Yun stared closely at the chat interface and checked the time. It was only after 9 o'clock in the evening. The other party didn't reply to his message just now, so he must have slept. Then he glanced at the own panel again. Realm, 7 layers of chi refining, 74.1%. Cultivation technique, immortal swallowing technique, immortal level. Talent, swallow immortal king body, immortal level. That's right, similar to Li Ange's guess, he has indeed awakened a devouring talent, and he has a fairy level physique. After entering the 10,000 races continent, he relied on the first cultivation technique lottery to directly obtain a fairy level cultivation technique that was completely suitable for him. His luck was extremely terrifying. Relying on his own fairy level physique, not only is his cultivation speed extremely fast, but he can also devour demonic beasts to increase his cultivation base. The ability to reach the 7th floor of chi refining so quickly is also due to the demonic beasts sold by Li Ange. However, demonic beasts in the chi refining period could not help him much. When he found out that Li Ange actually sold demonic beasts in the Foundation Establishment period, he was more surprised than shocked. The demonic beasts in the Foundation Establishment phase have monster cores. Others cannot refine monster cores directly, but he can. With the help of monster cores, he can advance to the Foundation Establishment phase as quickly as possible. He took the initiative to add Li Ange as a friend in order to buy monster core. But because Li Ange turned off the function of adding friends, he can only use a friend mandatory card. At this time, he was still a little nervous, because it is impolite to force him to be the friend of the other party. He didn't know Li Ange well, and he was afraid that the other party would delete him if he was dissatisfied. He only has one friend mandatory card. While he was waiting nervously, he finally saw Li Ange replying to him. Are you sure you want to buy the monster core? You should know that if you get in touch with the local forces, the monster core during the Foundation Establishment period is not worth much. But if you want to buy the monster core in my hand now, the price must be more expensive. Li Ange replied. What he said is not wrong. In fact, whether it is the demonic beasts of the chi refining period or the demonic beasts of the Foundation Establishment period, including monster cores, they are not worth much on the 10,000 races continent. When they come into contact with local forces, a demonic beast in the Foundation establishment period may only have a few thousand spirit stones, and a demonic beast in the Chi refining period may only have a few hundred spirit stones. Unlike now, they have no access to local forces, and even if they can, they dare not try. It is equivalent to being monopolized by Li Ange, so the price is so expensive. Li Ange has sold so many demonic beasts, ordinary people have never bought them at all, and they are all bought by the second generation who are not bad at money. For the second generation, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of spirit stones may be as easy as ordinary people spending dozens or hundreds of spirit stones. And as long as they can widen the gap with others in the preceding entry stage, these second generations are willing to spend money. Xiang Yun looked at Li Ange's reply, and then looked at the spirit stones he owns. 10 billion. That's right, he has 10 billion spirit stones. He, Xiang Yun, is the true second generation of immortals. The ancestors of the Xiang family are immortals who have already ascended to the upper realm. The main sect of the Xiang family is also a powerful immortal sect. After he awakened as a fair level talent, the Xiang family attracted great attention and gave him a lot of resources, including 10 billion spirit stones alone. This is because when the newcomer sect leader enters the 10,000 races continent, the upper limit of the number of spirit stones he can carry is 10 billion, otherwise there will only be more. So Li Ange didn't care about the more expensive price. It was just the monster core during the Foundation establishment period. No matter how expensive it was, how expensive it could be. Li, fellow Taoist, please make an offer. I still have some spirit stones. Xiang Yun replied. That's 2 million spirit stones, and I have 2 monster cores here. Li Ange said. Seeing the price, Xiang Yun smiled. It turned out that it was only 2 million spirit stones, let alone 2 million coins. As long as he has a monster core, he can quickly break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Even if it is 20 million coins, he is willing to buy it. That's all for spirit stones. After the newcomer sect leader's 1-month protection period ends, he will have a chance to return to Blue Star, and then he can bring more resources back. Deal, mail it to me. After Xiang Yun finished speaking, he gave Li Ange 4 million spirit stones first. He was not worried that Li Ange would cheat him, or he didn't care about being cheated of 4 million spirit stones. Seeing that the other party was so happy, Li Ange didn't talk nonsense, and also mailed 2 monster cores to the other party. After getting the monster core, Xiang Yun nodded in satisfaction. With the help of the monster core, he will be able to reach the 9th floor of Chi refining tomorrow, and then break through the Foundation establishment period. He is a fair level talent, and he can easily break through without the Foundation establishment pill. Fellow Taoist, if you have another monster core, you can contact me. I will accept all of them. Xiang Yun Dao. No problem, I will find you then. The first transaction between the two parties ended with a happy result. Xiang Yun began to devour monster core training, and Li Ange fell asleep directly. Early the next morning, Li Ange woke up and found that realm broke through again and reached the 2nd floor of Foundation establishment. Li, take 500 clones and go to Black Eagle Village again. After washing up, Li Ange gave the first order of the day. Black Eagle Village should also be destroyed, and Li is the number 1 clone. The other party found out the situation of Black Eagle Village with his death, and he was the first to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. So Li Ange directly named the other party. Don't look at it as just giving a name, but it makes all the avatars envious, because this is the recognition from the deity. The identity of the deity is the most precious thing in all deity minds. Sect leader, don't worry, Li knows what to do. Li bowed and said with a smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see the expression of the Black Eagle. Everyone, let's go. Following Li Yi's order, 500 sword rays soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Black Eagle Village. Although this matter was handed over to Li Yi, Li Ange was still paying attention to avoid any accidents. The scene of the 500 avatars flying with the sword is still very large, and the speed is extremely fast. After a while, they saw the Black Eagle Village. At this time, Black Eagle had just finished training and was gathering his subordinates in the conference hall to ask if there was any abnormality around the village in the past 2 days. Since he killed the number 1 clone, that is, Li Yi, the day before yesterday, he became more and more uneasy. If he hadn't been reluctant to part with spiritual Chi Cave, he would have already run away. Big Master, there is nothing abnormal around these 2 days. I think that Cultivator used his avatar to test Big Master, but found that even the main body is not the opponent of Big Master, so he dare not come. A lean man said that he is the military advisor of Black Eagle Village, nicknamed Black Rat, and he has the 9th floor of Chi refining cultivation base. Hearing this, Black Eagle nodded. Of course, he also hoped so. If possible, he would not want to fight. With the help of spiritual Chi, he can quickly improve his strength. Having said that, let the brothers not relax during this time. After a while, I will go to Qingyuan City to get a batch of medicine pills and come back to help everyone improve their strength. He Ying said, don't look at him as the head of the village. The reason why so many people can follow him is because he is powerful, and these people want to find a backer. The second is of course because there are benefits. If there are no benefits, these people will not follow him all the time. On behalf of my brothers, I would like to thank the master. The Black Mouse looked happy. He had already reached the 9th floor of Chi refining. Maybe he could use this opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Black Eagle, get out and die. At this moment, a shout resounded through the sky, and everyone in the meeting hall paused, and then they were shocked. But He Ying's expression darkened. He could already hear that this shout was exactly the same as the voice of the clone the day before yesterday. He knew that it was the other party's body. Humph, you're so brave. I'd like to see what you can rely on. He Ying snorted coldly. Everyone is in the Foundation establishment period. Even if he can't beat the opponent, is it possible that he still can't escape? Afterwards, Black Hawk let everyone out of the conference hall and was about to reprimand when he came outside. But when he saw the situation outside, everyone froze in place. Black Eagle, remember what I said before? You are dead. Li looked down at He Ying, who was stunned in place. His face was full of banter. He Ying came back to his senses, opened his mouth slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief and horror. Foundation establishment period. All are Foundation establishment periods. And what the hell is the 500 Foundation establishment period? At this time, Black Eagle looked at the 500 Foundation establishment period cultivators flying with swords in the sky, and it can be said that they were completely messed up. He thought that Li Yi would come to him, and also thought that he was not Li Yi's opponent. But he never expected that the other party would come with 500 Foundation establishment period cultivators. Panic, fear, even anger. That's right, he was angry, and it was angry at Li Yi. You said earlier that you have 500 members of the Foundation establishment. Did I dare to do it then? Looking at Li Yi with a playful face, he only felt that the other party was a bastard, not only shameless, but also despicable. He even brought 500 Foundation establishment to his small Black Eagle village, and bullied him, an old man in his 40s. Ahem, fellow Taoists, the younger ones offended me a lot before, and I hope I can let go of the past. The little one is willing to sacrifice the Black Eagle village, and I just asked fellow Taoists to spare the little one's life. Black Eagle controlled his facial expression, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and his tone was extremely humble. It's okay not to be humble. Anyone stared at by the 500 Foundation establishment will become humble. If he was not also in the Foundation establishment period, he would have knelt down long ago. Those of his subordinates had already knelt on the ground and trembled, not daring to speak. Now he only thinks about how to save his life. Isn't it the spiritual Chi cave? If it's gone, it's gone. It's better than dying by himself. Forgive you? What are you talking about in your sleep? Brothers, kill me. Li Yi sneered, too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, and all 500 Foundation establishment clones rushed out. He Ying's body trembled, and he didn't care about panic anymore. Instead, he glared at Li Yi. It's nothing to bully more than less. If we have the ability, we'll fight one-on-one. This was the only chance he could think of to survive. As long as Li Yi agreed to a one-on-one fight, he would have a chance to take down the opponent. He might be able to leave alive if he held the opponent hostage. One-on-one. Why should we single-handedly fight when we can fight in groups? Kill. Li Yi sneered. Did Daddy bring so many people here to challenge you one-on-one? In less than 5 minutes, the entire Black Eagle village was filled with a strong smell of blood. All the bandits were killed, and Black Eagle's body fell casually on the ground, his wide-eyed eyes expressing his unwillingness. Search. Li Yi ordered again that all clones began to search for resources in this cottage. At the same time, Liange also got news. Congratulations to your sect for successfully destroying a faction. You will get a reward, a sect lottery chance. Another chance to draw a lottery? Draw it for me. Liange said. The lottery draw is over. You will get the sect building, Forest of Steels of Enlightenment. Forest of Enlightenment Steels. Immortal level building. The comprehension of all disciples in the sect increases by 10%. The speed of cultivation technique in the Forest of Enlightenment Steels increases by 100%, and all cultivation techniques learned have a 10% chance of breaking the return to origin territory. Fairy building. Liange's face was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, his luck was overwhelming again this time. The fairy level building can be said to be the top one at present. Then Liange found an open space to build the Forest of Enlightenment Steels, a total of 120 blue-black steels, each with a certain rhythm. Not bad. With this building, the speed of practicing cultivation technique will also be accelerated in the future. Liange nodded in satisfaction. The Forest of Steels of Enlightenment can only be regarded as a windfall. I don't know what good things are there in Black Eagle Village. In less than half an hour, Li Yi returned to the sect with all the avatars, and Liange also began to count the things looted in the Black Eagle Village. There are 23 cultivation techniques, 22 of which are low-level cultivation techniques, which can only be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, and only one is intermediate cultivation technique, which can be cultivated to the gold core stage. This cultivation technique is also the cultivation technique cultivated by Black Hawk. There are 19 spells, but this time there is no intermediate spell. All of them are low-level spells. 690,000 spirit stones, 5 bottles of medicine pill, more than 300 pieces of weapons and armor, 13 monster cores, all of which are on the first floor of the foundation establishment, and there are some sundries. Sect leader, please read this. At this moment, Li Yi handed a jade talisman to Liange, and Liange's eyes lit up. The jade talisman is mainly used to record information, and it must be very important to be able to record it with the jade talisman. Do you know what's in there? Out of caution, Liange asked. He didn't dare to check. What if there was a fraud? But the avatar can check. At worst, he would die and be resurrected once. Sect leader, it records a pill refining technique called Green Fire Pill Ju, which can refine up to a second-order medicine pill. Li Yi said. Danju, this is a good thing. Pill refining is a good way to earn spirit stones, and whether it is a pill refining master or a refining master, the status will be much higher than that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, it is very difficult to obtain pill refining methods. Generally, only by worshipping the pill refining master as a teacher can one obtain the relevant inheritance. In addition, only the talents who awakened and refined the pill recipe have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the alchemy, but at least a king-grade talent is required to have the inheritance. Pill refining? I'm not in a hurry right now. Although there is a pill refining room in Sect, after all, there is no elixir, and it cannot be refined. Liange thought about it for a while, and although he couldn't refine it, it was still possible to learn it. So he directly handed this elixir formula to a clone, and let the other party go to insight by himself. Anything else good? Liange looked at Li Yi and continued to ask. Sect leader also found a map. Li Yi smiled and took out another map. This was a nice surprise. He sent out 10 clones to find local forces, but there has been no movement until now. With this map, it is different. He can understand the surrounding situation and accurately find the local forces. Liange opened the map and checked it. The map was very rough, but it still recorded some directions and power distribution. There is only one city named Qingyuan City recorded on the entire map, which is 100 miles away due east of them. Other than that, there are some rogue cultivators market, not even a sect. At the same time, Liange also knew where she was. Qingling Mountains. There are tens of thousands of mountains here, and he is only on one of them. On the map, the west of the Qingling Mountains are all mountains, and only the east has some power distribution. Go directly to Qingyuan City, and you can get more information. Liange thought about it, and directly passed the location of Qingyuan City to the 10 clones who were looking for local forces outside, and asked them to adjust their direction to Qingyuan City. Sect leader, there is another discovery in the Black Eagle Village. We found a secret passage in a room. There is a cave deep in the secret passage. The spiritual chi there is very strong. Li Yi continued. Spiritual chi cave? This idea popped up in Liange's mind. No nonsense. And his consciousness directly turned to the clone guarding Black Eagle Village. Sure enough, it's the spiritual chi cave. Liange showed joy. The spiritual chi cave doesn't just appear randomly. Either there is a treasure gathering spiritual chi here, or there is a spiritual vein here. Either way, it's a good outcome for him. Although Black Hawk was a cultivator during the foundation establishment period, he was only rogue cultivators after all, so he didn't know this information. If it's the former one, it's a little troublesome. There will inevitably be a vision when the treasure is born, and it will attract many strong people to compete for it. Although he now has 1,000 avatars, and all of them are in the foundation establishment stage, any strong gold core stage player is enough to crush him. First, find a way to learn the pulse-seeking technique, and determine whether there is a spiritual vein here. If there is no spiritual vein, then there is a high probability that there is a treasure. However, this place is suitable for cultivation. His training room can only accommodate 500 clones, and the remaining clones happen to be practicing here. After arranging everything, Liange took his consciousness back to his body, then contacted Xiang Yun, and sold the 13 monster cores to the other party without bargaining, which allowed him to harvest 26 million spirit stones. However, Liange also knew that this was the last time he would make a large transaction with the other party. With the help of these monster cores, the other party would break through to the foundation establishment period in a short time. At that time, the opponent can hunt and kill demonic beasts in the foundation establishment period by himself. Even if his monster core is needed, the price will not be so high. As time goes by, other people's cultivation base is also increasing, which also makes Liange's monopoly no longer exist. Just like demonic beast meat, he could make a lot of money before, but now the trading line is full of demonic beast meat. The price has dropped to 500. Spirit stones can buy a 500 kilograms chi refining period demonic beasts, which means that the foundation establishment period demonic beast meat can still be worth some money, but it is too high and no one wants to buy it. Soon, 2 days passed, and with the hard work of 1,000 clones, his realm also reached the 4th floor of foundation establishment. In the morning, just after Liange finished washing, the reminder sounded in his ears. Dear Sect Leader Liange, hello, congratulations on surviving for 7 days during the rookie protection period. I believe your strength has been greatly improved, but as a sect leader, how can you not have disciples? So today will be a group of disciples are coming to your sect. Please be prepared. Hearing the reminder, Liange's expression was calm. Others might expect it, but it didn't matter to him. At the same time, all newcomer sect leaders who are still alive in this area get a notification tone. Haha, I can finally accept disciples. This week is too difficult. Don't be too happy. It's not so easy to recruit disciples. Maybe they don't like you at all. That's why we are so happy. Those second generations probably had hundreds or even thousands of disciples on the first day. By the way, what level of recruitment do you plan to choose? Of course it's intermediate recruitment. This is the safest way. After all, I don't have a talent. While everyone was discussing, the notification tone from Wanzhou continent sounded again. Please choose the level of disciples to recruit. Ordinary recruitment, low-level recruitment, intermediate recruitment, fairy level recruitment. Different recruitment levels also mean that the disciple talents that appear are different. Low-level recruitment, 1 low-level talent, 99 ordinary people. Intermediate recruitment, 1 intermediate talent, 10 low-level talents, 89 ordinary people. Advanced recruitment, 1 senior talent, 10 intermediate talents, 20 low-level talents, 69 ordinary people. Spiritual recruitment, 1 spiritual talent, 10 senior talents, 20 intermediate talents, 50 low-level talents, and 19 ordinary talents. King grade recruitment, 1 king grade talent, 10 spirit grade talent, 20 senior talent, 50 intermediate talent, 19 low grade talent. Emperor level recruitment, 1 emperor level talent, 10 king grade talent, 20 spirit level talent, 30 senior talent, and 39 intermediate talent. Fairy level recruitment, 1 immortal level talent, 10 emperor level talents, 20 king level talents, 30 spiritual level talents, and 39 senior level talents. The best is naturally the fairy level recruitment, among which not only are the geniuses of the fairy level talent, but also have high level talents at the worst. However, it is not that the higher the level, the better. The most important thing is that it is suitable. If you are a sect leader without any talent, even if you use fairy level recruitment, people will look down on you. And these recruited disciples are not mortals without cultivation. Immortal level recruitment and emperor level recruitment will inevitably reach the foundation establishment stage. King grade recruitment and spirit grade recruitment will inevitably have people who have reached the 9th floor of chi refining, and half of the remaining people will have cultivation base. If you are not strong enough as a sect leader, you will be killed by these disciples instead. This kind of thing has not happened before. After all, there are always people who think that they are the chosen ones and can be recognized by geniuses. Liange thought about it for a while. He didn't need to recruit disciples, but he was still very greedy for the talents of these disciples. If he could get them, his background would be even more terrifying. I choose immortal level recruitment. Liange said. His strength is not his 1,000 clones. Although there are many clones, all of which have reached the 4th floor of foundation establishment, the disciples recruited at the immortal level will have the cultivation base of the 9th floor of foundation establishment. His confidence still comes from the guardian formation, fire dragon formation. He is not afraid of the cultivator even in the gold core stage, let alone the foundation establishment stage. Sect leader Liange chooses successfully. 1 hour later, 100 creatures recruited through the immortal level will come to Sect. You can use any method to collect them into the initiation. If they have not joined your sect within 2 hours, these the living will leave. At the same time, other people in the area also made choices, chatting in the chat channel and waiting for the disciples to be recruited later. An hour passed quickly. The creatures you recruited at the immortal level have come to your sect. In the next moment, a huge light door appeared in the sect resident, and Liange looked up. Gee, accompanied by a long howl, a powerful aura erupted, and a big blue bird with a height of 3 feet flew out of the light gate. Following the appearance of the big blue bird, one after another silhouettes appeared, including the human race and the demonic beasts. Liange calmly watched the appearance of 100 creatures and was not surprised. Recruits below the king grade would only appear from the human race, while those above the king grade would be all races of creatures. There are naturally countless races in the 10,000 races continent, and the human race is just one of them. Are you the sect leader? At this time, the big cyan bird in the lead spoke out and asked. Liange glanced at the other party, and at the same time a light curtain appeared in front of him. Name, Qingwu. Race, King Tianping, fairy beast. Talent, immortal level. Realm, foundation establishment 9th floor return to origin. Liange nodded secretly. The other party was the only creature with a fairy level talent in this fairy level recruitment. Qing Tianpeng had never heard of this race, but it was obviously a fairy level race. Then Liange looked at 10 creatures with emperor level talents. 3 of them were human races, and the remaining 7 were from other races, and each realm had reached the 7th floor of foundation establishment. 20 king grade talents have foundation establishment level 4 cultivation base. 30 spirit level talents have foundation establishment level 1 cultivation base, and the remaining 39 advanced talents also have chi refining level 9 returned to origin cultivation base. It's no wonder that few people dare to recruit at the fairy level. These creatures are enough to kill all new sect leaders. Liange secretly thought, I am indeed the sect leader of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, Liange. After seeing the situation of these creatures, Liange spoke. The other creatures did not speak, but looked at Liange with different expressions, some curious, some disdainful, and some indifferent. Li sect leader, you can reach the foundation establishment period in 7 days. I recognize your potential, but if you want us to join your sect, you need to pass our test. Qingwu said. Here he is the one with the highest cultivation base and talent, so other creatures are dominated by him. In fact, he was still a little surprised. He thought it was just a fair level recruitment that didn't know what to do. He didn't expect Liange's realm to reach the foundation establishment stage, and it was still the 4th floor of the foundation establishment. One must know that it only took 7 days, and the other party's ability to cultivate so quickly meant that the talent must be good, at least an emperor level talent, or even a fairy level talent. This made him see the potential of Liange. Although the opponent is weak now, as time goes by, the opponent will gradually become stronger. By then, he will be the veteran of Sect. Sect recruits disciples. Not only Sect selects disciples, but these disciples also select Sect. For Qingwu, it is not afraid that Sect is weak now. As long as you have enough potential, you will become stronger sooner or later. If he hadn't seen Liange's potential, with his beastly arrogance, he would have wiped out Liange the moment he appeared just now. A rubbish sect leader with no potential, not eligible to recruit him. He already planned to join Liange's sect, and as for the said test, it was just a formality. Hearing Qingwu's words, Liange smiled. Don't worry, I just have something to ask. Can you answer it for me? Ask. If I know, I won't hide it. Qingwu nodded. I'm actually quite curious. As a fairy beast, your race must be extremely powerful. Why did you participate in the recruitment? Liange asked. The Qing Tianping clan is obviously not weak. There may be countless strong people in the clan, and the resources are even more numerous, so there is absolutely no need to join a weak sect like him. But the other party still came, and there must be something beneficial to the other party. This matter is not a secret in the 10,000 races continent, just because your human race is the protagonist in this era. Especially you human race who are chosen by heaven will be protected by luck. Although our race is strong, it is only temporary. You will become stronger sooner or later. Let us look up to you who are strong. We are willing to participate in the recruitment in order to cooperate with you. When you are weak, our race can even provide you with resources, and when you are strong, we can also benefit from it. Qingwu explained, and other creatures also nodded. Liange suddenly realized that to put it bluntly, it is investment, and he is sure that these races are not only investing in a chosen sect leader, but casting a wide net. As long as one investment is successful, there will be endless benefits for the entire race. If Liange didn't have a system, but was just an ordinary person, and he was favored by the hundreds of creatures in front of him, and even supported by the forces behind these creatures, when he became stronger in the future, he would naturally take care of him. Sect leader, if you have no other questions, then let's start the test. Green Marshal Dao, even the name has changed. He has decided to join Liange's sect. Test. Of course there is no problem. With a smile on Liange's face, figures appeared one after another in the next moment. A total of 990 avatars flew out of Yujin, looking down at Qingwu and other hundreds of creatures. And Qingwu and the others were stunned when they saw these clones, and then their hearts were filled with shock. These are all disciples of our sect. Although he was asking, he used an affirmative tone, and it was also full of surprises. Liange's potential has already made him optimistic enough, but he never expected Liange to give him such a big surprise. Nearly 1,000 foundation establishment period cultivators, and all of them have reached the 4th floor of foundation establishment. The potential of this Fengling Yu Shadow sect is really too great. Okay, sect leader, there is no need to test. I am willing to join sect. Qingwu laughed. I would too. And me, I want to join sect too. Meet the sect leader. As Qingwu spoke, other creatures also expressed their attitudes, eager to join Liange's sect. Did I tell you to join the sect? Liange said with a smile. Sect leader, what do you mean by that? Qingwu frowned and said, he has a fairy level talent, and he has the support of the Qingtianping clan behind him. Joining sect is only good for Liange. The smile on Liange's face disappeared and was replaced by indifference. It's nothing interesting. It's just that I'm eyeing your bloodline talent. Kill me. Nearly 1,000 clones exploded in unison, killing hundreds of creatures, including Qingwu. Qingwu and other spiritual roots didn't expect Liange to be the killer. After all, in their thinking, Liange should be looking forward to them joining the sect. But when they saw nearly 1,000 clones killed, all the creatures' faces darkened, knowing that it was impossible to be kind today. Liange, originally I valued your potential and was willing to join your sect, but I didn't expect you to wait to kill me. If this is the case, then I will kill your sect today. Qingwu roared, and his huge body burst into a powerful momentum and met the killing clone. Impressive about my potential? Do you really think I'm so easy to deceive? If you really let you join my sect, with the power behind you, you might treat me as a puppet in the future. Liange sneered. The forces behind these creatures are so powerful, would they be so willing to surrender at the feet of others? He doesn't want to be a puppet sect leader. After all, he has infinite avatars. Why bother to accept disciples? However, these creatures are indeed powerful, especially Qingwu, who is a fairy level talent and has a foundation establishment 9th floor cultivation base. Although he is a bit embarrassed in the face of a siege of nearly 100 clones, he can still persist. As for the other creatures, it was miserable. The 10 creatures of the emperor level talent could barely hold on, but the creatures below the emperor level basically gradually fell under the siege. The battle between the two sides lasted less than 5 minutes. Qingwu saw that his injuries were getting worse, and there were fewer and fewer creatures traveling with him. Damn it, even if I die, I will hold you together. After Qingwu finished speaking, his huge body turned into a blue light and attacked Liange, vowing to kill Liange. But when he was less than 100 meters away from Liange, a dragon chant sounded, and Qingwu saw a fire dragon attacking him with infinite power. No, Qingwu was terrified in his heart, but it was too late to dodge. He was directly hit by the fire dragon, and half of his huge body disappeared immediately. TSK, as expected of a fairy beast, its vitality is tenacious, and it's not dead. Liange came to Qingwu, who had fallen to the ground. The opponent's breath of life was very weak, but he was not dead. Of course, this is also the result of his holding back. After all, the other party is still useful. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated by the forces behind us? Qingwu resisted his weakness and raised his bird's head, looked at Liange and asked, what's the point of saying this now? Anyway, you're going to die. Liange shrugged. Cough. Qingwu, was originally the contemporary arrogance of the Qingtianping clan, but I didn't expect to fall here. Qingwu laughed, but his voice was full of sadness and unwillingness. But even if you die, don't think about it. Call out. In the next moment, a blue light burst out from his body, directly falling into Liange's body, and a mark in the shape of a blue bird appeared between Liange's eyebrows. Liange, this is the death mark of my Qingtianping clan. No matter where you flee, my clan will find you and avenge me. Qingwu laughed heartily. He seemed to have seen the picture of the own tribe killing Liange. Really, this mark is quite beautiful. At this time, Liange's voice sounded, and another Liange came over amidst Qingwu's bewildered expression. How could you? Qingwu looked at the two Liange in front of him. His eyes were full of puzzlement. It's just a clone. Liange smiled and said, what else can you use to see? Qingwu stared at Liange with wide eyes. His eyes were full of reconciliation. The death imprint left by his exhausted life force was actually given to the other party's clone. Thinking of this, Qingwu immediately rolled his eyes. Lying on the ground completely lost his vitality. Really dead. Liange came to Qingwu, checked carefully, and made sure that the other party was indeed dead. At the same time, the other clones also resolved the battle, and the corpses of hundreds of creatures were neatly placed on the ground. Fortunately, I am safe enough, otherwise I will really be plotted against. At this time, the great hall of the sect opened, and 9 Liange walked out of it. As a hooker with unlimited clones, Liange played it safe. How could he let his own body be exposed in front of these creatures? He had already guessed that there would be such a day, so he created clones that looked the same as himself in advance, and these clones could perfectly imitate his own breath. Liange didn't make many clones like this, only 10. The first avatar is to draw out the followers of these creatures, and the second avatar is to conduct the final temptation. After confirming that there was no danger, Liange's main body came out of the great hall, but even so, he let the remaining 8 clones follow him as a cover. It is inevitable for him to become a strong man, but before becoming a strong man, he needs to be cautious enough. It's finally over, and it's time to harvest now. Liange came to Qingwu's body and communicated with the system at the same time. System, enter the other party's bloodline. The system is refining the opponent's bloodline. Then Liange saw a force wrap Qingwu's body, and then disappeared for convenience. The system prompts that the bloodline has been refined successfully, and the Qingtianping bloodline, immortal level, has been loaded into the avatar manufacturing template, and the avatars made by the host can be added to the bloodline in the future. Liange opened the clone manufacturing template, and there are already 2 bloodlines. They are Sirius bloodline of King grade, and Qingtianping bloodline of immortal grade. This is the correct usage of the system. Liange smiled. There are 2 most powerful points of the system. One is that it can create infinite avatars, and the other is that it can import new bloodlines and create avatars with these bloodlines. Previously, Liange only obtained the Sirius bloodline of King grade, and all clones he created would be added to this bloodline. He would like to join other bloodlines, but ordinary demonic beast bloodlines are too low level to be used by him to create clones. At least King grade bloodlines are required. But King grade bloodline wasn't that easy to get, so he set his sights on fairy grade recruitment. He didn't want to recruit disciples. He just wanted to use this opportunity to obtain several more powerful bloodlines. Now that he has succeeded, all his avatars will have Qingtianping's fairy level bloodline in the future, and his foundation will be strengthened again. Use Liange to come to a corpse, which is a human corpse, and the other party has an emperor level talent. System, this guy has a pill refining talent. Can he be hired? Liange asked. Name, Zhao Yan. Race, human race. Talent, body of Emperor Dan, emperor level. Realm, foundation establishment 7th floor return to origin. This human named Zhao Yan has an emperor level talent and a pill refining physique. Liange still wants to get it. The system prompts that this system can only enter race bloodline information and cannot directly deprive the other party of their special physique. No, it's a pity. Liange was a little disappointed. Even if Zhao Yan's bloodline was entered, it didn't mean that he could get the opponent's special physique. At most, he could only create a clone with Zhao Yan's bloodline. The host does not need to be discouraged. There are countless races on the 10,000 races continent. Among them, there must be a race that is naturally suitable for pill refining. As long as the host obtains the other party's bloodline, there is no difference from obtaining this type of physique. Liange nodded. He didn't know this. According to the knowledge he learned on Blue Star, there is a race called the Yao clan in the 10,000 clans continent, which is famous for pill refining. In the future, if you encounter a creature from the medicine clan, you must slaughter one and enter it into bloodline. The special physique can't be taken away, so let's continue to enter the race bloodline. The system successfully entered the Holy Light Tiger bloodline, Emperor level. The system has successfully entered Fengmao bloodline, King grade. The system successfully entered the Dali Vajra Ape bloodline, Emperor level. A series of prompts sounded in Liange's mind, which also meant that bloodlines of different races were recorded by the system and loaded on the clone manufacturing module. It took a few minutes for Liange to record all the bloodlines that could be recorded. There are a total of 73 different bloodlines, including 1 immortal grade, 7 emperor grade, 18 king grade, 25 spirit grade, and 31 advanced grade. The system prompts that the number of king grade bloodlines detected by the host has reached 10, and the bloodline fusion function is enabled for the host. Bloodline fusion. Bloodlines of king grade and above can be fused to create a chaotic bloodline. Chaotic bloodline. System, what grade of bloodline is this? Liange asked curiously. Chaos bloodline has no grades, only 9 shackles, and every time a layer of shackles is broken, the host can obtain a powerful supernatural power derived from bloodline. After fusing bloodlines, can I still create clones with these bloodlines? Liange continued to ask. It is still possible. Then let's try to fuse 10 king grade bloodlines first. The system prompts the host to choose 10 king grade bloodlines for fusion. The selection is successful. The bloodline is merging. The fusion is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chaotic bloodline. Chaos bloodline accommodates the bloodline foundation of all races, derives the rules of all things, overrides all bloodlines, and ignores any suppression and forbidden techniques from bloodlines. At the moment when the system sound sounded, Liange's whole body shook, only feeling that the physical body was undergoing a huge change, and the blood boiled like boiling. The sea of consciousness became extremely clear, and countless memories that had been forgotten resurfaced in his mind. This state lasted for about 10 minutes before Liange slowly opened his eyes. Is this chaos bloodline? The physical body has been improved, the speed of cultivation has been improved, and even the understanding has been improved. This is still an obvious change that he can feel. As for what he can't feel, he needs to discover it gradually. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 4, 12.7%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation Technique, Shantianju, 78.5% Mastery. Skills, Cold Light Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Speedy Movement, 0% Initiation. Imperial Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Talent, Chaos Bloodline, 0% Layer. Innate Sword Body, Immortal Level. Supernatural Power, Shrink the Ground into an inch. Spirit Stones, 33.2 million. The former Sirius bloodline on the panel has become Chaos bloodline, and the Sirius transformation, supernatural power has also become Shrink the Ground into an inch. However, this does not mean that he cannot use Sirius transformation. This supernatural power originally stimulated the Sirius bloodline to explode, and now he can directly stimulate the Chaos bloodline to explode. You try to inspire Chaos bloodline. Liange looked at a clone and said, of course he couldn't let the main body do this kind of attempt. Yes, Sect leader. This clone is no nonsense. It directly activates Chaos bloodline. Boom. The next moment, a powerful momentum erupted from the opponent's body, and Liange also took over the opponent's body, feeling the changes carefully. The strength has increased by about 5 times compared to before, and it can also transform the power of bloodline. With a thought, Liange directly transformed Chaos bloodline into Sirius bloodline, and then his appearance also began to change, turning into a werewolf in a few breaths. The strength has not decreased, but some means of the Sirius tribe can be used. Then Liange transformed bloodline again, and the original werewolf appearance also turned into a head and body with 2 horns and black scales all over the arms. This is the Black Flood Dragon bloodline, and it is also one of the fused King Grey bloodlines. I feel that my affinity for water attributes has increased, and these scales have greatly increased my defense. In just a few minutes, Liange tried to transform the 10 types of bloodlines that were fused. It can only be said that each has its own advantages, and it is completely possible to make different bloodline changes according to different situations. Is this the power of Chaos bloodline? It can be transformed into a fused bloodline at will to deal with different enemies or environments. Liange's eyes lit up. If he fused all the bloodlines above King Grade, wouldn't it mean that he would gather the advantages of different races into one body, and how powerful he would be then? System, integrate all bloodlines. Liange's consciousness returned to the body, and now only 10 bloodlines have been fused, and all of them are King Grade bloodlines. He now has a total of 27 types of bloodlines above the King Grade, including 1 Immortal level bloodline and 7 Emperor level bloodlines. The system prompts that bloodline is being fused for the host. The fusion is successful. Boom. At the moment when all the bloodlines were fused together, Liange's aura rose again. Realm didn't break through, but after all, the fusion of Fairy level and Emperor level bloodlines made his strength more than 10 times stronger than before. Chaos bloodline, 54%, 1 layer. Immortal grade bloodline increases progress by 10%, Emperor grade bloodline increases progress by 5%, and King grade bloodline increases progress by 1%. Not bad, not bad. Although Realm didn't break through, but the background has increased, and in the future, we can completely kill the enemy by leapfrogging. Liange nodded in satisfaction. Facing Qingwu on the 9th floor of the Foundation establishment before, he still needed many clones to besiege, and finally killed the opponent with the help of formation. But now if he faces Qingwu again, he can slap him away with a single slap. Then Liange took another look at the awakened supernatural power on the first layer of Chaos bloodline, which is Shrink the Ground into an inch. According to the old rules, in order to avoid danger, Liange directly took over a clone, and then used Shrink the Ground to inch, and immediately disappeared in place. When Liange reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. This supernatural power is almost the same as teleportation, but it consumes a lot. It only takes 30% of the spirit power for a distance of 1 kilometer. Liange's mind moved, and the clone returned to the Sect station again. But he didn't stop, but took over another clone, and then consumed all spirit power to use this supernatural power. Sure enough, the farther the distance, the greater the consumption. This time, I only teleported for about 2 kilometers. Liange is not disappointed either. After all, he is only in the Foundation establishment period. As the realm improves, the distance this supernatural power can move will be farther. However, this supernatural power is still very practical for fighting against enemies. It can teleport to the enemy side for a sneak attack. If one is not careful, the cultivator in the gold core period will be killed by him. After counting today's harvest, Liange is very satisfied. There are 4 recruitment opportunities during the newcomer protection period. This is the first time, and there will be 3 more after that. This also means that he still has 3 opportunities to harvest powerful bloodlines, and there will be no such opportunities in the future. If he wants to harvest new bloodlines, he needs to find those powerful races by himself. Then it's time to continue practicing, and try to break through to the nascent soul stage within a month. With so many avatars helping him cultivate, he is enough to reach the nascent soul stage before the end of the newcomer protection period, and he will be able to protect himself by then. When Liange let all clones practice with all their strength, the regional chat channel was very lively. Have all the brothers received discipleship? I chose intermediate to recruit, and I have accepted all of them as disciples. Now my sect is finally looking good. No matter how many disciples we ordinary people receive, we can't compare to those big bosses. It is estimated that the big bosses will at least choose King Grade to recruit. Have you noticed the number of people in our district? Before the recruitment started, there were still 9,945 people. Now there are only 9,147 people left. About 800 people died. Naturally, there are always people who want to fight, and then be killed by those recruited creatures. There is no other way. If we ordinary people want to catch up with those big shots, we can only fight desperately. I just don't know what's going on with those big guys. Skycloud Sect. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction looking at the 100 disciples he had recruited. He chose King Grade recruitment. After showing all kinds of sincerity, all the recruited creatures joined his sect. These disciples will be the foundation of my Skycloud Sect from now on. King Grade recruitment is the worst and has low-level talent, which is much better than using the recruitment card given by his family. Xiang Yun also looked at the 100 disciples in front of him with a smile on his face. Relying on the monster core he bought from Liange this morning, he finally broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. He chose to recruit at the Emperor level, not because he was confident in his own strength, but because he had the amulet he got from the family, which was enough to protect himself. However, he was lucky. After the 2 sides met, there was no tension at all. On the contrary, because of his potential, he attracted those 100 creatures to join him. Liange should also be recruiting at the Emperor level. Now I have reached the Foundation establishment period, and the disciples recruited this time all have a cultivation base, and there is a Foundation establishment 7th floor among them. From now on, I will never lack monster core again. Xiangyun smiled. As long as he has enough monster cores, he can upgrade the cultivation base at the fastest speed and become the overlord of one party. Although Li Ange was ahead of him before, he didn't care. If he had monster core from the beginning, how could he be surpassed by Li Ange? However, the other party should have an emperor-level talent. Maybe it is very suitable for cultivation. When we encounter it in the future, we can collect it in the sect. An emperor-level disciple of bloodline is still very attractive to him. The first recruiting of disciples is over. There are more than 9,000 people in the whole area. Some are happy, and some are worried. But don't be too disappointed. After all, this is the first recruitment, and there will be 3 more recruitments after that, and they still have a chance to turn around. And not long after Li Ange let all clones continue to practice, a voice sounded in his mind. Sect leader, I'm in Qingyuan City. Li Ange, who was feeling the changes in his own strength in the room, opened his eyes, with a smile on his face, and finally had a clone in Qingyuan City. Li Ange didn't talk nonsense, and his direct consciousness came to this clone and took control. Then Li Ange saw 1,000 meters in front of him, a city built on the wilderness, with a wall as high as 30 meters, and several Qi refining 9-story cultivator handles at the gate, and many pedestrians were queuing up to enter the city. You have to pay spirit stones to enter the city. Fortunately, I gave each avatar 10,000 spirit stones travel expenses. Li Ange glanced at the storage bag in the avatar's arms, which contained 10,000 spirit stones. The storage bags were obtained by destroying the Black Eagle village before. There were more than 30 bags in total, and all 10 clones who went out got one. Then Li Ange came to the gate of Qingyuan City, waited in line for a while, and entered Qingyuan City after paying 5 spirit stones. Buns, hot buns. Great medicine pill sold for cheap. Guest officers passing by, please stay inside the shop. The city of Qingyuan is very lively. People are coming and going on the street. There are endless hawkers. Looking up, you can still see a girl in cool clothes waving a handkerchief upstairs. Not all the people here are cultivators. More are ordinary mortals. After wandering around for a while, Li Ange found a restaurant, ordered some food, spent some spirit stones, and got a lot of useful information from the waiter. According to Jian Shower, Qingyuan City is a border city of Beishan Empire. There are large and small forces in the city. The strongest is naturally the city lord's mansion, which belongs to the Beishan Empire, and the city lord is a gold core stage cultivator. Then there are the 3 major families, the Zhao family, the Lu family, and the Chen family. These 3 families also have a gold core period to sit in town. Although Qingyuan City is a border town with a remote location, because it is close to the Qingling Mountains and needs to guard against the demonic beast riots in the mountains, Qingyuan City's defense strength is not weak. Do you know how many gold core stage powerhouses there are in Qingyuan City? Li Ange looked at the waiter and asked, Guest officer, the villain is just an ordinary person. How do you know this? The waiter smiled wryly. Li Ange nodded without embarrassment. He just asked casually. It's probably the first time for the guest officer to come to our Qingyuan City. Speaking of which, there will be a grand event in our Qingyuan City after a while. The waiter said, Oh, what event? Li Ange asked curiously. In 3 more days, our Qingyuan City will hold this year's Tianjiao Grand Competition, and all people under the age of 20 can participate. If you can get the top 3, you will not only get rewards from the city lord's mansion and the 3 major families, but also be recommended by the city lord to go to the imperial capital to participate in the recruitment of Baix Suangsu Palace. If you can enter Baix Suangsu Palace to study, as long as you graduate, you can become a city lord at worst. The waiter said that his eyes were full of longing, and the city owner was already the biggest official he had ever seen. Where is this Baix Suangsu Palace? Li Ange asked. The guest officer doesn't know. The Beishan Academy is the best school in our Beishan Empire. Those who can enter it to study are the arrogance of our Beishan Empire, and there are special guidance from the strong in it. As long as you have the ability, you can get it. A lot of resources and various inheritances. Shower Jian said. However, entering the Baix Suangsu Palace is not that simple. Every year, someone from Qingyuan City is recommended, but no one has entered the Baix Suangsu Palace for 7 years. Li Ange's eyes flickered, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Not to mention that there are a lot of training resources in the Beishan Academy. Those inheritances alone made him very excited. What kind of strength can you enter Baix Suangsu Palace? Li Ange asked. I don't know about this small one, but last year, the 3 people recommended by us in Qingyuan City were Qi refining 9th floor return to origin, but they still failed. It is estimated that it will take at least the foundation establishment period to enter, and it doesn't necessarily just look at realm. If there is any special talent, it will also be specially recruited and trained by Baix Suangsu Palace. Li Ange nodded. Now he has the 4th floor realm of foundation establishment, but his combat power exceeds the 9th floor foundation establishment. There shouldn't be much problem joining Baix Suangsu Palace. Afterwards, he asked some more questions, and the waiter in the shop gave detailed answers, which also allowed Li Ange to know more about the Beishan Empire. Contrary to what he imagined, although the Beishan Empire also has sect forces, they are all under the control of the Beishan Empire. It is said that it was because the sect of the Beishan Empire rebelled before 100 years and wanted to destroy the royal family and change the day. But today's Emperor Beishan is so talented that he suppressed all the sects by himself and pulled out many sects by their roots. Now the remaining sects are not involved in the rebellion at the beginning, but even so, if these sects want to recruit disciples, they need to report to Beishan Empire first. After that, Li Ange left the inn, continued to wander around Qingyuan City, and finally entered a place called Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion is the largest merchant in the Beishan Empire. It is said that it is backed by the royal family of the Beishan Empire. It sells various heavenly and mortal treasures, medicine pill magical item, cultivation technique, almost everything. What grade is the best cultivation technique you have here? Li Ange asked. Guest, the best is advanced cultivation technique. The little girl who received Li Ange replied with a smile. Is there anything better? Li Ange frowned. Now his attribute panel is very luxurious, but the cultivation technique is only advanced, which is a bit behind. Guest, the highest level in our Tianbao Pavilion in Qingyuan City is only the high-level cultivation technique. If you want a better cultivation technique, you can go to a larger county or even the imperial capital, let alone the high-level cultivation technique there. It is considered a high-level cultivation technique. King-grade cultivation technique also has it. The little girl explained. Li Ange nodded. The strongest in Qingyuan City is only the gold core stage, and the advanced cultivation technique is enough to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. It is normal that there is no better cultivation technique here. Is there pill refining and refining inheritance? There is a first-order inheritance, but the price is relatively expensive. You need each type 200,000 spirit stones. Li Ange frowned. He didn't care about the price, but it was still too low for a first-order inheritance. Only county towns and imperial capitals have high-rank inheritance. Li Ange asked. Unexpectedly, the little girl shook her head. Guest, even if it's the county town and the imperial capital, our Tianbao Pavilion only sells the third-order inheritance at the highest level. As for the higher ones, except for some families with a long history, probably only the royal family has them. Is there also Baix Suangsu Palace? Of course, Beishan Shuigong is the best school in our Beishan Empire, and there are countless inheritances in it. Li Ange nodded. So it seems that it is necessary for him to go to Baix Suangsu Palace. He didn't buy anything in Tianbao Pavilion. He just came to learn something. He wanted to buy a storage ring, but this avatar was only 10,000 spirit stones in total, so he couldn't afford it at all. The space between the storage bag and the storage ring is actually about the same size. The only difference is that the storage bag can be opened by anyone, while the storage ring can be refined to identify its owner, which is more secure. After leaving Tianbao Pavilion, Li Ange inquired about the specific situation of the Tianjiao Grand Competition in Qingyuan City. The Tianjiao Grand Competition has 3 processes. The first one is to test the talent of each cultivator participating in the Grand Competition. If there is a special talent, you can directly obtain the qualification to be recommended to participate in the Beishan Academy. This is considered a special move, and it will not take up the recommendation quota of the 3 big competitions. The second is for the city lord to personally release the coercion, and if he persists for a quarter of an hour, he will pass pass the test. In the end, the disciples who pass the test will fight in the ring, and the top 3 can be recommended. It seems that I can easily obtain the recommendation qualification. Li-Ange secretly thought, not to mention the chaos bloodline, just the fairy level talent innate sword body is enough to be recommended. In the end, Li-Ange decided to participate in the Tianjiao competition and was recommended to enter Bike Swangsu Palace. And he also plans to let a few more avatars participate, so that he can get more resources, so there is no need to worry even if there is an accident with the avatars. The time has to be hurry up. Qingyuan City only has 3 contestants, which is not enough, so we can only go to other cities. Qingyuan City has a teleportation array leading to other cities. He intends to let other avatars come to Qingyuan City as soon as possible, and then go to other cities to compete for places. On the 8th day after entering the 10,000 races continent, Li-Ange's realm reached the 5th floor of the Foundation establishment, and at the same time the other 9 clones who had gone out also came to Qingyuan City. The 9 avatars did not stay, but took the teleportation array of Qingyuan City and went to the other 9 cities respectively. After all, it is too easy to be exposed if they get together, and they will not be so noticeable if they're scattered. Entering the 9 heavens of 10,000 races continent, Li-Ange's realm reaches the 5th floor of Foundation establishment, return to origin. Because of the chaos bloodline and innate sword body, his background has increased, but it also means that he needs to break through every realm. Spirit power has increased more than 10 times. However, with nearly 1,000 clones helping him in his cultivation, his breakthrough speed is still very fast. According to his understanding, Xiang Yun, who also has a fair level talent, is still at the Foundation establishment level. Qingyuan City is also becoming more and more lively, because tomorrow is the annual Tianjiao competition, and the other 9 clones have already arrived in 9 cities, waiting for tomorrow's Tianjiao competition. On the 10th day after entering the 10,000 races continent, the entire Beitian Empire was in full swing, because this year's Tianjiao Grand competition had also officially started. Li-Ange's realm also successfully broke through to the 6th floor of Foundation establishment this morning. Qingyuan City, the entire city is extremely lively today, with countless people gathered in the center of the square. Don't be nervous, son. Although we don't have a chance to be recommended by Bike Swangsu Palace, if we perform well, we might be able to be favored by the city lord and join the city lord's mansion. I don't know who can get the recommended quota this year. It must be people from the 3 major families. After all, they have a lot of cultivation resources, which is not comparable to us. It's just a recommended quota. Whether you can enter Bike Swangsu Palace is another matter. It has been 7 years since no one from our Qingyuan City has entered the Beitian Academy. The last time the city lord's daughter was admitted to the Beitian Academy, it is said that she is now teaching at the Beitian Academy. The square is crowded with people, and at the same time, there are many young people under the age of 20 who are preparing to participate in this Tianjiao competition. These young people didn't expect to be able to get the recommended places, and more hope that they could perform well in a while and win the favor of the city lord. It's really lively. Li-Ange's consciousness descended on the clone again, because he was too idle in the sect, and there are so many clones to practice, he is not lacking, so it is better to control the clone to participate in this big competition. At the same time, Li-Ange also learned about the selection mode of the Beitian Empire from other people's comments. The Tianjiao Grand competition selects the top talents in each city, and then sends them to the Beitian Academy. As for those who are not selected, if they have outstanding performance, they will be absorbed and trained by the city lord's mansion. In this case, the Beitian Empire is equivalent to having all the talents in their pockets. It's no wonder that those sects of the Beitian Empire can't develop. Not only do they have to report to accept apprentices, but the apprentices are also left over after being screened by the Beitian Empire. It's strange that they can develop. The city lord is here. At this time, a voice sounded, and the entire square fell silent, and at the same time, 4 figures flew from the sky. The leader is a middle-aged man, Zhou Shanhai, the lord of Qingyuan City, and the other 3 figures are the heads of the 3 major families, and they are all gold core stage powerhouses. Congratulations, Lord City Lord. Following the appearance of the 4 of Zhou Shanhai, everyone present cupped their hands and saluted together. Haha, you don't need to be too polite. Today is my Qingyuan City's Tianjiao Grand competition. Let's take a look at the performance of young talents first. Zhou Shanhai's hearty laughter resounded through the sky, and there was no nonsense. After sitting down with the heads of the 3 major families, he announced the start of the Tianjiao competition. Then an old man walked to the center of the square. All those who were preparing to participate in this Tianjiao competition stepped forward. The old man's voice reached everyone's ears, and suddenly a group of teenagers and girls came out of the crowd and gathered on the square. There were more than 3,000 people. Start the first item of the competition, the talent test. As the old man spoke, he took out a blue orb the size of a fist, and a talisman entered it. The orb slowly rose into the sky, emitting a blue streamer, covering more than 3,000 people. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, a beam of light burst out from everyone, and all of them were blue at a glance. Looking at this scene, the old man had a look of disappointment in his eyes. It seemed that there was no one with a special talent this time. But at this moment, the old man was taken aback suddenly, because he saw that the beam of light on a young man was different from the others. It was not blue, but a conspicuous red. This scene was not only seen by the old man, Zhou Shanhai, and others also noticed this scene. Congratulations, Lord City Master. You actually have a special talent this time. Thanks to the city lord, Qingyuan City is able to prosper day by day, and the emergence of a talent with a special talent is the best proof. How many years has it been? The last time a special talent appeared in our Qingyuan City was 30 years ago, and now there is finally another one. The heads of the 3 major families congratulated Zhou Shanhai one after another. People with special talents are not so easy to appear. The Beitian Empire has a vast territory and a population of more than 3 billion, but there are only about 1,000 people with special talents every year, and most of them are just low-level talents. As for high-level and above talents, it is not bad to have 10 appearing every year. Now there is a talent with a special talent in Qingyuan City. No matter what level the talent is, the Empire will give them a lot of rewards in Qingyuan City. As the Lord of Qingyuan City, Zhou Shanhai will naturally gain more benefits. Haha, I'm happy with you. When the reward from the Empire comes down, the city lord will not forget you. Zhou Shanhai laughed and said, feeling quite excited in his heart. Maybe he can use this opportunity to try to break through to the nascent soul stage. Thank you, Lord City Master. It's a pity that I don't know what level of talent this young man is. The patriarch of the Zhao family smiled and cupped his hands. But in the next moment, Zhou Shanhai, who was still smiling just now, turned cold and stared at the patriarch of the Zhao family with murderous intent in his eyes. Zhao Peng, my city lord advises you to put away your curiosity. It's not like Qingyuan City can't live without you, the Zhao family. Zhou Shanhai said lightly. Zhao Peng's heart trembled, knowing that he had said something wrong. The other 2 also froze, standing aside and not daring to speak. My lord, I have absolutely no other ideas, so I ask you to learn from me, my lord. Zhao Peng hurriedly said, although he is also a gold core cultivator, but at this time his forehead is sweating, for fear of being misunderstood by Zhou Shanhai. It's no wonder Zhou Shanhai has such an attitude. Many years ago, there was a Tianjiao with a special talent, and it was detected that the other party had an emperor-level talent. But in the end, the other party was killed on the way to Bike Swangsu Palace. This incident made Beitian Emperor furious, and sent many strong men to investigate, and tens of thousands of people died. It is also because of this incident that the talent test has changed. It can only detect that the other party has a talent, but cannot know what level of talent it is. It can only be tested again after entering the Bike Swangsu Palace. Zhao Peng just said this out of curiosity. After all, it had been a long time since someone with a special talent appeared in Qingyuan City, but it was this sentence that made Zhou Shanhai want to kill. It's not the best, but your Zhao family should thank you behind closed doors these few days, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Zhou Shanhai said indifferently. Thank you, Lord City Master, my Zhao family will be closed to thank guests for a month. Zhao Peng said hastily. The so-called closing the door to thank guests is equivalent to grounding, and there will definitely be strong men from the city Lord's mansion watching. But compared to being exterminated, this is much better, and it is not a punishment at all. On the other side, the old man had already arrived in front of Li Ange, and the person who was detected to have a special talent just now was naturally Li Ange. Young man, old man Zhang Yin is the master of the city Lord's mansion. I don't know what to call him. The old man came to Li Ange with a kind smile. Junior Zhao Zilong. Li Ange cupped hands said, this avatar is called Zhao Zilong. All right, Zilong, follow the old man to see the city lord. Zhang Yin said with a smile. Then Li Ange followed Zhang Yin towards Zhou Shanhai amidst countless envious eyes. I didn't expect that there would be someone with a special talent in our Qingyuan city this year. They haven't appeared for many years. The young master is very lucky. With a special talent, he will definitely be able to enter the Bike Swangsu Palace. Entering Bike Swangsu Palace, this young man will at least be a city lord from now on. Maybe we will call him the city lord next time we meet. What I envy the most is those 3,000 teenagers and girls. They are still competing for the recommended places, and they may not be able to enter the Beishan Academy. But Li Ange is bound to be able to enter the Beishan Academy. At this time, Li Ange came to Zhou Shanhai under the leadership of Zhang Yin. Junior Zhao Zilong has met the city lord. Li Ange cupped hands said, Haha, Zilong doesn't need to be formal. My name is Zhou Shanhai. If you don't mind, you can just call me Uncle Zhou from now on. Zhou Shanhai said happily. Uncle Zhou. Li Ange shouted. All right, Zhang Yin, you are in charge of the affairs here, and I will take Zilong back to the city lord's mansion first. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, Zhou Shanhai and Li Ange turned into a ray of light and disappeared, and soon the two arrived at the city lord's mansion. Zilong shouldn't be from my Qingyuan city, right? After coming to the living room to sit down, Zhou Shanhai asked with a smile. While he's happy to have a special talent, he's no fool. Li Ange looks very unfamiliar, and at a young age, he has the 6-story cultivation base of Foundation Establishment. You must know that the cultivators under the age of 20 in Qingyuan City are at most only the 9th floor of Qi refining. Even if Li Ange is not detected as a special talent, with the strength of the other party, he can still get the recommended quota. So he needs to make sure of Li Ange's background, not a spy from other countries. That's right, Uncle Zhou. I was an orphan since I was a child. Fortunately, my master adopted him and taught me how to practice. But a month ago, my master asked me to go down the mountain to study in Beishan Academy. Li Ange said with doubts on his face. Uncle Zhou, could it be that I can't enter Bike Swangsu Palace? Yes, why not? Our Beishan Empire has a vast territory, and His Majesty is even more eager to seek talents. Since you have come to our Beishan Empire, you can naturally enter the Beishan Academy. Zhou Shanhai smiled and said, I don't know your master's name. Where did you live before? Please forgive me, Uncle Zhou. When I went down the mountain, the master didn't let me mention these things to the outside world. Li Ange looked puzzled. It's okay. I'm just asking casually. You go down and rest first, and we will set off for the imperial capital tomorrow. Zhou Shanhai smiled, and then someone took Li Ange out of the living room. After Li Ange left, the smile on Zhou Shanhai's face disappeared, replaced by contemplation. Could it be that this son's master is those sect remnants back then? This is not impossible. Countless sects of the Beishan Empire were destroyed back then, but some escaped after all. Forget it. I don't need to worry about reporting this matter after I go to the imperial capital. Zhou Shanhai shook his head. Li Ange was taken to a guest room, and he knew that Zhou Shanhai was testing him just now, but he didn't care. Even if the lie is exposed, the worst is death. He has 10 avatars participating in the Tianjiao Grand Competition, as long as one avatar can successfully enter the Bike Swangsu Palace. Then Li Ange's consciousness left and checked the other 9 clones. Each avatar was detected to have a special talent, and was then regarded as a sweet pastry by the local city lord. Not bad. Even if there are some accidents later, it is guaranteed that at least one clone can enter the Bike Swangsu Palace. Li Ange nodded in satisfaction. There are 4 purposes for going to Bike Swangsu Palace. The first one is to obtain a better cultivation technique, and now the Xintianju he cultivated is only an advanced cultivation technique, which is a bit too rubbish. The second is to obtain various inheritances, especially the subprofessional inheritances such as pill refining and weapon refining. The third is naturally for resources. He lacks spirit stones. Now he has reached the 6th floor of Foundation Establishment, and it is estimated that he will break through to the gold core stage in about a week. At that time, creating avatars will require a lot of spirit stones. The fourth is to contact the local forces. As the overlord of this area, the Beishan Empire cannot be avoided no matter what. Instead of having a conflict with the Beishan Empire in the future, it is better to break into the opponent's interior first. Early in the morning of the second day, they set off for the imperial capital of the Beishan Empire. In addition to Li Ange, there are 3 other teenagers who won the competition yesterday and got the recommended places, and these 3 belong to the 3 major families. But Realm only has the 9th floor of Qi refining. Let's go. Although there is a teleportation array, it will take some time to get to the imperial capital. I will also tell you about the situation of the academy on the way. Zhou Shanhai said, but Li Ange knew that the other party mainly told him. It has been 3,421 years since our Beishan Empire. Taizu established the Beishan Empire in the early days, but at that time there were many sects, and the empire provided resources and disciples for those sects every year. For this reason, the Taizu specially established the Bike Swangsu Palace, hoping to train enough strong people to resist the major sections. However, the sect has a long heritage, so how can it be so easy to be overthrown? With the passage of time, thanks to the efforts of many emperors, the national power of our Beishan Empire has grown stronger and stronger. Until the 100th year, His Majesty has wiped out all the major sects in one fell swoop, creating the current grand occasion of our Beishan. After destroying those sects, the empire has acquired countless cultivation techniques and inheritances, and most of these things are placed in the Bike Swangsu Palace. However, it is not so easy to obtain these resources. The academy adopts a credit system, and these resources need to be exchanged for credits. Of course, there are exceptions. If the talent you show is strong enough, the academy will provide you with a lot of resources. While Zhou Shanhai was talking, everyone also took the teleportation array to the imperial capital one by one. Soon 2 days passed. These 2 days have not changed much for others, but for Li Ange, the cultivation base is improving every moment. In 2 days, his realm reached the 8th floor of the Foundation Establishment, only 1 step away from the 9th floor of the Foundation Establishment. However, although the realm has been improved, the 10 clones that go out are still on the 6th floor of Foundation Establishment. This is the reason why Li Ange did not share the realm with the 10 clones. Otherwise, the breakthrough is too fast, and it will easily attract the attention of others. At the same time, this is also his 13th day in the 10,000 races continent, which means that tomorrow he can conduct the second recruitment of disciples, and he can harvest another batch of bloodlines. In 2 days, the 10 clones were also led by 10 city lords to Beishan City, the imperial capital of the Beishan Empire. This Beishan City is indeed the imperial capital of the Beishan Empire, and it is much more magnificent than Qingyuan City. Li Ange's consciousness descended on the clone Zhao Zilong, looking at the entire Beishan City. The city wall of Beishan City is 50 meters high, with runes engraved on it, and powerful formations arranged. At the same time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in Beishan City is about twice as strong as that of the outside world. Gold core stage cultivators, which are rare in Qingyuan City, can be seen everywhere here, and Foundation Establishment stage cultivators are even more numerous. The 3 of you rest in the station first, and you are not allowed to walk around at will, waiting to participate in the assessment of Bike Swangsu Palace tomorrow. Zhou Shanhai explained to the three teenagers in Qingyuan City, and then looked at Li Ange. Zilong will follow me to the academy. If there is no accident, you will be able to enter the academy today. This made the three teenagers look at Li Ange enviously. They still need to be assessed, but the other party can directly enter the academy. The difference in treatment between the two is too great. Then Zhou Shanhai took Li Ange and walked outside. There are so many strong people in Beixin City. Even I don't dare to act presumptuously, so you must be careful in the future so as not to provoke strong enemies. But you don't have to worry too much. After you enter the academy, with this level of status, there will be no unsightly people who dare to provoke you. Even if you are a prince, you don't want to offend. If you make a mistake, only the academy is qualified to deal with it. After walking out of the post station, the two got into the carriage, and even nascent soul stage cultivators were banned from flying in Beixin City. Half an hour later, when the carriage stopped, Li Ange found that he had come to the end of a long street, and there was a stone gate made of bluestone in front of him. Here is the entrance to the school. You can enter the school through the stone gate. Behind the stone gate is a secret realm, and the school is inside. Zhou Shanhai explained, and then came to Sherman, where someone had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Shanhai, the lord of Qingyuan City, brought Zhao Zilong, who has a special talent. Zhou Shanhai opened his mouth and took out the seal of the owner of the city at the same time. Study Palace Deacon Wu Yun has met City Lord Zhou. Please come with me to enter the palace. A man glanced at the seal, then said with a smile, Trouble Wu Deacon. Zhou Shanhai said politely. Although he is the lord of the city, Wu Yun in front of him is a nascent soul cultivator, and his status is not inferior to him. The responsibility lies. Wu Yun activated the jade talisman in his hand, only to see the light curtain above the stone gate parting. Both please. After passing through the portal, what Li Ange saw was a picture of beautiful mountains and rivers, white cranes flying above the sky, surrounded by a few clouds and mist, and a Daoist shadow flew by from a distance, leaving a stream of light behind. This is the Baiswangsu Palace. Li Ange looked at the pavilions and pavilions in the mountain stream. This comparison, own Sect, is really shabby. Zilong don't need to worry. After you finish the talent test for you later, you will be a student of our Beixin Shuigong, and you can wander here freely except for some forbidden places. Wu Yun smiled and said that he didn't doubt that Li Ange didn't have a special talent, otherwise Zhou Shanhai, the city lord, would be severely punished. Soon the three of them came to a great hall, which was the place where the Baiswangsu Palace tested talent, and there were quite a few people waiting at the door, obviously all the city lords of other cities. City Lord Zhou, wait here first. I will take Zilong in. Trouble Wu Deacon. Talent test. City lords like them can't enter, and only the academy knows what talent the students have, which is considered as protection for the students. Then Wu Yun took Li Ange into the great hall. There were already about 100 people inside, and Li Ange also saw his own three clones. Lu Hu, a low-level talent, a C-level student. Wang Yin, intermediate talent, is a grade C student. Gu Ming, a spiritual level talent, is a first-level student. A young girl is determined to be a talent grade, and then the student grade is determined. There are 4 levels of students in Baiswangsu Palace: A, B, C, and D. The higher the level, the better the treatment and the more resources they will get. Ordinary cultivators are D-level students when they enter the academy, but special talents are C-level students from the beginning. However, the student's level is not static. If the school assessment is not completed, the student's level will be lowered, and may even be expelled from the school in the end. After all, the Beixin Academy is the best school in the Beixin Empire, and the Beixin Empire provides a lot of training resources every year, not for the sake of supporting idlers. Next, Jianwei. Li Ange looked up and saw an avatar walking up to the high platform of the talent test. Put your hand on this talent test orb. The old man in charge of the test said with a smile. Jianwei nodded, put his hand on it, and the next moment the orb lit up with a purple light. This scene made the old man stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of excitement. Jianwei, King Grade Talent, is a grade A student. Wow. After the old man announced the result, everyone at the scene was in an uproar. Dozens of people had already stepped forward to test it, and the highest was only a spirit level talent. Unexpectedly, the boy who looked like a big and three-faced boy would have a king grade talent. Okay, Jianwei, right? I'm Liang Feng, the teacher of the academy, the peak of the expanding aperture realm. Would you like to recognize me as a teacher? The old man looked at Jianwei lovingly and asked. This is king grade talent. There are thousands of people with special talents in the Beixin Empire every year, but king grade talents are extremely rare. Occasionally, there will be one, and sometimes there will be no one for several years. Now that I have met a genius with a king grade talent, how could Liang Feng give up? Fortunately, he was the one who tested the talent this year. Otherwise, if the news got out, those old things would definitely be snatched from him. And this scene made the other young people envious even more. He was a peak powerhouse in the expanding aperture stage, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the divine transformation stage. If there was such a teacher, there would definitely be no shortage of cultivation resources. May I ask which aspect you teach, sir? Jianwei asked with a naive look on his face. Not bad, not blindly apprentice, but first ask the old man's expertise. If other people ask this question, Liang Feng will definitely be dissatisfied. I am willing to accept you as a student at the peak of the expanding aperture period. It is for your face, and you dare to ask back. But it was different when facing Jianwei. The other party had a king grade talent, but Liang Feng praised him when he asked the question instead. The old man is best at pill refining. Now he is a 5th level pill refining teacher. The whole academy is considered top-notch in refining pill recipes. Liang Feng was still worried that Jianwei didn't like the pill refining technique, so he hurriedly said, of course, because you can't be sure what kind of talent you have, so it doesn't matter if you don't want to learn pill refining technique in the future. I can also help you. Everyone, there is absolutely no shortage of these resources, especially the medicine pill. You can eat it if you want. After finishing speaking, Liang Feng looked at Jianwei expectantly. Even if the other party didn't learn the pill refining technique, it doesn't matter. With his own pill refining master, it is enough to train the other party to be a strong one. But Li Ange's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party was also a pill refining master. Wouldn't the inheritance of pill refining come here? Then Li Ange secretly informed Jianwei and asked him to agree. Disciple Jianwei has met the teacher. Immediately Jianwei bowed and saluted. Ha. Okay. You go to the side to rest first, and when the teacher finishes handling the matter here, I will take you to the teacher's residence. Liang Feng laughed loudly, and then waved his right hand, and a desk appeared on the side, with some spiritual fruits on it. These are second-order spiritual fruits. Although they are not very helpful for your cultivation base, they still taste good. Yes, you eat first. At this time, Liang Feng already regarded Jianwei as his treasure. If it wasn't for the talent test, he would have taken Jianwei back to his residence to love him a long time ago. Thank you, teacher. Jianwei bowed again before coming to the desk, and then picked up the spiritual fruit and ate it. What a polite boy. Seeing Jianwei eating the spiritual fruit, Liang Feng looked satisfied, and then looked at the others. Next, Su Chu. A young man named Su Chu also came to the test platform and put his hand on the orb. The moment the orb burst into purple light, everyone was shocked again, and even the smile on Liang Feng's face was replaced by a touch of consternation. But then Liang Feng looked up to the sky and laughed. King grade talent. Another king grade talent. Unexpectedly, he met 2 king grade talents who were rarely seen in previous years. Su Chu, are you willing to recognize this old man as your teacher? Liang Feng looked at Su Chu with fiery eyes. There had never been a teacher in the school who accepted 2 king grade talents as students at the same time, and he, Liang Feng, broke this record today. Li Ange frowned. He didn't want Su Chu to recognize Liang Feng as a teacher. Dianwei already learned pill refining, so there was no need for another one. His goal is to let the 10 clones follow different teachers and learn different inheritances. This old man is a bit greedy. One Dianwei is not enough, at least give other teachers some chances. Li Ange informed Su Chu of his own idea. Senior, but I want to learn how to refine weapons, so? Su Chu looked troubled. Refining is good, but if you think about it carefully, do you need a lot of heavenly and mortal treasures to learn refining? Although I don't know how to refine weapons, I have money and a lot of resources. What heavenly and mortal treasures do you want? Can be provided to you. When the time comes, the old man will find you a weapon refining inheritance. And if the old man provides you with resources, you will definitely become a master of weapon refining in the future. Do you think what the old man said makes sense? Liang Feng said with a smile. He has lived for a few hundred years, and he is already a good man. Su Chu likes refining weapons, so he will learn how to refine weapons. At this time, you must not sing against the other party. Otherwise, how could the other party recognize him as a teacher with a rebellious mentality? And he did have the idea of training Su Chu to be a master craftsman. The master of a master craftsman is actually a pill refining master, so what a shame to say it. Those craftsmen in the academy should be mad at him. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't wait to accept Su Chu as his disciple. Su Chu looked embarrassed. He had received the order from the main body, so it was naturally impossible to worship the other party as his teacher, but it would be easy to offend the other party if he refused like this. Ahem, Mr. Liang. Since Junior Su Chu is unwilling, Junior thinks it's better to forget it. At this time, a voice broke the embarrassment of the scene, and a young man came out. Liang, do you have a place to speak here? Step back for the old man. Liang Feng snorted coldly. A student on the other side wanted to stop him from accepting students, which made him very upset. Mr. Liang, Junior has sent a letter to the teacher. I believe the teacher is coming right now. Liu Yangsan said and looked at Su Chu again. Brother Su Chu, my teacher Luo Yuan is a 5th level craftsman, and his old man is coming. Why don't you wait a little longer? But Liang Feng's expression changed. If that old man Luo Yuan really came, it would be very difficult for him to recruit disciples. Well, Liang, you dare to report to old man Luo. I will remember this matter. Liang Feng said dissatisfied. Liu Yang sneered. Although he offended Liang Feng, he did meritorious service to his teacher. Anyway, Liang Feng didn't teach him, so it's okay to offend him. Old man Liang, you are 100 years old, and you still threaten juniors. You really have made progress. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and an old man appeared in the great hall. Disciple pays respects to teacher. Teacher, that person is Su Chu, who has king grade talent. Seeing the old man hurried forward, Liu Yang pointed at Su Chu at the same time. You're doing a good job, kid. This month's resources will be doubled for you. Luo Yuan smiled and nodded. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I also want to have a junior brother who has a king grade talent. Liu Yang said with joy. Boy Su Chu, I heard from my disciple that you want to learn how to forge weapons. This old man is a 5th level master of making weapons. Would you like to worship me as your teacher? Luo Yuan came to Su Chu. Don't worry about old man Liang. He won't care about you as a junior. Thank you, Mr. Liang, for your kindness. But the student really wants to learn how to refine weapons. Please forgive me, Mr. Liang. Su Chu didn't rush to answer, but bowed to Liang Feng. It seems that you have made a decision. You can take these bottles of medicine pill, so as not to run out of spirit power during the refining process. But if you regret it in the future, come to the old man at any time. Although Liang Feng was disappointed, he could only accept the result, and at the same time took out a few bottles of medicine pill for Su Chu. Accept it. When you become a master craftsman in the future, refine a good alchemy furnace for him. Before Su Chu opened his mouth, Luo Yuan stuffed the medicine pill into Su Chu's arms with a smile. Yes, the disciple has met the teacher. Su Chu nodded, and then saluted Luo Yuan, which was regarded as his apprenticeship. At this moment, figures suddenly appeared in the great hall. Looks like we're late. In just a few breaths, there were 7 or 8 more people in the great hall. It seems that we came late. It's a pity that we lost 2 disciples of king grade talent. An old man in the lead looked at Dianwei and Su Chu with a look of pity. Old man Qi, what do you mean by that? It's a pity that these 2 children become the disciples of old man Luo and me, and we can make them become talents. Liang Feng said angrily. Brother Qi is of course regretful that these 2 are not his disciples, but it's useless to be disappointed. Now that the 2 of them have been accepted as disciples by me and the old man, you can only watch. Fortunately, Luo Yuan, who was unhappy with Liang Feng just now, is also on the same line as Liang Feng. Qi Yongyuan smiled wryly and shook his head. He was really annoyed at why he didn't run faster, and he was also a little envious of Liang Feng and Luo Yuan for being able to receive a disciple with a king grade talent. There are many students in the academy, but very few of them can become their disciples. I said you can leave too. The old man still has to test talent for the remaining children. Liang Feng said, no hurry, I just have nothing to do, so I'll take a look here. Qi Yongyuan said. Several other old men also nodded one after another. Although they felt that the chance of another student with king grade talent appearing was very small, in case there was, they had already missed 2, and they couldn't miss anymore. Anyway, it wouldn't waste much time. It's up to you. Liang Feng naturally knew what these old guys were thinking, and he didn't care. There were 2 of them, so could there still be king grade talent? It's not Chinese cabbage. Where do they come from? However, Li Ange's eyes lit up in the crowd. These old men seemed to be strong in the academy, and they probably held a lot of inheritance. If you can pay homage to these old men, wouldn't you be able to obtain the inheritance of the entire academy? Then Liang Feng continued to test talent for the rest of the people, but he called more than 10 people in a row, and the highest among them was intermediate talent. This made Qi Yongyuan and the others sigh inwardly. As expected, king grade talent is not so easy to appear. Next, Su Huang. Liang Feng spoke again, and a handsome young man came to the testing platform. When the boy's palm fell on the orb, the purple light on the orb illuminated the entire great hall again. Hiss. The sound of inhalation sounded in the great hall, and everyone looked at Su Huang in shock, and there was even a king grade talent. Even Liang Feng and Luo Yuan were stunned. There were actually 3 students with king grade talent this year. The 2 of them were dumbfounded, but Qi Yongyuan and the others were not. At the moment when the purple light came on, several people dodged to surround Su Huang. Little friend Su Huang, old man Qi Yongyuan, 5th level formation master, cultivator at the peak of expanding aperture. As long as you are willing to join this old man will definitely teach you everything. Don't listen to him. What's the point of learning formation? You might as well learn talisman from the old man. With the training of the old man, you will become a master of talisman. I'd better learn the puppet method from the old man. You can create a powerful puppet. You don't need to take action yourself when you encounter enemies in the future. Learning from a puppet is worse than controlling a beast. This old man has a demonic beast's egg from divine transformation demonic beast in his hand. As long as you join this old man, this demonic beast's egg will be yours. Several people offered conditions one after another, and Li Ange was very moved when he heard it. Children only do multiple choice questions. Of course he wants all of them, and then let the other avatars join these people respectively. Seniors, Junior wants to learn formation, so. Before Su Huang finished speaking, Qi Yongyuan burst out laughing. Haha, you don't need to waste your time. Su Huang will be my disciple from now on. After Qi Yongyuan finished speaking, he took Su Huang and disappeared into a ray of light, leaving only the others standing there with dazed faces. Asshole, old man Qi actually played a trick and took people away directly. Su Huang said he was studying formation, but he didn't say he wanted to be his apprentice. This thief is so treacherous. Old thief Qi, take the revenge of the disciple. The old man will not share the sky with you. A roar sounded in the great hall, and many teenagers and girls lowered their heads not daring to make a sound. Ahem, I said you are enough. There are still so many students here. Pay attention to your image. Why don't you catch up when you speak so hard? Liang Feng said speechlessly, still quite shocked in his heart. 3 king grade talents a year, which was unthinkable in the past. The others fell silent immediately when they heard this. Although they called Qi Yongyuan an old thief, the formation of the other party was indeed powerful. If they went forward rashly, they might suffer a disadvantage. Okay, let's continue the test, Liang Feng said, and then one student after another stepped forward to test. And when these students stepped forward, those old men stared at them with scorching light. Since there were 3 king grade talents, why couldn't there be a 4th one? But as students tested one after another, these elders were gradually disappointed, and among the dozen or so there were only senior talents at most. Next, Zhao Zilong. After Liang Feng finished speaking, Liange, who had been prepared for a long time, strode onto the testing platform, and it was finally time for him to perform. Liange put her hand on the orb, and after the orb paused for a moment, a bright golden burst out, filling the entire great hall. Liange was not surprised by this result. The avatar only detected king grade talent. That's because he shared the innate sword body of the avatar, and chaos bloodline only showed king grade bloodline, so there was only king grade talent. But Zhao Zilong's avatar is different. He showed the strongest talent in order to attract huge attention in Bike Swangsu Palace from the very beginning, gain a higher status, and get in touch with more secret inheritance. He wants to use this avatar to directly break into the upper echelons of Bike Swangsu Palace. As for what to do if it fails, it's a big deal to die once. Anyway, it's just a clone. And in the great hall, everyone was once again shocked by the golden light. Gold is this. Liang Feng froze for a moment, but in the middle of speaking, he found that he could no longer make a sound. But Liange only felt a powerful force enveloped him, and then disappeared. At the same time, a voice sounded in the minds of Liang Feng and others in the great hall. This matter should not be publicized. Everyone in the palace today needs to set up restrictions, and it must not be spread outside the public. Hearing this voice, they found that Liange was gone. Liang Feng and others didn't know what happened. This is the strongest person in the academy, the dean at the pinnacle of the divine transformation period. But thinking about the talent that Liange showed just now, I think it should be so. That was a fairy level talent, a legendary talent, and no one had ever appeared in the entire Beitian Empire. Then Liang Feng and others began to place restrictions on the memory of everyone in the great hall, and this matter must not be spread outside the public. Liange slowly opened his eyes at this time, and found that he was no longer in the great hall, but in a room full of books. In front of him, an old man was carefully wiping the dust off a book. Looking at the old man who was wiping the dust from the books, Liange knew that this man was definitely the boss of Beitian Academy. To be able to teleport himself here, I am afraid that he is a strong person in the divine transformation period. Liange took a step forward, picked up a book and glanced at it. It wasn't a cultivation technique cheat book, but a biographical history book. Then Liange also took out a white cloth and began to wipe the dust on the books. For a moment, in the entire room, there was only the sound of 2 people wiping the dust off the books. After about an hour or so, the 2 of them wiped all the books and put them on the wooden shelf by category. Thank you, young man. Otherwise the old man and I would have to spend some time to pack these books by myself. At this time, the old man looked at Liange and said with a smile, Senior, you're welcome. With the senior's strength, he can pack these books with just one thought. Liange cupped hands. Some things can be lazy, but some things can't be lazy. The old man shook his head. Your name is Zhao Zilong. Junior Zhao Zilong met senior. You don't need to call me senior. I'm Du Hongfei, the dean of Beitian Shuigong. Since you are a student of the academy, you can call me the dean. So you are the dean. Zhao Zilong has met the dean. A hint of surprise flashed in Liange's eyes. No wonder the opponent is so strong. It would be normal if this is the dean of Beitian Academy. Zilong came here all the way from Qingyuan City. What do you think of our Beitian Empire? The dean asked. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and the Beitian Empire is strong and powerful. Liange was not surprised that the other party knew that he had come from Qingyuan City, and Zhou Shanhai probably reported the information about him before he entered Bike Swangsu Palace. Does that Zilong know that even such a powerful Beitian Empire has foreign enemies? The students don't know, so please ask the dean to clarify. This continent is incomparably vast. Even I don't know where its edge is, and the location of our Beitian Empire is called the northern border on this continent. There are countless sect empires in the entire northern border. My Beitian Empire seems to be powerful, but in front of those powerful forces, it is nothing more than ants. Only speaking of my Beitian Empire, there are 2 great emperor kingdoms, namely the Ziyang Empire and the Jinhai Empire. The strength of these 2 countries is still higher than my Beitian Empire, and they have been eyeing my Beitian Empire. The dean said, Zilong should know that His Majesty slaughtered the major sects before the 100-year. Those sects were instigated by these 2 great emperor countries. If His Majesty hadn't shown his tyrannical strength, our Beitian Empire would have died a long time ago. The country has been destroyed, and the 2 countries have been silent for so many years because of fear of His Majesty's strength. Liange was surprised. He didn't expect that there were so many things in it, and at the same time, he had some understanding of the forces around the Beitian Empire. I don't know why the dean told me this. Liange asked curiously. Zilong has a fairy level talent, and he is also the only person who has a fairy level talent in our Beitian Empire for many years. In time, he will become a strong man. The Beitian Empire can't keep you. You will have to leave sooner or later. The dean said and looked at Liange with burning eyes. So I want to know, if my Beitian Empire fully trains you, if the Beitian Empire faces a crisis in the future, would you be willing to protect me? Liange looked at the other party, and always felt that the other party seemed to know something, but he didn't explain it. But if he can really get help from the entire Beitian Empire, it will be of great benefit to him. As for becoming stronger and protecting the Beitian Empire in the future, it is not difficult for him. The worst is to leave a clone in the Beitian Empire. Students are willing. Liange quickly made a decision. Okay, the old man believes in you. The dean said and took out a token. This is the old man's token. From now on, you can go anywhere in this academy. If you need anything, you can tell the old man directly. The dean trusts me so much. Rather than trust, it's better to say that there is no other choice. Within 100 years, the other 2 countries will inevitably launch a war against me, Beitian. Even if you don't protect me at that time, my Beitian will also destroy the country. The dean said. So I can only take a gamble. Liange was silent for 2 seconds and took the token. Then I shouldn't disappoint the dean. Then Liange left the room, and there were already people waiting outside to take him to handle some admission matters. After Liange left, a middle-aged man appeared beside the dean. This man was Yi Jingshan, the current emperor of the Beitian Empire. What does the dean think of this son? Yi Jingshan wrote. Reporting to your majesty, this son is worth cultivating. Besides, isn't your majesty just waiting for the arrival of these chosen ones? Said the dean. Yes, they still came, but whether they can save me, Beitian, is unknown. Yi Jingshan sighed. More than 100 years ago, he learned of the existence of the chosen one in the 10,000 races continent by chance. These people will randomly appear somewhere in the 10,000 races continent to establish sect development, and have extremely high talent, and cultivation is as simple as drinking water and sleeping. At that time, he was already thinking about how he would treat these chosen people if they appeared in Beitian. It also happened that Beishuan's many sects joined forces to put pressure on him because of some resources, and let him find out that there are shadows of other countries behind these sects. This made him realize that if there is no change, the whole Beitian will be in danger of destroying the country. He is also a man of great courage, and directly used the rebellion of many sects in Beitian as an excuse to destroy all those sects. That's right, those sects didn't even think about rebelling, but he gave a reason to rebel. As for why these sects were eliminated, one is because he has been displeased with these sects for a long time. The Beitian emperors of all dynasties aim to destroy the sects, so he did it. The second is that these sects have a long history, and there are countless resources. Instead of cultivating those cultivators who are not loyal to Beitian, it is better to let him use it to cultivate cultivators who are loyal to Beitian. The result is obvious. Since the wealth of those sects was searched, Beishan has become stronger every day. The third is to make room for the chosen ones. Otherwise, with the existence of these sects, the chosen ones will never even think about becoming powerful. It can be said that he entrusted Beishan's future destiny to those chosen by heaven. It was also 10 days ago that his subordinates reported that many sects suddenly appeared around the Beishan Empire, and outsiders of these sects could not enter at all. This is the benefit of clearing out other sects in the empire. Every sect in the entire empire is registered. With so many unregistered sects popping up now, it made him realize that the chosen one had come. For this reason, he personally went to investigate and found that even with his cultivation base, he couldn't break into those sects, which made him even more sure. It happened that the Bike Swangsu Palace recruited students. This was a good opportunity to attract those chosen by heaven, and he had been paying attention. Then he found Li Ange, and the appearance of the fairy level talent made him very sure that Li Ange was the chosen one. It is estimated that the other party also guessed something, but the two sides did not point it out. Dean, besides Zhao Zilong, other chosen people should pay more attention. Although we hope to cooperate with them, we can't ignore them if they mess around. Yi Jingshan wrote, "Don't worry, your majesty, the old man knows what to do." The dean nodded. In the secret realm of the academy, Li Ange completed the enrollment process under the leadership of a student from the academy, received a student token, a storage ring, clothing for school students, and some training resources such as weapons medicine pill. After doing this, the other party brought Li Ange to a small courtyard with a single building. Junior Zhao, this is your residence. The entire courtyard is surrounded by formations, which are the strongest against the normal blows from the expanding aperture cultivator. In addition, the nascent soul cultivator's divine sense can't detect the situation in the courtyard. In addition, this small courtyard has also been planted with a fifth order spirit gathering formation, and practicing here can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. While talking, the academy students looked at Li Ange enviously. Not everyone in the academy can own a small courtyard. Moreover, the courtyard in front of me was used for the teachers of the nascent soul period and even the expanding aperture period, but now it has given Li Ange such a new life. Although he was puzzled, this was the dean's explanation, and he just had to follow it. However, he guessed that Li Ange might be a child of the royal family, and at worst the bloodline of the prince. "Thank you, brother." Li Ange nodded and said, she was very satisfied with this small courtyard. "You're welcome. If you have anything to do, you can come to me directly, then I won't bother you." After speaking, the other party also left, and Li Ange entered the small courtyard. As soon as he stepped into it, he found that the spiritual chi of the world here was extremely rich. You must know that the spiritual chi in the secret realm where this school is located is very rich, but this small courtyard is several times richer. If all the avatars are allowed to practice here, my cultivation speed will at least double. But it's just thinking about it. If you really arrange 1,000 clones, you will be in big trouble. Now that I have entered the academy, the dean talked with me just now, and he seemed to know that I am not from the 10,000 races continent, but he was not hostile and wanted to cooperate with me instead. Li Ange guessed that he was not the only one in that room at that time. After all, the dean said that the Beishan Empire had produced such a fairy level talent as him for many years, so how could the emperor of the Beishan Empire be silent? Maybe the other party was eavesdropping in the room at that time. Forget it, don't think about it. At least there is no threat to me now. Since I have entered the academy, I can't miss this opportunity. The purpose of Li Ange's arranging the Beishan School Palace is for those powerful inheritances. Even if there is a conflict with the Beishan Empire later, he must first get those inheritances. There are dozens of different subjects such as pill refining courses, cultivation technique analysis courses, and spell teaching courses. Among them, cultivation technique analysis and spell teaching are compulsory. After all, cultivator still focuses on cultivation. Host. Of course, this is for most people, such as students with king grade talent, who are taught by dedicated teachers and do not need to take these courses. And most people still have to work hard to earn credits. And the way is to complete the tasks issued by the academy, such as planting elixir, raising demonic beasts, or going out to hunt demonic beasts. There are quite a lot of ways. However, for students who are apprentices, they don't have to work so hard. As long as they have enough talent, they can get enough resources from the teacher. The credit system is only a way for ordinary geniuses to rise up, and it is not important to the real monsters. The Beishan Empire itself will favor the cultivation of resources. Although Li Ange does not worship a teacher, he has the dean's token, which means that he can get any resources he wants by himself. A total of 10 avatars have entered Bike Swangsu Palace, and the other 9 avatars will go to obtain the inheritance of those sub-professionals. This avatar is mainly for cultivation. Li Ange has made a decision. The character of Zhao Zilong's avatar is a top powerhouse, and the other avatars are masters of various sub-professions. Of course, this is just an external design. In fact, each avatar is not only a top powerhouse, but also a master of various professions. Then Li Ange checked the situation of the other avatars, and there were already 3 avatars, Jianwei, Su Chu, and Su Huang, who were apprentices. The remaining 6 avatars have also entered the talent test grade hall at this time, and are testing talent. These avatars were gradually detected as king grade talents, which shocked everyone again, causing the entire senior management of the academy to shake. In the end, after the fighting of many teachers in the school, these avatars also joined the sects of different teachers. The avatar has been arranged. Now it's time to go to the library to have a look. Li Ange got up and left the small courtyard. The main thing to go to the library was to find a powerful cultivation technique, at least a king grade. There was no accident along the way, and Li Ange soon came to the library. At this time, there were people coming and going, and many students were looking for the cultivation technique inside. After Li Ange entered the library, he came to the counter at the door, where an old man was taking a nap. Student Zhao Zilong met senior. Li Ange cupped hands said, "Newborn." The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Li Ange. "Yes, senior." Li Ange nodded. 2 days will be the day when the school's freshmen start. Then you can come here to choose the cultivation technique and spells. Go back first. The old man said. Li Ange naturally knew this. Students with special talents like them have enrolled, but there are still many talents recommended by major cities who need to pass the assessment before they can enter, and it will take at least 2 days. Li Ange didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the dean's token. Can the students choose now? The old man, who didn't care at first, was slightly taken aback when he saw the dean's token, and then cheered up while looking at Li Ange curiously. As far as he knows, no one in the academy has been able to obtain the dean's token. Could it be that the boy in front of him is the dean's illegitimate son? But then the old man paused because he had received instructions from the dean. Of course, ordinary freshmen can choose an advanced cultivation technique and an advanced spell. You have the dean's token, and you can choose any cultivation technique here. The old man said with a smile. I don't know how to call a senior. Are there any cultivation techniques and spells above king grade here? Li Ange asked. Old man Xiao Yun. As for cultivation technique and spells above king grade, this library doesn't have them. The library has 2 floors. The first floor is full of low-level and intermediate cultivation techniques, and the second floor is high-level and spiritual. As for the king grade and above, they are all in the evangelism steel in the martial arts field of the academy. Xiao Yun explained. The steel of preaching? That's right. When many sects of our Beishan Empire were destroyed, their cultivation techniques were all obtained by the empire, and many of them were cultivation techniques above king grade. In order to prevent geniuses from being buried, Your Majesty specially built this evangelism steel and recorded those cultivation techniques above king grade into it. If you want to obtain the cultivation techniques in it, you must either have enough realm or have a very strong one. Savvy. Xiao Yun smiled and said. After all, although some people are not very talented, they have very strong understanding. Over the years, some seemingly ordinary students have obtained king grade cultivation technique from the evangelism stone. Li Ange suddenly realized that doing so was equivalent to screening ordinary students again, picking out those students with extremely high comprehension. What are the requirements for going to Mission Steel Insight? Li Ange asked. There is no requirement. As long as you are a member of the academy, you can go to Insight. If there is a requirement, this missionary steel will be meaningless. Xiao Yun said. It just so happens that the old man is free, so I'll take you there for a try. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Then with a wave of Xiao Yun's right hand, he took Li Ange and disappeared into a ray of light. Just counting breaths, the two came to a huge square. On Yinwu Square, when Li Ange and Xiao Yun appeared, there were already many students discussing and practicing techniques. And in the middle of the square, there is a huge stone tablet with a height of 10 meters. This is the missionary stone tablet of the academy. There are many students sitting cross-legged around the stele, obviously trying to comprehend the cultivation technique and spells above king grade from the missionary stele. Old Xiao, I don't know what level the cultivation technique in this evangelism stele has reached. Li Ange asked curiously. Most are king grade, but there are still 2 emperor-level cultivation techniques and 3 emperor-level spells. However, the emperor-level cultivation technique is not so easy to obtain. Even the strong at the divine transformation stage may not be able to comprehend it. In our entire Beishan Empire, only your majesty has successfully cultivated the emperor-level cultivation technique. Old Xiao said. Did you see those people over there? Li Ange looked in the direction pointed by the other party, and there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 are Yi Lin, the 3rd prince, Ye Yang, the eldest son of General Beishan, and Yi Xiun, the princess of Nanshan County. After entering the palace, students can only study in the palace for 4 years, and these 3 have studied for 3 years, and this year is considered the last year. The 3 of them all have spirit level talents. They are only 20 years old now, but they already have the peak gold core cultivation base. But even so, the 3 of them only obtained the king grade cultivation technique during the foundation establishment period. As for the emperor level ones, they have tried hard for 3 years, but have not succeeded. Xiao Yundao, you are only in the foundation establishment period. It is considered good to be able to comprehend a king grade cultivation technique. As for the higher emperor grade, don't count on it. Understood, Mr. Xiao. Li Ange smiled and agreed, and would not argue with the other party. Okay, let's go. Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Li Ange had listened to his words. Then Li Ange came to the area around the preaching stele. There were quite a few people here, about 100 people. Some people noticed Li Ange's appearance, but they just took a look and continued to close their eyes to insight. Soon Li Ange found a seat and sat down cross-legged like the others. At the moment when he closed his eyes, he only felt a strange force enveloping him, and the next moment he came to a space, and in the space were random floating rune characters. This should be the inside of the evangelism stele. It seems that there is formation around the evangelism stele, and the formation brought me in. Li Ange knew that his physical body was still in the square, and now he was entering the stele in the form of a spirit body. Huh? Are you connected to the evangelism stone so quickly? On the square, Xiao Yun, who had been following Li Ange all along, showed a look of surprise. It is true that formations are placed around the evangelism stele, but it is only to assist students to more easily connect with the evangelism stele spiritually. It took Yi Shiyun and the others 3 days to connect spiritually with the evangelism stele, but unlike Li Ange, it seemed that the evangelism stele couldn't wait to connect with Li Ange's spirit in an instant. This made Xiao Yun look forward to it. After all, the other party was personally arranged by the dean, and he also had the dean's token, so there must be something very special about it. Naturally, Li Ange didn't know this. He just thought it was normal to be connected to the missionary stone so quickly, and other people could do it too. At this time, he looked at the runes floating in front of his eyes. Most of the runes were only the size of a fist, but at the top of the space, there were 5 runes the size of human heads, which were still wrapped in streamers. Those 5 runes should record 5 emperor-level cultivation techniques, and the other runes are king grade. Li Ange instantly understood that since he had the emperor-level cultivation technique, he would naturally look down on king grade. Then Li Ange came to the 5 emperor-level runes and chose one of them at random. The moment his eyes fell, the originally calm runes suddenly vibrated, and at the same time, information flooded into Li Ange's mind. Void Sword Ju, at the emperor level, gather the seeds of Kendo with the power of the void. Use the seeds of Kendo to condense the shape of Kendo. Use the shape of Kendo to clarify the heart of Kendo, and use the heart of Kendo to understand the meaning of Kendo. After the initiation of this sword technique, one can use the power of the void. If one can condense the seeds of the way of the sword, it can be regarded as a small achievement. The shape of Kendo is equivalent to mastery. With the heart of Kendo, it is great completion, and if it has the meaning of Kendo, it is considered as return to origin. It turned out to be a sword art, and it is also an emperor-level sword art. Li Ange's eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, emperor-level spells need to return to the void realm to master them. It is no wonder that no one has obtained emperor-level spells except Emperor Beishan for so many years. Moreover, even if one obtains the emperor-level spell, other people need to go to the void return realm to practice. Otherwise, their own spirit power is insufficient to support the use at all. But he was different. He has the special immortal level physique of the innate sword body. As long as he uses Kendo techniques below the immortal level, he can instantly reach the mastery level. This is equivalent to the fact that he has learned the technique of void return realm during the foundation establishment period, and he can control the power by himself when casting it. So there will be no shortage of spirit power. This also means that the void sword art will be his strongest attack method in the future. Try the effect. Thinking about it, Li Ange began to practice this technique. Boom. In the next moment, Li Ange felt the space around him suddenly distort, and a strange force poured into his body, quickly gathered at Dantian's place, and turned into a seed. No, what did this kid do to distort the surrounding space? Xiao Yun noticed Li Ange's change immediately, and couldn't help but change his face. He hurriedly waved the other students who were still on the insight preaching stele to the edge of the square. What's going on? I'm not preaching on the stele of insight. Why did it appear here? Old Xiao took us away. What happened? Look at the preaching stele. There seems to be a person, and the surrounding space is collapsing. A group of students found Li Ange at the evangelism stele, and gasped as they watched the collapsed space around him, shattering the void. This is not something that ordinary cultivators can do. At least it is possible for a strong person in the divine transformation period. Also at this time, streamers of light flew from the sky. The leader was Yi Jingyuan, the emperor of the Beishan Empire, and Du Hongfei, the head of the academy, was beside him. In addition to Yi Jingyuan and Du Hongfei, many other teachers from the school also came here. I have seen His Majesty. Seeing Yi Jingyuan, Xiao Yun and the students hurriedly saluted. They also did not expect that His Majesty would be in the academy. You don't have to be polite. Yi Jingyuan waved his hand and looked at Xiao Yun. How long has he been at the preaching stele? Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, then understood Yi Jingyuan's meaning. Report to your Majesty. Less than 30 breaths. Even though it was expected, Yi Jingyuan was still shocked by this result. In less than 30 breaths, not only was he spiritually connected to the preaching stele, but he also obtained emperor-level spells, and it was obvious from the movement that he had formally initiated. If I had known that he had such aptitude, I wouldn't have let him practice this technique in the academy. Yi Jingyuan smiled wryly. He naturally knew that Li Ange was practicing void sword art. After all, he was the one who built the evangelism stele. At the beginning, he also tried to practice this technique, but after receiving the power of the void into his body, he couldn't condense the seed of swordsmanship at all, and was almost backlashed, so he had to give up in the end. Although he is in the void returning realm, he is only qualified to practice emperor-level spells, which doesn't mean he can really succeed in cultivation. It was also because he knew how difficult it was to practice this technique, so he was so shocked to see Li Ange successfully practiced it so quickly. Your Majesty, it's better to seal off the surrounding space first, otherwise the secret realm will collapse sooner or later. Dean Du Hongfei said. Yi Jingyuan nodded, knowing that now was not the time to think about anything else, and then he joined the crowd to stabilize the space around Li Ange. Bike Swangsu Palace is located in the secret realm, and the space is not as stable as the outside world. Fortunately, they came quickly. Otherwise, if Li Ange continues like this, the entire secret realm is in danger of collapsing. But because Li Ange is still practicing, Yi Jingyuan just keeps the space around him stable and doesn't spread out. The other students looked curiously at Li Ange in the distance. Hearing what His Majesty said just now, they obviously knew Li Ange, and the other party was also a monstrous genius. Li Ange didn't know these things, and he was still concentrating on practicing this technique at this moment. Because he has an innate sword body, the technique of void sword art has directly reached the mastery level, which means that he can condense the shape of the sword. However, there is always a process. It needs to absorb enough power of the void to turn it into the seed of the sword, and then it can condense the shape of the sword. With the passage of time, Li Ange could clearly feel that the seed of sword Dao was being born at Dantian, and it was growing rapidly with the power of the void as nourishment. Swish. 2 hours later, Li Ange suddenly opened his eyes, and a long sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray flew out, directly tearing the surrounding space apart. This made Yi Jingyuan and the others become flustered and hurriedly continued to stabilize the space. Li Ange nodded. The blow just now was almost equivalent to the blow of the cultivator in the gold core stage. The reason why it was able to shatter the space was because the surrounding space was originally shattered, but being able to have such power has already made him very satisfied. With his current strength, it is estimated that no cultivator below the 3rd level of gold core is his opponent. It's not bad, and being able to gather the power of the void to launch a charged blow is a bit like the method of raising a sword. The method of raising a sword is not uncommon, but it takes years or even decades to succeed in raising a sword. But this void sword art is different. It directly raises the sword with the power of the void. The more power of the void Li Ange absorbs, the stronger the sword he grows. Li Ange was very satisfied with this harvest, and with a thought, the long sword in his hand turned into the power of the void and was absorbed into his body. This sword was originally invisible, but was condensed with the power of the void. Then Li Ange looked around, only to find that the surrounding space had been broken. Only the place where he was standing was still intact. Just as he was thinking about how to leave, a powerful force suddenly enveloped him, and the next moment he appeared outside the square. Student Zhao Zilong has met His Majesty. Seeing Yi Jingyuan's clothes, Li Ange immediately understood Yi Jingyuan's identity. Your boy will really find trouble for me, Yi Jingyuan said with a smile. There was no scolding in his words. He was more happy. Okay, now that you've come out, then the dean and I will start repairing the space here. You all go down first. Li Ange wanted to speak, but Yi Jingyuan waved his hands. Yes. Everyone saluted again, and then left the place under the leadership of several teachers. Xiao Yun was among them. Old Xiao, when can I come here again? Li Ange looked at Xiao Yun and asked. There are a total of 5 emperor-level cultivation techniques, and he only got 1. Even if he can't get all of them, he must at least get 1 emperor-level cultivation technique. Don't think about it for the time being. I don't know what you did. The surrounding space has collapsed. Although your majesty and the others will repair it, it will take at least 3 days. Xiao Yun looked at Li Ange with a strange face, but he probably guessed in his heart that Li Ange might have obtained the emperor-level cultivation technique, but he didn't say it out. Li Ange was also relieved to hear that it would only take 3 days, and thought it would take a few months. Soon the other students had already left, and Li Ange planned to return to the small courtyard of On, but at this time 3 figures stopped him. In Xia Yan, these 2 are Yi Shiyun and Yu Yang. This junior looks at the face. I don't know how to call him. The third Prince Yilin looked at Li Ange and asked with a smile. I've seen 3 senior brothers and sisters. This is Zhao Zilong, a freshman this year. Li Ange cupped his hands, secretly wondering if it was because he stole the limelight from these second generations just now, so he planned to warn him, or wanted to get emperor-level spells from him. It turned out to be a freshman. No wonder I saw junior brother Zhao face to face. Yilin was stunned, but at the same time, he became even more curious about Li Ange. It had never happened before that a freshman could cause such a big commotion. I took the liberty to stop junior brother Zhao today because I wanted to get to know junior brother Zhao. I have nothing else to do. We can get together more in the future. Yilin continued, and the other 2 also nodded. Brother, you are being polite. Then Yilin said a few more words, and then the 3 left. Yi Shiyun and Yu Yang didn't speak during the whole process. This made Li Ange feel surprised. He thought that these second generations were looking for trouble for him, but he left just like that. Don't think about it, you kid. The 3 of them also saw that you have obtained the emperor-level inheritance, so they want to make friends with you. As for snatching your inheritance, it is impossible. With the identities of the 3 of them, it is not difficult to obtain the emperor-level inheritance. It's just that Tian Zhao has a heart that refuses to admit defeat, so he wants to obtain it through the preaching stone. Xiao Yan next to him saw what Li Ange was thinking and explained with a smile. Li Ange nodded, but he was wrong. With the identities of Yilin and the other 3, it is not difficult to obtain the emperor-level inheritance. Especially as Yilin is the 3rd prince, there is no need to rob him at all. Just ask his daddy for it. After parting with Xiao Yun, Li Ange also returned to his small courtyard. Tomorrow will be his 14th day in the 10,000 clans continent, which also means that the second recruitment of disciples will start tomorrow. Qingling Mountains, Fengling Moonshadow Sect. Li Ange's consciousness returned to the body. Now that the 10 clones have entered Beixian Academy, Zhao Zilong's clone has attracted the attention of Emperor Beixian. Although the other party may have guessed the details of the clone, since he didn't mention it, it means that he wants to cooperate with me. The next step is to use the help of the Beixian Academy and even the Beixian Empire to become stronger. In the future, it will be a big deal to arrange a clone to stay in the Beixian Empire. It can be regarded as repaying the favor. Li Ange thought about it. Anyway, he has many clones, so it's okay to keep one of them in Beixian Empire. Furthermore, my Fengling Yu Shadow Sect is within the territory of the Beixian Empire, and I don't think it will leave in the future. It is absolutely possible for the Beixian Empire to become my spokesperson. In the past, Li Ange thought about moving Sect to a wider world when she became stronger. But now that he thought about it, there was no need for it at all. He didn't need to let the main body take risks in places where there were many strong men, and just let the avatar go out to fight. The avatar can be resurrected after death, and it will only lose 24 hours at most. Tomorrow is the second recruitment. I don't know how the others are preparing. Li Ange opened the regional chat channel to check it out. What's wrong with Realm Brothers? Tomorrow is the second recruitment. Chi refining is on the 4th floor. Tomorrow, we can only recruit intermediates. Intermediate recruitment is not bad. At least it is relatively safe. Nearly 1,000 people died in the last recruitment. I'm on the 7th floor of Chi refining, and I plan to try advanced recruitment tomorrow. Boss, this is a spirit level talent. I'm only on the 3rd level of Chi refining. I beg you to take me away. What kind of boss am I? Those second generations in our district probably have already established foundation establishment. Compared with them, we are all rookies. Li Ange watched for a while and had a general understanding of everyone's strength. People without talent can reach the 3rd level of Chi refining within half a month, and those with low-level talent can reach the 4th level of Chi refining. Intermediate talent Chi refining has 5 floors, advanced talent Chi refining has 6 floors, and spirit level talent Chi refining has 7 floors. As for the king grade talent, they should have reached the 9th level of Chi refining. If it is the second generation, it is at least the foundation establishment stage. It seems that the gap is not big, but you must know that it has only been half a month since you entered the 10,000 races continent, and as time goes by, the gap between everyone will become bigger and bigger. Li Ange took a look at his own realm. It has already reached the 9th floor of foundation establishment, and it is estimated that it will break through to the gold core stage in 2 days. But he is a coward, and he should practice fast. Except for me, Xiang Yun should be the tallest in realm. This guy has a devouring talent, and he can cultivate quickly. Besides, this guy is still a second generation. It is estimated that there should be a 3-tier cultivation base of foundation establishment now. Li Ange looked at the chat channel for a while and was about to close the chat channel for a rest, but suddenly a message made him stop. Didn't everyone go to the Beixian Empire? Today I have joined the Beishin Empire, entered the Beishin Academy, and gained a lot of training resources. This news made Li Ange a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be another player joining Bike Swangsu Palace today. Beishin Empire? The strongest force near us is the Beishin Empire? I'm still practicing in Sect, and I dare not go out at all. Brother, you are too courageous. You are not afraid of death if you contact the local forces so soon. Why don't you be afraid? But I first asked the disciples in the Sect to go out to investigate the news. I heard that the Beishin Empire has preferential treatment for people with special talents and can obtain a lot of resources, so I went. The man replied, now that I have joined the Beishin Academy, I can receive advanced cultivation technique as soon as the school starts, and there are many cultivation resources. F***K. Is it true or not? You will be given advanced cultivation technique and spells when you enroll. It's true, because I have also entered the Beishin Academy. The landlord is right. We will be able to receive advanced cultivation technique and spells in 2 days. Then why don't we also try to join Beishin Shuogong? If we can be trained by an empire, we can quickly become stronger. Don't even think about it. The recruitment of the Beishin Empire has ended long ago. If you want to come in, you have to wait until next year, and not everyone can join the Beishin Academy. If you have a special talent, you can join directly, but if you don't, you need to participate in the Tianjiao Grand Competition first, win the Aborigines to get the recommendation qualification, and then pass the school examination to enter the Beishin school. No wonder you told the news. It turns out that we have missed the opportunity to recruit students. 1 year later, I just don't have a talent, and 1 year of practice is at least the foundation establishment period, so I can join the Beishin Academy at that time. The natives don't cultivate as fast as we do. Maybe we will all reach the gold core stage in a year. When we enter the Beishin Academy, we will be able to obtain more resources. Be careful, the Aboriginals are also very powerful. Today, there are 10 Aboriginals with king grade talent in Beishin Shuogong. At that time, there were many big brothers of the expanding aperture period in the academy vying to recruit apprentices. I hid in the corner and shivered. Li Ange looked at these chat records and knew that there were indeed players who entered Bike Swangsu Palace. This is indeed a very good choice, which can quickly widen the gap with others. And not everyone has to build Sect. Sect is more about giving them a foothold for players who have just come to Wanzhou mainland. Of course, it's okay if you want to build, and you won't have any trouble if you don't want to. It all depends on the own choice. After all, not everyone can develop own Sect into a hegemony. Li Ange watched the chat channel for a while and understood the movements of some other players. Now we are waiting for tomorrow's recruitment. I don't know what kind of bloodline we can get this time. No words for a night, and the next day will come soon. Dear Sect leader Li Ange, hello, congratulations on surviving for 14 days during the rookie protection period. I believe your strength has been greatly improved, but as a Sect leader, how can you not have disciples? So today there will be a group of disciples coming to your Sect. Please be prepared. Please choose the level of disciples to recruit. Ordinary recruitment, low-level recruitment, intermediate recruitment, fairy level recruitment. I choose to recruit at the immortal level. Li Ange said. Sect leader Li Ange chooses successfully. 1 hour later, 100 creatures recruited through the immortal level will come to Sect. You can use any method to collect them into the initiation. If they have not joined your Sect within 2 hours, these the living will leave. An hour is not long, and it passes quickly. The creatures you recruited at the immortal level have come to your Sect. In the next moment, a familiar giant light gate appeared in the Sect resident. Yao Xing, as the top talent of the medicine clan, was given high hopes by the strong of the medicine clan. Under normal circumstances, the medicine star will be vigorously cultivated by the medicine family and become the pillar of the medicine family. But this era is the era of the human race. If you want to make the Yao clan stronger, you need to use the human race. Therefore, Yao Xing participated in the recruitment of the Tian chosen human race. With the powerful pill refining talent of the Yao race, it can make the race grow up at the fastest speed, thus feeding back the Yao race. This time, they finally met the fairy level recruitment and were snatched by the Yao clan. Yao Xing was the candidate of the Yao clan to participate in the fairy level recruitment this time. As long as this human race is not too bad, join the opponent's Sect. This was the order of the Yao clan powerhouse when Yao Xing left the Yao clan. Unlike other races, the medicine race doesn't pay much attention to human race talent. With the talent of their medicine clan, even ordinary humans can make them stronger, but it takes more time. And their medicine tribe also has the means to allow the tribe to obtain powerful talents. Yao Xing looked at the huge light door that slowly opened, and he couldn't wait to meet the human Sect leader whom he had never met before. If that human race knew that I was the pride of the medicine clan, they would probably be crazy about it. The corners of Yao Xing's mouth rose wildly. He seemed to have seen the other party offering him like an ancestor. At this moment, the huge light door slowly opened, and besides Yao Xing, 99 geniuses from other races had also arrived. Everyone, let's go meet this Terran Sect leader. Yao Xing said with a smile. Brother Yao Xing, please first. I am Zihai from the Ziming clan. Please take care of me in the future. I didn't expect to be able to join the Sect with Brother Yao Xing this time. I will follow your instructions from now on. Brother Yao Xing, if you have anything to do in Sect, just call me. Geniuses of all races spoke one after another, their words full of goodwill. It's no wonder that everyone is like this, but they are the pride of the medicine clan. If they can build a good relationship, it will be much easier to become a strong one in the future. You guys are joking. If I wait to join Sect together, I should obey the Sect leader. I am only responsible for pill refining to make everyone stronger. Yao Xing said modestly, but the smile on his face never stopped. It is conceivable that after they join the Sect together, it will be enough to overtake the Sect leader, which is also the purpose of many powerful races. While talking, under the leadership of Yao Xing, geniuses of various races also walked out of the huge gate of light, and the sight was quite simple Sect, but they had expected this. Although the Sect is a bit dilapidated, the Sect leader is so polite that so many people came to greet him. Looking at nearly 1,000 figures in front of him, Yao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Although he is not a Sect leader, he believes that after he refines the medicine pill, the entire Sect will listen to him, including that Sect leader. I don't know who is the Sect leader, I'll wait. With a smile on the corner of Yao Xing's mouth, he was about to call out the Sect leader to greet them in person, but he was interrupted by a voice before he finished speaking. Kill. SHHHHHH. In the next moment, sword ray burst out one after another, killing Yao Xing and the others. Allah. These geniuses were not prepared at all, and more than 20 people were killed in the blink of an eye. No, let's do it together. Yao Xing, who was still smiling just now, changed his face and hurriedly tried to fight back. But he is only the cultivation base on the 9th floor of the foundation establishment, and he is not suitable for fighting. So how can he withstand the siege of so many people? Chi. In just a few breaths of effort, out of a total of 100 Tianjiao of various clans, only Yao Xing was left, and if the other party had not had the body protection treasure given by the clan, he would have died. Who are you? I am a member of the Yao clan. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of revenge from the Yao clan? Yao Xing looked at the protective shield that was about to break, and his face turned pale. Not the same, completely different from what he imagined. Shouldn't he be warmly received by the Sect leader, and then lift the opponent up, master the entire Sect, and then reach the peak? But now let alone the Sect leader, whether he can survive is a question. Who are these people in front of them? And they shot and killed him at the slightest disagreement. He didn't think these people were related to the Sect leader here, but thought that the Sect leader here should have died in the hands of these people, and they just happened to meet by luck. A drug clan. At this time, a voice sounded, and then Yao Xing saw that the cultivators who were besieging him just now stopped and stood on both sides, and a young man appeared in his sight. The young man is naturally Li Ange, but this is just a clone of him. That's right, I belong to the medicine tribe. My medicine tribe is the race with the most powerful pill refining on the Wanzu continent. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you pill refine. Yao Xing said hurriedly, thinking that he could escape a catastrophe. Name, medicine star. Race, medicine race. Talent, immortal level. Realm, foundation establishment ninth floor return to origin. Li Yange nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed a member of the medicine family. After getting the bloodline of the other party, he can quickly become a master of pill refining. Seeing Li Yange nodding, Yao Xing thought that the other party was going to let him go. This fellow Taoist, what I said is true. Our medicine clan is best at refining medicine pill. Although I am only in the foundation establishment period, I have already been able to refine a third level medicine pill. With my help, I can let you never be short of medicine pill in the future. Yao Xing continued. And the sect leader here should have been killed by you. I can tell you a big secret. It's about Tianxian. Laugh. But before Yao Xing finished speaking, a cold light fell and directly cut Yao Xing's throat. Yao Xing's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He never thought that the other party would actually kill him. You? Gulu, who the hell? Yao Xing covered his throat that was bleeding continuously and looked at Li Yange unwillingly. But what answered him was another sword ray, which directly cut off his head and rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. Of course I am the sect leader here, the one you call the chosen one. Li Yange said indifferently. It's a pity that the medicine star can't hear it anymore, and even the death imprint of the medicine family didn't have time to release in the end. After confirming that everyone was really dead, Li Yange's body came out. System, harvest bloodline. The system prompts that the opponent's bloodline is being refined. Successful refinement. The medicine family bloodline, immortal level, has been loaded into the avatar manufacturing template, and the avatars made by the host can be added to the bloodline in the future. Medicine family bloodline, immortal level, the affinity for elixir increases. It is easier to master the method of pill refining. The speed of learning pill refining is increased by 10 times, and every time you refine medicine pill, you have a 10% chance to get at the ultimate medicine pill. The effect of medicine pill is increased by 50%, and the cultivated elixir has a 10% chance of being upgraded. Seeing the effect of the medicine family bloodline, Li Yange clicked his tongue secretly. As expected, he is a race that is naturally suitable for pill refining. The effect of learning pill refining speed by 10 times is unmatched by other races. And now he has this bloodline. System, fusion bloodline. The system prompts that the bloodline fusion was successful. Li Yange took a look at own chaos bloodline, and the progress increased by 10%, reaching 64%. Not bad. After all the bloodlines are harvested and fused, it will be enough for the chaos bloodline to reach the second level. Li Yange nodded in satisfaction, and then continued to harvest the bloodlines of other races. Li Yange quickly counted the harvest this time. 1 kind of fairy level bloodline, 10 kinds of emperor level bloodline, but there are only 7 kinds of king grade bloodline, because some of the king grade bloodlines he either had before or were human races. After he entered these bloodlines, the chaotic bloodlines also changed. Chaos bloodline, 21% on the second floor. The system prompts that the host chaos bloodline has been detected and has been upgraded to the second floor. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the real fire of supernatural power samadhi. Li Yange's eyes lit up. He didn't expect it to be the supernatural power of samadhi real fire, which can not only be used to fight enemies, but also be used to pill refine weapons. Not bad. Chaos bloodline has reached the second floor, and there are 2 more opportunities to recruit after that, enough for chaos bloodline to reach the third floor. Li Yange nodded. After the next 2 recruitments are over, it will not be easy for him to harvest so many king grade and above bloodlines at once. Then Li Yange opened the own panel to check it out. Personal panel. Name, Li Yange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, foundation establishment 9 floors, 2.7%. Sect, wine spirit moon shadow sect. Cultivation technique, Shantianju, 31.5% great completion. Skills, cold light sword art, 0% mastery. Speedy movement, 0% initiation. Royal sword art, 0% mastery. Void sword art, 0% mastery. Talent, chaos bloodline, 21% tier 2. Innate sword body, immortal level. Supernatural power, shrink the ground into an inch. Samadhi is really hot. Spirit stones, 18.2 million. Sect panel. Name, wine spirit moon shadow sect. Sect leader, Li Yange. Grade, second rank. Number, 1001 people. Accessory, none. Building, Great Hall of the Sect. Practice room, level 7. Refining room, level 1. Pill refining room, level 1. Library, level 1. Forest of Enlightenment steels, level 1. Ling Mai none. Formation, Fire Dragon Array. Range, a radius of 16,000 meters. Sect didn't change much, but Li Yange spent 15 million spirit stones to upgrade the training room from level 5 to level 7. Practice room interface. Level 7. The lower first level consumes 20 million spirit stones. Accommodation, 700 people. Cultivation bonus, 70% cultivation speed, 25% cultivation technique comprehension speed. For Sect, Li Yange has very low desire to build, and he doesn't even plan to build too much, as long as there are basic facilities that can be used. Anyway, he is the only one in the whole sect, and there is no need to build things that he can't use. The personal panel has changed a lot. Realm has reached the 9th floor of foundation establishment, and he will be able to return to origin in a maximum of 2 days. At that time, he can try to break through to the gold core stage. Then there is 1 more, void sword art, and 1 supernatural power, samadhi true fire, just obtained. The chaos bloodline has also reached the 2nd floor, and the background has been strengthened again. With my current strength, even if I don't use the void sword art, I should be able to blow up those 1 or 2 story gold core stage cultivators. As for the all-out burst, Li Yange doesn't know how strong he is, but even if he can't beat the cultivator on the 7th floor of the gold core, he shouldn't have a problem staying alive. The next step is to engage in spirit stones. I only have 10 million spirit stones left. When I break through to the gold core stage, I can create another 9,000 clones. I need 90 million spirit stones, and there is still a shortfall of 80 million spirit stones. Then it's about the spiritual veins. I will break through to the gold core stage in 2 days. If I want to upgrade my sect to reach 3rd rank, I need at least 1 low-level spiritual vein. However, a spiritual chi cave was discovered in the Black Eagle village before, and we must first determine whether it is a spiritual vein or an exotic treasure. If it's a spiritual vein, we have to find a way to move the spiritual vein to the sect. In this way, he still has a lot of things to do, but he is still very free, because these things can be handled by the clone. The first thing is to determine the situation of the spiritual chi cave, which requires learning the pulse-seeking technique, which is quite simple. Li Yange directly sent the avatar Zhao Zilong to the library of the Baik Swangsu Palace. Soon Zhao Zilong obtained 2 techniques, pulse-searching technique, and the method of shifting pulse. All avatars, study pulse-searching technique with all your strength. After getting the spell, Li Yange mobilized all the clones. Then, except for the 10 avatars in Baik Swangsu Palace, the other avatars began to study pulse-seeking crazily. Pulse-seeking technique is just a low-level technique, and it is not difficult to practice. With the efforts of nearly 1,000 clones, the proficiency of this technique began to rise crazily. Initiation, Xiaoqing, mastery. Li Yange stopped the clones until the great completion, and it took less than an hour in total. Although there is a return to origin realm in the back, there is really no need to maximize the proficiency, and the pulse-seeking technique of great completion is enough for use. The 300 of you go to the spiritual chi cave, and use the pulse-seeking technique to find the spiritual veins. Li Yange gave the order again. Then the 300 clones left with the sword, and arrived at the spiritual chi cave in less than a quarter of an hour, and then the 300 clones used the pulse-seeking technique together. Sect leader, found. In just a few breaths, one of the avatars received the news, and then Li Yange came to consciousness directly. In the spiritual chi cave, after Li Yange's consciousness descended, he quickly understood the situation of the spiritual vein. The spiritual veins are hidden deep, 100 meters below the spiritual chi cave, and there are not 1 spiritual veins, but 2. Among the 2 spirit veins, there is actually an intermediate spirit vein. Li Yange was a little surprised. According to the division of the 10,000 races continent, the spirit stones of the low-level spirit veins are about 100 million, the intermediate spirit stones are 1 billion, and the high-level spirit stones are 10 billion. As for the spirit veins above the spirit level, it is not spirit stones, but a higher-level resource than spirit stones, called spirit crystals. One spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. The secret realm where Baeksuangsu Palace is located does not have the ability to give birth to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It is entirely because the Baishan Empire buried high-level spiritual veins, even spiritual-level spiritual veins. The intermediate vein can be transferred to the sect. The low-level vein can be directly excavated. It is enough for me to use after gold core. Li and had a decision in mind. There are two ways to deal with the spiritual veins. One is to move to the location you need, and then the spiritual chi in this area will become very strong. The advantage of this approach is that it can make the spiritual chi in this area richer, which is of great benefit to cultivation. The disadvantage is that it cannot be excavated. Once excavated, the integrity of the spiritual vein will be destroyed, and the spiritual chi in it will start to overflow, just like a pond has been opened, and the water inside will leak out crazily. If it is not excavated, the spiritual vein still has growth potential, but it takes a long time to grow, perhaps 1,000 years, 10,000 years possible. The second is direct mining, and the spirit stones on the market appear in this way. Generally, only big powers would bury a spiritual vein on their own land, so that it could bless future generations. And Liange now has two spirit veins. The intermediate veins can be buried under the sect, and the low-level veins can be dug up, just as he needs spirit stones. This spirit vein came just in time. I originally planned to borrow some spirit stones from the Baishan Empire, but now I don't need it. If he borrowed spirit stones from the Baishan Empire, the other party might not allow him to pay them back, but the favor must be owed, so it is better not to owe the favor. The spirit vein has been found. After breaking through to the gold core stage, the spirit vein can be moved to sect. Liange let the avatar guard here, and now he just waits for him to break through to the gold core stage. After the consciousness returned to the main body, Liange let the avatars continue to practice, as soon as possible, return to origin on the 9th floor of Foundation Establishment, and then break through the gold core. But then Dianwei suddenly found him. Sect leader, just now teacher Liang Feng taught me the inheritance of pill refining. Dianwei said, get the pill refining inheritance. Quick memory sharing. Liange's eyes lit up. Today is one happy event after another. The only thing he was disappointed about getting bloodline from the medicine clan was that there was no pill refining inheritance from the medicine clan. Now Dianwei got the pill refining inheritance. Although it is not as good as the inheritance from the medicine clan, it is still enough for him. Then Dianwei shared the memory, and Liange had a lot of information in his mind. 100 pill refining Ju, the method of king grade pill refining, can refine up to 7th order medicine pill, which is equivalent to the medicine pill used in the self-union period, and it is much stronger than the Qinghua Danju that Liange obtained from Black Eagle Village before up. This pill refining sect was the foundation of 100 years former Baishan Empire's 100 refining sect, and it was because of this pill refining sect that Bailianzong became the largest pill refining sect in the Baishan Empire. But later, Bailianzong was exterminated by Yi Jingyuan, and this alchemy was raided and placed in Baeksuangsu Palace. The 100 pill refining formula is just like the name. It is to refine the elixir 100 times and then make it into a pill. Once the 100 refining is completed, the elixir will become the best, and there will be almost no erysipelas. However, not every pill refiner can reach the level of hundreds of refinements. Even Liang Feng, as a 5th level pill refiner, can only achieve 50 refiners at most. But Liang Feng can't do it. It doesn't mean he can't do it. Liang Feng is learning pill refining alone, but he has 1,000 clones who can learn pill refining at the same time. Coupled with the bloodline of the medicine family, which can increase the speed of pill refining by 10 times, and the real fire of Samadhi just obtained, it is not a problem to complete the 100 refinements. Not bad. The king grade alchemy is enough. Liange nodded in satisfaction. But now there is no rush to let all clones practice together. Let's wait until he breaks through to the gold core stage. But it didn't take long for Su Chu, Su Huang, and other 7 avatars to also receive news, and they also obtained the inheritance. There are a total of 7 subprofessional inheritances of refining, formation, talisman, puppet, beastmaster, divination, and spiritual chef, and all of them have reached king grade. Suddenly I feel that there are too many subprofessional inheritances, and I will be distressed. While Liange was talking, the corners of his mouth were twitching wildly. It was really right to choose to enter Baeksuangsu Palace. He already planned to practice all these subprofessions after breaking through the gold core stage. 2 days passed quickly, and under the crazy practice of nearly 1,000 clones, his realm also reached the bottleneck. Realm. Foundation Establishment, Phase 9 floors, 100%. All clones began to break through. Liange said that even with the chaos bloodline and the innate sword body, he won't have any problems breaking through. But what if the breakthrough really fails? It is better to leave all the breakthroughs to the avatar, which is safe and effective. Even if the breakthrough fails, it will be fatal, and after 24 hours, it will be a good avatar again. Following Liange's words, 990 avatars began to try to break through the gold core period. 2 hours later, as the aura of one of the avatars soared, Realm also successfully reached the gold core stage. Good job. Liange nodded in satisfaction, and then Realm shared, and the main body also reached the gold core stage. Congratulations to Liange for becoming the first sect leader in this region to break through to the gold core stage. Liange waited for a few seconds, then frowned. Is this gone? No rewards? After waiting for a while, I found that there was no reward, so I had to give up. At this time, the sound of the system also sounded. The system prompts that the host has successfully broken through to the gold core stage, and the number of avatars has increased to 10,000, which is currently 1,000/10,000. Each avatar needs 10,000 spirit stones. The system opens a new function for the host, storage space sharing. The system is still good, and there are new functions. Liange started to check the new functions with a smile. Storage space sharing. Each avatar of the host will have a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, which can be shared between avatars. The host currently has 1,000 avatars, and the storage space is 1 million cubic meters rice. After reading the introduction, Liange really found that each avatar now has a system storage space of 1,000 cubic meters in size. These storage spaces can be separated or merged together. How to use it all depends on his wishes. This function is good. In this way, no matter how far the clone is from me, I can mobilize the resources of the clone at any time. Before discovering those 2 spiritual veins, Liange originally wanted to go to Baishan Empire to borrow spirit stones. But the more troublesome thing is that after borrowing the spirit stones, he needs to return the avatar, so that he can easily reveal the location of his body. Now that there is a storage space, it is different. As long as the avatar puts things in it, he can get it instantly no matter how far away it is. And the storage space will continue to expand as the number of his clones increases. With this function, the avatar can go to a wider world in the future. My body is in the sect, and I can get the resources obtained by the avatar instantly. Liange nodded in satisfaction. He had already made a plan. The main body has been stuck in the sect, and the clone went out to work hard. There are infinite clones, and the main body is still going out to work hard. Isn't this sick? What if you die? System, how many clones can I create during my nascent soul period? Liange asked. The system prompts that when the host breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the upper limit of avatars reaches 100,000, and each avatar requires 100,000 spirit stones to manufacture. That is to say, the next stage needs 9 billion spirit stones. Liange clicked his tongue secretly. He didn't even know what the 100 million spirit stones looked like, so he was suddenly in debt of 9 billion spirit stones. Even if I pill refine the refiner later, I won't be able to gather so many spirit stones in a short time. Liange no longer thinks about it anymore. He is just in the gold core stage, and there is still a long way to go before the nascent soul stage, so he can only slowly think of a way later. Next, there are 2 tasks. One is to move the intermediate vein back into the sect, and the second is to dig out the low-level vein. Thinking about it, Liange gave an order to all clones. All clones, go to the spiritual chi cave and dig out the low-level spiritual veins for me. Yes, all the avatars fell, like meteors in the daytime, turning into light and flying towards the sky of spiritual chi. After the Gold Core period, you can fly directly in the sky, and you don't need to fly with the sword anymore. At the speed of the Gold Core period, all the avatars came to the spiritual chi cave in just a few minutes, and then started mining. Under the powerful force of 990 Gold Core members, a low level or vein couldn't bear to be mined at all. In less than an hour, this or vein was completely dug. A total of 170 million spirit stones were harvested, 70 million more spirit stones than expected. Li Ange glanced at the balance of owned spirit stones, 188 million, enough to create clones. System, create 9,000 clones for me. The system prompts that the host spent 90 million spirit stones to successfully create 9,000 clones, and the number of clones has reached the upper limit, which is currently 10,000/10,000. As the system's voice fell, Li Ange saw a series of auras appearing in the sect resident, and each aura represented a clone. In less than a minute, all 9,000 clones appeared. Sense of security. Li Ange felt a great sense of security. This is a total of 9,000 cultivators of the Gold Core stage, let alone the nascent soul stage. I am afraid that even the expanding aperture stage will be scared to cry. The sect resident is still small, and it's okay now, but in the future, the number of my clones will continue to increase, and I'm afraid there will be crowds. Li Ange secretly thought, but don't worry about it now. When there are more clones in the future, it will be enough to expand the sect's resident. There is also no need for a sect resident expansion card. It would be a joke if so many strong players couldn't even expand the range of the sect resident. Okay, now everyone starts to practice the method of shifting pulses. Yes, after the 9,990 clones received the task, they began to practice this technique. The method of shifting pulses is an advanced technique, but under the joint practice of nearly 10,000 clones, the proficiency is skyrocketing. Initiation, Xiaoqing, mastery. A quarter of an hour later, Li Ange didn't pay attention. This technique has been cultivated to the return to origin level by the avatars. TSK. I thought it would be enough to cultivate to great completion, but I almost forgot that now not only the avatars have increased by 9,000, but they have also reached the Gold Core stage. Li Ange smiled, and then gave the next task. Go to 1,000 clones, and bring back that intermediate vein. Remember, don't make any noise. Under normal circumstances, in fact, 10 Gold Core period cultivators can bring back the intermediate spirit veins. But this causes ground motions, that is, earthquakes, which are felt around. So Li Ange directly sent 1,000 clones. He needed to move back the spirit veins quietly, and now he didn't want to be exposed and discovered by the Beishan Empire. The avatar is very fast. Half an hour later, under the care of more than 1,000 clones, this intermediate vein was buried under the sect's residence. It is detected that Fengling Yu Shadow Sect has at least one Gold Core stage and at least one low-level spirit vein, which meets the sect upgrade requirements. Is Sect Leader Li and sure about upgrading? Upgrade. Congratulations to your sect for reaching the 3rd rank. Since you are the first sect in this area to reach the 3rd rank, you will get a chance to draw a sect. Lottery. The lucky draw is successful. Congratulations on getting Epiphany card, spiritual level. Enlightenment card, spiritual level. After using it, it can increase the chance of enlightenment of sect disciples by 20%, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. It is only valid for sects of the 7th rank and below. It's useless to me. Li Ange frowned. If he was a normal sect, this item would be enough to double the strength of the entire sect. In the state of Epiphany, both realm and spell cultivation would double. But now he has 10,000 avatars, and the effect of practicing together is even more powerful than Epiphany. But I don't need it. It doesn't mean others don't need it. Li Ange squinted his eyes. The enlightenment card is a good thing for others. It happens that he needs 9 billion spirit stones after the nascent soul period, which can be sold. After the newcomer protection period is over, the world auction house function will be activated, and this item will be sold at that time. All players can participate in the world auction house, including those old players. The old players are rich, and 9 billion spirit stones is nothing to them. Sect has reached the 3rd rank, and there is no need to upgrade in the future. The reason why I plan not to upgrade the sect in the future is because there will be a sect competition in the 4th rank sect. The sect competition is mainly for 2 sects to attack each other, just like playing ranked. The winner can get resources and rewards. But this will also cause sect to be exposed to everyone's vision. If the position is found, the opponent can attack offline. It's okay if you win, but if you lose, you will die. Resources and rewards. Li Ange naturally wants it too, but if there is a danger of death, then forget it. Now that there are 10,000 clones, why can't I practice honestly? Why should I work so hard? So Li Ange doesn't intend to continue to upgrade the sect, and he doesn't care about the sect grade. Even if it is a 3rd rank sect, if there are enough strong people, then what does it matter? Let the other sect do the desperate work. He will just hang on and wait until he becomes a real strong man. Who cares about a tiny 3rd rank sect? Then it's time to arrange the tasks. Now that he has 10,000 avatars, of course he can put all avatars into cultivation and use them to improve realm. But besides realm, those side jobs are also important. Now I have the king grade inheritance of 9 sub-professions. It's a pity not to practice. Immediately, Li Ange issued a task. All avatars, first learn pill refining with all your strength. At the same time, Li Ange also gave king grades 100 pill refining formula to all clones through memory sharing. After receiving the task, 10,000 Dao's avatars didn't waste any time and began to learn this alchemy. The 100 pill refining formula has a total of 7 levels. If you learn the 1st level, you can refine a 1st level medicine pill. If you can learn the 7th level, you can also refine a 7th level medicine pill. The 1st level took 1 minute to learn, the 2nd level took 5 minutes to learn, and the 3rd level took 10 minutes to learn. After about 6 hours passed like this, all clones stopped practicing, and all 7 levels of the 100 pill refining formula have been learned. As expected of the king grade alchemy, it took 6 hours to fully understand it. Li Ange couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You must know that he is studying together with 10,000 avatars, and each avatar is connected with each other, which can instantly confirm what he has learned. Moreover, each avatar has a medicine family bloodline, and the learning speed has been increased by 10 times. The king grade Danju, which is obscure to others, is like an orange that has been peeled, and it can only be enjoyed by others. But even so, it took a full 6 hours to learn all of them, which is equivalent to 600,000 hours, 25,000 days, and 68 years. Became a 7th level pill refining teacher in 1968. For a cultivator, it's really not long, and it can even be said to be very short. Of course, even though he has learned all the 100 pill refining formulas, he is only theoretically equivalent to a 7th level pill refining master. I still don't have any experience in pill refining, so I need to accumulate pill refining later. And because of realm's limitation, now Li Ange can at most refine the medicine pill used in the 4th order nascent soul period, and it is absolutely impossible to refine the 5th order medicine pill. Dianwei, go to your teacher Liang Feng and turn on the pill refining. Li Ange said, yes, sect leader. In Baikwangsu Palace, Dianwei left the small courtyard where he lived after receiving the task and walked towards Liang Feng's residence. The pill refining is done for the time being. The only thing left is to accumulate experience. Then it's time to learn how to refine. Li Ange did the same, and let all clones start to learn the method of refining weapons again. And when Li Ange took 10,000 clones to learn how to refine weapons, Dianwei also came to Liang Feng's residence. As the teacher of Baikwangsu Palace, Liang Feng is also a 5th level pill refining teacher. He not only has an independent small courtyard, but also has a supporting pill refining room. At this time, Liang Feng was pill refining in his own pill refining room, and what he was refining was a second-order Bailing pill. Bailing Dan belongs to the pill refining medicine, which can speed up the speed of cultivation after taking it. Naturally, this Bailing Dan is for the little apprentice Jian Wei he just received. Although there are quite a few Bailing pills in stock in Bike Swangsa Palace, most of these medicine pills are only of low-grade and medium-grade quality. If it has not reached the top grade, these medicine pills are not worthy of being the cultivation resources of his precious apprentices. That's why he turned on the pill refining himself. The top-grade medicine pill is rare, but the top-grade medicine pill must be arranged for the precious apprentice. Liang Feng looked at the medicine pill that had been formed in the pill furnace and nodded with satisfaction. Now it is only one step away from the official pill. Immediately, Liang Feng pinched a formula in his hand, ready to carry out the last step of Yundan. But just as the formula was pinched, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door was so loud that Liang Feng was startled and almost made a wrong pinch of the formula. But this also caused him to have a divine partition, which caused him to miss the best opportunity to accumulate pills. When he opened the pill furnace, there were a total of 9 medicine pills, 3 top-grade ones, and 6 middle-grade ones. This made Liang Feng look cold. He is a 5th-level pill refining master. Under normal circumstances, 9 medicine pills will reach the top level. If it wasn't for the sudden knock on the door just now that caused him to make a mistake, how could this situation have happened? Bastard, who is it? I don't know that the pill refiner can't be disturbed during the pill refining. I'd like to see who has the guts to disturb the old man's pill refining. People in the academy are getting more and more unruly. What he was angry with was not the failure of pill refining. Even if the medicine pill was destroyed, it was nothing to him. What really pissed him off was being interrupted for pill refining. And if everyone was so unruly, he would still be doing a shitty medicine pill. Thinking about it, Liang Feng opened the door angrily, intending to teach this short-sighted thing a lesson. But when the door opened and saw Jian Wei in front of him, the anger in Liang Feng's heart stagnated, and his gloomy face changed into a smile very quickly. It's Jian Wei. What's the matter with finding a teacher? Liang Feng was full of smiles, and his tone was extremely gentle, but it was still because his face changed too quickly, which made the smile look a little stiff. As for the idea of wanting to teach a lesson just now, he had long since thrown it aside. The kid Jian Wei has just entered the academy, so it's normal not to know the rules. Is Jian Wei's fault for disturbing his pill refining? No. It was entirely because he was incompetent as a teacher and didn't teach the other party. It was his teacher Liang Feng's fault. Teacher, did this student disturb your pill refining? Please punish me, teacher. Jian Wei bowed. What a good boy. He started admitting his mistake before he even opened his mouth. Liang Feng, do you have the heart to punish me? It's obviously because you didn't teach yourself. It's okay. It's just a batch of medicine pills. You came to find me as a teacher. It must be something important. Liang Feng showed a kind smile, for fear of scaring the other party. Teacher, I want to try pill refining, but because I don't have pill furnace and elixir, I came to the teacher. Jian Wei replied honestly. Pill refining, no problem. You huh? What are you saying? You want to try pill refining? Liang Feng frowned as he spoke. 2 days ago, he did pass the king grade, 100 pill refining formula, to Jian Wei. The original intention was to let the other party learn by themselves first, and then ask him if there is anything he doesn't understand. But he waited for 2 days, and Jian Wei didn't come to him. So he planned to refine a furnace of high grade by Ling Dan today, and then went to Jian Wei to ask about the situation. But he did not expect that Jian Wei now told him that he wanted to try pill refining. Have you comprehended the first level of the 100 pill refining formula? Liang Feng asked. Yes, teacher, so I want to try pill refining officially. Jian Wei nodded. But this answer made Liang Feng frown even tighter. You must know that when he obtained the 100 pill refining formula, he was already a 3rd level pill refining master. But even so, the first level of the 100 pill refining formula took him a month. Now Jian Wei told him that he had comprehended the first level of king grades Danju in 2 days. Liang Feng didn't quite believe it, but he felt that Jian Wei wouldn't lie to him. Okay, since you want to try it, then try it. Liang Feng had already made up his mind. If Jian Wei failed for a while, he could just give some guidance. If he succeeds, then Liang Feng will have a real precious apprentice, which is not a loss no matter what. Thank you, teacher. Then the two entered the pill refining room. What medicine pill are you going to refine? Liang Feng asked. Let's try gathering spirit pill first. Jian Wei said. Jilingdan has the same effect as Bailing Dan, but it is a first-order medicine pill, a medicine pill used for cultivator training during the qi refining period. Liang Feng nodded. Gathering spirit pills is not difficult, but it is not easy. Generally, if you can succeed in 6 out of 10 batches, you are considered a first-level pill refining master. This is an elixir of 10 spirit gathering pills. You should try it first. Liang Feng took out the elixir and handed it to Jian Wei, then stood aside. After Jian Wei put away the elixir, he looked at the pill refining furnace in front of him. This is Liang Feng's special alchemy furnace, which has reached the 5th level. Jian Wei didn't talk nonsense. He pinched a formula in his hand, and immediately a flame rose under the alchemy furnace. Although there is the supernatural power of Samadhi real fire, Jian Wei did not intend to use it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. On the other hand, Liang Feng's eyes lit up. This is the method of pill refining among the 100 pill refining formulas. Unexpectedly, Jian Wei used it. And judging from Jian Wei's method just now, this pill fire method has been used very skillfully. Could it be that Jian Wei's king grade talent is above pill refining? This made Liang Feng a little excited. Although Xue Gong has detected that Jian Wei has a king grade talent, it is unable to detect what kind of talent it is. Often, it can only find out its own talent through continuous trial and error. Some people with a special talent may never find the talent they own because the talent is too partial. If Jian Wei's talent is really above pill refining, it means that Jian Wei's future achievements in pill refining will far surpass Liang Feng. Thinking that Liang Feng is only a 5th level pill refining master, if he can teach a 6th level or even 7th level pill refining master, he will be famous for thousands of years. Jian Wei naturally didn't know what Liang Feng was thinking. After the pill fire appeared, he started pill refining according to the records in the 100 pill refining formula. One by one, the elixir was thrown into the pill furnace and gradually turned into liquid medicine under the tempering of the pill fire. Hiss. On the other hand, Liang Feng couldn't help but gasp. It's because Jian Wei's pill refining technique is too smooth, like a master who has been immersed in the pill recipe for 1,000 years. Soon, the pill furnace trembled slightly, and as a scent of pills wafted out, Jian Wei also opened the pill furnace, and 9 round medicine pills appeared. Before Jian Wei had time to put away the medicine pills, Liang Feng came to his side. When he saw the 9 medicine pills, Liang Feng even exclaimed, 9 Dao pill patterns. Danshan is the best. There can only be a maximum of 9 medicine pills in one furnace, and medicine pills can also be divided into pill patterns. Below 3 pill patterns is the low-grade medicine pill, and from 4 pill patterns to 6 pill patterns is the middle-grade medicine pill. Pill patterns with 7 and 8 paths are top-grade medicine pills, while pill patterns with 9 paths are top-grade medicine pills. However, it is extremely difficult to refine the medicine pill of the 9 Dao pill patterns. As long as there is a slight mistake, it will fail. Liang Feng is now a 5th level pill refining master, but the probability of refining a 1st level medicine pill to produce a top-quality medicine pill is only about 50%. But now Jian Wei not only succeeds in pill refining, but also has 3 top-quality medicine pills. The probability is not as high as his, but it is enough to shock him. It must be known that Jian Wei is the first pill refining, and he would be considered an evildoer if he succeeds, let alone the top-quality medicine pill. Teacher, I'm still a little unskilled in refining it for the first time. After refining it a few times, there should be more top-grade medicine pills. Jian Wei said with a look of embarrassment and scratched his head with a silly smile. Liang Feng. At this moment, Liang Feng didn't know what to say. This apprentice is a good apprentice, but what he said inadvertently was too shocking. Did you know that this is your first pill refining? It's not bad to be able to become a pill, not to mention that there are 3 top-grade medicine pills, and the other 6 have also reached top grade. You are not satisfied with this? You don't have to be disappointed. Although it's a little worse than the old man, It's already pretty good. Although he was shocked in his heart, Liang Feng still looked calm on the surface. He wasn't trying to save his dignity as a teacher. He was purely afraid that Dian Wei would be complacent because of it. That's right. He, Liang Feng, did everything for the good of his precious disciple. What the teacher said is that there are exactly 9 materials left, and the disciple plans to try again. Dian Wei nodded seriously. Although the theoretical knowledge has reached the 7th level, but the pill refining for the first time is indeed a bit unskilled, so only 3 top-quality medicine pills appeared. Okay, you practice first, and the teacher will protect you by the side. Liang Feng really wanted to say that you don't need to be so cursy. You are already very powerful. But looking at the serious and stubborn little eyes of his apprentice, he couldn't say that. And he also wanted to see how much progress Dian Wei could make after refining the remaining 9 materials. Then he was shocked again. The second material is 9 pieces of Chengdan and 3 top-grade medicine pills. The third material, 9 pieces of Chengdan, 5 top-grade medicine pills. The fourth set of materials, 9 pieces of Chengdan and 8 top-grade medicine pills. The fifth material, 9 pieces of Chengdan, 9 pieces of top-grade medicine pill. The sixth material, 9 pieces of Chengdan and 8 top-grade medicine pills. The last 4 materials are all 9 pills, and all of them are top-quality medicine pills. Monster, what kind of monster did I accept? Looking at the pile of top-quality medicine pills, Liang Feng's eyes widened, and he muttered to himself. 10 furnaces of medicine pills were refined, and 90 pills were made, including 72 top-grade medicine pills and 18 top-grade medicine pills. Liang Feng. Seeing so many excellent medicine pills, Liang Feng didn't know what to say for a while. King Grade's pill refining talent is so powerful. I think of him, Liang Feng, who embarked on the road of cultivation at the age of 10, became a first-level pill refining master at the age of 15, and became a second-level pill refining master at the age of 20. At the age of 30, he finally became a third-level pill refining master, and got the King Grade pill refining inheritance, 100 pill refining formulas. After that, he painstakingly studied hundreds of pill refining formulas, and finally became a fourth-level pill refining master at the age of 50. Afterwards, he continued to devote himself to pill refining, and at the age of 93, he became a fifth-level pill refining master. Now he is 120 years old. Although he is still a fifth-level pill refiner, he still feels that he has a chance to become a sixth-level pill refiner before he is 200 years old. He thought he was a bit of a pill refining talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a rare fifth-level pill refining master in the Beitian Empire. But now I meet Dian Wei. Even though he is an own apprentice, this talent is really terrifying. It took less than 3 days for me to teach the 100 pill refining formula to the other party, and the other party was able to refine the top-quality medicine pill. And apart from being unfamiliar at the beginning, every furnace in the back is the best medicine pill. For a while, Liang Feng fell into deep self-doubt. He who once considered himself a genius seemed to be nothing in front of a real genius. Teacher, I should be able to refine this spirit-gathering pill, right? Dian Wei looked at Liang Feng and asked. The corner of Liang Feng's mouth twitched. If you don't know how to practice, then no one will know how to practice. Even he can't do the best medicine pill. If it weren't for being so proud of being a teacher, I'm afraid he would have to directly ask Dian Wei how he did it. He also thinks that every batch is the best medicine pill. Not bad, better than when I was a teacher. Liang Feng really wanted to say that you are still far behind, but he was a little afraid that Dian Wei, a simple child, would let him make a furnace and show it on the spot, and then he would agree or not. Teacher, I want to try the second-order medicine pill next. Dian Wei said with a smile. Second-level medicine pill? Don't tell me that you have already learned the second level of the 100 pill refining formula. Liang Feng said in shock. Should know it. The 100 pill refining formula is actually quite simple. I can figure it out at a glance. Dian Wei said embarrassedly. He was indeed a little embarrassed, because this 100 pill refining formula was the result of his 10,000 brothers practicing together, but now he attributed the credit to himself, feeling a little guilty towards those 10,000 brothers. But it was different in Liang Feng's eyes. He thought Dian Wei was embarrassed because of his modesty. What a good child, who also knows the emotion of taking care of a teacher. What medicine pill do you want to practice? Liang Feng took a deep breath and asked. No matter. It is his blessing to have such an awesome apprentice. Since he can't teach him anything, then he can support him in terms of elixir. Even Bai Ling Dan. Dian Wei said. Okay, this is the elixir needed by Bai Ling Dan, and it also has 10 servings. You should try it first. Liang Feng nodded, and took another 10 copies of Bai Ling Dan's elixir to Dian Wei. After getting the elixir, Dian Wei didn't talk nonsense, and started pill refining again. He has already had 10 pill refining experiences, and although he is now refining a second-order medicine pill, the difficulty has increased a lot, but it is still very easy for Dian Wei. And Liang Feng was also watching. Steal? Dian Wei's teacher is mere. How can this be regarded as stealing a teacher? As a teacher, I want to see Dian Wei's pill refining technique clearly, and give timely guidance if there's a problem. Under Dian Wei's smooth pill refining technique, the medicine pill was quickly refined. Turn on the stove. 9 round medicine pills flew out. Liang Feng was shocked again when he saw the fineness of these 9 medicine pills. All of them are top-quality medicine pills. He thought that even if Dian Wei refined the second-level medicine pills, there would be top-quality medicine pills at the beginning, and there would be only 2 or 3 medicine pills at most, but 9 medicine pills would be produced immediately. Teacher, is this really your first pill refining? Liang Feng swallowed, looked at Dian Wei who was loading the medicine pill, and asked. No. Dian Wei shook his head. Liang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and he just said, how could there be such a monstrosity? It turned out that he had learned the pill refining technique before, so it would not be so outrageous. Teacher, haven't I practiced 10 times just now? Dian Wei continued. Liang Feng, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, trembled in his heart. Master means, have you practiced medicine pill before? Liang Feng continued to ask in disbelief. No, I didn't practice medicine pill before entering the academy, and today is the first time I've touched a pill refining furnace. Dian Wei shook his head. Well, Liang Feng admits that his apprentice is indeed an evildoer, but luckily this evildoer is my apprentice. Thinking of this, Liang Feng couldn't help but smile. Teacher, then I will continue pill refining. I still feel a little flawed just now. Dian Wei didn't know why Liang Feng suddenly turned into a crooked dragon king, and continued refining medicine pill after speaking. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces. 2 hours later, the remaining 9 furnaces were all refined, and every medicine pill was top quality. Although it was only a second-level medicine pill, Liang Feng was still very excited when he saw it. He was about to praise Dian Wei, but he was shocked by Dian Wei's words. Teacher, I also want to refine the third-order purple spirit pill. Dian Wei said. Purple spirit pill is also a pill refining medicine. Hearing this, Liang Feng was silent for 2 seconds, and then took out the ingredients of the purple spirit pill with a wave of his right hand. Lian, the teacher has nothing else. The pill refining ingredients are enough. Thank you, teacher. Dian Wei happily put away these elixirs, and then took a Bai Ling Dan to restore spirit power. As expected of a top-notch medicine pill, Dian Wei recovered his spirit power in about half an hour, and then continued pill refining. As a third-order medicine pill, purple spirit pill is naturally more difficult, and Dian Wei is still on the 6th floor of Foundation Establishment. This is because Li Ange did not share the realm with Dian Wei. Otherwise, people will notice if the breakthrough is too fast. The 6th-layer refining of the third-order medicine pill in Foundation Establishment is a leapfrog pill refining, which also made Liang Feng a little nervous. If Dian Wei's pill refining fails, how can I comfort him? Liang Feng secretly thought, how about telling some embarrassing things about his study of pill refining at the beginning? Everything is worth it for his apprentice. But soon Liang Feng dismissed this idea, because when Dian Wei finished refining the first batch of purple spirit pills, there were still 9 pills, and 5 of them were top-grade medicine pills. Sure enough, pill refining is more troublesome. Dian Wei muttered something, and then continued to pill refining, but Liang Feng fell into silence again. He suddenly felt that his apprentice was a bit inappropriate. Did you really not consider the idea of being a teacher when you said this? Impossible. How could Dian Wei do it on purpose? It should be because I am too mediocre. That's why I feel that the other party's words are inappropriate. But for a monster like him, it's no problem at all to say such words. Liang Feng quickly found mistakes in himself, and it turned out that I was too bad. If I was as evil as Dianwei, would I still have so many thoughts? 10 batches of purple spirit pills were refined, and Dianwei's last batch of medicine pills was able to maintain around 7 top-quality medicine pills, reaching the limit. Teacher, do you want to try the fourth order medicine pill again? Seeing that Dianwei's refining was over, Liang Feng had some questions about his expectations. No need for teacher, I don't have enough realm. I can't make every one of the third level medicine pills reach the top level, let alone the fourth level medicine pill. Even if I can successfully refine it, I guess there are only 1 or 2 top-quality medicine pills. There's no need to waste elixir. Dianwei shook his head, but these words made Liang Feng feel prickly. Disciple, as a 5th level pill refining master, it is impossible for every 4th level medicine pill to be refined to produce a top-quality medicine pill. Not bad. If it is according to what Dianwei said, isn't it true that being a teacher has been wasting elixir? Teacher, it's already getting late, so the disciple will go back first. Dianwei didn't know what Liang Feng was thinking, so he bowed and said, Go. You have been refining medicine pill for a day, and you are indeed tired. Take a good rest. Liang Feng nodded. After watching Dianwei leave, Liang Feng returned to the pill refining room and set a restriction on the door. Today I observed my disciple's pill refining. In order to make sure that there are no mistakes or omissions in my disciple's pill refining method, I came to refine it myself as a teacher. Liang Feng recalled Dianwei's pill refining today in his mind, and then started the pill refining. In less than a quarter of an hour, Liang Feng fell silent as the pill furnace was opened. 9 medicine pills, all of which are top grade, none of which are top grade. How is it possible? I obviously refined it according to my apprentice's method. What went wrong? Liang Feng frowned, and after thinking about it for a while, he turned on the pill refining again. No, still no. There are 3 batches of medicine pills in a row, but there is not even a top-quality medicine pill. I don't believe it anymore. My apprentice can do it, but I can't do it as a teacher. Liang Feng gritted his teeth, and then continued with pill refining. He even got into a fight with pill refining today. In the evening, Li Ange learned about Dianwei's situation. Now that you can refine medicine pills, and they're all top-quality medicine pills, you can start making money. Medicine pill has always been the top existence for making money. Any cultivator can be without weapons, but medicine pill must not be missing. The medicine pill for practice is the medicine pill with the highest daily consumption, and the money will definitely come in quickly. Then there is the medicine pill that breaks through the bottleneck. The demand is not small, and the price is higher. Li Ange began to think about the great business of owning money. Although after the nascent soul period, he can sell the epiphany card at the world auction house to get enough spirit stones to create clones in the nascent soul period. But in the future he will still need spirit stones, and as realm gets higher and higher, more and more avatars can be made. He will need more and more spirit stones. He doesn't think there are too few spirit stones, but not enough. The first is to cooperate with the Beishan Empire. Let Dianwei do this. The Beishan Empire will provide the elixir and sales channels, and the spirit stones earned will be divided 50-50. The other thing is to sell the medicine pill to other players. Although most rookie players don't have many spirit stones, there are some second generation players in them. They must be willing to buy the medicine pill, let alone the top quality medicine pill. After the newcomer protection period is over and the world auction house opens, these medicine pills can be sold to those old players. In addition to the medicine pill, there are also magic treasures, formations, puppets, and talismans that can also operate according to this model. When I sit in the sect, a large number of spirit stones will be credited every day. Li Ange has made up his mind to own the big business of making money, and then it will be fine to draw out 1,000 avatars to make money, and it will not affect his cultivation. Thinking of this, Li Ange looked at the clones, and found that with the efforts of 10,000 clones, he had already comprehended all the king grades refining inheritance, and his theoretical knowledge had reached the 7th level. Just wait for Su Chu, who is learning how to refine weapons, to go to Luo Yuan to show it tomorrow. Now that pill refining and the inheritance of refining tools have been learned, let's learn the inheritance of formation, and then continue to learn talismans, puppets, imperial beasts, divination, and spiritual chefs in order. Li Ange gave the clone a task. Each type of king grade inheritance would take about 6 hours. There are 8 types of inheritance in total, which is 48 hours, or 2 days. It's nothing more than not practicing for 2 days. It doesn't hurt. In the early morning of the second day, Su Chu, who was learning crafts, Su Huang, who was learning formation, and Zhang Liao, who was learning talismans, went to their teachers. After the 3 showed off, their teacher was surprised by Deva, and then was ecstatic because they accepted a monstrous apprentice. But Li Ange was not interested in paying attention to these things, and his consciousness fell on Zhao Zilong again. Now the cracks in the space around Yanwu Square have been repaired, which also means that he can go to the preaching steel again to obtain the emperor level cultivation technique. When Li Ange controlled Zhao Zilong's avatar and came to the preaching stone, his appearance immediately attracted the attention of many students. After all, these students had witnessed the movement made by Li Ange a few days ago, and they all guessed that the other party had obtained the emperor level inheritance. Envy and jealousy are naturally there, but on the surface, these students still showed their demeanor. They didn't bother to find Li Ange. Junior brother Zhao wants to obtain the remaining emperor level inheritance today. The 3 of Yulin were also here, and when they saw Li Ange coming, the 3 of them smiled and greeted him. I just want to try it, and I don't know if it will succeed. Li Ange said, Junior brother Zhao is humble. For so many years, you are the only one who has obtained the emperor level inheritance from the evangelism steel. Although our realm is higher than you, our qualifications are still not as good as yours. Nanshan Princess Yishiyun said, yes, in fact, I have observed those emperor level inheritances with his majesty back then, but they were like heavenly scriptures. Now I just want to be able to comprehend a little bit before leaving the academy. Yang also spoke. Your majesty should have explained it to you. Li Ange asked curiously. I've said it before, but it's useless. What your majesty taught us is a technique called soul curse, but the minimum training requirement for this technique is the period of divine transformation, not to mention that we don't understand it. Even if you understand it, you can't use it. Yu Yang smiled wryly. Li Ange was stunned. Before Xiao Yun said that the current emperor Yi Jinyuan only practiced 1 emperor level spell. Now it seems that it is soul curse. Okay, don't bother junior brother Zhao. Let's keep working hard. Yilin spoke, and then the 4 of them found a place to sit cross-legged. Almost as soon as he sat down, Li Ange connected with the evangelism stone and entered that space again. Li Ange looked at the remaining 4 runes and chose one at random. When Li Ange came into contact with this rune, he found that it was different from before. The rune in front of him was like an iron wall, and it was impossible to pry into the true meaning of it. It seems that this rune has nothing to do with sword repair. However, Li Ange was not in a hurry, and secretly transformed the chaotic bloodline. As the bloodlines transformed one after another, the rune remained silent. Just when Li Ange was about to switch to another method, suddenly the rune trembled, and at the same time a message began to flood into his mind. But the speed is very slow, and it is still a bit vague, and it takes a lot of time to fully comprehend. What I'm transforming now is bloodline, which belongs to King Grey bloodline. The strongest thing is the body and power. Could it be that the emperor level inheritance recorded in this rune is related to these 2? Thinking about it, Li Ange transformed the bloodline into the Earth Bear bloodline, which is a kind of emperor level bloodline, far surpassing the crazy blood ape both in body and strength. At the moment when bloodline transformed, Li Ange also clearly felt that the information in the rune flooded into his mind faster, and it was no longer as vague as before. After half an hour passed, Li Ange slowly opened his eyes. Star body refining art, emperor level body refining cultivation technique, which can receive the power of star to temper the body. There are 9 layers in total. Once it reaches the 9th layer, it can cast the star god body, a special emperor level physique. Body refining cultivation technique. It's not bad, and it can also cast the star god body. Although it is not as good as the innate sword body, it is still a special emperor level physique. Li Ange nodded in satisfaction. As he has infinite avatars, he is naturally willing to practice both internally and externally. Even if body refining is difficult, it has nothing to do with him. The avatars help him practice. This time, there was no accident in obtaining the emperor level inheritance. So after sorting out the body refining cultivation technique, Li Ange connected to the preaching stone again and looked at the 3rd rune. As Li Ange came into contact with the third rune, he found that no matter which type of bloodline he transformed into, he could not obtain the inheritance recorded in it. Since bloodline doesn't work, I can only use insight myself. With a thought, Li Ange temporarily stopped all the avatars who were learning the inheritance of the puppet, and together they had insight into the inheritance in this rune. There are 10,000 avatars, and each avatar has a fairy level talent and a chaotic bloodline, and their aptitude is already far beyond that of ordinary people. What's more, it's insight with 10,000 clones. With the joint efforts of 10,000 clones, the third rune, which was originally calm, began to gradually change. An hour, 2 hours. After almost 6 hours, all clones stopped. Soul spell. This is an emperor level spell that Li Ange learned from the 3 of Yilin before, and now he has obtained it. But when Li Ange understood the effect of this technique, he was taken aback. Although soul curse is also a technique, it is not suitable for killing the enemy head-on. It is more of a curse method, which is specially aimed at the cultivator's soul. Once used, it can cause the enemy to die unconsciously. Cursing spells are inherently weird. If there is no corresponding method, the cursed person will basically have to wait for death. However, the curse is not invincible. First of all, the person who casts the curse needs to pay a huge price, and if the target of the curse is far stronger than himself, he may fail. The soul curse, as an emperor level curse technique, is powerful but also more expensive. It needs to consume the lifespan of the caster, and the start is 1,000 years lifespan. This technique requires at least a divine transformation stage cultivator to cast it, because if it is cast below the divine transformation stage, it is very likely to be backlashed to death on the spot. It actually needs to consume lifespan, and the price is indeed quite high. Li Ange frowned and thought. You must know that the lifespan of a cultivator in the expanding aperture period is only 1,000 years, and that in a divine transformation period is 2,000 years. A soul spell needs to consume at least 1,000 years of lifespan. If the cultivator is used in the expanding aperture period, the lifespan is not enough at all. Moreover, what the cultivator seeks in cultivation is longevity, so who wants to spend 1,000 years casting a soul spell? But then Li Ange's eyes lit up. The cost of this technique was too high for others, but it was different for him. He has a clone. If the avatar can cast this technique, then there is no loss for him at all. After all, the avatar can be resurrected after death. But now is not the time for experimentation, and there are no test subjects, so Li Ange can only keep this idea in his heart for the time being. We'll see if anyone who doesn't have good eyes bothers me, and I'll send him a curse at that time. Li Ange secretly thought. There are a total of 5 emperor level inheritances in the preaching steel, and now he has obtained 3 kinds, namely void sword art, star body refining art, and soul curse art. There are still 2 emperor level inheritances left, one of which is cultivation technique, and the other is magic. Li Ange once again entered the missionary steel, and now he is still practicing advanced cultivation technique, and he has long wanted to change to a cultivation technique. Li Ange looked at the last 2 runes, then randomly chose one, and continued to let all clones' insight decipher the inheritance inside. 6 hours later, Li Ange obtained an imperial level spell Shana Ink again. This technique can be condensed by the power of mountains, rivers, and rivers. It can be said that it is easy to leapfrog the battle, and if it is assisted by spiritual veins, the power will be 30% stronger. It's not bad. I don't have many attacking techniques. This technique can make up for my shortcomings. Li Ange secretly thought. After all, it is an emperor level spell. No matter how bad it is, it won't be so bad. There is only the last rune left, and it should contain the cultivation technique. Li Ange looked at the last rune, just touching it. Li Ange suddenly felt a lot of information rushing into his mind. All avatars organize this information. The influx of information this time is more than those of the previous emperor level inheritances, and the cultivation base of the Li Ange Gold Core period can't hold it. Fortunately, he has 10,000 clones, and it took half an hour to sort out the information under the shared responsibility. But after checking the information, Li Ange was shocked, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This turned out to be a fairy level cultivation technique. 9 tribulations casting immortals. The fairy level chi refining cultivation technique is nothing special before the transcend tribulation period, but it is different after the transcend tribulation period. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator in the transcend tribulation period needs to go through a thunder disaster before he can ascend to immortality. But this 9 tribulations of casting immortals is different. It takes 9 times of thunder disasters to ascend to immortality, and each thunder disaster is separated by a maximum of 100 years. Each time is stronger than the previous one. Even an immortal can't stand the 9th thunder disaster. However, although practicing this cultivation technique will be very dangerous in the end, if you can survive 9 thunder disasters, you can cast immortal roots in advance. As for what the fairy root is, Li Ange doesn't know, and there is no relevant knowledge on Blue Star, but it can be imagined that it must be an extremely important thing after becoming a fairy. And this cultivation technique is not something that ordinary people can cultivate. The most basic requirement is to have a fairy level physique, otherwise there is no hope of surviving the 9 thunder tribulations. But Li Ange doesn't care too much about these. Although it is dangerous to cultivate this cultivation technique, he will not break through by himself, but let the clone break through. In the worst case, it will be fine if it fails. What really surprised Li Ange was that the fairy level cultivation technique would appear here. You must know that the Baishan Empire is located in the northern border, and the northern border is extremely remote in the entire 10,000 races continent. How could there be a fairy level cultivation technique in such a remote place? Even those 9th rank sect forces may not be able to have a fairy level cultivation technique, let alone the remote place of the Baishan Empire. Moreover, this fairy level cultivation technique was obtained by Yi Jinyuan by destroying other sections. Will a sect with a fairy level cultivation technique be destroyed so easily? With doubts, Li Ange opened his eyes and looked at the third prince Yilin who was not far away. After sending a voice transmission to the other party opened his eyes and looked at Li Ange suspiciously, and then the two left the square. What's the matter, junior brother Zhao? Yilin looked at Li Ange and asked suspiciously. Senior brother Yi, I do have one thing that I am very confused about. I wonder if senior brother knows where the emperor level inheritance in the steel of preaching came from. Li Ange asked. Hearing Li Ange's question, the third prince Yilin froze for a moment. Junior brother Zhao doesn't know? These emperor level inheritances were all obtained by my father after he destroyed many sects of the empire before the 100-year. Yilin frowned and said, this matter is not a secret. It stands to reason that Zhao Zilong should know about it. So these emperor level inheritances have always been the inheritances of those sects, and those sects also have cultivation. Li Ange continued to ask. He already had a guess in his mind, but he still wanted to verify it. He can't answer you, so let me answer you. At this moment, a voice sounded, and Yi Jinyuan appeared beside the two of them. I have seen father, his majesty. Li Ange and Yilin hurriedly saluted. Liner, go to practice first. Father and Zilong have a chat. Yi Jinyuan looked at Yilin Dao. Yes, father. Yilin didn't dare to ask more questions, turned around and left. Zilong, you should have obtained all the inheritances, right? After Yilin left, Yi Jinyuan looked at Li Ange and said, as if afraid of Li Ange's misunderstanding, he added, you don't have to worry, I won't take your chance. Yes, your majesty. Li Ange didn't intend to hide it. Even if the other party wanted to snatch it, it would be fine. At worst, he would die once, since it was just a clone anyway. These emperor level inheritances are indeed what I got from those sects back then, but these inheritances do not belong to them. More than 100 years ago, 5 sacred stones fell from the sky, and they fell into the 5 most powerful sects in the empire. These 5 sacred stones were finally studied by the 5 sects, and it was discovered that there were 5 emperor level inheritances recorded on them. You must know that the strongest of the 5 sects at that time was only the king grade inheritance, and the sudden appearance of the emperor level inheritance made them ecstatic. But the emperor level inheritance is so easy to obtain. They have been inside for more than 10 years, and only one of them has sect insight to produce an emperor level spell, which is soul curse. You should know the power of the soul spell. After obtaining this emperor level spell, this sect naturally wants to get the remaining 4 god stones and get the inheritance inside. All those sects launched a war, and the entire Baishan Empire's sects were beaten to pieces. I'm naturally happy to hear about this. I have long wanted to destroy these sects, so I also seized when they were weak and killed them in one fell swoop. It was also at that time that I learned about the 5 sacred stones. After bringing the sacred stones back to the Empire, I only learned the soul spell, and the other 4 inheritances could not be inside anyway. Yi Jingyuan said. That's why I made this preaching steel based on the 5 sacred stones, and I didn't want the rest of the inheritance to be buried. Liange didn't expect that there were so many things involved. He really thought that those sects rebelled at the beginning, and Yi Jingyuan co-authored it. At the same time, Liange also confirmed his own guess, and he said how could there be an emperor-level inheritance, or even a fairy-level cultivation technique in this remote place, which was prepared for players like them. If Yi Jingyuan hadn't destroyed those sects, under normal circumstances, these players would have conflicts with those sects, until finally all the sects were destroyed or accepted as subordinates. These emperor-level inheritance and fairy-level cultivation technique are rewards for their players. Liange reckoned that every newcomer area has emperor-level inheritance and immortal-level cultivation technique, but those who get it cannot tell others, so there is no relevant information in Blue Star. Even if there is, it is not something that an ordinary person can know. Only those second generations will know this information. You should know the main purpose of destroying those sects, right? Yi Jingyuan looked at Liange and asked. I heard from the dean. Liange nodded, knowing that the other party was going to have a showdown. You are the chosen one, and the 9 king grade talents who appeared in the Baishan Academy should also be the chosen ones. I still know what kind of talents my Baishan Empire can produce. Yi Jingyuan smiled and said, there are 9 king grade talents and 1 immortal talent at a time. Doesn't he know what the Baishan Empire is like as an emperor? What does His Majesty want to say? Liange asked. I want to know what is the relationship between you, the chosen ones. It's a competitive relationship. Your Majesty should know how to raise goo. We are goo worms. Your relationship with the 9 king grade talents of the Academy. It's an alliance. Is it reliable? If it is not reliable, I can help you solve it before they grow up. No, it's still reliable for now. Liange smiled. They were all his avatars. There was no relationship more reliable than this, but he didn't plan to tell the other party everything. Well, if you want to do something, you can always find me. Yi Jingyuan nodded. Your Majesty, do you want to cooperate with me? Liange said. That's right. The Baishan Empire can fully cooperate with you. Just say what you need, as long as you can help the Baishan Empire in times of crisis in the future. Yi Jingyuan did not hide his own thoughts. In fact, he originally planned to chat with Liange after a while. But when he learned that the other party had obtained 5 emperor-level inheritances, he was shocked. Such a terrifying talent would grow extremely fast. He was afraid that by the time he wanted to invest, the other party would have grown up, and it would be meaningless at that time. So he had a showdown with Liange today. Why? With His Majesty's strength, even if the other 2 countries make trouble, the Baishan Empire will not be destroyed. Liange curiously said that Yi Jingyuan is also a divine transformation stage cultivator at worst, with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Back then, I destroyed the major sects in the country, but this also led to the reduction of the strong in our Baishan Empire and the emptiness of the national power. Then the 2 countries took this opportunity to fight together and wanted to destroy my Baishan. But at that time, I had already learned the soul spell, so I used the soul spell twice to kill the ancestors of the 2 countries, but this also caused my foundation to be damaged. Yi Jingyuan said calmly. So I want to find a backer before those 2 countries come again. Liange suddenly realized that the other party had used the soul spell, which would consume at least 1,000 years of life at a time, let alone that the other party had used it twice. I don't know His Majesty's realm. 100-year was self-union 3rd stage before, and it is still there now. I am afraid that I will never have a chance to break through again in this lifetime. Liange was extremely surprised, and thought that the other party was only in the divine transformation stage, but he did not expect that he was already a strong man in the self-union stage. But since the other party is at the self-union stage, it also means that the other 2 countries must have self-union cultivators. Although the self-union period cultivator has 4,000 years of lifespan, Yi Jingyuan has already consumed 2,000 years, and he can only use the soul spell once more in the remaining lifespan, and if he uses it more than once, he will die suddenly on the spot. No wonder the other party would want to cooperate with him. If I have that strength, I can help the Baishan Empire once. Liange thought about it. Well, this is my token. If you need anything, just activate the token and tell me. As long as the Baishan Empire has it, I can give it to you. Yi Jingyuan said, and handed a red gold token to Liange. Liange accepted the token. This thing is more than just a token. It is also a piece of protective magic treasures. The strongest can resist the attacks of the divine transformation period. Liange put the tokens in the storage bag and did not intend to give them to the ontology. After all, it is Yi Jingyuan's token. Who knows if there are any restrictions in it? What if the other party finds the main body through this? It's okay for the clone to die, but absolutely nothing will happen to the main body. However, when the strength becomes stronger in the future, maybe we can consider helping the Baishan Empire to unify the other 2 countries. Liange narrowed his eyes. He has already regarded this place as his own territory, so naturally it is better to control the power here in his own hands. If the 3 countries can be unified, then he can also obtain a lot of resources from these 3 countries. And if there is any danger, the 3 kingdoms can also let the 3 kingdoms stand in the front, and he will wait and see what happens in the back. Everything will be discussed when the strength is strong. Liange secretly thought that he only needs to break through to the self-union stage, or even reach the divine transformation stage, and he will have the ability to sweep the 3 kingdoms. Now that the inheritance has been obtained, first convert the cultivation technique. Thinking about it, Liange glanced at his panel. Cultivation technique. Xiantianju, return to origin. Xiantianju is an advanced cultivation technique, and it has already reached the return to origin level. But after all, it was only an advanced cultivation technique, and it was not worthy of his immortal physique and chaotic bloodline. He had long wanted to switch to a powerful cultivation technique. All the avatars are practicing the 9 tribulations of casting immortals with all their strength. Liange gave the task, and then the 10,000 clones began to practice. Under the cultivation of 10,000 clones with full firepower, even the immortal level cultivation technique can't handle it, and the proficiency is rising crazily. And in the process of cultivation, Liange's realm also broke through again, reaching the 2nd floor of Gold Core. 10,000 avatars are fast. I just broke through the Gold Core yesterday, and today I'm on the 2nd floor of the Gold Core. Liange was smiling. The avatar has been practicing for 6 hours, and the proficiency of 9 tribulations casting immortals has reached the mastery level. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a fairy level cultivation technique, and the difficulty of cultivation is indeed not small. The 10,000 clones have cultivated for 6 hours, which is equivalent to him practicing for 100 years alone before reaching the mastery level. After arriving at mastery, Liange could also clearly feel that the proficiency growth began to decline rapidly. If it takes another 2 or 3 days, it is not impossible to cultivate this cultivation technique to return to origin, but it feels like a waste of time. Now the mastery level is enough. After all, I am only in the Gold Core stage. And in the process of upgrading realm, the proficiency of cultivation technique will also be increased, so there is no need to worry so much. Thinking of Liange, the avatar also stopped and opened the own panel at the same time. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, Gold Core Level 2, 11.4%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation Technique, 9 Tribulations Immortal Casting Ju, 0.1% Mastery. Star Body Refining Ju, 0% Initiation. Spells, Cold Light Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Speedy Movement, 0% Initiation. Royal Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Void Sword Art, 0% Mastery. Soul Curse Art, 0% Initiation. Mountain and River Seal, 0% Initiation. Talent, Chaos Bloodline, 21% Tier 2. Innate Sword Body, Immortal Level. Supernatural Power, Shrink the Ground into an inch. Samadhi is really hot. Spirit Stones, 98.2 million. Looking at the own panel, Liange thought about the next training task. Realm naturally needs to improve, but his skills also need to be cultivated. A powerful technique can allow him to easily leapfrog to kill the enemy, especially those Emperor level spells. If this thing can reach Return to Origin, with his gold core second tier cultivation base, he can easily kill the nascent soul stage. If I were alone, I would be too busy to upgrade Realm and practice spells. Fortunately, I have many clones. 1,000 clones practice Void Refining Sky Sword Art, 1,000 clones practice Star Body Refining Jew, 1,000 clones practice Soul Curse, and 1,000 clones practice Mountain and River Seal. In addition, separate out 900 clones to practice the 9 King Grade sub-professions respectively. Liange started to make arrangements. In addition, Liange also started a big business of owning money. He now has more than 90 million spirit stones, and asked Yanwei to purchase pill refining materials, Su Chu to purchase refining materials, Su Huang to purchase formation materials, Zhang Liao to purchase talisman seal materials, and Eugene to purchase puppet materials. Medicine pill is mainly based on tier 3 purple spirit pill, in addition to foundation establishment pill, which is needed by other players and cultivators of Beixin Empire. Then there is refining, which mainly refines tier 3 and tier 4 spirit weapons. With Liange's current cultivation base in the gold core stage, the tier 4 spirit weapons refined can still be guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Some of these spirit artifacts will be sold in the Beixin Empire, and the other part will be temporarily stored, and will be sold in the World Auction House after the protection period for newcomers is over. The same is true for formations, talismans, and puppets. The worst is the 3rd level, and the best is the 4th level, and the products produced are all top quality levels. It took more than half a day for Liange to arrange these tasks. All of a sudden, all the avatars took action. There are 5,000 avatars in charge of cultivation, 4,000 in charge of cultivating spells, and 1,000 in charge of sub-professions. Although the speed of cultivation will be a bit slower, there is no rush to break through to the nascent soul stage. Just after the newcomer protection period ends, the primary secret realm trial will begin. The primary secret realm trial can be participated by all players, including those old players. But after all, it is a primary secret realm, so it is limited to only enter the gold core stage cultivator, and the nascent soul stage cultivator cannot enter it. Above the elementary level, there are intermediate secret realms, advanced secret realms, all have requirements for realm. The primary secret realm is mainly dominated by old players. The worst time for those old players to enter the primary secret realm is the gold core stage. It can be said that they are the absolute overlord. Generally, players like them who just came in will just join in the fun. There are a large number of cultivation resources in the primary secret realm, heavenly and mortal treasures, spiritual veins, cultivation technique, almost everything. Of course, the most important thing is the secret realm rewards, which will reward various item cards. The item cards that the second generation obtained from their families before entering the 10,000 races continent were produced in these secret realms. Why do the chosen ones practice fast? In addition to their own powerful talent, the most important thing is these secret realms that only their players can enter. For this kind of secret realm, Liange naturally wants to go in and have a look. It is best to get a lot of resources. He is really too poor. Before the newcomer protection period ends, reach the gold core 9th stage. After the secret realm ends, just break through to the nascent soul stage. Liange thought about it and calculated the time again. In 2 more days, he would be able to recruit immortals again, which meant that he could harvest another batch of powerful bloodlines. 2 days passed quickly. Although there were only 5,000 avatars dedicated to improving realm, Liange's realm was still growing rapidly, and now it has reached the 3rd level of gold core. At the same time, many things happened in the past 2 days. First of all, Dianwei and others purchased all kinds of materials, and these materials cost Liange 50 million spirit stones. But this is all trivial. After refining these materials into medicine pills, spirit tools, etc., 50 million spirit stones can at least become 1 billion, 2 billion. This is the horror of earning money by sub-professions, not to mention that all of these avatars are refined to the highest quality. 1 billion is less, and the real income will only be more. Liange is still very satisfied that the business of making money is on the right track, and it seems that he doesn't make much money now. That's because he only arranges 100 parts for each profession. When he reaches the nascent soul stage and has 100,000 clones, the speed of making money will only be faster. In addition, it is the improvement of various techniques. Although it was only 2 days, after all, there were 1,000 avatars practicing spells at the same time, so the proficiency increased very quickly. The first is the star body refining tactic. This emperor level body refining technique has reached the 2nd level, which makes Liange's physical strength 10 times higher than before. Then there is void sword art. Although it has not yet reached great completion, but the progress has reached 78% of mastery, and it will be great completion in a day or 2. The 2 emperor level spells, Soul Curse and Shanhian, have also reached 11% of the progress, which greatly increased Liange's attack methods. Everything is going according to Liange's previous plan. And on this day, the 3rd recruitment also started. The process is the same as before. Liange directly chose the fairy level recruitment. It didn't take long for this group of geniuses from various races to enter the residence of the Fengling Yu Shadow Sect through the huge light gate. Perhaps because Liange reached the gold core stage, this group of talents also has a cultivation base of the gold core stage. But so what? When these geniuses of various races came to Sect and were still fantasizing about being kneeled and licked by Liange, they found that they were surrounded by nearly 10,000 gold core stage cultivators. Even before they had time to speak, all the 10,000 gold core players made their moves together, and they didn't know what was going on until they died. After confirming that everyone was dead, Liange harvested bloodline under the protection of dozens of clones. This fairy level bloodline is pretty good. Liange took a look at this fairy level bloodline and was quite satisfied. Shadow Clan bloodline, fairy level. The biggest feature of the Shadow Clan is that they can hide their body shape and aura, hiding in the dark, very suitable for assassination. Liange is very fond of this kind of bloodline. Liange, who is old-fashioned. You must know that his clone can be resurrected. Coupled with this kind of bloodline, it is very suitable for assassination. Even if the assassination fails, there is no loss. However, compared to the fairy level bloodline, the other bloodline Liange gained less. There are only 5 emperor level bloodlines that can be used, and there are only 10 king grade bloodlines. This is entirely because he has other emperor level and king grade bloodlines before. TSK. This is only the 3rd immortal level recruitment, and there are so many repeated bloodlines. It seems that although there are many races in the 10,000 races continent, there are still too few who can reach king grade or above. Although it was a little less than before, there was still a lot. So Liange harvested all of them and merged them into the chaotic bloodline. Chaos bloodline, 66% tier 2. There is still 34% progress until chaos bloodline reaches the 3rd floor. The last fairy level recruitment should be enough. Liange secretly thought, and then he opened the regional chat channel to check. It has been 21 days since they entered the 10,000 races continent, which is not a long time, but it is not a short time either. Most of the players have reached Chi refining level 7, and some have even reached Chi refining level 9, and can break through to the foundation establishment stage at any time. However, there are also some players who are only Chi refining at the 5th level, which is too different from Liange's current realm, and as time goes by, the gap between them will only become bigger and bigger. Whoever has foundation establishment Dan, I will buy it at a high price. I still want to buy the foundation establishment Dan, but is it that easy to get? Without the foundation establishment Dan, I wouldn't dare to break through. If the breakthrough fails, I will have to cultivate for a month. After a month, those big guys are probably going to be gold core. Now if you want to get the foundation establishment pill, you can only go to the Beixin Empire. I don't dare to go. What if there is an accident? At least I have to have the ability to protect myself after the foundation establishment period. Although some people went to Beixin Empire and lived well, but who knows if it is true or not? What if it is false? Looking at these chat records, the corner of Liange's mouth curled up. He asked the avatar to refine the foundation establishment pill before, so it can be sold now. You must know that even players with low-level talents have only a 50% breakthrough rate, and king grade talents have a 90% success rate. But even players with king-grade talent have to prepare well before they dare to break through. They are afraid of encountering the 10% failure rate. Even king-grade talent players who break through foundation establishment must be cautious, let alone other players. Failure to break through will not kill them, but it also takes time to cultivate. 1 month of cultivation time is enough to reduce the original first-tier player to the second-tier player, second echelon, or even third echelon. In this case, the importance of foundation establishment Dan is self-evident. Let's test the waters with a foundation establishment pill. Liange's mind moved, and a foundation establishment pill appeared in his hand. Ultimate foundation establishment pill, first-order medicine pill, used to break through from the 9th floor of chi refining to the foundation establishment stage, which can increase the probability by 80%. The introduction of the best foundation establishment Dan is very simple, but also very direct and rude, with an 80% success rate, which is equivalent to a player of a spiritual talent. Coupled with the player's own success rate of at least 20%, it can be said that a top-quality foundation establishment pill will definitely help break through. The top-rank foundation establishment pill increases the breakthrough rate by 50%, the middle-rank foundation establishment pill increases by 30%, and the low-rank foundation establishment pill only increases by 10%. Of course, Liange doesn't have a foundation establishment Dan that is below the best, and the clone pill refining must be the best. Although the foundation establishment pill is only a first-order medicine pill, it is more difficult to refine than some second-order medicine pills, so the price of the foundation establishment pill is also more expensive than many medicine pills. In Baishan Empire, a low-grade foundation establishment pill needs 5,000 spirit stones, a mid-grade foundation establishment pill costs 10,000 spirit stones, and top-grade foundation establishment pills are rarely sold in the market. It is also the highest. One needs 50,000 spirit stones. This price can be said to be very expensive. After all, the material of a batch of foundation establishment pills is only 10,000 spirit stones, but there can be 9 medicine pills in a batch. If a batch of top-grade foundation establishment pills is used, it is equivalent to spending 10,000 spirit stones and earning 450,000 spirit stones, which is simply huge profits. The top-grade foundation establishment pill needs 50,000 spirit stones, and my top-grade foundation establishment pill needs at least 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, this is just the pricing in Liange's own mind. As for the specific price, he directly put this top-quality foundation establishment Dan on the trading house, and then held an hour-long auction. Let the market decide the price. Liange smiled. There are also medicine pills for sale on the exchange, but they are all medicine pills for cultivation. These medicine pills are basically sold by players who entered Bike Swangsa Palace in order to make a difference. The trading house also has 2 modes. One is to sell directly at a price, and the other is to conduct auctions. Naturally, Liange chose the auction, with a base price of 10,000 spirit stones, and an increase of no less than 1,000 spirit stones each time, lasting for 1 hour. And when Liange put a top-grade foundation establishment pill on the trading bank, all the players were stunned for a moment, and then exploded. Look at the trading house. There is foundation establishment Dan up for auction. Holy shit, it's the boss Liange. It's been almost a month. I thought the boss had become low-key, but I didn't expect to make another move and directly come to Wang Zong. It turned out to be a foundation establishment pill, and it's also a top-grade foundation establishment pill. This is too abnormal. We don't even have a low-grade foundation establishment pill. The boss has already started selling top-grade foundation establishment pills. With this top-grade foundation establishment pill, wouldn't it be 100% possible to break through to the foundation establishment stage? All the players went crazy the moment they saw the superb foundation establishment Dan. Liange was famous for selling demonic beast meat when everyone first entered Wanzhou continent. But after everyone's cultivation base grew, demonic beast meat was not worth much, so Liange didn't bother to waste time selling demonic beast meat. The long silence made many players almost forget Liange's name. But when this top-quality foundation establishment pill appeared, everyone also remembered that there is such a big guy again. If Liange hadn't turned off the function of adding friends, his friend requests would have become 999 plus. And Liange is also looking at the top-quality foundation establishment pill in the trading house. He plans to test the water first and see how many spirit stones he can sell. At the moment when the top-grade foundation establishment Dan appeared, the price also started to rise crazily. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In less than a quarter of an hour, the price of this foundation establishment Dan has soared to 200,000 spirit stones. Even so, Liange also knows that the real second generation probably hasn't made a move yet. The second generation has no shortage of spirit stones, and they should have already broken through to the foundation establishment period. But the problem is that these second generations also have disciples, and not every disciple has a very high talent. If they fail, it takes a month to recover, and they can't afford to wait. Time passed slowly, and soon there were only 5 minutes left before the 1-hour auction time, and the price of this top-quality foundation establishment Dan had soared to 500,000 spirit stones. I don't know how much the transaction price will reach. Liange thought, and soon the last 5 minutes were over. Your auction of the item in the trading house was successful. Please pay attention to check it. Hearing the prompt tone, Liange also glanced at the spirit stones for sale. 2 million spirit stones, and the bidder was Xiang Yun. It's really rich. I thought it would be about 500,000. The cost of one batch of foundation establishment pills is 10,000 spirit stones, and there are 9 more in one batch. On average, the cost of one top-quality foundation establishment pill is 11 spirit stones, but now I sold 2 million, which is equivalent to a net profit of 2 million. Liange clicked his tongue. Medicine pill is indeed a huge profit, especially the rare medicine pill is so expensive that it is unimaginable. But this is not surprising. Xiang Yun is obviously not short of money. 2 million spirit stones is too expensive for others, but for the other party, it is obviously a good deal for the other party to have one more foundation establishment period subordinate. 2 million. The top-grade foundation establishment Dan sold 2 million spirit stones. Who is so rich? I can only get up to 100,000 spirit stones at most. It must be those second generations of immortals. When they entered the 10,000 races continent, there were estimated to be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. I'm envious. It's a pity that I don't have any money. Otherwise, this top-quality foundation establishment pill is enough to break through to the foundation establishment period. When the auction of the top-grade foundation establishment Dan ended, the players in the regional chat channel also started talking, their words full of envy and jealousy. But Liange didn't stop there, and this time, he directly put 10 top-quality foundation establishment Dan on the shelves for auction. This time the regional channel also fried the pot again. Extreme foundation establishment pills, and there are still 10 pills. Is Mr. Liange going to grab the warehouse of some pill refining master? The good news is there's a fantastic foundation establishment Dan. The bad news is I can't afford it. Boss, do you have any low-level foundation establishment pills? Medium or high grade will do. Think about us poor people. It seems that other people also want foundation establishment pills, but they can buy some middle grade and top grade foundation establishment pills for sale. Liange thought about it for a while and decided to be a middleman. As a student in the academy, Dianwei can buy the goods at the lowest price, and then he can sell them at the market price. As for letting the avatar refine low-level medicine pills, Liange would not have this idea. You can buy the goods and take them directly, so why waste the time of the avatar? You can practice as many top-quality medicine pills with this time. As soon as he thought of it, Liange handed over this task to Dianwei and asked him to purchase 10,000 pieces of top-grade foundation establishment pills and 10,000 pieces of middle-grade foundation establishment pills. As for the low-grade foundation establishment Dan, there is no need for it. The profit is low, and the increased breakthrough probability is too low, so players don't like it. After finishing all this, Liange looked at the trading house again and found that the 10 foundation establishment tokens had reached 300,000 spirit stones, and it was still rising slowly. Not bad. Even if it's not as good as the first one, it's already a big profit. Li Yange nodded. After all, the cost of the foundation establishment was only 10,000 spirit stones. Just as he was thinking, Xiang Yun suddenly sent a message in the friend column, and he only had the other party as his friend. Brotherly should still have the top-quality foundation establishment pill in his hands. I wonder if Brotherly still sells it. Xiang Yun asked. At this time, Xiang Yun was practicing in Sect, and his realm had already reached the second floor of foundation establishment, not far from the third floor of foundation establishment. This speed is not slow anymore. It can even be said to be very fast. After all, he has only entered the 10,000 races continent for more than 20 days. In the 3 recruitments of Disciples, he chose the Emperor-level recruitment, which also allowed him to have dozens of foundation establishment period cultivators in his sect, but more are chi refining stage cultivators, especially those Disciples at the spiritual level and high-level talents. Although the chance of breaking through is not small, he is not willing to take risks. Now I happened to see that Li Yange was selling foundation establishment pills, and they were top-quality foundation establishment pills, so he spent 2 million spirit stones to buy them on the spot. But one top-quality foundation establishment pill is not enough. Fortunately, Li Yange once again sold 10 top-quality foundation establishment pills, which made him realize that Li Yange definitely has a lot of foundation establishment pills. If there are enough foundation establishment dawn, the number of cultivators in his sect's foundation establishment period will be doubled directly. Things that can be solved with spirit stones are not a problem for him at all. Now he still has more than 9 billion spirit stones, which cannot be spent at all. And after the newcomer protection period ends in a few days, he will have a chance to return to Blue Star. At that time, he will be able to bring back more spirit stones, and he is not afraid of spending money at all. Yes, how much do you want? You set the price, and if I am satisfied, I will sell it to you. Li Yange also quickly replied that he would not miss this opportunity to make money. Just now I auctioned one for 2 million spirit stones, but Brotherly also understands that it is impossible for every top-quality foundation establishment pill to be sold for this price, so I bid 1 million for 1,000. What do you guys think? Xiang Yundao. Li Yange thought to himself, even if it is 1 million spirit stones, 1,000 spirit stones cost 1 billion spirit stones, but the other party spent them so easily. However, what Xiang Yun said was correct. The reason why he could sell 2 million spirit stones before was because everyone thought there was only one, and the price was raised by Xiang Yun, a big dog. Now that he has put 10 pieces on the shelves, it would be good if the final transaction price can reach an average of 1 million spirit stones, and as he takes out more and more medicine pills, the price will drop rapidly until it stabilizes at one price. Make a deal. Li Yange initiated a transaction application, but it was nothing more than 1,000 top-grade foundation establishment pills. 100 clones could be refined in one furnace on average, which was nothing at all. Xiang Yun was a little dazed looking at the transaction application in front of him. He said 1,000 top-quality foundation establishment pills, and he also wanted to test Li Yange's details, but he didn't think the other party could really take it out. After all, he knew that foundation establishment pills were not easy to refine, let alone top-grade pills. But now that Li Yange took it out so quickly, it shows that the other party probably has more than this top-notch foundation establishment pill. How the hell does this guy have so many amazing foundation establishment dawn? Although he was puzzled, Xiang Yun quickly accepted the deal and completed the deal. Brotherly, you didn't find the ruins of a strong man, did you? Xiang Yun couldn't help asking. Even Master Pill Refining couldn't possibly have so many top-quality foundation establishment pills in his warehouse. After all, why would Master Pill Refining hoard so many top-quality foundation establishment pills? The only possibility is that Li Yange discovered the ruins of the strong man and got these top-quality foundation establishment pills from it. Business secrets, no comment. Just ask me for any medicine pill you want in the future. I won't accept orders for 1,000 medicine pills. Li Yange said that the other party is so rich that he can develop into a long-term customer. Do you still have a medicine pill for cultivation? But Xiang Yun's eyes lit up. He needed the foundation establishment, but he also needed the medicine pill for daily practice. Yes, the first level jeweling pill, the second level bailing pill, and the third level purple spirit pill. These are all top-quality medicine pills. You can't use the fourth level medicine pill even if you buy it for the time being. How much do you need? Li Yange asked. Who is the medicine pill sold to? As for these medicine pills will strengthen the other party. Li Yange just smiled and said nothing. Even if the other party eats the medicine pills, it will not pose any threat to him. Looking at Li Yange's reply, Xiang Yun couldn't help but gasp. He was not surprised that Li Yange could get the medicine pills, but it was scary if they were all top-quality medicine pills. Who sells the best medicine pill wholesale? What's the price? Xiang Yun asked. 10,000 spirit stones for the first order spirit gathering pill, 50,000 spirit stones for the second order 100 spirit pill, and 100,000 spirit stones for the third order purple spirit pill. Li Yange quoted the price. Both the spirit gathering pill and the foundation establishment pill belong to the first order medicine pill, but the cost of the spirit gathering pill is lower, and the cost of a batch of spirit stones is less than 1,000 spirit stones. In the Beishan Empire, the price of the low-grade jeweling pill is 200 spirit stones, the middle-grade jeweling pill is 500 spirit stones, and the top-grade jeweling pill is 1,000 spirit stones. As for the ultimate spirit gathering pills, there is a price, but no market. So how to set the price depends on Li Yange himself. In fact, the cultivation base that can be provided by a top-quality jeweling pill is not as good as 10,000 spirit stones. But one of the biggest advantages of medicine pill is that it can be refined quickly. A medicine pill can be refined in a few hours, but 10,000 spirit stones cannot be absorbed in 3 to 5 days. Cultivator has the least lack of time, but it is also the one that lacks the most time. If you break through early, you can pursue a higher realm. Moreover, the top-quality medicine pills do not have erysipelas. No matter how much you take the top-quality medicine pills, you don't have to worry about affecting the foundation, which is why the top-quality medicine pills are expensive. Although the price is a little bit expensive, it's worth it. The first order top-quality gathering spirit pill and the second order top-quality bailing pill each come with 10,000 pieces. Xiang Yundao. He is not afraid of running out of so many medicine pills, and his sect will grow stronger in the future, and the medicine pills will not be enough by then. Okay, a total of 600 million spirit stones. Li Yange traded the medicine pill to the other party with a smile, and he also gained 600 million spirit stones. In just a short while, he has already earned 1.6 billion spirit stones from Xiang Yun. Looking at these top-quality medicine pills in front of him, Xiang Yun was startled, and he was even more sure that Li Yange should have found the ruins of the strong man. Otherwise, how could there be so many top-quality medicine pills? At the same time, he couldn't help but guess that Li Yange's realm has so many top-notch medicine pills, and the opponent's realm is definitely not inferior to him, and even surpassed him. I thought I was number 1 in this rookie area, but now it seems that I am thinking too much, but I have a fair level talent and a fair level cultivation technique. With these top-quality medicine pills, I can quickly improve realm, sooner or later over him. Xiang Yun secretly encouraged himself. Li Yange, right? It would be your biggest mistake if you sold these medicine pills to me. Li Yange naturally didn't know what Xiang Yun was thinking. Even if he knew, he didn't care. If the other party could catch up with him on realm, it would be useless to spend so many avatars helping him practice. At the same time, an hour passed quickly, and all 10 top-quality foundation establishment pills were sold, with an average price of 900,000 spirit stones, not even 1 million. Then Li Yange took out 10 more foundation establishment pills, and this time the price was lowered again, with an average price of only 800,000 spirit stones. After several tests, Li Yange finally determined the price at 500,000 spirit stones, and 1,000 spirit stones were put on the shelves on the spot. He doesn't care if he can sell it or not. Anyway, he is the only one who has the top-quality foundation establishment dan, and the cost is also low, so it doesn't matter if he can't sell it. What's more, the big money for medicine pill is not these rookie players, but the Beishan Empire and the World Auction House afterwards, and now they are only making a small fortune. At this time, news came from Dianwei. Because Dianwei was Liang Feng's disciple, the purchase of foundation establishment pills went smoothly, and there was a discount. However, due to limited time, I only bought 10,000 medium-grade foundation establishment pills and 1,000 top-grade foundation establishment pills for a total of 140 million spirit stones. Li Yange sold these medicine pills at the market price, but in fact he didn't earn much, only 10 million spirit stones. However, some of these medicine pill players have become foundation establishment period, so it can be regarded as a little benefit for these fellow villagers. Sure enough, after the appearance of these foundation establishment pills, all the players went crazy, and in less than 5 minutes, all the medicine pills were sold out. Naturally, some people didn't buy it, and hoped that Liange would continue to sell some, but Liange didn't respond. He only made 10 million spirit stones as a bonus. How could he satisfy all players? These players are just rookies after all, and they don't have much money. The real money depends on the Beishin Empire. As Liange spoke, his breath suddenly rose. It turned out that with the unremitting efforts of the avatars, they accidentally broke through just now. Already gold core 4 levels. Early the next morning, Liange's consciousness descended on Zhao Zilong, and at the same time activated the token Yi Jingyuan had given him earlier. What can you do with me? After a few breaths, Yi Jingyuan's figure appeared, looked at Liange, and asked, "Didn't His Majesty say that we want to cooperate? I think we can start now." Liange smiled. Yi Jingyuan raised his brows. He really wanted to cooperate with the other party, but the way he thought of the cooperation was preceding entry stage. He gave various benefits, and when the other party became stronger, he could take care of the Beishin Empire. What do you need? Just say, as long as my Beishin Empire has it, I will agree. Yi Jingyuan said. Only thought that Liange needed some cultivation resources or some powerful treasures. Your Majesty is wrong. Since it is a cooperation, it is of mutual benefit. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Liange took out a few jade bottles as he spoke. Yi Jingyuan looked at the jade bottle curiously and found that it was filled with medicine pills. These medicine pills range from tier 1 to tier 4. In addition to the medicine pills used for daily cultivation, there are also some medicine pills for breakthroughs in various realms. For example, the Qi refining period breaks through the foundation establishment period. The foundation establishment period breaks through the gold core period Jinyuan Dan. The gold core period breaks through the nascent soul period Huang Dan, and the nascent soul period breaks through the expanding aperture period Lin Xiao Dan. Of course, these medicine pills are nothing to him, but to his surprise, all of these medicine pills have reached the top level. You mean, an idea popped up in Yi Jingyuan's mind, but he was still not sure. If this idea was true, it meant that the national power of their Beishin Empire would rise crazily. That's right, these medicine pills are all refined by my sect, and all of them are top-grade medicine pills. I wonder if His Majesty needs them. Liange asked with a smile. You mean that your sect can refine the best medicine pill? And it's a large batch of refining. Even though he was prepared, Yi Jingyuan was still taken aback. Even though the highest is only the 4th order medicine pill, in the entire Beishin Empire, he is the only one in the self-union stage, and there are only a dozen or so in the divine transformation stage. The cultivator of the nascent soul expanding aperture period is already the mainstay of the Beishin Empire. If there are really a large number of top-quality medicine pills, there will be a large number of cultivators of the nascent soul stage and expanding aperture stage in the entire Beishin Empire. And now the opponent sect can only provide the 4th order best medicine pill, but as the opponent gradually becomes stronger, it is entirely possible to provide higher level medicine pills. How many such medicine pills do you have? Yi Jingyuan asked. His request is not high. As long as he can provide him with 1,000 4th order top quality medicine pills a month, it is enough. It depends on how much Your Majesty needs. By the way, we sect will not accept orders that are less than 10,000 pieces. Lian showed a warm smile. What? 10,000 pieces? Yi Jingyuan was shocked. He thought that 1,000 pills would be enough. After all, it is very difficult to refine the best medicine pills. Unexpectedly, Liange asked for 10,000 pills. And listening to the tone of the other party, there are obviously more medicine pills. Are they all top-quality medicine pills? Of course, I'm embarrassed to sell it if it's not the best. Now it was Yi Jingyuan's turn to be silent. Apart from being shocked by the strength of sect behind Liange, he was also thinking about how powerful the Beishin Empire would become if he had so many top-quality medicine pills. The cooperation you are talking about should not only sell the medicine pill to the Beishin Empire, right? Yi Jingyuan said. That's right. We are in charge of refining the medicine pill. But you also know that refining the medicine pill requires a large amount of elixir, which requires the Beishin Empire to provide it. Liange nodded. He asked Yanwei to purchase a lot of elixir before, but the efficiency was still too low. With the help of the Emperor Yi Jingyuan, everything would be easier. After all, the Beishin Empire is a country dominated by imperial power, and Yi Jingyuan is the strongest and has absolute right to speak in the Beishin Empire. No problem. But correspondingly, I also hope that your medicine pill will be sold to us at the market price. Yi Jingyuan nodded. He has nothing to hesitate about this point. The same pill refining material, in the hands of others, can at most refine top-grade medicine pills, which is really a waste compared to top-grade medicine pills. Sure, Liange agreed, and he didn't plan to sell it to the other party at a high price. The reason is also very simple. He has already regarded the Beishin Empire as his own subsidiary force, and the purpose of strengthening the Beishin Empire is to prepare for the capture of the other 2 countries in the future. Okay, this matter is not small. I need to discuss it with other people in the empire. After all, mobilizing the elixir from various places also requires the cooperation of other people. Yi Jingyuan said, and planned to leave after speaking, but was stopped by Liange at this moment. Don't worry, Your Majesty. What we just talked about was just medicine pill. I don't know if His Majesty still needs spiritual weapons, talismans, or even puppets. They are all of the highest quality. Liange asked with a smile. Listening to Liange's words, Yi Jingyuan took a deep breath. His heart was full of shock. He could see that Liange was not joking with him, but really had these things. The best medicine pill, the best spiritual weapon, the best talisman, the best puppet, and even the best formation. If the Beishin Empire really possessed these things, how powerful would the entire empire be? Yi Jingyuan's first thought was to cultivate a powerful army. An army composed entirely of nascent soul stage or even expanding aperture stage, combined with top-grade spiritual weapons, talismans, puppets, and formations, will die even at the divine transformation stage, and even the cultivator at the self-union stage will have to temporarily avoid the edge. These are what he expected, but as the emperor, it is not so easy to lose his mind. It seems that the 2 sides are cooperating, but in fact the other side is also helping the Beishin Empire. You want to make my Beishin Empire a subsidiary? Yi Jingyuan was silent for a while and said, rather than becoming a subsidiary, it's better to cooperate, and our sect has no interest in taking charge of the Beishin Empire. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to Your Majesty. If Your Majesty is unwilling to cooperate, we still have 2 other countries to choose from. I don't think any emperor can refuse the temptation of the unification of the 3 kingdoms. Liange said calmly. Yi Jingyuan's pupils shrank. The other party actually wanted to unify the 3 kingdoms. If it was someone else, he would only think it was wishful thinking. But looking at those superb medicine pills, he knew that the other party was not joking, and that the other party really had this ability. Are all the chosen ones this scary? Yi Jingyuan smiled wryly. That actually is not. It's just that we are a bit special. Liange shook his head and said, compared to him cheating. You are right. You have other choices, but my Beishin Empire has no choice, so there is no problem with cooperation. And as you said, no emperor can refuse the temptation of the unification of the 3 kingdoms. Yi Jingyuan said. In fact, he had already made a decision. That is to cooperate with the chosen one. Otherwise the sect and the territory would not have been wiped out back then, and he would have opened the way for the chosen one. It's actually pretty good now. After all, the 2 sides are cooperating in name. In the past, he wanted to wait for the chosen one to become stronger and become the other's subordinate. It is not shameful to find a strong man to hug the thigh. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. As for the unification of the 3 countries, try to complete it within half a year. Liange said that half a year is enough time for him to break through to the divine transformation stage, or even the self-union stage. Yi Jingyuan left, and after returning to the palace, he immediately summoned his ministers and discussed for several hours before these ministers left excitedly. Then the entire Beishin Empire took action and began to collect and even purchase various heavenly and mortal treasures. Yi Jingyuan even asked people to go to Ziyang Empire and Jinhai Empire to purchase these heavenly and mortal treasures. Even if they are more expensive, it doesn't matter. In the future, when the Beishin Empire becomes stronger and these 2 countries are destroyed, all losses will be insignificant. And Liange also completed the first transaction with Yi Jingyuan. The first is the medicine pill. Yi Jingyuan asked for 10,000 pill refining medicines from the first to the fourth level, which is 3.6 billion spirit stones. Then there are 1,000 foundation establishment pills for breakthroughs, 1,000 golden yuan pills, 100 infant transformation pills, and 100 Lingxiao pills, for a total of 8.5 billion spirit stones. So just for the first transaction, Liange got 12.1 billion spirit stones, which is enough for him to create all clones after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In a short time, Yi Jingyuan probably won't buy any more medicine pills, especially the medicine pills for breaking the realm. At most, he will buy some medicine pills that are usually used for cultivation. Liange nodded in satisfaction. This is just the medicine pill. After that, there will be deals on spirit weapons, talismans, formations, and puppets, and he will only get more and more spirit stones. Then it's time to practice as soon as possible. The protection period for newcomers is only a few days away, but there is still one last chance to harvest bloodline. Liange thought about it, and stopped the 4,000 clones who were practicing spells to upgrade realm with all their strength. With a total of 9,000 clones practicing together, Liange can feel himself being strengthened every moment. That night, Liange's realm broke through again, reaching the 5th floor of Gold Core. The speed at which the 9,000 avatars practice together is truly terrifying, and they can basically break through one layer every day. This is because his background is too strong, not only the innate sword body, but the most important thing is the chaos bloodline. You must know that there are 3 types of immortal level bloodlines that are fused with chaos bloodlines. 100. Although he is only at the 5th level of Gold Core now, if he really fights, even the return to origin cultivator of the nascent soul stage is not his opponent. It is also because the background is too strong, so the spiritual chi required for each realm breakthrough increases. Otherwise, if it is an ordinary person, it will have already broken through to the nascent soul stage, or even the expanding aperture stage. Day by day, Liange's realm is rising crazily. It was also on this day, and it was also the 28th day since he came to the 10,000 races continent. At this time, his realm had reached the 9th level of Gold Core, and he was only one step away from the nascent soul stage. However, compared to the realm breakthrough, what Liange is looking forward to today is the last fairy level recruitment, which is also his last chance to harvest bloodline in large quantities. It was still the familiar light gate, and outside the light gate, 9,000 clones had already ambushed here. Soon, the door of light opened slowly, and figures were seen walking out of it. These creatures were about to take a breath of the air of this world, but they were greeted by sword rays one after another. No, accompanied by a horrified scream, these creatures were instantly submerged by sword ray, leaving only corpses. Go and check to see if there are any survivors. Sitting on Liange Road in the Great Hall of the Sect, there were avatars checking one by one, and Liange didn't come out until it was finally confirmed that there was no one alive. Let me see what fairy level bloodline is again this time. Liange looked at the corpses in this area and began to harvest bloodline one by one. Advanced, king grade, imperial grade. Found it. When Liange came to a dead body, he stopped. This corpse looked similar to a human race in appearance, but its skin was golden, and even the blood that flowed out was golden. The Baijian clan enjoys fighting. The Baijian clan's physique is strong, not inferior to those fairy bodies of the human race, and there are also talents who become more and more crazy as they fight. The individual strength of each Baijian clan is extremely strong. The information of this race appeared in Liange's mind. The Baijian clan is a well-known fighting maniac in the 10,000 clans continent, and their straightforward personality has offended many races, but because of their own strength, other races can only endure it. Not bad. Liange wasn't too surprised. The bloodline of the Baijian clan can only be said to be average. It helped him, but it didn't help much. In comparison, he still prefers the bloodline of the race with special talents. For example, the medicine family is very special and can create huge benefits for him. After harvesting the bloodline of the Baijian clan, Liange continued to harvest other bloodlines. Finally, Liange counted and found that the harvest of this layer was not bad. 1 fairy level bloodline, 7 emperor level bloodlines, and 13 king grade bloodlines can provide a total of 58% of the progress of his chaotic bloodline. I don't know what supernatural power can be awakened by the chaos bloodline on the 3rd floor. Thinking about it, Liange communicated with the system, bloodline fusion. The system prompts that the host has undergone bloodline fusion, and the chaotic bloodline has successfully reached the 3rd layer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining supernatural power, Fei Xiangdi. Fa Tian Xiangdi. Exercising this supernatural power can transform into heaven and earth, imitating the scale of heaven and earth, imitating the sky, imitating the earth, as high as the sky and earth, as wide as the earth, and as high as the sky and the earth. Liange took a deep breath. Fei Xiangdi is a great supernatural power. He never expected to be able to obtain this supernatural power. However, Liange also knows that with his Gold Core 9-layer cultivation base, he will definitely not be able to be as high as the world is introduced. Come and use it. Liange casually clicked on a clone and said, the avatar is no nonsense. He directly casts this supernatural power, and his body starts to skyrocket immediately. And in just a few breaths, he has already become a giant with a height of 10 meters. Liange's consciousness came to this clone, and he felt it carefully. Not only has the stature increased, but the strength has also doubled directly. However, this supernatural power also needs to consume spirit power. With my Gold Core 9-layer cultivation base, it can only last for half an hour. If it is during this period using other spells, I'm afraid 5 minutes is the limit. Although the time is a bit short, Liange is already very satisfied. After all, he is only in the Gold Core stage, and he cannot fully display this supernatural power at all. It's only 10 meters high now, but if I reach the transcend tribulation stage in the future, or even ascend to immortality, it won't be a problem even if I'm 10,000 feet high. Liange nodded in satisfaction. Something like supernatural power is not magic. The spells will gradually be eliminated as the realm improves, and then more powerful spells will be cultivated. But supernatural power can be used all the time, and it will continue to increase as its own strength becomes stronger. It's a pity that there will be no chance to harvest bloodline so much in the future. Otherwise, I really want to raise chaos bloodline to the 9th floor and get a few more supernatural powers. Thinking about it, Liange also opened the own panel to check it. Personal panel. Name, Liange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, Gold Core 9 layers, 98.9%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation technique, 9 tribulations casting immortals, 7.1% mastery. Star body refining, 31% 2nd floor. Spells, Void Sword Ju, 1.5% great completion. Soul Curse, 14% mastery. Shan Hasil, 14% mastery. Talent, Chaos Bloodline, 24% tier 3. Innate sword body, immortal level. Supernatural power, shrink the ground into an inch. Samadhi real fire, law heaven and earth. Spirit stones, 14.74 billion. Looking at the own panel, Liange nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to his mini avatars. Otherwise, he didn't have any talent before, and he probably hasn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage now. It's already Gold Core level 9, and it's not too far away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. But there are only 2 days left in the 1-month newcomer protection period. 2 days later, the protection period for newcomers will end. From now on, in the 10,000 races continent, players can only rely on themselves. Even if they continue to hide in the sect, they will no longer be safe. At the same time, players may also attack each other, or even face other powerful demonic beast attacks, and many people should die by then. After the newcomer protection period is over, all players will have 3 days to return to Blue Star, and after 3 days, the secret realm trial will start. Players who came to 10,000 races continent have a chance to return to Blue Star, but the time is not long, and it is decided according to realm. In fact, after many players came to the 10,000 Races continent at the beginning, they were reluctant to return to Blue Star. After all, in the 10,000 Clans continent, they could become strong and establish their own forces. There was too much freedom. But later people discovered that the heirs born in the 10,000 Races continent cannot become the chosen ones, and the chance of awakening the talent is not high. So for the sake of future generations, the players will still return to Blue Star, but they will not stay for long. After all, after returning to Blue Star, one's own strength will be sealed. The weak are fine, but it is too insecure for the strong. However, after the rookie protection period is over, basically all players will return to Blue Star. The second generation went back to bring more resources, and ordinary people went back to take refuge. After all, after the newcomer protection period ends, there are still 3 days before the secret realm will be opened. During these 3 days, any accidents may happen, so it is safer to go back to Blue Star. But this is also for others. Liange has no plans to go back. The protection period for newcomers will end in 2 days, and it will take 3 more days to open the secret realm, which also means I have 5 days. Liange thought about it. Realm doesn't need to rush to break through for the time being. He can completely let all clones cultivate those spell levels in the past 5 days. Although I only go to the low-level secret realm, and the strongest is only the gold core stage. With my strength, I am almost invincible, but the secret realm is not only attended by newcomers, but more old players. It's normal for an old player to have powerful means. Maybe someone has the means to kill a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, or even at the expanding aperture stage. Although Liange will not put the main body in danger, there are some things that must be guarded against, and only those who are strong enough can deal with everything. In the next 5 days, let's practice cultivation technique and spells with all our strength. In addition, we should also prepare some talismans, formations, and puppets. Thinking about it, Liange made all clones act to prepare for the opening of the secret realm later. Soon 2 days passed. Congratulations, you have survived for a month as a rookie in the 10,000 Races continent. The rookie protection period is over. From now on, you will explore this world on your own. I wish you a smooth journey to immortality. Open new functions for you. Trial secret realm, world auction house, world chat channel. A notification sounded in the minds of all rookie players, and everyone knew that the rookie protection period was completely over. From now on, they will face the world directly, and every decision may cost them their lives, or they may get great opportunities. Is the newcomer protection period over so soon? I haven't broken through to the foundation establishment period yet. Fortunately, I broke through to the foundation establishment period before the end of the protection period, and I have a little bit of self-protection power. I'm only on the 7th floor of Chi refining, and I'm already thinking about whether to come back after returning to Blue Star. I don't plan to come back. This place is too dangerous. Let's just stay in Blue Star. The players also chatted in the regional channel, and it wasn't surprising that Liange took a look. Returning to Blue Star is actually a chance for all players to choose. They can continue to develop in the 10,000 Races continent, but they can also stay in Blue Star. But once you choose not to come to the 10,000 Clans continent, it also means that you will never be able to come to the 10,000 Clans continent in the future. Not everyone is willing to work hard in the 10,000 Races continent. Some people just want to live a peaceful life. You have a chance to return to Blue Star. This time you can stay in Blue Star for 3 days. Are you sure to use this opportunity? Need not. Liange directly refused. As a time traveler and an orphan in this life, it is better to use infinite clones in the 10,000 Races continent to become stronger. Launching also has no people or things he is nostalgic for. However, players like Liange are in the minority after all. 99 out of 10 players chose to return to Blue Star once. After all, they don't know when the next time they will return to Blue Star. When everyone else returned to Blue Star, Liange checked the new functions that were opened after the protection period for newcomers. The first is the world chat channel. When Liange opened it, he found that it was very lively. This year's newcomers should have been around for a month. I don't know how this year's newcomers are doing. I guess it's still the same. The second generation is powerful. Ordinary people probably haven't even broken through the foundation establishment period. That's not necessarily true. I heard that there is a little guy from an ordinary family background this year, but he has a fairy level talent and has received official help from Blue Star. His strength should not be worse than that of the second generation. How many such people can there be? It's not just a few people. Most people are still ordinary. It's not bad if they can reach the stage of divine transformation in this life. Why do you think so much? The protection period for newbies is over, and the secret realm will open in 3 days. I'm only 1 King Grade Spirit Vein away from making Sect reach the 7th rank. I must not miss this opportunity. I'm sorry, I'm going to decide on the King Grade Spirit Vein. You better wait until next year, or you can go grab those natives. Now chatting on the world chat channel are all old players. The worst is the gold core stage. Most of the people chatting are around the divine transformation stage. As for the Manhwa stage and transcend tribulation stage, I haven't seen the bosses. The most discussed among these old players is this year's newcomers and the trial secret realm after 3 days. Liange looked at it for a while and didn't get much information, so he closed the interface. Then Liange opened the world auction house to check. The World Auction House is actually an advanced version of the regional trading house. In the World Auction House, there are 2 functions of consignment and auction, in addition to the function of anonymous auction. When Liange opened the World Auction House, he found that there were a lot of things on consignment, including medicine pill, spiritual artifacts, and various heavenly and mortal treasures. The price of some items is higher than that of the Baishan Empire, while others are much lower. Liange searched for the best medicine pills, ranging from the 1st level to the 9th level. The first order top grade foundation establishment Dan actually only needs 300,000 spirit stones, which is 200,000 spirit stones cheaper than what I sold. However, the top grade spirit aperture pill of the 4th level costs 80 million spirit stones each, and I only sell 20 million spirit stones in the Baishan Empire. Liange looked around and found that the prices of lower rank items were lower than what he sold, but the higher the rank items, the higher the price, and some items could only be paid for with spirit crystals. This is also normal. The Baishan Empire is too remote. There are not many strong people, so there is not much demand for high rank items, and the prices are naturally not much higher. On the contrary, because the Baishan Empire is too weak, it needs a lot of low-level items, and the price is much higher. In addition to these items on consignment, Liange also saw many items on auction. Those that can be used in auctions to allow countless players to bid for them must have their special features. Tianya Spear, incomplete and half-immortal weapon, current bidding, 7 King Grade Veins, remaining bidding time, 15 hours and 12 minutes. Enlightenment Tea, immortal grade, quantity 1 piece, current bidding, 4 King Grade Spirit Veins, remaining bidding time, 28 hours and 48 minutes. Talent Spirit Fruit. After taking it, 1 more talent can be added, with a 90% probability of becoming a spirit level talent, a 9% probability of becoming a King Grade talent, and a 1% probability of becoming an Emperor level talent. Current bidding, 13 King Grade Spiritual Veins, remaining bidding time, 34 hours and 41 minutes. On the auction interface, there are millions of items being auctioned, but some of them must be used by the player to make up the number, trying to find someone to take advantage of. However, there are also good things in it, such as semi-immortal artifacts and enlightenment tea leaves, and the bidding is based on spiritual veins. Moreover, Liange knew that when there were only 5 minutes left in the auction, it would be the moment for those bigwigs to really bid, and the price would only be higher then. Sure enough, the old player is rich. I'm still running around for the spirit stones. They've already used spirit stones, and the shot is the spirit stones. Liange clicked his tongue secretly. It can be said that poverty limited his previous imagination. Before, he thought that there were more than 10 billion spirit stones who were already very rich, but compared with these big guys, they were nothing. You must know that all spirit veins above the spirit level produce spirit crystals, and 1 spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. And in a spirit level vein, there are at least 100 million spirit crystals, converted into spirit stones, that is 1 trillion spirit stones. The spiritual crystals in the king grade spiritual veins reached 1 billion, and the spiritual crystals in the emperor grade spiritual veins reached tens of billions. There is no fairy level spirit vein, because the fairy level spirit veins no longer produce spirit crystals, but fairy stones, which are resources that immortals can only use in cultivation when they ascend to the upper realm. Li Ange lamented that these bigwigs are really rich, and at the same time searched for the epiphany card, but found that there is no such thing in the auction house. It's not there. Is it because it's not precious, or because it's too precious, so others are reluctant to sell it even if they have it? Li Ange frowned. Originally wanted to refer to the price, but now it seems impossible. Forget it. This epiphany card is useless to me anyway. Let's sell it first. If it's really valuable, those bosses won't miss it. Thinking about it, Li Ange took out his epiphany card. Enlightenment card, spiritual level. After using it, it can increase the chance of enlightenment for Sect disciples by 20%, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. It is only valid for sects of the 7th rank and below. The effect of 20% epiphany is not so good for him. After all, he has a clone to practice, so he doesn't need epiphany. But for others, it is different. Epiphany is hard to come across. If you are lucky, it is possible to directly break through a big realm. Moreover, the spiritual level epiphany card is also effective for 7th rank sections. One must know that among 7th rank sects, there are void return realm experts, and epiphany is even more rare for such experts. Li Ange directly put this epiphany card on the shelves anonymously. Enlightenment card, spiritual level. Current bidding, 0. Remaining bidding time, 47 hours and 59 minutes. Li Ange directly set a 2-day bidding time, which was enough for those bigwigs to react and collect money. After waiting for a while, I found that there was still no bid, which is normal. After all, there are too many things in the auction house, and it is difficult for anyone to find them in a while. Wait a minute, if no one bids at night, then I can only advertise myself. Li Ange closed the interface, and then looked at the trial secret realm, but was reminded that it would not open until 3 days later. After checking all the new functions, Li Ange took another look at the cultivation progress of the avatar. The proficiency of spells and cultivation technique is increasing rapidly. According to this speed, his strength can be doubled several times in 3 days. Time passed slowly, and it gradually reached around 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Ange glanced at the auction house and found that the epiphany card on own had finally been found. Enlightenment card, spirit level. Current bidding, 70 billion spirit stones. Remaining bidding time, 47 hours and 59 minutes. It's already 70 billion spirit stones. It's really rich. Li Ange thought about opening the world chat interface again, and found that all the players were chatting, and no one was discussing the epiphany card. Is this epiphany card worthless? Li Ange was puzzled, thought about it, and decided to ask directly. Fortunately, the world chat interface also has an anonymous function. Hello seniors, is the epiphany card useful? Li Ange asked anonymously. The epiphany card? This thing is very useful. If there is an epiphany card, it is enough to double the strength of the entire sect. Don't even think about this thing. Generally, you only have a chance to get it in the trial secret realm, and the person who gets it is for his own use. It's been a long time since anyone sold this thing. The epiphany card is not easy to get. Even in the trial secret realm, there is only a very small probability of getting it, especially the epiphany card above the spiritual level. Have you seen the enlightenment tea leaves in the auction house? This thing is only for one cultivation card. The base is useful, but the epiphany card is useful for the entire sect. Although Li Ange has been anonymous, when this question was asked, many enthusiastic players gave explanations. So it's so useful, then I can buy it at the auction house with confidence. Li Ange said anonymously again, but these words made these players stunned for a moment, and then searched in the auction house. When they saw the spiritual level epiphany card, everyone immediately exploded. Damn it, someone is selling the epiphany card, and it's still at the spiritual level. Crazy, who is so stupid? It's awesome. Even the epiphany card is sold, and it's still at the spiritual level. Spirit level epiphany card can have effects on sects of 7th rank and below. With this epiphany card, some sects that happen to be stuck in 7th rank can be upgraded to 8th rank sect. Why are you so excited? This epiphany card probably doesn't belong to us anymore. Just wait for the boss to make a move. The epiphany card can only be obtained during the trial of the secret realm, but the secret realm is opened once a year, and it hasn't started this year. Where did the epiphany card come from? Don't forget that newcomers have a sect lottery chance, and they have a chance to get the epiphany card. Now that the protection period for newcomers has passed, and the world auction house function is activated, it should be the newcomers who sell it. This newcomer probably doesn't know the value of the epiphany card. If he uses it after reaching the 7th rank sect, he will have a chance to become the 8th rank sect. I'm afraid he will regret it after selling it now. Following Li Ange's anonymous post of 2 messages, the news of the auction house's epiphany card was completely known to other players, and the auction price of the epiphany card also soared wildly in just a quarter of an hour, reaching the price of 800 billion spirit stones. This price shocked Li Ange. He knew that the epiphany card should be very valuable, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable, and the auction lasted for 2 days, and the real boss still didn't make a move. Sure enough, you still have to advertise yourself. Some players discovered the epiphany card before, but they didn't publicize it everywhere. Obviously, they wanted to catch the leak. Seeing the rising price, Li Ange nodded in satisfaction, and had some expectations for the final price. At the same time, on the 10,000 races continent, many players were alarmed by this spiritual level epiphany card. Blackfiend Sect. This is a 7th rank sect. Sect leader Lu Yu is a player who entered the 10,000 races continent before 100 years, and has the peak void return realm. The Blackfiend Sect is considered to be the top among all 7th rank sects, and its disciples exceed 1 million. In addition to Lu Yu, the sect leader, there are more than 30 void return realm cultivators in the sect, and there are many more in the self-union realm. Up to hundreds. The epiphany card, and it's a spiritual level epiphany card. If I can get it, I will have a chance to break through to the Manhwa stage, and then the entire sect will reach the 8th grade. Lu Yu's eyes were full of excitement. He is different from those geniuses. When he first entered the 10,000 races continent, he was just an ordinary person, not even a low-level talent. But his luck is not bad. He has survived all the way, from an ordinary person to a power in the void return period in more than 100 years, and even made the Blackfiend Sect the overlord. But also because he does not have a powerful talent, it is more difficult for him to break through realm. When it comes to his realm, once a breakthrough fails, it can't be recovered after a month of cultivation, at least 10 years. 10 years ago, he was already at the peak of the void returning realm. It was because of the failure of the breakthrough, so he cultivated for 10 years, and he fully recovered half a year ago. But because he failed once, he didn't dare to break through again, otherwise he would damage the foundation again and cultivate for a longer time. Originally, in his plan, he would participate in this year's trial secret realm, obtain the heavenly and mortal treasures that assisted breakthrough in the secret realm, and then buy a medicine pill at a high price, so that he would have at least a 50% chance of breakthrough. But now seeing this epiphany card, he was immediately moved. A 20% chance of epiphany is not low. If he succeeds in epiphany, he can easily break through to the Manhwa stage. Not only will his strength increase again, but his lifespan will also increase. Even if I don't realize it, it can still improve the overall strength of sect, and then enter the secret realm, and the chance of getting treasures will increase again. Thinking about it, Lu Yu suddenly became firm in his heart, and must take this epiphany card. If it's a king grade or emperor level epiphany card, he won't have the slightest idea, because those 8th grade or even 9th grade sects will definitely make a move. But it's different if it's just the spirit level epiphany card, and there is every chance to win it. All elders come here immediately. This sect leader has something important to discuss. Lu Yu intends to take stock of the property in the sect, replace all of them with spiritual veins, and bid for the epiphany card. In addition to Lu Yu, countless sect leaders of the 7th rank sect also acted on the entire 10,000 races continent, preparing to compete for the epiphany card. It is really suitable for this epiphany card to appear. The day after the epiphany card is sold coincides with the opening day of this year's trial secret realm. Although buying the epiphany card will cost a lot of spiritual veins, as long as you get stronger with the epiphany card, you can earn it back in the trial secret realm. Naturally, Liange didn't know that this epiphany card had attracted the attention of countless seven sects. Early the next morning, Liange took a look at the bidding for the epiphany card and found that it was no longer just spirit stones, but 3 spiritual veins. 3 spiritual veins are equivalent to 3 trillion spirit stones. It looks like a lot, but Liange knows that this is still not the limit of those big guys. It's just the beginning. Let's fight. Let's fight. Anyway, I don't lose. Liange laughed. At this time, Zhao Zilong, the avatar, suddenly sent news that Yi Jinyuan wanted to make a deal again. Naturally, Liange would not refuse, and his direct awareness came to Zhao Zilong. Liange took the list handed over by Yi Jinyuan: 1,000 pieces of 4th level spiritual weapons, 10,000 pieces of 3rd level spiritual tools, 1,000 pieces of 3-piece 4th level talisman seals, 10,000 pieces of 3-piece 3rd level talisman seals, and 100 formation discs, 1,000 third order formation discs. Your Majesty is planning to build an army? Liange said. That's right. Although there are only 10,000 troops, the worst is the Gold Core stage, led by the cultivator of the Divine Transformation stage. This will be a sharp knife for our Beitian Empire. Yi Jinyuan nodded. There is no problem with the things on the list. I will give you within half a month. The price can be lower for you. Let's say 100 billion spirit stones. Liange thought for a while and thought, this price is actually very cheap, but it is still a huge profit for him. The materials are provided by me, Beitian. As Yi Jinyuan spoke, he took out more than 10 storage rings. Liange opened them and took a look. The piles inside were all refining materials, and the worst was 2nd level materials, and the highest was 5th level materials. If the materials are provided by Beitian, I can lower the price to 50 billion, and since it is an army, these spiritual weapons will have formation effects. They can be formed into formations, or can be formed into formations with thousands of troops. What does your Majesty think? Liange asked with a smile. For him, the 50 billion was picked up for nothing, and the materials were all provided by the other party. He just spent some time. To be precise, let the avatar spend some time. Yi Jinyuan took a deep breath. To be honest, the price is still very expensive. Pill refining does have a selling fee, but it is definitely not such an exaggeration. In his opinion, it would be about 20 billion. But there is no way. Liange has monopolized the technology. Only he can refine the top quality, and he can refine it in just half a month. You must know that although there are craftsmen in the Beitian Empire, the highest level is only 6th level, and the 4th level top-grade spiritual weapons refined are even rarer, let alone all the spiritual weapons can be formed into formations. Make a deal. Yi Jinyuan nodded in agreement, and then handed over 50 billion spirit stones to Liange, not afraid of Liange's repudiation. Your Majesty is refreshing. I will deliver this batch to you as soon as possible. Liange laughed. 50 billion spirit stones is not a lot for the Beitian Empire. According to Liange's knowledge, there are more than 50 high-level spiritual veins that have not been mined in the entire Beitian Empire. Not to mention those spiritual veins that he doesn't know about, and that have already been mined. And the Beitian Empire has spiritual level spiritual veins, so 50 billion spirit stones will not hurt the Beitian Empire. By the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Liange was about to withdraw his consciousness when Yi Jinyuan suddenly spoke. I don't know what else His Majesty has to do. Liange asked. Recently, our Beitian Empire has mobilized various materials on a large scale, and even went to the Xiang Empire and the Jinhai Empire to buy them. This matter will definitely attract the attention of the 2 countries. Although it is not enough to let the armies of the 2 countries overwhelm the border, according to the information I have received, the 2 countries have sent strong men to investigate. Although I have taken precautions, I cannot take care of everything after all. During this period of time, you and the sect behind you should be careful. Yi Jinyuan said. Although he doesn't know how strong Liange's sect is, the Chosen One has only been here for a month now, and even if the Chosen One is abnormal in such a short period of time, it will only be the foundation establishment period at most. Now that he and Liange are bound together, they naturally don't want anything to happen to each other. Is there a divine transformation period? Liange asked. That's not enough. The divine transformation period is the top powerhouse for our 3 countries. Just inquiring about the news will not let the divine transformation period cultivator be dispatched, but at least it is the nascent soul period or even the expanding aperture period. Yi Jinyuan said. Okay, I'll let Sect know about it. Liange smiled and said, now that he has reached the peak of the Gold Core stage, he can leapfrog to kill the nascent soul stage, let alone have 10,000 clones. He can't say much about the cultivator of the divine transformation period, but if it's just a cultivator of the expanding aperture period, as long as the other party dares to trouble him, then they don't want to leave. Yi Jinyuan could see that Liange didn't care, and he wouldn't think that the other party was arrogant. After all, the other party was not a careless person during the time they spent together. Since they don't care so much, it must be that the opponent and the opponent's sect already have the ability to fight against the expanding aperture cultivator. This also made him startled. Hasn't the Chosen One only been here for a month? Isn't the speed of becoming stronger too fast? No, it's not that the Chosen One is strong, but that the sect behind Zhao Zilong is strong. Yi Jinyuan also asked people to investigate other chosen people, and the speed of becoming stronger is indeed fast. Some people have even reached the foundation establishment stage, but most of them are only in the chi refining stage. So from this point of view, the chosen person behind Zhao Zilong is probably the top existence among all the chosen people. Naturally, Liange didn't know that the other party had so many thoughts. At this time, his consciousness had returned to the main body, and then arranged those materials to other clones, so that the clones could start refining what Yi Jinyuan needed. Just wait until tomorrow's Epiphany card auction ends, and the day after tomorrow, it's time to enter the trial secret realm. The day passed quickly, and at around 9 o'clock the next morning, Liange opened the world auction house. At this time, there were less than 5 minutes left for the auction of the Epiphany card. Spiritual Enlightenment card, spiritual grade. Current bidding, 7 spiritual veins, remaining bidding time, for minutes and 12 seconds. And as time slowly passed, some people also began to make a move. With only 3 minutes left, the bidding has become a king grade spirit vein, which is 10 trillion when converted into spirit stones. But it's not over yet. Liange knows that there are countless people watching at this moment, and plans to hold the auction at the last second. When there were only the last 5 seconds left, Liange saw that the price was going up crazily, changing more than a dozen times in a second. 3, 2, 1. Your item was successfully auctioned. Please pay attention to check. Seeing the prompt that popped up, Liange also started to check the final price, because the change was so fast in the last few seconds, even he didn't know what the transaction price was. 5 king grade spiritual veins, 8 spirit grade spiritual veins. When seeing this price, Liange was taken aback even if he had been prepared. If these spiritual veins were replaced with spirit stones, it would be a total of 58 trillion spirit stones. I don't know who is so rich. Liange clicked his tongue secretly. He can put it on the shelf anonymously, and others can also auction it anonymously. So even he doesn't know who bought this Epiphany card. But no matter what, he won't be short of spirit stones for a long time to come. No, system. After I break through to the nascent soul stage, can I use spirit crystals to create clones? Liange asked suddenly. Although in the 10,000 races continent, the exchange ratio between spirit crystals and spirit stones is 10,000, the system previously required spirit stones. The system prompts that spirit crystals and spirit stones belong to different resources. Currently, the host can only use spirit stones to create avatars. When the host reaches the divine transformation period, spirit crystals are required to create avatars. Can't use it? Forget it. Now that I'm at the peak of the gold core, I can break through to the nascent soul stage at any time. I'm only 2 realms away from reaching the divine transformation stage. Then I can just use the spirit crystal. Liange is not disappointed either. These spiritual veins will be used sooner or later. But before that, you can take out these spiritual veins and bury them under the sect to increase the concentration of sect's spiritual chi. Since he had 10,000 clones, the spiritual chi around him was no longer enough to maintain his cultivation. Thanks to getting an intermediate spirit vein before, it barely survived. But when he breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the number of clones will reach 100,000, and then 1 intermediate spirit vein will not be enough. Thinking about it, Li Ange took all 13 spiritual veins out of the auction house, and suddenly 13 light clusters appeared in front of him, all of which were shrunken spiritual veins. Is this the spirit crystal? Li Ange looked at it for a while, and there is still a huge difference between spirit crystal and spirit stones. Spirit stones are similar to ordinary stones, except that they contain spiritual chi. Spirit crystals are crystal clear crystals. However, the spiritual chi in the spirit crystal is actually about 100 times richer than the spirit stones. The reason why the value of the spirit crystal is higher than that of the spirit stones is entirely because the spiritual chi in the spirit crystal is more pure. Using spirit stones requires refining, but spirit crystals don't need it. You can directly absorb the pure spiritual chi in it, and the speed of cultivation will be increased. For a cultivator, anything that can increase the speed of cultivation is of high value. Then Li Ange placed a king-grade spiritual vein in the ground of the sect, and the concentration of spiritual chi in the entire sect began to skyrocket, increasing more than 10 times in just a few breaths. One king-grade spiritual vein has such a strong effect. If all the spiritual veins are buried, the concentration of spiritual chi may increase 100 times. But it can't be buried for the time being. If the concentration of spiritual chi here is too high, it will easily attract the attention of outsiders. Li Ange put away the remaining spiritual veins, and then asked all the clones to start to arrange the formation of the spirit locks to prevent the spiritual chi of the spiritual veins from dispersing. With the joint efforts of thousands of clones, in less than an hour, a lock spirit formation covering the entire sect was set up. But Li Ange still didn't continue to bury the spirit vein. This formation is only the 4th level. It is not bad to be able to prevent the spiritual chi of a king-grade spirit vein from overflowing. If you continue to bury the spiritual veins, the 4th order formation will definitely not be able to hide such a strong spiritual chi. Let's put it aside for now, and we'll talk about it later when realm improves. Li Ange thought about it, and then continued to let the avatar practice, just waiting for the trial secret realm to open tomorrow. The day passed quickly, and today is also the day when the trial secret realm is opened. Brothers, the trial secret realm is about to open, and I beg you to be merciful when the time comes. Why don't all the players in our area unite? Otherwise, how can we beat other rookies in the area? I beg the boss to leave me to fly. If you haven't reached the foundation establishment period, I suggest you don't go looking for death. Otherwise, you won't be able to run when the time comes. Where's the boss in our district? Come out and organize. On this day, those players who returned to Blue Star have also returned one after another, and the regional chat channel has become lively again. Many people are gearing up, planning to go to the secret realm to get a chance, but there are also some people who don't plan to enter the secret realm lest they die in it. Li Ange looked at the time, and there was still an hour before the opening of the trial secret realm when a message was sent in his friend column. Brotherly, do you want to cooperate? The message was naturally sent by Xiang Yun. This time, after Xiang Yun returned to Blue Star, he obtained a lot of resources from his family. There is only one spiritual vein, and there are also various treasures, talismans, and seals. Although he is only on the 3rd floor of foundation establishment, relying on these treasures, even if he encounters a cultivator in the gold core stage, he has the ability to fight back. No, Li Ange directly refused. He and the other party have different realms, so the secret realm they went to is naturally different. That's a pity. If Brotherly encounters danger in the secret realm, you can come to me, and I may be able to give you some help. Xiang Yun replied that he felt a little regretful. He still wanted to meet with Li Ange to find out some details, but he didn't expect that the other party was quite cautious. If Li Ange knew Xiang Yun's thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. If he really meant, he wouldn't mind slaughtering the other party and searching for all the other party's resources. It's a pity that everyone is not in the same secret realm. Trial secret realm has 3 levels in total, which are low-level secret realm, intermediate secret realm, and high-level secret realm. However, each level of secret realm is divided into 3 layers, and each layer has requirements for cultivator realm. For example, the first level of the low-level secret realm can only be entered by cultivators in the chi refining period. The second level is the foundation establishment period, and the third level is the gold core period. Xiang Yunkai is in the foundation establishment period and can only enter the second level of the low-level secret realm and is naturally not in the same secret realm as Li Ange. Although I entered the 3rd floor of the low-level secret realm, if I have a chance, I still want to go to the intermediate secret realm. Those with low realm can go to the upper secret realm, but those with high realm cannot enter the lower secret realm. Otherwise, there will be a one-sided massacre. However, it is not so simple for the lower realm to go to the upper secret realm. You need to break through the secret realm to open the portal to the upper secret realm. Li Ange didn't care about this point. With his strength and 10,000 clones, it's not difficult to break through. Seeing that there was still some time, Li Ange got all clones ready. In addition to practicing in the past few days, he also let the avatar refine a lot of treasures such as spiritual weapons, talismans, etc. for the purpose of this trial secret realm. This time he only planned to bring 8,000 clones. Among the remaining 2,000 clones, 1,000 clones were required to refine what Yi Jinyuan needed, and the other 1,000 clones were responsible for guarding the sect. He didn't want to wait until he came back from the trial secret realm to find that his home had been stolen. It's a pity that if you want to enter the trial secret realm as a sect leader, you have to go in. Otherwise, I will stay in the sect and let the avatar go in. This will be safer. Li Ange shook his head and then opened the own property panel to check it. Personal panel. Name, Li Ange. Number, GH54F3823AG. Realm, gold core 9 layers, 100%. Sect, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Cultivation technique, 9 tribulations casting immortals, 41% great completion. Star body refining, 84% 3 layers. Spells, Void Sword Art, 79.4% great completion. Soul Curse, 25% great completion. Mountain and River Seal, 25% great completion. Talent, Chaos Bloodline, 24% tier 3. Innate Sword Body, immortal level. Supernatural power, shrink the ground into an inch. Samadhi Real Fire, Law Heaven and Earth. Spirit Stones, 68.47 billion. Now his cultivation base has reached the 9th level of gold core return to origin, and he can break through to the nascent soul stage at any time. In addition, these 5 days have made all the clone cultivation technique effective. The 9 tribulations casting immortal art has reached great completion from the previous mastery, and the star body refining art has reached the 3rd level, and it is not far from the 4th level, which means that his physical strength has also reached the gold core stage. Even if it is the 3rd level, spirit weapons are also difficult to break defenses. Then Void Sword Art has reached great completion from the previous mastery. If he explodes with his current strength, the cultivator at the nascent soul stage is nothing more than a bitter. He has never used soul spells and mountains and river seals, but they are emperor level spells after all, and their power is definitely not bad, but they don't have the bonus of his innate sword body like the Void Sword Art. In just 5 days, although Li Ange is still the 9th floor of the gold core stage, his strength has increased several times compared to 5 days ago. If I add 3 kinds of supernatural power, I can kill a cultivator in the expanding aperture period, right? Li Ange secretly thought. The once-a-year trial secret realm officially begins. All players are invited to choose whether to enter. At this time, an interface appeared in front of Li Ange, and Li Ange naturally chose to enter it. You chose to enter the secret realm of this trial, and it was detected that your realm is in the gold core stage, and you can enter the 3rd layer of the low-level secret realm. You have 10 minutes to choose who will enter the secret realm this time, and after 10 minutes you will be teleported into the secret realm with your disciples. A series of reminders appeared. Li Ange looked at the 8,000 clones that had been prepared for a long time, directly put these clones into the system space, and then chose to enter the secret realm by himself. 10 minutes passed quickly. I am about to enter the 3rd level of the low-level secret realm. Please be prepared. With the end of the 10-second countdown, Li Ange also felt that he was enveloped by a powerful force, and then his eyes went dark, and when he appeared again, he had already come to a hillside. This is your first time entering the trial secret realm. Please check the relevant precautions. This secret realm will last for 1 month. A piece of information about the secret realm appeared in front of Liange. There is no such thing as a leaderboard in the secret realm. There are countless opportunities in the entire secret realm, and you need to explore and find them yourself. Of course, there are also dangers. In addition to threats from other players, there is also an enemy called wild beasts in the secret realm. Desolate beasts have no intelligence and can only kill. If they encounter living beings, they will rush up and kill them without hesitation. And these desolate beasts are different from demonic beasts. Demonic beasts still have monster core and various materials after they die. Even the meat of demonic beasts can be used for food. But desolate beasts have no value at all. They will dissipate directly after death. It's worthless and hard to kill, so the last thing a player wants to encounter is a desolate beast. But hunting wild beasts is inevitable, because in the secret realm where there are treasures, there are wild beasts guarding them. Especially in some treasure lands, there are groups of desolate beasts stationed there. Among the secret realms, desolate beasts are the biggest enemy, followed by other players. Knowing the general situation of the secret realm, Liange did not rush to leave, but directly released 100 clones. Go find a safe place. Liange issued a task. His first goal is not to hunt for treasure, but to find a safe place to hide the main body. He, Liange, is such a safe person, and he has so many avatars to assist him. How could he put the main body in danger? 100 clones quickly scattered around, and after searching for about 5 minutes, they found a good location. This waterfall is not bad. It's here. Liange looked at the tens of meters high waterfall in front of him and directly asked Baidao clone to dig a mortal cave behind the waterfall, intending to create a water curtain cave as a temporary residence. When the avatar was busy, Liange checked the interface functions and found that except for the personal panel and the Sect panel that could be opened, only the built-in storage space could be used. In addition, functions such as chat channels, auction houses, and friend columns are all closed. And once you enter the secret realm, unless you automatically teleport away after 1 month, you can't leave halfway. It's not bad, especially the long-distance chat function is turned off, so that I will be more free in the secret realm. Liange said, among the players in the secret realm, some second-generation players are indispensable. If you don't close the chat function and notify other people before you die, it will be a rather troublesome thing. The secret realm will last for a month, neither long nor short. Although there are dangers in the secret realm, if you can leave alive, the cultivation base will definitely be improved. The spiritual chi in the secret realm is very rich, more than 10 times stronger than the outside world. It is nothing to those strong players, but it is an excellent place for new players to practice. Even if the newcomers don't do anything this month, just practice in the secret realm, it can increase a lot of cultivation base. Soon, with the joint efforts of 100 clones, the water curtain cave was created. Liange enters the cave, which is not very spacious, covering an area of only 200 square meters, but it is difficult for ordinary people to guess who has an immortal cave behind the waterfall. It's almost enough to arrange a concealment formation. Although Liange entered the third layer of the low-level secret realm, the strongest is the cultivator of the gold core stage, with his strength enough to sweep everything. But what if some old Inbi took him with a heavy treasure and gave him a second? Even if the probability of such a thing is less than 1 in a billion, he is not willing to gamble. If the main body cannot fight, then don't fight. Liange is not a person who likes to fight and kill. Just leave those rude things to the avatar. Then the avatars arranged 3 hidden formations around the water curtain cave, and all of them reached the 4th level. Even nascent soul stage cultivators couldn't detect it. If this is still discovered, then I can only say that the other party's life is bad. Liange thought, now that the main body has been placed, it's time for the avatar to leave and do business. Liange gave an order, and 7,000 clones appeared, and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards all directions. As for the remaining 1,000 clones, they were hidden around the water curtain cave. There is only one request. Whoever dares to break into this area will be killed directly. Liange confessed. Even if it's a mosquito, let it die with 8 swords. Yes. After receiving the task, 1,000 clones hid around the water curtain cave. At the same time, each clone activated the shadow clan, immortal level, bloodline, hiding in the dark. As long as there is a gasp, they will shoot directly. After confirming the safety, Liange's body took out a sheet and laid it on, with various spiritual fruits beside it. Picking up a spiritual fruit and taking a bite, Liange intends to bring consciousness down to the avatar and take a good look at the secret realm. But at this moment, the clone Li suddenly received news. Sect leader, we have reached the Xiang Empire. Is it so fast? I thought it would take you a few more days. Now that you have arrived, then act on your own and try to break into the Xiang Empire. Liange replied. Since He Jinyuan told him a few days ago that the Xiang Empire and the Jinhai Empire sent strong men to the Beishan Empire to investigate, he had an idea. Then 20 clones were directly dispatched. 10 clones went to the Xiang Empire, and the other 10 clones went to the Jinhai Empire. It doesn't have much purpose. The main purpose is to understand the 2 empires. It would be the best if the avatar can penetrate into the 2 great emperor countries. In the future, it will be easier for him to unify the 3 empires. This can only be regarded as an idle move. Even if it has no effect in the end, it doesn't matter, he won't lose anything. Then Liange contacted the 10 clones who went to the Jinhai Empire, and found that they hadn't arrived yet, because the Jinhai Empire was the farthest from the Beishan Empire. After giving the same order, Liange didn't bother, and then randomly descended on a clone. This secret realm is indeed much more bizarre than the outside. Liange controlled the clone, looking around casually. The trees in the 10,000 races continent are also very tall, but they are far inferior to this place. A tree is tens of feet high, and the peaks are hundreds of feet high. There is no end to the continuous mountains. Although it is only a secret realm, the space here is unimaginably large. At least no one has ever discovered the edge of the secret realm. After flying for a while, Liange suddenly sensed the sound of fighting ahead, and moved over curiously. If it were the main body, he wouldn't have such a great curiosity, but it's just a clone, and he would die once. Not to mention that with his strength, he would not die so easily. Transformed into a shadow race bloodline, Liange controlled the clone and lurked in the past. Soon, 3 men were seen besieging a grey tiger-like desolate beast. The 3 men's cultivation bases all have 3 levels of gold core, while the desolate beast has 5 levels of gold core. If it wasn't for one of them who was good at formation and restrained the desolate beast, someone might have been injured. This thing is a desolate beast. The breath is stronger than the ordinary gold core stage cultivator. Liange was hiding next to him. This was the first time he had seen a desolate beast, so he was naturally curious. At this time, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Under the siege of the 3 men, the desolate beast became more and more exhausted, but the 3 did not forcefully kill it. As the aura of the desolate beast gradually slumped, the 3 retreated quickly instead. Boom. In the next instant, the desolate beast blew itself up without hesitation, and the terrifying energy spread towards the surroundings, directly raising the surrounding area to the ground. Liange was also almost affected by this sudden force, but fortunately he was far away. It's no wonder that they don't want to meet wild beasts. If they can't be killed instantly, they will explode, and there will be no monster core if they are killed instantly. Liange secretly thought that he understood the fighting style of wild beasts. And those 3 people are obviously veterans, knowing the situation of the wild beast, so they retreated very quickly. After waiting for a few breaths, the self-destruct power of the gold core stage desolate beast dissipated, and the 3 people reappeared, and then came to a small tree half a person's height, with more than a dozen small golden fruits hanging on it. Li Ange recognized those little golden fruits. This is a kind of spiritual fruit called golden spirit fruit. Consuming it directly can not only increase the cultivation base, but also temper one's own spirit power. If it can be combined with other elixir to refine a medicine pill, a gold core below the 7th floor can directly break through a small realm, but this kind of medicine pill can only be taken for one at most. Generally speaking, this golden spirit fruit is considered a relatively precious spirit fruit. Li Ange has never seen it in the Beishan Empire. It is because of his knowledge gained from browsing the world's auction houses in his idle time. Haha, it really is a golden spirit fruit. With this thing, our cultivation base can be quickly improved. Put it all away, and find a safe place to take it later. It's a pity that we are not pill refining masters, otherwise we can still refine medicine pills. Don't think about it too much. It's rare to try the secret realm this time. Let's upgrade the cultivation base as soon as possible and break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. When we return to the 10,000 races continent, we will be able to protect ourselves. While the three were talking, they also picked the golden spirit fruits, and were about to leave happily, but when the three turned around, they found a man looking at them with a smile on his face. Who are you, and what do you want to do? The three of them immediately became vigilant. While asking, they also secretly mobilized spirit power, ready to attack at any time. But the man didn't speak, but directly swung his palm, and a palm completely condensed by spiritual chi fell directly towards the three of them. Court death. The faces of the three of them turned cold, and they burst out with strength to defeat the palm print. But when their attacks flew out, they found that they couldn't shake the palm print at all. Boom. The next moment, accompanied by a roar, the three of them were directly suppressed on the ground by this palm print. Forgive me, boss, you want the golden spirit fruit, we'll give you all of it. Although the three people who were suppressed spit out a mouthful of blood, they did not die. At the same time, the three people also knew that they were definitely not opponents, so they all shouted, "Don't worry, I didn't intend to kill you, I just wanted to ask you something." The man came in front of the three of them and said with a smile, "This is naturally the clone controlled by Li Ange." But the three of them almost burst into tears when they heard what Li Ange said. "If you want to ask something, just tell us." This was purely because Li Ange was afraid that if the three of them didn't answer, there would be another fight. Rather than being so troublesome, it would be better to suppress the three of them from the beginning. "Big brother, you ask, as long as we know, we will never hide it." The man who was the leader among the three spoke. "You should all be old players. Do you know what opportunities are around here, and it's a big opportunity?" Li Ange asked. "Big opportunity? Boss, generally big opportunities are accompanied by extremely high danger. We don't know about big opportunities. After all, it's not our turn to snatch them. But there is indeed an extremely dangerous place around here, just 5,000 miles southeast. Inside, there's a valley of death. This death valley has existed for an unknown amount of time, but as long as anyone enters it, no one will be able to come out alive. Over time, it has been known to many people. We don't know if there are opportunities in it, but the danger is definitely the biggest around, and basically all players will avoid it." The man said hastily, "It's not long since you came in. How do you know so clearly?" Li Ange asked. "Boss, don't you know? Although we just came in, we are last year's players. When we leave the secret realm, the next time we enter the secret realm, we will be teleported to the location where we left. Generally, only newcomers will teleport randomly. From all over secret realm, we learned all these news last year." Speaking of this, the man was stunned for a moment, and carefully glanced at Li Ange. This big guy is so powerful, he shouldn't be a newcomer. Li Ange suddenly realized that this was the case. "Is there any more?" Li Ange continued to ask. "There is also a place called Fushingtai. It is said that as long as you step into it, you will die inexplicably, but if you can come out alive, you can get rich rewards. But I've only heard of this place. I don't know exactly where it is. That's all we know. There are still some less dangerous places, but those places also have the most cultivators and the most intense competition." The man said, "Boss, that's all I know. Please forgive me." The three of them were still suppressed on the ground, looking at Li Ange eagerly. "Bring it." Li Ange stretched out his hand. "What? Gold spirit fruit." There was a flash of distress in the eyes of the three of them, but they are still being suppressed now. If they are reluctant to part with the golden spirit fruit, they may die directly. Afterwards, the three of them took out all the golden spirit fruits, not daring to hide them at all. If the other party knew how many golden spirit fruits there were, they would die if they hid them. Li Ange looked at the dozen or so golden spirit fruits in front of him, and with a hook of his finger, one came to his eyes, and then he put it directly into his mouth. "You all belong to the same sect? Who is the sect leader?" While eating, Li Ange asked. The taste of this golden spirit fruit is not bad, a bit like kumquat. "Sect? Boss, where do we have sect?" Hearing Li Ange's words, the leading man didn't care about Gene Lingua anymore, instead his eyes dimmed. "Last year, the three of us entered the 10,000 races continent together, and we all became sect leaders. We wanted to make a big splash, but we didn't expect the situation where we landed to be very bad. There are many sects in that area, the strongest of which are the three sects. Our appearance immediately attracted the attention of the three sects. After all, it is too strange that tens of thousands of sects suddenly appeared overnight, and because we are in the novice protection period inside, they can't come in yet. After our novice protection period is over, the three major sects force us to become subordinates, and want to know how we suddenly appeared. In the beginning, there were some players who were unwilling to tell, but under the torture of the three sects, some players still told about the chosen one, and they also knew that some of our players have special talents. This shocked the three major sects, and then they wanted to deprive us of talent, but it's not that simple. Although they didn't succeed, more and more of our players died. There is no way. In the end, we had no choice but to escape. The three of us met by coincidence, and then we participated in this trial secret realm together, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to improve the cultivation base, even if there is no revenge after returning ability, at least to be able to protect themselves." Listening to the other party's words, Li Ange felt sympathetic in his heart. The other party's players were indeed too unlucky to be targeted by the local aborigines. It is true that players practice fast, but no matter how fast they are, there is a limit. It is impossible to surpass local forces in a short period of time. All in all, Li Ange and the others are extremely lucky in this area, having met Beishan Empire and Yi Jinyuan. Otherwise, after the rookie protection period ends, not many players can survive. Even if he is, Li Ange may have to hide for a while. Afterwards, Li Ange asked some more questions, and the three answered them honestly. "Okay, you can leave now." Li Ange withdrew spiritual chi's palm, and then his figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The three of them also breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they were dead. "Look, that boss didn't take the golden spirit fruit away." At this time, one of them looked at the ground. Although the number was much smaller than before, there were still 6 left. It's not that the boss forgot, right? The three of them looked at each other, and didn't dare to touch the golden spirit fruit for a while. In fact, this golden spirit fruit was specially left by Li Ange for the three of them. The golden spirit fruit is no longer helpful to his cultivation base. At most, it can be tasted, but it is still useful to these three people. Although Li Ange felt that these three people were quite pitiful, he still didn't want to help them. It would be considered a kindness for him to leave 6 golden spirit fruits that he had already tasted. Death Valley, such a dangerous place. I guess the chance is not small. Li Ange thought, and at the same time summoned 500 nearby clones, and the remaining clones continued to explore other places. Soon Li Ange came to the outside of a valley according to the direction pointed by the three people. From the outside, this valley can be said to be shrouded in clouds and mist, with extremely prosperous flowers, plants and trees, much like the immortal realm, and the surrounding spiritual chi is much richer than other places. But even in this valley that looks like a blessed land, there is not a single cultivator around, and even the cultivators who pass by stay away from it. Not long after, all 500 clones of Li Ange arrived. You guys guard this place. If anyone comes close, kill them directly. After Li Ange finished speaking, he walked directly towards the valley. When he arrived at the entrance of the valley, Li Ange frowned because he found that he could not see the situation in the valley clearly, but was shrouded in a layer of white mist. At the same time, there was some inexplicable panic in my heart. It seemed that as long as I entered this valley, I would definitely die. Li Ange knows that this feeling is correct. Gold core cultivators will have a hint of foreboding in their hearts when facing death. Interesting, I want to see what's inside. Li Ange suppressed the panic in her heart and took a step forward, completely entering the valley. Hoo. At this moment, a sound broke through the air, and 10 sword rays suddenly appeared and attacked him. Li Ange was well prepared and annihilated these sword rays with one palm strike. This sword ray is not weak, it is already as powerful as gold core. Li Ange secretly thought, but this attack will have no effect on him. Taking advantage of the temporary absence of attacks, Li Ange looked around, only to find that the surroundings were still surrounded by white mist, and the visibility was only within 10 meters. And it stands to reason that he has just entered the valley and can leave as long as he takes a step back. However, after he retreated several steps, there was still a thick white mist around him. Formation. It would not be surprising if it was a formation. The moment he entered the valley, he had already entered the formation, and he could not leave unless he broke the formation. Hoo. Just as he was thinking about it, 10 more sword rays lifted up the surrounding white mist and headed towards Li Ange. Li Ange also slapped a palm, instantly defeating sword ray, but then frowned because he discovered that although this sword ray was still at the level of gold core, it was 30% stronger than before. It seems that as time goes by, the power of these sword rays will increase until the intruders are killed. Li Ange knew in his heart that since he already knew that this was a formation, he just had to destroy the formation as soon as possible. There are two ways to break the formation. One is to have enough power to directly destroy the formation. The second is to find the formation based on the formation's operating rules. I just want to test how strong I am. Although it is a clone, the strength of the clone and the main body are the same, so it can be seen when testing with the clone. Thinking of this, Li Ange's mind moved, and the aura on his body suddenly surged. At the same time, his whole body began to grow larger, and he did not stop until he reached 10 meters. Supernatural power, Fa Tianxiangdi. Since he wanted to test, there was no reason to hold back, so Li Ange directly used supernatural power to enhance his own strength. Feeling his own powerful power, Li Ange showed a smile on his face, and then a 4th level top quality spiritual sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated the enlargement formation engraved on it. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual sword that was originally like a toothpick reached 3 meters. How long? Buzz. Then Li Ange mobilized all the spirit power in his body, and a layer of silver light shone on the spirit sword. Void sword technique. With the attack bonus of the innate sword body, this is Li Ange's strongest attack method today. At the moment when the power accumulated to the extreme, Li Ange struck down with one sword. This sword is silent, but the terrifying sword ray carried the power of the void and instantly tore apart the surrounding white mist. Just when Li Ange felt that this sword should be able to break the formation here, suddenly the whole world seemed to be silent. The next moment, the surrounding white mist surged crazily, and then Li Ange saw the same sword ray appear, facing his own attack. Boom. The two collided and remained in a stalemate for several breaths. Li Ange's sword ray was gradually annihilated, but the sword ray that suddenly appeared remained unabated and fell directly on Li Ange. In the water curtain cave, Li Ange's hand holding the spirit fruit paused. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He is dead. To be precise, his clone is dead. This result was something he didn't expect. Even the expanding aperture cultivator might not be able to withstand the attack he just made, but he was defeated by the sudden appearance of sword ray and killed his clone. It's interesting. No wonder anyone who enters this valley will definitely die. There is actually a great formation of heaven and earth in this valley. As Li Ange spoke, he put the spirit fruit in his hand into his mouth again. There are two types of formation. One is the formation arranged by cultivator, but there is another formation called the heaven and earth formation, which is a self-derived formation between heaven and earth and belongs to the innate formation. The great formation of heaven and earth is connected to the heaven and earth and can be borrowed from the power of heaven and earth. Unless one is strong enough to ignore this side of heaven and earth, the great formation of heaven and earth cannot be broken. Just now, Li Ange exploded with all his strength and was already as good as the expanding aperture cultivator, but he was still defeated and killed because the heaven and earth formation in the valley relied on the power of heaven and earth. Although the heaven and earth formation has no intelligence, it will still automatically protect itself when it feels threatened. The great formation of heaven and earth. This thing is very rare. I didn't expect that there is one in this valley, and it is also an offensive formation of heaven and earth. There are many types of heaven and earth formation. It can be said that the formation of cultivator originally appeared through the insight heaven and earth formation. Although this heaven and earth formation is very strong, Li Ange has no intention of giving up. Generally speaking, the more dangerous the place, the stronger the opportunities. So what opportunities are there in this great formation of heaven and earth? Li Ange is very curious about this. It's impossible to break the heaven and earth formation. Even if I reach the transcend tribulation stage, I can't do it. However, the heaven and earth formation also has loopholes and is not perfect. There are two ways to break through the heaven and earth formation. One is to insight into the heaven and earth formation patterns, but the difficulty is too high. Even if Li Ange has 10,000 clones, he may not be able to insight. It all depends on talent. If there is a bloodline from the Deciples tribe, you can give it a try. Li Ange said, the Deciples tribe and the Yao tribe are equally famous, with a mortal level bloodline, and every Deciples tribe is the darling of the formation. The way of cultivation of the Deciples tribe is different from that of most creatures. Their way of cultivation is to wander in the earth's veins, looking for the great formation of heaven and earth to gain insight into them. If one can fully understand a heaven and earth formation and engrave the heaven and earth formation patterns on one's body, the Deciples tribe will directly ascend to immortality. Every ascended Deciples tribe is a moving formation of heaven and earth. It's a pity that the Deciples tribe is extremely rare in number. They were born in the earth's veins, live in the earth's veins, and also travel in the earth's veins, so it is difficult to encounter them. However, even with the bloodline of the Deciples clan, and with so many of his clones, it would take at least a year and a half to gain insight into this great formation of heaven and earth. Since the first method cannot be used, the second method can only be used. The second type is to find loopholes in the heavenly and earth formation. God has the virtue of good things, so the heavenly and earth formation naturally has loopholes intentionally left by heavenly Tao. Although the heaven and earth formation will improve based on the strength of the intruders, there will be a process when mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. Although the time is short, if you seize this opportunity, it is possible to break through the formation. Li Ange secretly thought that of course he could directly break through to the nascent soul stage, but even if his strength increased at the nascent soul stage, the power of the heaven and earth formation would also increase, which would be of little significance. Then give it a try. Anyway, it is for the clone to try, so Li Ange is not afraid of failure. Then Li Ange summoned 500 clones again, and 1,000 clones appeared outside the Valley of Death. 100 people will go in first, and the remaining 900 people will gather strength outside the valley. After hearing my order, they will immediately enter the valley and attack, tearing a gap in the great formation of heaven and earth. Li Ange issued the mission and then led 100 clones into the valley. Just after entering, there were waves of sword ray attacks, but they were annihilated by all the clones. Let's start. After Li Ange finished speaking, 100 clones in the valley and 900 clones outside the valley used supernatural power Dharma phase at the same time. Each clone turned into a 10-meter tall little giant. This is not over yet. Each clone uses the Samadhi True Fire again to attach it to the spiritual sword. After doing this, all the clones began to mobilize all spirit power, and the power of the void also appeared around them, and their power rose rapidly. Cut. When the power reached its peak, Li let out a light drink, and 100 clones slashed out the swords in their hands without hesitation. The next moment, 100 sword rays carrying the power of the void and the true fire of Samadhi burst out, tearing apart the white mist in front of them again. But at this moment, the heaven and earth formation also began to shake, and a sword ray appeared that killed Li clone before. Boom. Even though 100 clones attacked together, it was still not enough in front of the great formation of heaven and earth. With the sound of an explosion, 100 clones were killed almost instantly. However, Li had anticipated this. The moment the clones in the valley were killed, he immediately ordered another 100 clones to rush into the valley. Cut again. Li shouted loudly, and another 100 sword rays flew out and split the white mist into two. This time Li keenly discovered that the attack of this heaven and earth formation was a breath slower than before. Although it was only one breath, it was enough to surprise Li. Continue. When the 100 clones were killed again, another 100 clones rushed into the valley from the outside, like a relay. After doing this several times, Li found that the speed of the heaven and earth formation in mobilizing the power of heaven and earth to counterattack was getting slower and slower. It was one breath slower at the beginning, and now it was 2.5 breaths slower. It's the 8th round. If you still can't get through this formation in the next 2 rounds, then you have no choice but to give up. Li no longer laid down in the water curtain cave, but sat up, waiting for the final result. At this time, the 100 clones of the 9th round broke into the valley, and without Li opening a word, he directly slashed out with all his strength. But this time, it took the 3 breaths of heaven and earth formation to react, annihilating all attacks, and all the clones were killed. However, although it still failed, Li saw that under this round of attacks, a gap was torn open in the white mist in the heaven and earth formation, and he saw a building in the depths. Have the opportunity. Li had just finished his thoughts when the last round of hundreds of clones also entered the valley, still attacking directly, and then used supernatural power to shrink into inches and move towards the depths of the formation. But this time, it took 3.5 breaths for the heaven and earth formation to react before the terrifying sword ray appeared again, attacking all the clones. Boom boom boom. Waves of roaring sounds sounded, and all the clones were drowned by this sword ray. Failed. Li was feeling pity when suddenly voices sounded in her mind. Sect leader, I'm here. And me, Sect leader, I'm here too. So many brothers have died, but they are finally here. Li eyes lit up, and then consciousness came to him. He found that he was in a small square, and there were 7 clones around him. Li looked at these 7 clones. Although some of them were missing arms and legs, they had managed to get through the great formation of heaven and earth. As expected of the great formation of heaven and earth, I lost nearly 1,000 clones just by breaking in. Thanks to him, no one else could have barged in so directly. After all, no one could have so many connected clones like him, and each clone was no weaker than the original body. You must know that this is only the 3rd level of the low-level secret realm. Only gold core cultivators can enter. At most, there are only some gold core peak cultivators who can break through to the nascent soul stage after entering the secret realm. The combat power of the cultivator in the nascent soul stage is simply not worthy of letting the heaven and earth formation mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The combat power of each of his clones is comparable to that of the expanding aperture stage. Even so, it takes 100 clones to take action at the same time for this heaven and earth formation to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. There is indeed a treasure. Li looked forward and saw a stone platform a few hundred meters away from him, and an object was placed on the stone platform. Li was not reckless, but asked the other clones to step forward, and only came to the stone platform after finding that there was no danger. Is this a treasure protected by the heaven and earth formation? Li picked up the thing on the stone platform. It was a palm-sized bronze piece, engraved with symbols that he didn't recognize at all, and it looked like words. Moreover, this bronze piece is obviously incomplete, which means that there are other bronze pieces. Li looked around, but couldn't see the details of this thing, and there were no relevant tips or introductions. However, the material of this bronze piece is extremely special, and even his cultivation base cannot leave any trace on it. This thing shouldn't be simple, but unfortunately it's incomplete, so I have to keep it for now. Li put it in the system space and planned to look for clues about the object after leaving the secret realm. Then Li asked the clone to continue looking around for anything else, but the result was that there was nothing, only a broken piece of bronze. I've got my stuff, and I can leave. Li said that he was about to withdraw consciousness, and then let all the clones commit suicide and wait for resurrection tomorrow. After all, this place is still shrouded by the innate formation, and the teleportation talisman cannot be used at all. This is the only way to get out. But at this moment, the ground suddenly started to squirm. Li was stunned for a moment, and then asked all the clones to activate the Shadow Clan bloodline to hide in the shadows. Soon a hole appeared on the ground, and a Taoist figure came out of it. I finally came in. I thought I was going to die in the innate formation this time. This innate formation is indeed terrifying. Even underground is still shrouded by it. Thanks to Quishin's presence, otherwise we would definitely be dead today. Along with the sound of talking, a total of 5 people appeared, 4 of whom were human race, and the other one was very short, only half a meter tall, and his whole body was earth-colored. You're welcome. Although I am from the Deciples tribe, there are also dangers in the heaven and earth formation. I am also lucky this time. I don't know why the power of heaven and earth in this heaven and earth formation was temporarily empty in the middle. Otherwise, I can't bring you all here. At this time, the short creature said that he was Quishin, a member of the Deciples tribe. It was really good luck that he was able to break through the innate formation this time. Although he was from the Deciples tribe, he was still in danger in the innate formation, let alone bringing so many people with him. If it weren't for the empty power of heaven and earth in the formation in the middle, even he wouldn't dare say he could survive. Fellow Quishin, you don't have to belittle yourself. It's all thanks to you that we are here this time. Otherwise, we would have died long ago and would not be able to complete our ancestors' mission. A young man in the lead said with a smile. Wupong, fellow Taoist, let's not talk nonsense. You are already here. You can find whatever you want. I also need to re-enter the formation insight. Quishin said impatiently. The only way for the Deciples clan to become stronger is to find the great formation of heaven and earth, insight into the formation of heaven and earth. However, the great formation of heaven and earth is extremely rare, which also causes the Deciples tribe to spend their whole lives wandering around the earth's veins looking for it. It's okay if they find it, but if they can't find it, they can only wait for their lifespan to run out and die. Right now, this great formation of heaven and earth is his greatest opportunity, an opportunity more precious than any magical power or elixir, and he will naturally not let it go. Fellow Quishin, just go ahead. I will stay here for a month, and then I will just teleport out of the secret realm. Wupong said. Quishin nodded and turned around to return to the heaven and earth formation, but a cold light suddenly appeared the next second. He only felt a chill on his neck, and then he saw a human appear in front of him, and a sharp sword penetrated his throat directly. Save. Quishin felt that his life was passing away quickly and wanted to ask Wupong and the others for help. But what he saw out of the corner of his eye gave him a chill in his heart. The 4 Wupong people who were chatting and laughing with him a second ago turned into corpses and fell to the ground casually. All 4 of them had their throats cut, and their eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. On the side, 4 people were wiping the blood on the daggers in their hands and looking at him with indifferent expressions. In the end, Quishin slowly fell down unwillingly and completely lost his life. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Deciples tribe. Looking at Quishin's body, Li smiled. The Deciples tribe is so rare that it is a miracle that he can meet them here. If he has the bloodline of the Deciples tribe, it means that the great formation of heaven and earth outside is no longer a danger, but a greater opportunity. If I rely on the bloodline of the Deciples tribe to engrave this heaven and earth formation with insight, then all my clones from now on will be walking heaven and earth formations. The heaven and earth formation has no levels. As his strength increases, the more power of heaven and earth he can mobilize, the stronger the heaven and earth formation will become and will never be eliminated. While thinking about it, Liange also searched all 5 corpses, but there were not many good things, but there was a token with the words Tianqing Sect written on it. It seems that these guys are all from the Tianqing Sect. Liange shook his head, not caring whether the other party had a strong background, since no one knew he was the one who killed him. Liange then threw Quishin's body into the clone storage space, and then used Samadhi real fire to destroy the bodies of Lu Peng and the 4 others. After doing this, the resting consciousness can reach the body army. In the water curtain cave, Liange took out Quishin's body. System, refining bloodline. System prompts, refining target bloodline. The extraction is successful. The host obtains the DQA bloodline, immortal level, and has been entered into the clone creation template. DQA bloodline, immortal level. The DQA tribe was born in the earth's veins. They are the darlings of the formation of heaven and earth. Their affinity for the formation increases, and they can easily learn and see through all formations. The DQA tribe can slowly absorb the power of the earth's veins. To improve the cultivation base, the DQA tribe can use the insight heaven and earth formation to engrave the earth formation pattern on themselves to quickly improve the cultivation base. Liange nodded 20 times with satisfaction. The DQA tribe is indeed unique in its achievements in formation. With the DQA tribe bloodline, he will go further in the formation process in the future. System, fused with the DQA bloodline. The system prompts that the DQA bloodline has been successfully integrated, and the progress of the Chaos bloodline has been improved, currently at 34%. Later, Liange transformed into the bloodline of the DQA tribe. He suddenly felt that a power was pouring into his body from the ordinary ground. He knew that this was the power of the earth's veins. It's a pity that the absorption speed of the power of the earth's veins is too slow. It's no wonder that the DQA tribe needs to rely on the heaven and earth formation to improve the cultivation base. Liange calculated and found that the speed of absorbing the power of earth veins was more than 10,000 times slower than the speed of his absorbing spiritual chi. This is normal. The DQA tribe can quickly improve their strength through the insight heaven and earth formation, but their performance in other aspects is no different from trash. This is how it is in the world, where there is gain and there is sacrifice. For example, the Yao clan only has extremely high attainments in pill refining and is very good at fighting. An ordinary gold core stage cultivator has a chance to kill a nascent soul stage medicine clan. This happened more than once. After feeling the strangeness of the DQA bloodline, Liange also shared this bloodline with all the clones, and then his consciousness returned to the clone in the valley. This great formation of heaven and earth is indeed a great opportunity for the DQA people. Liange controlled the clone and came near the heaven and earth formation. If it were before, he would only feel the danger of death. But it was different now. Not only was the danger of death gone, but the DQA bloodline in his body was boiling, as if he had discovered a beautiful woman, and he actually had the urge to rush into the great formation of heaven and earth and enjoy it. You guys wait here, I'll go in and try first. Liange finished speaking with the other 7 clones, and then strode into the great formation of heaven and earth. Shu wei. As soon as he stepped into the formation, sword rays suddenly attacked him one after another. But Liange did not take action, because at this time the entire formation had undergone earth-shaking changes in his eyes. Rune everywhere. Even though sword rays are completely condensed from runes, and he can understand what these runes mean. Liange's mind moved, and several runes suddenly appeared in his body. These runes were exactly the same as the runes on the sword ray. At this time, sword ray fell on Liange, but it did not cause him to feel pain. Instead, the sword ray disappeared as if it melted. The formation talent of this tribe is simply terrifying. Liange secretly smacked his tongue. He thought that the DQA tribe had a great advantage in the insight heaven and earth formation, but he did not expect that the advantage would be so great. Although it was just a few of the simplest heaven and earth formations, you must know that if it weren't for the bloodline of the DQA tribe, even these simplest heaven and earth formations would have required him to have 12 insights before he could gain anything. This heaven and earth formation must not be let go, but the secret realm can only be opened for 1 month, which is not enough time. Liange narrowed his eyes. Although he had many clones, he lost 1,000 clones before, but now he still has 7,000 clones. But he still needs these clones to search for resources in the secret realm. It would be too wasteful to use them all in the insight heaven and earth formation. Forget it. Let's break through to the nascent soul stage. By then we will have 90,000 clones. The gold core stage can only enter the 3rd level of a low-level secret realm, but if you break through to the nascent soul stage in the secret realm, you will be fine and will not be expelled. Originally, he planned to break through to the nascent soul stage in the next 2 days, but now it's okay to move forward. All clones outside immediately find a safe and hidden place, and then use all their strength to break through to the nascent soul stage. As Liange issued the mission, the remaining 7,000 clones in the secret realm and the nearly 2,000 clones in the Sect station put down what they were doing and started practicing. It is not easy to break through the nascent soul stage. Even if you have a cultivator with fairy level talent, it will take several days. If you have poor qualifications, you may not be able to break through the closed door training for a year and a half. But these are not problems for Liange. With the joint efforts of nearly 9,000 clones, in less than half an hour, 1 clone successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. System prompts. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The upper limit for the number of clones produced has been increased. It is currently 10,000/100,000. Each clone requires 100,000 spirit stones. It is detected that the host has reached the nascent soul stage, and a new function is enabled for the host, clone delivery. Clone dropping. The host can ignore distance, space, and status, and drop clones next to other clones. Looking at the new function, Liange's eyes lit up. Isn't this just long-distance teleportation? However, the place of teleportation must have its own clone. Thinking about it, Liange looked at a clone in the water curtain cave, and then used the clone release function. The next moment, the clone disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived at the Sect station. This function is amazing. It's perfect for ambushes and group fights. Liange immediately thought of the use of this function. It is conceivable that when the enemy intends to besiege his clones, he directly throws 100,000 clones over there. A counter-encirclement attack will probably scare the enemy to death on the spot. The system creates 90,000 clones and shares attributes, and then puts all of these clones into the Valley of Death. Liange said, system prompts that the host consumed 9 billion spirit stones and successfully created 90,000 clones. All the clones were successfully launched. As the system finished speaking, all 90,000 clones appeared in the Valley of Death. Liange's consciousness also fell on one of the clones. The 90,000 clones were so spectacular that the entire square was packed. All clones enter the great formation of heaven and earth and use all their strength to gain insight into the formation patterns of heaven and earth. Liange issued the task again. He is not willing to give up this heaven and earth formation. Even if he doesn't need other resources, he still wants to get the heaven and earth formation. The 90,000 clones can collectively insight into the heaven and earth formation, plus the bloodline of the DQA tribe, and they can all gain insight in up to half a month, which is equivalent to the achievement of 10 DQA tribes who have spent more than 1,000 years. Seeing that all the clones started to be busy, Liange's consciousness also returned to the original body. System, how many clones can I create after I break through to the expanding aperture stage? Liange lay down again and asked while eating the spiritual fruit. The system prompts that when the host breaks through to the expanding aperture stage, the upper limit of the clones that can be created reaches 500,000, and the production of each clone requires 1 million spirit stones. So when I reach the expanding aperture stage, I can create another 400,000 clones. Each clone requires 1 million spirit stones, so a total of 400 billion spirit stones are needed. In the past, Liange would have been frightened by this number, but now he is not panicked at all. Even if he cannot get so many spirit stones by then, he can just exchange a spiritual level spirit vein for spirit stones. A spiritual level spiritual vein is worth 1 trillion spirit stones, which is not only enough, but also extra. However, if 407 continues this trend, more and more spirit stones will be needed in the future. Although I have 5 king great spiritual veins and 8 spirit great spiritual veins in my hand now, it is estimated that they can only support me until I reach the Mahayana stage, or even it's the self-union period. Although he thinks so, Liange is not in a hurry. By the time he reaches the Mahayana stage, the number of his clones will definitely exceed tens of millions. It is too easy for tens of millions of Mahayana cultivators to acquire resources. Liange gained a lot from this trip to Death Valley. In addition to the bronze piece whose function she didn't know, she also obtained the immortal level bloodline from the Deciples tribe. Now he already has 5 immortal level bloodlines, namely Qingtianpeng clan, Yao clan, Baijian clan, Shadow clan, and Deciples clan. I hope we can harvest some more powerful bloodlines in the secret realm. Liange thought secretly. At the same time, in the 3rd level of the high-level secret realm, in an ancient battlefield, 2 old men were fighting. Haha, Wu Tianqing, after so many years, I haven't made any progress at all. You still want to become an immortal? It's simply wishful thinking. One of the old men laughed and punched out at the same time, attacking the opponent. Wu Tianqing snorted and could not speak. He was about to fight when a broken voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This made Hao Tianqing stunned for a moment, but he came back to his senses instantly and hurriedly swung his sword to counterattack. But the master's move was missed by 1,000 miles, and the sword was too hasty. Although he blocked the opponent's attack, he was still blown away. Wu Tianqing, you are really arrogant. How dare you fight divine partition with me? The old man sneered and was about to bully him again. But at this time, Wu Tianqing's face was gloomy and he had no idea of continuing to fight with the opponent. Zhou Quan, I will kill you next time I see you. After Wu Tianqing finished speaking, he cut through the space and disappeared. Although Zhou Quan was dissatisfied, he did not continue to pursue him. Both of them are cultivators at the peak of the transcend tribulation period. If they really fight, they won't be able to decide the winner for 10.5 days. At this time, Wu Tianqing came to the top of a mountain and took out 2 pieces of soul jade, but the soul jade was already broken. Who dares to kill my great-great-grandson and Cushion? On the top of the mountain, Wu Tianqing looked at the broken soul jade in his hand with a gloomy expression. One is because my great-great-grandson is dead, and the other is because my plan failed. He, Wu Tianqing, became the chosen one before 1,000 years and came to the continent of 10,000 races to found the Tianqing sect. With king great talent, he has swept many players of the same generation along the way. In 1,000 years, Tianqing sect became the 9th great sect. He is also the peak powerhouse in the transcend tribulation stage and is only 1 step away from ascending to immortality. But it's not that easy to ascend to immortality. 500 years ago, he was already the peak realm of the transcend tribulation period, and he still is today. If he is willing, he can immediately sense the heavenly Tao, lower the ascension thunder tribulation, and become an immortal through transcend tribulation. But he was not sure about the success of transcend tribulation. If it failed, he would definitely die. So he needs to continue to accumulate knowledge. In the trial secret realm, there is a heaven and earth formation in the low-level secret realm, the intermediate secret realm, and the high-level secret realm. Many people know about this matter, and many people want to try to break through these 3 heaven and earth formations and get the treasures inside. But how could it be so easy to break through the heaven and earth formation? I don't know how many people died in it, eventually making it a forbidden area. However, there are still many people who did not give up and started looking for the Deciples tribe. But the Deciples tribe is really too rare. For hundreds of years, there have only been legends about the Deciples tribe, but no one has ever seen it. Wu Tianqing was also lucky. When he went out to relax last year, he met a Deciples tribe, namely Cushion. Unfortunately, the Cushion realm is too low, and there is no way to follow him to the high-level secret realm. In order to improve Cushin's cultivation base, he asked his own great-great-grandson to take the opponent into the low-level secret realm and let the opponent increase his strength first. From now on, help him break through the high-level 667 secret realms heaven and earth formation, get the treasures inside, and help him ascend to immortality. But now not only his great-great-grandson Wu Pong is dead, but Cushion is also dead, and all his plans have been disrupted. Compared with the death of his great-great-grandson Wu Pong, the death of Cushion made him even more heartbroken, because the other party could be closely related to his own ascension. Damn it, don't let me know who did it, otherwise I will have his soul ripped out and his skin peeled off. Wu Tianqing gritted his teeth. If only his great-great-grandson Wu Pong died, he would guess that he died in the great formation of heaven and earth. But now that Cushion is dead, let him be sure that these 2 people definitely did not die in the great formation of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth formation is dangerous for outsiders, but for the Deciples tribe, it is only slightly dangerous and will definitely not lead to death. It's a pity that we are in the secret realm now. Otherwise, we can go to the Celestial Secrets family to find out who did it. Wu Tianqing secretly thought that he would only worry about this after leaving the secret realm. The other party blocked his path, and the hatred was irreconcilable. Liange naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by Wu Tianqing, the peak powerhouse in the transcend tribulation stage. Laugh. Liange once again chose a clone to control. As a sword ray fell, more than 10 wild beasts rushing in front were all killed. In this regard, Liange looked calm. Although these wild beasts have 8 levels of gold core cultivation base, it would be strange if he could not kill them instantly with 1 sword due to his strength. Speaking of which, this secret realm is really boring. I just fight monsters and find resources every day. Liange came to a spiritual tree guarded by these wild beasts, picked the ripe fruits on it, and ate them casually. At this time, 5 days have passed since he entered the secret realm. Although the clone did not practice specifically, but because it will independently absorb the power of heaven and earth after insight into the heaven and earth formation, his cultivation base has also reached the 3rd level of nascent soul. At this rate, it is estimated that after the clone completely penetrates the heaven and earth formation, his realm should reach the 6th or even 7th level of nascent soul. The speed is not fast, but it is not slow either. In addition to Insight's clones in the heaven and earth formation, he also has 7,000 clones searching for resources everywhere in the secret realm. I harvested a large number of heavenly and mortal treasures, as well as some prop cards, and even more than 30 intermediate spiritual veins. However, Liange still felt a little bored. He had nothing to do in Shuilian Cave, so he changed his avatar and visited the secret realm every day to pass the time. Wait for another 5 days. If there is nothing interesting, then go directly to the intermediate secret realm. Liange was thinking about it when suddenly the clone sent news. Sect leader, come to my place. It's so lively here. Is there any excitement? Liange's consciousness came to her instantly. What's going on here? Liange asked. At this time, he was on a mountain. Besides him, there were at least tens of thousands of people around him, some alone and some gathered together. Sect leader, please see that there is a portal in front of you. According to the information I have gathered, there is going to be a chance to be born here. That portal is the entrance, but it has not been opened yet. It should only be 2 days ago. So many people here are also attracted by this opportunity. Attracted, the clone explained. Liange looked around and saw that a portal was closed, absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi. It is estimated that it will open when it has absorbed enough. Every time the secret realm is opened, there will be some unknown opportunities. No one knows where these opportunities come from, just like no one knows who brought them from Blue Star to the Fong Clan continent. Compared to this unknown opportunity, Liange's eyes fell more on the tens of thousands of people present. So many creatures. Liange narrowed his eyes. Among these creatures are not only the human race, but also other races. Because creatures of all major races have joined the player's sect, they can also enter the secret realm along with the sect. This made Li Ange excited. Now it is very difficult for him to harvest the bloodline. Unlike before when he was still in the newcomer protection period and could recruit at the immortal level and harvest the bloodline. Now he needs, catch, to find the creatures of each race by himself, and only after hunting them can he obtain the opponent's bloodline. However, the 10,000 races continent is too big, and the major races are also scattered. It is not common to gather together like this. I just don't know how many King Grey bloodline, how many Emperor Grey bloodline, or even Immortal Grey bloodline there are here. Li Ange's lips curled up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Then Li Ange flew away from this place, found a place without other people, and then used the clone release function to extract 1,000 clones from the Death Valley. You all disperse, mix into the crowd, and inquire about all the creatures here, especially those with King Grey bloodline or above. Li Ange said, yes, Lord. After 1,000 clones got the mission, they scattered in all directions, leaving a big circle before appearing from different places. Brother, why are there so many people gathered here? One of the clones found a cultivator and took out a third-level spiritual fruit and handed it to the cultivator. Originally, the cultivator didn't want to answer, but when he saw the third-order spiritual fruit, his eyes lit up, and he put it away with a smile. Brother, come here. Have you seen that portal? I heard that there's a powerful inheritance inside, so it attracted so many people. It turns out that if I can get this inheritance, I might be able to break through to the nascent soul stage soon. Just you? Brother, I'm not attacking you. Did you see the group of people at the front? The worst is the gold core peak cultivation base, and there are also many nascent soul stage bosses. The final inheritance must belong to these people. Let's just play it safe, search for some resources, and don't lose our lives. Real or fake? Of course it's true. I told you because I like you. Did you see the man in black? His name is Sun Gang. I heard that he is backed by a 9th grade sect, and there is also a Qingming tribe next to him. The Qingming clan is a royal family, and its strength is much stronger than that of the same realm, and perhaps this cultivator was bored, so he talked a lot with the clone. This information was of little value, and you would know after a little inquiry. More than an hour later, after inquiring from 1,000 clones, Li Ange roughly understood the situation of tens of thousands of people here. There are 3 forces with the strongest overall strength. The first one is Sun Gang, who comes from the 9th rank sect Lingyuan sect. In addition to being a nascent soul cultivator, he has more than 300 people under his command, and more than 10 of them have reached the nascent soul stage. The second one is Li Zian, who comes from the 9th rank sect Red Blood sect, and is also in the nascent soul realm. Among the more than 500 people under her, more than 30 have reached the nascent soul realm, and the rest are in the gold core realm. The last one is Zheng Xiao, who comes from the Guanyun sect of the 9th grade sect, and his situation is similar to Li Zian. In addition to these 3 forces, there are dozens of people from the 8th grade sect, and more than 100 from the 7th grade sect, but their strength is much inferior to these 3. Of course, what Li Ange cares about most is bloodline above King grade, but the result made him a little disappointed. Most of the tens of thousands of people were humans. There were no more than 1,000 creatures of other races, and among them there were a total of 7 with King grade bloodline. These sects are really smart. Those with talent and bloodline above King grade will not be sent to the secret realm. According to the information obtained by Li Ange, among the big sectors, those with talent and bloodline above King grade rarely enter the secret realm. What is the purpose of entering the secret realm? Naturally, it is for cultivating resources. Will Sect be short of resources? When there is no lack of resources at all, naturally he will not let his genius enter the secret realm. What if he dies? The geniuses of the great sect are all raised and trained at home. Even if they go out to practice, they will still be on their own territory. Otherwise, if they die in the secret realm, they will not even have a chance to take revenge. The only good news is that I don't have any of these 7 King grade bloodlines. Although it is a little less, it is better than nothing. And the secret realm is too big, and there are only a few cultivators here. Although there are tens of thousands of people gathered here, the number of cultivators in the entire secret realm probably exceeds tens of millions. Calculating this, there should be hundreds or even thousands of people with King grade bloodline in the entire secret realm. Li Ange did not rush to get the clone back, but continued to mix in the crowd, looking for opportunities to kill all 7 King grade bloodline. One day later, there was still no movement in the portal, but there were many more cultivators here than yesterday, and there were now almost 70,000 people. What makes Li Ange happy is that 2 more creatures with King grade bloodline have arrived, and they have already been watched by their clones. They are just waiting for the portal to open and find an opportunity to kill them. Although everyone has no hatred, who said you have King grade bloodline? The cultivators compete for resources. Who cares if there is any hatred? Another half day passed, and although there was still a cultivator arriving, there was no King grade bloodline inside either. At this time, the originally peaceful portal suddenly erupted into a sky-high beam of light. All the cultivators who were waiting looked over, and many cultivators who were dozing off also opened their eyes, secretly mobilizing the spirit power in their bodies, intending to rush ahead of everyone else. Go in. 00. This beam of light lasted for a quarter of an hour before slowly dissipating. With a sound of gritted teeth, the closed door slowly opened. It was dark inside the door, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside from the outside. Haha, everyone, I will go in first. The moment the portal opened, thousands of cultivators eagerly entered the portal. When other people saw someone entering, it seemed like a chain reaction had started, and they followed closely. Senior brother Sun, don't we go in? The cultivator of Lingyuan sect looked at Sun Gang and asked. They also wanted to go in quickly to snatch resources, but without Sun Gang speaking, they couldn't act. What's the rush? We don't know what's going on inside. These people just went in to explore the way for us. And even if they can get the opportunity inside, so what? They can just grab it when the time comes. Sun Gang said as he glanced at Zheng Xiao and Li Zian who were not far away. There were so many cultivators at the scene, and these 2 were the only ones who posed a threat to him. Zheng Xiao and Li Zian also did not act in a hurry, obviously having the same idea as Sun Gang. When more than 70,000 people entered and almost 20,000 people entered, Zheng Xiao and the others gave orders to lead people into the portal. Have you gone in? But it's really miserable inside. Li Ange was not anxious when he saw Zheng Xiao and the others entering the initiation house, because his clone had already entered the initiation house. It was also like this, and he knew what was going on inside. The first batch of cultivators who entered were indeed miserable, because there were thousands of gold core wild beasts waiting on the other side of the portal. They were besieged by wild beasts as soon as they entered. Only a few dozen of the 1,000 people survived. It was the cultivators from behind who arrived to stabilize the situation. Although all the wild beasts were killed later, from the perspective of the clone, Li Ange estimated that at least 3,000 people died. Let's find an opportunity to kill the 9 King grade bloodlines first, and then take the treasures inside. Now that he is here, Li Ange has no intention of leaving empty-handed. Otherwise, he will be sorry for staying here for a whole day. Seeing that all the cultivators were about to enter the initiation house, Li Ange no longer stayed and flew into the initiation house. The first thing you see is corpses lying on the ground casually. These are the cultivators who just died. What a crime. Li Ange couldn't help but speak out. Of these corpses, only the corpses were left, and their belongings were taken away by other cultivators. But some cultivators were very wicked. Not only did they take away the resources and treasures, they didn't even leave any clothes for the corpses. Hey, who calls me such a kind-hearted person? Anyway, there's nothing wrong with me, so I'll just be the body collector. Naturally, there are other avatars to seize opportunities and kill King grade bloodline, so he is free again. As Li Ange spoke, he collected the corpses slowly and planned to burn them later. However, after only a few dozen corpses were collected, a dozen people gathered around them. Boy, hand over the body you collected. A young man in the lead said coldly. Are your relatives and friends among those corpses? Li Ange was stunned for a moment and asked politely. If there were really relatives and friends of the other party, then it would be natural for the other party to ask him to hand over the body. But after hearing this, the young man's face darkened. What are you talking about? Your relatives and friends are the corpses. The young man said unhappily. Since you don't have any relatives or friends, what do you do with these corpses? Li Ange was even more puzzled now. He had seen people snatching treasures by taking advantage of opportunities, but this was the first time he had seen people snatching corpses. What are you pretending to be? Your purpose of collecting these corpses is not the same as mine. the young man said. Li Yange suddenly realized that these guys were also body collectors, but she didn't expect that body collectors had an organization. It turns out that you all want to help these people collect their bodies, but don't bother. I can just handle it myself. Li Yange said with a smile. Good boy, you have to pretend to be stupid, right? Young master, I think I'll just kill this boy. Yes, he is just one person, probably just a rogue cultivator. There are a lot of gold core 9th stage among the corpses he took. With these corpses, our strength can be increased. Yes, when our strength increases, we may have a chance to compete for opportunities here. Before the young man could speak, more than a dozen people around him spoke one after another, looking at Li Yange with cold eyes, waiting for the young man to give the order before planning to take action. Since you are seeking death on your own, it's no wonder we killed him together. After the young man finished speaking, everyone took action one after another, attacking Li Yange one after another. You are so rude. Li Yange shook his head and eliminated those attacks with a wave of his hand. This scene made everyone's expressions change. Nascent soul period. This guy is reserved for nascent soul period. Someone exclaimed that the worst among a dozen of them were gold core 8 stage, and there were as many as 7 gold core 9 stage people. The opponent can eliminate their attacks so easily. Only a nascent soul cultivator can do it. The young man also looked at Li Yange with surprise, but he was not afraid yet. It turns out to be a cultivator from the nascent soul stage. It just so happens that I still lack a corpse puppet from the nascent soul stage, so he is the one. After the young man finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and 5 more people appeared around him. However, these 5 people are not living people, but corpse puppets. 4 of them are from the gold core 9 stage, and 1 is from the nascent soul stage. You seal off the surrounding area, and don't let him escape. The young man said. Yes, bang. After everyone finished speaking, they also took out their own corpse puppets. Everyone had 5 corpse puppets, and the worst ones were golden eggs 8 stage when they were alive. After these people took out the corpse puppet, they sealed off the surrounding area and looked at Li Yange as if they were watching a show. They seemed to have seen the scene of Li Yange being killed by their young master and then refined into a corpse puppet. Boy dot. At this time, the young man shouted, and the corpse puppets of the nascent soul stage attacked Li Yange with 4 corpse puppets of the gold core 9 stage. It turns out that you want these corpses to refine corpse puppets. Li Yange suddenly realized he can also refine puppets, but he always uses heavenly and mortal treasures to refine them, never using corpses. Seeing that the 5 attacking zombies were about to arrive in front of him, Li Yange pointed his sword at the same time and then lightly slashed forward. As a tearing sound sounded, the bodies of the 5 corpse puppets were seen stagnant, and then their bodies were cut into 2 halves, and they fell to the ground on the spot. But you corpse puppets are a bit weak. Li Yange slowly put away his sword finger and said calmly, Evening. Puff. As Li Yange beheaded the 5 corpse puppets with one sword, the young man spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. These corpse puppets were connected to his mind. Now that the corpse puppets were destroyed, he suffered heavy losses. Protect the young master quickly. The dozen or so people who were watching reacted quickly after being stunned for a short time, and they all commanded the corpse puppets to attack Li Yange together. They can die, but the young master must not die. Otherwise, even if they are alive, they will be turned into corpse puppets by their own sect leader after they return. Li Yange didn't even look at these corpse puppets. He just hooked his sword, and a long sword made of spirit power appeared. Shu shu wei. Chi chi chi. The spirit power sword flew out, and it was not something that these corpse puppets could resist. In just one breath, they were all killed by Li Yange. Split up and run. But even this breath brought the young man back to his senses. He immediately shouted, and then used a talisman, and his body suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot out. Although the others felt sorry for their own corpse puppet, they did not have time to think too much about their own lives. When they saw the young master leaving, they also used their means to escape. But as soon as they flew less than 100 meters away, they couldn't help but stop, because a spirit power sword appeared in front of them, encircling all of them. It's really rude of you to leave without saying hello. Li Yange said lightly. Boy Chiba-san, please let us go quickly. I am the young master of the 9th rank sect 10,000 corpses sect, and my father is a strong man in the transcend tribulation stage. If you dare to kill us, you will be damned. Although he was in trouble, the young man was not afraid. Instead, he shouted sharply at Li Yange. Then do you know who I am? Li Yange asked. The young man was stunned for a moment and looked at it carefully. A suspicion arose in his heart. Did the other party really have a serious back problem? Who are you? The young man asked. If the other party also has a strong background, then there will be trouble today. You don't even know who I am. How can your sect leader father avenge you? Li Yange's mind moved as he spoke, and a spirit power sword suddenly erupted. Oh. There were screams one after another, and one cultivator was killed directly, and soon only the young man was left. It's not that Li Yange didn't kill the opponent, but when his spirit power sword was about to hit the opponent, the jade pendant hanging around the opponent's neck released a light shield to block the attack. Otherwise the opponent would have been dead. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me. I have magic treasures to protect me. Even the strong ones in the divine transformation stage can't hurt me in the slightest. The young man laughed. Li Yange was not surprised. When he learned that the opponent's father was a strong man in the transcend tribulation stage, he knew that the opponent must have protective magic treasures. Then the young man took out another talisman and looked at Li Yange with a ferocious expression. Originally, I wanted to save a 5th level talisman, but since you are looking for death, then go ahead and die. As a descendant of a strong man in the transcend tribulation period, he certainly has no shortage of 5th level talismans. If he wants, he can even get 8th level or even 9th level talismans. But it's a pity that his realm is too low. He is only a gold core 9th stage, and his strength can only activate a 5th level miscellaneous system equivalent to the 9th stage at most. The next moment, the young man directly activated the talisman in his hand. The talisman instantly turned into a spear, breaking through the surrounding spirit power swords and attacking Li Yange. Li Yange calmly looked at the incoming spear without making any move. Then the young man saw that Li Yange was hit by a spear and disappeared directly between the sky and the earth, leaving no bones. Hufufu, you still want to kill me? I really think I am a vegetarian. After confirming that Li Yange was really dead, the young man gasped. Even using the 5th level talisman was a huge burden for him. At the same time, the protective shield around him also disappeared. Although the protective magic treasures were powerful, even maintaining them required consuming his spirit power. I can't stay here anymore. The nascent soul stage puppet is gone, and I'm so weak now. Any gold core stage cultivator can kill me. Although he still has the 5th level talisman, he is no longer able to use it again. Thinking of this, the young man did not dare to hesitate. He wisely took a medicine pill and planned to leave. But the moment he turned around, a piercing sound sounded. The young man looked at the sword at his heart in astonishment, then slowly raised his head and saw a strange man. Although he had never met the other party before, the other party's eyes made him feel extremely familiar. Ignorant little thing, go away. The man said calmly. A look of disbelief flashed in the young man's eyes. Wasn't the other party dead? Why did he appear again? But he would never get the answer to this question. As his life was passing by quickly, he was suddenly stunned. These second generations are really hard to kill. Li Yange shook the sword to shake off the blood on it. This is why he let his body hide when he first entered the secret realm. The ordinary cultivator is okay. He doesn't have many backups, and even if he has backups, it's not a threat to him. But these second generations are different. With the powerful sect behind them, will their strong elders not prepare life-saving means for them before entering the secret realm? Just like this young man, the protective magic treasures can't even break through the divine transformation stage. If the opponent's realm hadn't been insufficient, the one he used just now would not have been a 5th level talisman, but a 6th level or even 7th level, 8th level, and 9th level spell. When the 5th level talisman was activated just now, Li Yange felt locked and couldn't escape at all, so he could only sacrifice one clone. As for the clone that the young man saw, it was Li Ange who used the clone delivery function before his death and released the clone. Then the young man was killed. Now is the time to harvest. Then Li Ange searched everyone and found that killing people and grabbing treasures was the fastest way to make a fortune. The others didn't have much on them, and the total amount was less than 10 million spirit stones. But this young man is really rich. There are 19 talismans of various types at the 5th level, 78 talismans of various types at the 4th level, and 478 talismans of various types at the 3rd level. There are 5 5th level arrays of various types, 38 4th level arrays of various types, and 75 3rd level arrays. Medicine pill 50 bottles. The worst is level 3, the highest is level 5. It has various effects of healing, detoxification, and practice. There are also various spiritual weapons. There are not many spirit stones, only tens of millions. In addition, there are a lot of miscellaneous items. As expected of the 2nd generation, these things are valuable enough to train a 4th rank or even a 5th rank sect. Finally, Li Ange's eyes fell on the jade pendant, which was the magic treasures that protected the young man just now. This is a 9th level spiritual treasure. If the young man is stronger, even the self-union cultivator will not be able to break through the defense. It's a pity that it's a bloodline spirit treasure. I can't use it. The bloodline spiritual treasure is a spiritual weapon that can only be used by specific people. Even if outsiders get it, they cannot use it. But even if it could be used, Li Ange didn't dare to use it. This spiritual treasure must have been equipped with a means to locate it. If it was carried with him, the strong man behind the young man would definitely be able to find him through this spiritual treasure. And even if he obtained these things from the young man, he would not dare to bring them out of the secret realm. Who knows if these things have been manipulated? Throw them all into the system space and sell them directly at the world auction house after leaving the secret realm. Then Li Ange began to collect the corpses. After collecting all the corpses here, he directly burned them with a ball of Samadhi real fire. After doing this, Li Ange turned into a ray of light and flew towards the depths 0. At the same time, the advanced secret realm is in the 3rd layer. A pale middle-aged man sat cross-legged by a pool of water, took out a medicine pill, and started to heal his injuries. He is Wang Yan, the sect leader of the 10,000 Corpses sect, a strong person in the Transcend Tribulation middle stage. Damn it, that old guy Wu Tianqing didn't know what he was crazy about. Daddy just looked at him and asked him if his son was dead. Didn't Daddy just attack me desperately? Wang Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he hadn't made a decisive decision and abandoned 2 corpse puppets in the Transcend Tribulation stage, he wouldn't have been able to escape. After all, Wu Tianqing was the peak powerhouse in the Transcend Tribulation stage, and he was only in the middle stage of Transcend Tribulation. That's all. It's better to recover from the injury as soon as possible. That place is about to open. Then we will cause trouble for him. Wang Yan took out a medicine pill again and drank it. When he broke through to the Transcend Tribulation late stage, and with the assistance of the corpse puppet, he was no longer afraid of Wu Tianqing. Speaking of which, my son has been in the low-level secret realm for so long, so he should have gained a lot. Wang Yan smiled when he thought of his own son. As a strong man in the Transcend Tribulation stage, it is extremely difficult to give birth to children, and perhaps because he used corpses to make puppets and damaged Tiana, he never had any children. It was not until 20 years ago that he had a son in his old age, which made him extremely happy. He regarded this only son as a treasure. Before he was even a month old, he had someone create a 9th level bloodline protective spiritual treasure. The only regret for him was that his son was not born on Blue Star, so he did not become the chosen one. Although my qualifications are very poor, with his help, I have reached the Gold Core 9th stage in these years, and I am only one step away from the nascent soul stage. Originally, he didn't want the other party to enter the secret realm, but he couldn't bear the other party's hard work. Moreover, with the bloodline spiritual treasure to protect him and the preparation of so many talismans and treasures, he even specially helped the opponent to refine a nascent soul corpse puppet. And with the protection of other disciples of the 10,000 Corpses sect, it is absolutely impossible for the opponent to have any problems. After the secret realm ends, it's time for Zhou to break through to the nascent soul stage. Wang Yan thought secretly, her. But at this moment, a crisp shattering sound sounded. The expression on Wang Yan's face froze, and then he looked at the soul jade hanging around his neck in disbelief. But the soul jade that was intact just now was shattered into pieces at this moment. Impossible. How is this possible? How is it possible for 0.4 to die? Ah poof. As Wang Yan spoke, his expression became ferocious. The strong emotional fluctuations once again involved the injury, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. But he didn't care at all about his own injuries at this time. His son died. His only son died, which caused him a major blow. He couldn't figure out why he would die in a low-level secret realm, even though he had prepared so many life-saving means for his son. No matter who killed my son, I will make you pay the price. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and said that at this time, he wished he could find the murderer of his son in a low-level secret. So you're hiding here. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wang Yan looked up and found that Wu Tianqing was chasing him. If it had been before, he might have run away directly, but now the pain of losing his son filled his heart with anger, and he needed someone to vent to. What's wrong with your expression? Wu Tianqing was stunned for a moment when he saw Wang Yan's ferocious expression, but he was not afraid of him at all. Instead, he smiled and said, you look like your dead son. Originally, he was just talking nonsense, because the other party said the same thing about him before, but he never expected that these words would immediately make Wang Yan explode. Wu Tianqing, I want you to die. Wang Yan roared angrily, and then rushed towards Wu Tianqing like he was crazy. Li Ange naturally didn't know that due to his own reasons, 2 strong men in the Transcend Tribulation period started fighting. In the world of cultivating immortals, human lives are indeed as small as grass. Li Ange saw a lot of corpses along the way. 70,000 people came in, but in less than an hour, it was estimated that nearly 10,000 people were dead. This space is very large, and there are endless mountains. You can often see simple pavilions and pavilions on the mountains. It looks like the remains of a certain sect. Looking up, you can see cultivators rushing into those buildings everywhere, and then wild beasts rush out of these buildings to fight with cultivators. Cultivators are falling every 10 seconds. Of course, there are also many cultivators who have gained a lot. Each building has certain treasures, some of which even nascent soul cultivators would be jealous of. But the biggest gain in the entire ruins should be in the 5 great halls. According to the information explored by the clone, although there are many buildings in the entire ruins, there are only 5 great halls that are truly magnificent. These 5 great halls are distributed on the 5 peaks, and the strongest group of cultivators are in the 5 great halls. Sect leader, Sun Gang, and his group are in the 1st hall, and there are 2 king grey bloodlines here. Li Zian and the others are here in the 3rd hall. There is a king grey bloodline. Zheng Qiu and the others are in the 4th hall. There are 2 king grey bloodlines. There are 3 king grey bloodlines here in the 2nd hall. There is a king grey bloodline in the 5th hall. 1,000 clones were divided into 5 parts and went to 5 great halls respectively. Each great hall has 200 clones. Did a fight start? Li Ange asked. Not yet. There are strong restrictions around the 5 great halls, and they are trying to find ways to break these restrictions. Okay, you keep an eye on them first. As soon as they start fighting, take advantage of the chaos and kill those king grey bloodlines first. Li Ange narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He suddenly thought of the Ermai Lingshan. 20. It is useless for him to keep this thing. Instead, it will give the strong man behind the young man a chance to find him. It is better to give this thing away and frame the blame. As for who to blame, Li Ange hasn't decided yet. It depends on which of these people is lucky. Sect leader, Yi Jingyuan came to me and asked me how long it would take before I could give him what he needed. At this time, Zhao Zilong received news. So anxious. Li Ange was surprised and said that Yi Jingyuan placed an order with him before, but he told the other party that it would take half a month, but now it has only been about a week, and the other party has come to urge him. Sect leader, I heard that the Jinhai Empire and the Xiang Empire were training troops at the border of the Beishan Empire, so Yi Jingyuan was worried. Zhao Zilong said. Li Ange suddenly realized, no wonder the other party was so anxious. He was afraid that the 2 countries would suddenly fight. You can give him what he wants later. Li Ange said that with the efforts of the clone, what the other party wanted was prepared 2 days ago. Since the other party needs it now, just give it to the other party. Li, how is the situation over there? After handling Zhao Zilong's affairs, Li contacted Li again, who had already entered the Xiang Empire. Sect leader, don't worry, everything is fine with me. I have become the staff of the prince of Xiang Empire. Li Dao. A trace of surprise flashed in Li eyes. She didn't expect that the other party had managed so well. It had already reached the hands of the prince, and it was considered to have penetrated into the Xiang Empire. Well done. Recently, the Xiang Empire and the Jinhai Empire suddenly trained troops on the border of the Beixin Empire. Do you know the reason? Li asked curiously. It was suspicious that the two countries had been silent for so many years and suddenly went to train troops. I heard the prince mention this matter. It seems that the Beixin Empire was crazy about buying heavenly and mortal treasures from the two countries some time ago, which made the two countries very confused. For this reason, the two countries specially sent people to investigate. Although these people were eliminated by the Beixin Empire, they still let the two countries know that there were 9 king grade talent students in the Beixin Academy this year. There is also a student who is at least an emperor level talent. This made the two countries feel threatened, thinking that the Beixin Empire was so crazy about purchasing heavenly and mortal treasures because it wanted to train these students as quickly as possible. So the two countries finally decided to send strong men to assassinate these students. The reason why they trained at the border was just to attract the attention of the Beixin Empire. Li explained. Li suddenly realized that this was what happened. At the same time, his expression was a little strange. After all, the people in both countries who wanted to assassinate were his clones. What realm cultivator did they send? Li asked. I don't know about this. After all, I just joined the Crown Prince not long ago, but at least I am a cultivator in the expanding aperture stage, or even a cultivator in the divine transformation stage. Li thought for a while and said. Li nodded. If it was just the expanding aperture stage cultivator, he really wouldn't be afraid. If it was the divine transformation stage cultivator, it would be a bit troublesome, but it was just trouble. Then Li asked about the other clones in the Xiang Empire. These clones have now joined various forces in various capacities, and one even directly joined the Xiang Empire's army. In addition, the 10 clones of the Jinhai Empire are similar, and they have all joined various forces. Although they are not the core, they can still hear some news. Li didn't care too much about these two countries. The reason why he arranged for his clone to go there was to get some information so as not to disturb his development. After he reaches the divine transformation stage, he can unify the 3 kingdoms and completely transform this area into his shape. Before fighting against the outside world, he must first settle the inside. After he has completely controlled the inside, it is time for him to let the avatar go to other parts of the 10,000 races continent. Sect leader, a fight broke out in the 4th hall. At this time, news came from the clone, and Li consciousness directly came to this clone. Sure enough, there was a fight. There are about 10,000 people gathered here in the 4th hall. With the combined efforts of so many people, the restrictions of the 4th hall have just been broken. Then a large number of desolate beasts rushed out from the 4th hall, and a battle broke out directly between the two sides. Some desolate beasts were killed, and some cultivators were bleeding. The scene was very chaotic. Leave 9 of them to go with me to assassinate the 2 king grade bloodline. The remaining clones sneaked into the 4th hall and took away the treasures inside. Li immediately issued the mission, and all the clones accepted the order, and then they were transformed into the Shadow Clan bloodline, hiding in the shadows. In this chaotic battle situation, with the ability of the Shadow Clan, it is very easy to assassinate a cultivator. Seeing all the clones starting to take action, Li also looked at the 2 creatures in front who were fighting the wild beasts. Windwalker and White-Eyed Blue Fox. Both creatures possess king grade bloodline and nascent soul realm. The biggest feature of the Wind-Walking Beast is that it is extremely fast and masters various wind-attributed spells. At this time, the Wind-Walking Beast was faced with the siege of 5 nascent soul stage desolate beasts, but it did not panic at all. Instead, it shuttled between the desolate beasts at extremely fast speeds, find the right opportunity, and carry out a fatal blow. The White-Eyed Blue Fox on the other side is surrounded by balls of blue flames and will attack whenever a wild beast approaches. While these 2 creatures were fighting the wild beast, they did not notice that several figures hidden in the shadows were approaching them. This chaotic battle lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and all the wild beasts were finally killed. This also made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Many people had been forced to use their trump cards just now. If there were still wild beasts, they would have no choice but to run away. Then everyone looked at the open door of the 4th hall, and their hearts became hot. They were working so hard. Wasn't it just for the treasure inside? But at this time, no one went in, otherwise there would be a risk of being besieged by others. Since no one dares to go in, let me, Guanyun Sect, take the lead. At this time, Jingqiu stood up. Although there were many cultivators at the scene, their Guanyun Sect had more than 500 people, and more than 30 of them were in the nascent soul stage. Their strength was considered top among all cultivators. The other cultivators did not speak. Even if someone had an opinion, they did not dare to speak out at this time, otherwise they would be seeking death. Seeing that everyone was silent, Zhang Xiu smiled and looked at the great hall in front of him with great anticipation, not knowing what good things were in it. Us. Zhang Xiu waved his hand, but before he could say the word go, he saw 10 sword rays appear out of his peripheral vision. Not good. Zhang Xiu was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but he was quickly stunned because he found that these attacks were not coming towards him. Exclamation point. The next moment, a roar resounded throughout the world, and Zhang Xiu looked for the sound. 10 figures appeared and attacked the wind-walking beast and the white-eyed blue fox at the same time. Without any preparation, the 2 beasts did not resist at all and were killed on the spot. Assholes, who are you? How dare you kill my Guanyun Sect disciples? Zhang Xiu immediately became furious after being stunned for a short time. Both Fengxing Beast and White-Eyed Blue Fox have king grade bloodline. Let them join Guanyun Sect leader in order to win over the races behind them. But now they are all killed, and they were killed in front of him. After the secret realm ends, these 2 clans will definitely not let it go. Other cultivators also noticed this scene and looked at Li and others in shock. They did not expect that someone would secretly attack and kill Guanyun Sect disciples at this time. Guanyun Sect is a 9th grade sect. If you kill the opponent's disciple, isn't this looking for death? Li smiled and put away the bodies of the 2 beasts, ignoring Zhang Xiu at all, and glanced at everyone present. 513 You don't need to know who we are, but I advise you to leave quickly. We have taken over the 4th palace. Li voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. Damn it, who are these 10 guys? They are so crazy and dare to say that they have taken over the 4th palace. We have tens of thousands of people here, and each of us can drown them with just a drop of spit. We are not needed. They killed Guanyun Sect's disciples, and Guanyun Sect will not let them go. All the cultivators were not angry after hearing Li words. Instead, they thought it was a joke. At the same time, they looked at Li and the others with playful faces. They seemed to have seen the scene of each other being killed by the strong men of Guanyun Sect. Disciples of the Guanyun Sect, listen to my orders and kill them. Zhang Xiu didn't waste any time and gave the order directly. He wants to avenge Fengxing Beast and White-Eyed Blue Fox, otherwise he will also be punished by Sect. As Zhang Xiu finished speaking, more than 500 people from Guanyun Sect began to use their methods to kill Ji and 10 people. If you dare to offend our Guanyun Sect, you will die. For how many years, I really thought that our Guanyun Sect would be easy to bully if we didn't show our power. Damn it, you dare to kill our fellow Sect members. I will not be a human being unless I take revenge for this. More than 500 people roared angrily, attacking one after another towards Li 10 people. Looking at these attacks, Ji didn't care. There is no need to hide and tuck in. Anyone who dares to come forward will be killed to buy time for the brothers who enter the hall. His original plan was to harvest these 2 king grade bloodlines and no longer keep a low profile. Although there are tens of thousands of cultivators here, he is not afraid at all. He also wants to see how long the 10 clones can last in the hands of so many cultivators. Supernatural power, Fat on Xiangdi. The next moment, Lian and several other clones of 10-meter-tall little giants appeared. Void sword technique. Boom, boom, boom. Then 10 more sword rays were slashed, instantly annihilating the attacks of the Guanyun Sect disciples. At the same time, the sword rays continued to attack the Guanyun Sect disciples unabated. Oh, along with the screams, a disciple named Guanyun Sect fell bleeding and lost his life on the spot. Whoever dares to step forward will be killed. At this time, Li Ange's voice sounded again, making everyone tremble. Although there were only 10 people on Li Ange's side, his body was like a little giant, and he killed hundreds of Guanyun Sect disciples with just one sword. Even though there were tens of thousands of people present, they were still intimidated by the opponent's momentum. The smiles on everyone's faces faded and were replaced by coldness. They were indeed shocked by the strength of Li Ange's side, but there were so many of them that they were not afraid. What's more, the treasure was right in front of them, so they couldn't just back down. In comparison, the expressions of everyone in the Guanyun Sect changed drastically, especially Zheng Xiao. When he saw that the other party killed hundreds of their fellow disciples with just one sword, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Even he couldn't withstand the power of the sword just now, and he would definitely be killed by the sword. But looking at the hundreds of corpses of his fellow disciples on the ground, he knew that this matter must not be forgotten. Otherwise, when he left the secret realm and returned to the sect, he would not be in a better position even if he did not die. You must take revenge, but you must not rush forward recklessly. You must know that just one person killed 100 of them, and there were 9 people beside him. With the strength of their Guanyun Sect, they would never be able to defeat these people. This also made him even more frightened. Where did these 10 people come from? How could they be so strong? Fellow Taoists, we finally got here. But how many of our relatives and friends died at the hands of wild beasts? Wasn't it just for the treasures in this palace? But now these 10 people are blocking here, and even saying that no one can enter. Doesn't this mean that all of us are not allowed to put in one's eyes? I, Zheng Xiao, want to avenge my fellow sect. As long as you are willing to work together, whoever can kill these 10 people, I'm willing to give a 5th level talisman as a reward. Zheng Xiao shouted. He knew that the remaining people of Guanyun Sect alone were no match at all. Fortunately, there were tens of thousands of other corrections on the scene. As long as these cultivators attack together, he doesn't believe that the other party can survive. Zheng Xiao's words also made all the cultivators feel moved. It was impossible for them to give up entering the Great Hall. Even if Zheng Xiao hadn't spoken, sooner or later they would have taken action together to kill the 10 people blocking the way. Now I can still get the 5th level talisman, which is a complete surprise. Although Zheng Xiao opened his mouth with a 5th level talisman seal, it seemed very relaxed. That was because the other party came from the 9th level sect. But for most cultivators, the 5th level talisman is simply not something they can obtain. Having a 5th level talisman in your hand is equivalent to having an extra life. Even if you face enemies in the expanding aperture stage, you still have a chance to survive. Fellow Taoist Zheng Xiao is right. These 10 people dare to block the road, so be prepared to be killed by us. Yes, we worked our butts off to get here. Why should we let them take over the final result? Let's all come together. I don't want the 5th level talisman, but mainly because I want to make them unhappy. Tens of thousands of cultivators are gearing up, and they seem to have seen themselves killing Li Ange and others, and then obtaining the 5th level special monstrance. Feeling the killing intent in the eyes of these cultivators, Li Ange smiled. A group fight, right? I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in exchange was your siege. I stopped pretending and showed my cards. Li Ange's mind moved as she spoke, and she directly used the clone release function. Everyone come out. As Li Ange gave a light drink, figures appeared one after another. In just a few breaths of time, 10,000 clones appeared in the sky, all looking at the tens of thousands of cultivators indifferently. They want to fight in groups. What do you think we should do? Li Ange said lightly with a smile on his face. Kill. Boom, boom, boom. As the 10,000 clones shouted in unison, the aura of all the clones exploded, and the terrifying power made the entire space tremble. The tens of thousands of cultivators who were so excited just now were even more stunned in place. Nascent soul period, all nascent soul period. The eyes of all the cultivators were filled with disbelief. They never expected that in a few breaths of time, tens of thousands of people would suddenly appear, and all of them were nascent soul stage cultivators. You must know that among their tens of thousands of cultivators, only 100 or so have reached the nascent soul stage. The others are all at the gold core stage, and the only one who is less than 10 years old is gold core Wang Zhong. How is this possible? Where did he get so many people? And they are all nascent soul realm. Zheng Xiao, who was smiling at first, also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This is just a low-level secret realm. Only the gold core stage can enter. Even if you later break through to the nascent soul stage in the secret realm, there won't be so many, and they are all put together. It's a blind eye. It must be a blind eye. How could there be so many nascent soul cultivators? Zheng Xiao yelled. He didn't want to believe this was true. Otherwise others would still have a chance to survive, but he would definitely die. He saw the intention of other cultivators to give up, so he needed to use this seemingly stupid method to stabilize the hearts of other cultivators. As long as the two sides fight, he can take advantage of the cover of other cultivators and escape with his fellow disciples of Guanyun Sect. But as soon as he finished this thought, dozens of sword rays fell directly on him. The next moment, a layer of spiritual light appeared on Zheng Xiao's body. Although it blocked these sword rays, that layer of spiritual light was on the verge of being shattered. Hiss. Zheng Xiao took a breath of cold air and was filled with fear. He was almost, just a little bit away from death. If it weren't for his life-saving magic treasures, he would be a corpse now. But even so, his heart palpitated, because his life-saving magic treasures were enough to withstand the full blow of an ordinary divine transformation cultivator. But now the opponent only had a few dozen sword rays to almost break it, and the opponent only hit it casually. So how powerful could it be? Do you believe it is true now? Li Ange said, secretly thinking that the second generations are really not that easy to kill, and they all have powerful protective magic treasures. Zheng Xiao was silent. He didn't dare to speak anymore. This was the only thing he could do to save his life, magic treasures. If the other party tried again, he would die. Do you have any opinions? Seeing that Zheng Xiao stopped talking, and Go looked at the others. Tens of thousands of cultivators caught Li Ange's gaze, and couldn't help but turn around to avoid it. In addition to being confused and shocked by the sudden appearance of so many nascent soul cultivators, he secretly cursed himself for being unlucky. How could he encounter such a thing? Now they don't dare to take action, but they don't dare to run either. That's tens of thousands of nascent soul periods, and I'm afraid they will turn into corpses as soon as they turn around. Since everyone has no opinions, let's talk about the next thing. Li Ange said with a smile, I have no enmity with you, so naturally, I don't want to fight with you. What do you think? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then nodded wildly. Boss, you are right. We have no grievances, and there is no need to fight. Yes, boss, we are all noobs. Why waste time on us? I've always felt that you are majestic and dignified, big brother. I am deeply impressed by your temperament. All the cultivators laughed together. Although it was a bit embarrassing to do so, it was not shameful to face the strong. Since you think it's right, you can hand over your belongings and leave. Li Ange nodded. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile before, but after thinking about it, he already had 100,000 clones. If he didn't keep a low profile, he would be sorry for so many clones. And I have to say, it's really cool to have so many clones. Boss, what do you mean? Everyone thought they had escaped, but they were stunned when they heard Li Ange's words, and had a bad premonition in their hearts. What's the meaning? It means robbery. Men on the left and women on the right. Hand over all your belongings to me. Li Ange snorted coldly. Anyway, they're searching for resources, but no matter how much they search, it will never be as fast as grabbing them directly. Boss, you can't do this. If I give you everything, how can I live? 17. Fellow Taoist, you are going too far. You really think so many of us are afraid of you. The worst case scenario is that the fish is dead and the net is broken. I don't believe you really dare to kill all of us. Li Ange's words made many people dissatisfied. They entered the secret realm just to obtain resources. Some people entered the secret realm for so long without obtaining anything, and now they have to hand over all their belongings. This is more uncomfortable than letting them die. Li Ange looked at everyone indifferently, and because he didn't speak, many cultivators felt that he was afraid, and they all said things that would kill the enemy. Kill. The next second, Li Ange spit out a word. Swish, swish, swish. 10,000 clones did not hesitate at all, and threw out a series of sword rays from the spiritual sword in their hands. The screams suddenly started one after another, and thousands of people died on the spot in an instant. Boss, please forgive me. Okay, Zhao, I'll hand it over, and I'll keep all my belongings on. Crazy. They really dare to take action. Brothers, resist with me. Help, help. Madmen. They are all madmen. They want to kill us all. Cries, screams, curses, and begging for mercy were endless. Some people said resistance, turned around, and ran away. Some people kept cursing, but the next second they turned into corpses. On the contrary, those cultivators who begged for mercy knelt down decisively on the ground and took out all their belongings, thus saving their lives. Li Ange looked at this scene calmly. This is the world of cultivating immortals, and human life is like a piece of grass. The killing lasted less than a minute, and all the clones stopped. There were tens of thousands of cultivators just now, but now 70% of them fell into corpses in a pool of blood, and only about 1,000 people survived. These 3,000 people were saved from death because they knelt quickly. Among them, a group of people from the Guanyin sect also survived because Zheng Xiu was the first to kneel down. Everyone who has an opinion is dead, then it's time to deal with your affairs. Li Ange's voice sounded again, but everyone's body trembled. Their eyes were full of fear, and they didn't dare to look at Li Ange and lowered their heads. After all, there were many corpses still bleeding around them. Soon all the cultivators who were still alive handed over everything they had on them. At the same time, 10,000 clones also looted the corpses and then gathered together and burned them. Fellow Taoist, if you want to kill or chop me, Zheng Xiu, please do as you please, but I just ask you to let go of my other Guanyin sect disciples. Zheng Xiu looked at Li Ange who came to him, gritted his teeth, and said, he knew that he was dead. After all, he had gone against Li Ange just now. If he were Li Ange, he would never let him go. It is impossible to escape. Although he does come from the Guanyin sect of the 9th grade sect, he is different from the young man Li Ange killed before. That young man is the heir of a strong man in the transcend tribulation period, and he is also the only heir. He has many treasures on his body, but although Zheng Xiu has some status in Guanyin sect, he can never be compared with the young people. Now that he knew he was dead, Zheng Xiu had no intention of living. He only hoped that Li Ange could let go of the others in Guanyin sect and finally do something for Sect. Li Ange didn't speak, just picked up the other party's storage ring, took away some valuable things inside, and then quietly placed the young man's bloodline spiritual treasure in it. Okay, you can go. Then Li Ange threw the storage ring to Zheng Xiu, turned around, and walked away. You won't kill me. 707 Zheng Xiu held his own storage ring. Although there were a lot less things inside, only some chores were left, he could no longer care about feeling distressed, but looked at Li Ange's back in surprise. You want to die? Li Ange looked at the other party in confusion. Well, Zheng Xiu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, but he also knew in his heart that the other party did not intend to kill him. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for sparing me this time. Zheng Xiu stood up and bowed. Go away, or I will change my mind later, and none of you will be able to escape. Li Ange waved his hand impatiently. Don't say thank you. If you know that I threw the bloodline spiritual treasure to you, after the secret realm is over, there will be trouble for you from the transcend tribulation period. I'm afraid you will want to eat me. After searching all the cultivators, Li Ange also released these people. After all, there was no value in keeping them, and he was not afraid of these guys causing trouble for him later. The living cultivators saw that Li Ange really let him go and dared to stay anywhere, so they quickly left here. At the same time, some people felt a sense of gratitude towards Li Ange. When the others were almost gone, Cage, the 190 clones who had just entered the Great Hall, also came out. Sect leader, there are still some wild beasts inside, so it took some time, but we have got everything. The clone said and handed the things to Li Ange. Li Ange checked it out and found that there were quite a few things. A spiritual level spell, a spiritual level pill refining inheritance, an intermediate spiritual vein, a 5th level pill refining furnace, and some prop cards, such as Sect expansion cards, practice doubling cards. It has some value, but it's of no use to me. I'll sell all these things later. After putting everything away, Li Ange looked at the remaining 4 great halls. Since so many clones have been exposed, there is no need to hide them. Let's go and follow me to search the remaining 4 great halls. After Li Ange finished speaking, he directly used the clone release function and arrived at the first hall in an instant. There are also tens of thousands of cultivators here in the first hall. They are still fighting those wild beasts at this time, and the battlefield is very hot. And when Li Ange showed up with 10,000 people, everyone at the scene was stunned for a moment, and then stepped back, looking at these people who suddenly appeared warily. Even those wild beasts stopped fighting tacitly and stared at Li Ange. You fellow Taoists also want to enter this great hall? How about we deal with these wild beasts together, and then we can each rely on our own abilities. The speaker in the first hall is Sun Gang, a disciple of the 9th grade sect Lingyuan sect. As he spoke, he also sent a message to the rest of the Lingyuan sect to be ready to fight at any time. Clearance. Li Ange said calmly. The next moment, 10,000 clones of nascent soul cultivators all burst out, and sword rays all over the sky fell across the sky like meteors. Boom boom boom. Along with the roaring sounds, in the dull eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators, thousands of wild beasts were all killed in just a few breaths, turning into a handful of smoke and disappearing. All the cultivators took a breath and looked at Li Ange in disbelief. Even Sun Gang's pupil shrank, and his heart was filled with shock. At the nascent soul stage, there were actually 100,000 nascent soul stage experts. While everyone was shocked, they were also confused as to where so many nascent soul stage powerhouses came from. However, some people reacted quickly. Seeing that all the wild beasts were killed, there was no longer any obstruction at the entrance of the Great Hall, so they planned to sneak in and get the treasure while others were stunned. But when dozens of cultivators just approached the entrance of the Great Hall, they saw dozens more sword rays sweeping towards them. Oh, screams rang out one after another, and dozens of cultivators fell into a pool of blood as if they had lost their life. Daddy has built a kingdom, but you guys can steal the chickens? Li Ange said disdainfully. The other cultivators are not dissatisfied. After all, they also hate the behavior of trying to snatch treasures while they are not paying attention. If they find out, they will definitely kill them. I don't know what to call this fellow Taoist. Which sect does he come from? At this time, Sun Gang asked Li and cupped hands politely. He had already seen that the tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators were all headed by this person. You don't need to know this. Now let's talk about another thing. We have taken care of this great hall. Do you have any objections? Li Ange glanced at the other party and asked. The expression on Sun Gang's face was stagnant, and he was very dissatisfied with Li Ange's contempt. But looking at the tens of thousands of nascent soul behind him, he could only hold back his dissatisfaction. But after hearing Li Ange's words, Sun Gang's face darkened. Didn't they work hard just for the treasures in the great hall? Now that the other party has given them all, wouldn't they gain nothing? Not only Sun Gang, but other cultivators also looked dissatisfied. Although they were afraid of the power of Li Ange, they were really unwilling to let them give up like this. It seems you don't have any objections, Li Ange said, and directly sent 500 clones into the great hall. Others wanted to stop them, but no one dared to take action. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing, Li Ange said, and looked at the 2 figures behind Sun Gang. They were the Qingming clan and the Zijing clan with King Gray bloodline. Fellow Taoist, what do you want to do? We have no grudge against you. Sun Gang noticed Li Ange's gaze and suddenly felt uneasy. Kill it. After Li Ange finished speaking, the 2 clones directly used supernatural power to shrink into inches and disappear in place. When they reappeared, they were already behind Sun Gang. TSK, TSK. Along with the sound of tearing, the 2 creatures from the Qingming tribe and the Zijing tribe were bleeding on the spot. Then the 2 clones threw the body into the storage space, disappeared again, and returned to Li Ange instantly. Everything happened so fast, it was just a matter of seconds, and it took a few breaths for the cultivator on the scene to come back to his senses. Damn it, are you going to do it now? This is too cruel. They are disciples of the Lingyuan sect, and they are from the royal family. Aren't these people afraid of revenge from the forces behind them? I'm so scared. Do you know who these people are? I don't know anyone, and I can't even find them after I leave the secret realm. This is too crazy. We killed 2 royal families in front of Sun Gang. Do you think Lin Yuan's sect will fight with each other directly? What's wrong with Kwang? If I had 10,000 nascent soul cultivators following me, I would be crazier than him. As for Sun Gang, as long as he's not stupid, he won't do anything. Otherwise, everyone in Lin Yuan's sect will die here. Originally, the cultivators at the scene were very dissatisfied with Li Ange's opportunity to monopolize the Great Hall, but now they were shocked by Li Ange's methods. Many people turned into a crowd and said, looking forward to Sun Gang and Ji Ange. One side fights. Sun Gang's face was gloomy. He felt bad when he saw the look in Li Ange's eyes just now, but he did not expect that the other party would kill 2 of his sect members in an instant, and they were also from the royal family. He, Sun Gang, was considered a genius in the Lin Yuan sect's generation. He was praised by people wherever he went, and he had never suffered such grievances. Can he take revenge? Looking at the tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators behind Li Ange, Sun Gang couldn't help but remain silent. He has no doubt that as long as he takes action, the tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators will directly tear him into pieces, and no one in Lin Yuan's sect will survive. This made him feel aggrieved, especially when he noticed the looks of other cultivators around him watching the show, and he wanted to kill Li Ange 10,000 times. He has always been the only one from the Lin Yuan sect who bullies others, but this is the first time he has been bullied like this. Fellow Taoist, why did you kill my fellow disciple of Lin Yuan's sect? Do you need an explanation for this matter? Although he didn't want to take action directly, Sun Gang had to speak, otherwise he would forget it. If word spread, he would think that the Lin Yuan sect was easy to bully, and it would not be easy for him to return to sect. When he asked this question, he actually hoped that there would be a way out. As long as Li Ange said that there was a grudge between the 2 parties, he would be able to forget about it temporarily. Do you have any opinion? Li Ange said lightly. He naturally knew what the other party meant, but it was only when both parties were equal. In this situation, what can the other party do if he doesn't give him a step? Sun Gang took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the other party would still not give him any respect even after he showed his background of Lin Yuan's sect. But looking at Li Ange's cold eyes, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. This matter could only be reported in detail after returning to sect. By then, sect would definitely have a way to find the other party, and then repay all the shame of today. Go back. Seeing that Sun Gang stopped talking, Li Ange secretly said that it was boring, and other cultivators were also quite disappointed. At this time, the 500 clones who entered the Great Hall also came out. Sect leader, this is the harvest inside. A clone said and took out one. Damn it, it turns out to be a high-level spiritual vein. This opportunity is too rich. All cultivators were looking at Li Ange. When they saw the ball of light, some people exclaimed, which made many cultivators look envious. Although Li Ange has a lot of spiritual veins in his hands, he got them by auctioning the epiphany cards. For other gold core and nascent soul cultivators, a low-level spiritual vein is already of extraordinary value, enough for them to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources. Not to mention that there is still a high-level spiritual vein appearing now, with at least 10 billion spirit stones. If they can get enough, they can exchange for resources to practice from the gold core stage to the divine transformation stage, or even the self-union stage. But it wasn't over yet. The clone took out another book. Sect leader, this is a spiritual level formation inheritance. The clone said, damn, spiritual level formation inheritance. Although its value is not as good as high-level spiritual veins, it is not bad. The cultivation technique I practice is only high level. I do have a formation inheritance, but it is only intermediate. If I have this spiritual level inheritance, my achievements in formation will be increased several times. All the cultivators once again showed envious looks. If Li Ange's side wasn't so large and powerful, someone would have rushed to grab it. Anymore, Li Ange put away the inheritance and continued to ask. At the same time, he also noticed the expressions of the cultivators and secretly wondered why these guys didn't take action. Yes, he did it on purpose, using this method to seduce the cultivators on the scene and let them take action first, and then he would counterattack and plunder these guys' resources. It's a pity that these guys are too calm. Although many people are tempted, no one dares to take action. Also, 3 5th-level spiritual weapons, 2 4th-level array discs, and 1 5th-level protective magic treasure. The clones took out items obtained from the Great Hall, which made the cultivators present feel envious and heartbroken. They had a chance to get these treasures, but unfortunately, they now belong to others. The clone quickly showed everything, but the scene was very quiet. Although all the cultivators were jealous, no one dared to offend. Hey, since it's so unethical, I have no choice but to grab it. Li Ange sighed. Originally, she wanted to stand on the moral high ground and rob, but now she can only use strong force to suppress other people's morality. Then Li Ange's mind moved, and 10,000 clones immediately surrounded all the cultivators, and at the same time took out the spirit sword. Boss, what are you going to do? We haven't done anything. Someone noticed something was wrong, looked at Lian, and said with a trembling voice, don't talk nonsense. The men stand on the left, and the women on the right. Hand over all your belongings to me for robbery. A quarter of an hour later, Li Ange left with 10,000 clones, and corpses were scattered outside the first hall. After Li Ange directly opened his mouth to rob, it was natural that the cultivator was dissatisfied, and the final result was obvious. A group of people resisted, and then Li Ange killed thousands of them. The remaining people knelt on the ground and honestly took out all their belongings, allowing Li Ange to loot them. It's true that I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. Only a group of people will die before I'm willing to hand it over. Li Ange snorted coldly. If these guys had any sense, he would not bother to do anything. After all, there is no benefit in killing these guys. At this time, Li Ange has brought 10,000 clones to the fifth hall. The place is also in chaos. The wild beasts have been killed, and now the cultivators are fighting each other. Don't fight anymore. I don't have any eyesight. What are you looking at? Have you never seen robbery? Men on the left and women on the right. Hand over all your things to me. Another quarter of an hour passed, and at the cost of more than 2,000 cultivators dying, the other cultivators squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, and everything on their bodies was plundered by Li Ange. In addition, Li Ange gained another king grade bloodline. Li Ange didn't stop, and came to the second hall again as if rushing to a party. Just like before, after killing a group of people, others became honest and took the initiative to take out resources. Yes, 3 more king grade bloodlines have been harvested. Now 4 of the 5 great halls have been visited, and only the last one is left. Li Ange said, and the 10,000 clones also disappeared again, and when they reappeared, they had arrived at the third final hall. When Li Ange came to the third hall, she found that this place was different from before. It was not chaotic here, but seemed very quiet. I saw tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in the square outside the third hall, but these cultivators all fell unconscious and fell to the ground. A large formation enveloped these cultivators, and wisps of blood flew out of all the cultivators, converging in the same direction. Some cultivators have almost become human beings. In addition to these cultivators, there are more than 500 people in the formation who are not unconscious. These people are naturally disciples of the 9th grade sect Red Blood sect, and the leader is Li Zian. These fools still want to get the treasures in the Great Hall, but they don't know that we secretly released Sect's special incense. Not to mention that they are the strongest in the nascent soul stage, even in the construction stage, or even in the divine transformation stage. They can't stop them. Of course, this incense was originally designed to deal with cultivators in the divine transformation stage. Naturally, these people in front of you are nothing. Tens of thousands of gold core stage cultivators, plus dozens of nascent soul late stage cultivators. If all the blood chi of so many people are collected, it will be enough for us to break through to the nascent soul late stage. It's not easy to find this kind of opportunity for all cultivators to come together. It was only with good luck that our plan was able to succeed this time. 940. Within the formation, the disciples of the Scarlet Blood Sect were talking with smiles. Compared to the treasures in the Great Hall, they preferred the blood chi of these cultivators. Relying on their special cultivation technique of the Scarlet Blood Sect, they could rapidly improve cultivation base through absorption. Shut up, everyone. Activate the Blood Spirit Cup with all your strength, and absorb the blood chi from these guys as soon as possible. Then let's go to other places to see if we can attract another group of cultivators. At this time, a cold voice sounded, and it was Li Zian who spoke, who was also the leader of the Scarlet Blood Sect disciples. The eyes of the Scarlet Blood Sect disciples lit up, and they could not wait to find a new cultivator. Although all the Scarlet Blood Sect disciples mobilized the spirit power in their bodies and injected it into a blood-colored bone cup in front of them, the whole formation suddenly burst into action, and the speed of absorbing the cultivator blood chi increased rapidly, and all these blood chi poured into the blood-colored bone cup, allowing the bones to the alliance shone with a strange light. As expected of the demon sect, looking at the situation below, Li secretly thought, there are many sects in the continent of all races. There are sects who claim to be righteous, and naturally there are also sects called Devil Dao. The Red Blood Sect is very famous among the Devil Dao sect, specializing in absorbing blood chi to enhance the cultivation base. It is said that the reason is because when the sect leader of the Scarlet Blood Sect first entered the continent of 10,000 races, he picked up an emperor-level cultivation technique that absorbed blood chi to practice. Then the entire Scarlet Blood Sect relied on this emperor-level cultivation technique. France is getting bigger. Li did not hide his voice, so the Scarlet Blood Sect disciples in the formation naturally heard it. Who? Li Zian's eyes flashed with blood, which added a bit of coquettishness to her beautiful face. This is my first time seeing the demon sect's methods, but I don't want to disturb you all. It's my fault, Li said with a smile. Li Zian also saw Li. When she saw tens of thousands of cultivators suddenly appearing, a look of surprise flashed in Li Zian's eyes, but she was not afraid, but showed a hint of joy. Just now I was thinking of attracting another group of cultivators, but I didn't expect that they would be sent to my door. Thinking of this, Li Zian sent a message to her fellow disciples and asked them to use the mystic incense directly. The disciples of the Scarlet Blood Sect were also bright-eyed. Although they were small in number, they had the incense of the gods. Even the divine transformation stage cultivators couldn't hold it, let alone these gold core nascent soul stage cultivators. I'm Li Zian of the Red Blood Sect. I don't know how to address you. Li Zian looked at Li and asked, it will take time for the mystic incense to take effect. As long as she takes care of it for a while, these tens of thousands of cultivators will become the blood she used in her practice. I'm Zhao Zilong. It turns out that it's Zhao fellow Taoist. Zhao fellow Taoist and all the fellow Taoists should come here for the treasures in the Great Hall. These treasures are nothing to our Scarlet Blood Sect, but they can all be given to Zhao fellow Taoist and other fellows. Everyone, Li Zian said as she took out items one by one, which she had just obtained from the Great Hall. I can give you all these things, but I hope you don't care about things here. What do you think, fellow Taoist Zhao? Li Zian asked with a smile. Of course you can. Fellow Taoist Li, please give me the things first. Li nodded. Li Zian raised her eyebrows. The other party wanted to freeload. What if they took something and attacked them? But soon she no longer cared. Now that the incense has been ignited, as long as 10 more breaths pass, all tens of thousands of people will be affected. Even if the things are given away, she can get them back. Thinking about it, Li Zian didn't waste any time and threw the treasures out one by one. But she also played a trick. Not all of these treasures were given to Li Ange, but were scattered to different cultivators. Although it seems that these people are dominated by Li Ange, she does not believe that these people can unite in front of the treasure. When the time comes, they will definitely fight for it. But the next scene made her face tremble. I saw that the treasures she gave did fall into the hands of different cultivators, but the imagined internal strife did not occur at all. Instead, the cultivators who got the treasures handed them over to Ji Ange without hesitation. How can it be? Aren't these cultivators gathered together temporarily? At most, they temporarily obey Zhao Zilong's words, but shouldn't they fall apart once faced with interests? After Li Ange revealed these treasures, he looked at Li Zian with a smile on his face and said nothing. Fellow Zhao is a born commander. Li Zian came back to her senses and said, although she thought it was too strange, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, these people will have liver chi and blood later. Li Ange still didn't speak and looked at the other person quietly. He didn't speak until the other person was a little overwhelmed. It seems that your methods are not very good, Li Ange said. Li Zian's expression changed and she looked at her fellow disciples. Did you light up the incense? It's clicked, senior sister. It was clicked just now. It's strange. It's already more than 30 years old. How come these guys haven't been hit yet? Li Zian took a deep breath. Her face was no longer as calm as before, and she stared at Li Ange closely. The incense had no effect, so I'm afraid it was the other party's fault. Li Ange smiled. He naturally knew about this Nishan Xiang. After all, he had 200 clones who came here before and saw the methods of the Scarlet Blood Sect. He didn't use any protective measures, but the incense had no effect on him and his clones. 0. The incense that confuses the soul mainly confuses the soul. But although the clone is a normal creature, it is different from normal creatures. Although the clone is conscious, Li Ange has not discovered that the clone has a soul. Therefore, something like the divine incense, which can make even a cultivator in the divine transformation stage coma, is of no use to clones. As for Li Ange himself, the method he uses to control his clone is not the arrival of his soul, but just a consciousness, so he is completely immune to the incense. Originally, we took your treasures and should have left. However, fellow Taoists secretly used tricks on us, so you can't blame us. Break the formation and kill the people. After Li Ange finished speaking, 10,000 clone didn't hesitate at all and directly exploded with power, sending sword rays falling downwards one after another. Fellow Zhao Taoist Yu. Li Zian wanted to explain, but when she felt the aura of all the clones, her expression suddenly changed. Nascent soul period, a full 10,000 nascent soul period. Crazy. How come there are so many nascent soul cultivators gathered together? At this moment, the same questions as Sun Gang and others appeared in her mind, but at this time he had no time to think. Boom boom boom. As the dense sword ray fell, the formation laid out by the Scarlet Blood Sect had no resistance at all and was destroyed in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. The clone's eyes fell on Li Zian and others again. Fellow Taoist, stop it. If you kill us, the Scarlet Blood Sect will not let you go. As long as fellow Taoist lets us go, we agree to any conditions. I am willing to have a long talk with fellow Taoist. Li Zian felt the killing intent of the clones and couldn't help shouting. She was scared at this moment. Although she thought she was powerful, she could only tremble in front of 10,000 men. But how can Li Ange be afraid of the other party's threat? It's just a 9th grade sect. It's not like he has never been offended. As for long conversations, Li Ange was even more disdainful. He was devoted to the Tao. How could he stop because of a woman? There was no surprise at all. After the 10,000 clones took action again, Li Zian and more than 500 people from the Scarlet Blood Sect were killed directly. 1.4 especially Li Zian. She was bullied by 100 clones and died with hundreds of swords in her body, which was destroyed on the spot. Kill them all. Li Ange glanced at the cultivators who were still unconscious. Most of them were adults, and some were already dead. Those who are still alive are considered dead even if they wake up, and they won't live long, so it's better for him to end it directly. And if these cultivators are not dead, it will be a bit troublesome for him to open their storage rings. It would be much easier to kill them all. Puff 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 midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis midline horizontal ellipsis. The sounds of slaughtering were heard one after another, and tens of thousands of cultivators ended their lives without any pain. Li Ange looked at the blood-colored bone cup in front of him. This thing reached the 5th level and was a Devil Dao treasure. It was useless to him. Sell it after leaving the secret realm. After doing this, things here are considered over. Although there should be some opportunities here, it is no longer important to him. Go back and continue the Insight World formation. After you have complete insight, you can go to the intermediate secret realm to have a look. Li Ange's mind moved, and all 10,000 clones returned to the Valley of Death. The remaining 1,000 clones also left here and continued to explore the secret realm. In the Water Curtain Cave, about half a month has passed since entering the secret realm. On this day, Li Ange had a good meal and then opened the properties panel. Personal panel. Name, Li Ange. No. GH54F3823 AG. Realm. Nascent Soul 8th floor, 90%. Sect. Foamling Weighing Sect. Cultivation Technique. 9 Tribulations Technique. 65% Great Completion. Star Body Refining Technique. 10% 4 levels. Spell. Void Sword Technique. 85.4% Great Completion. Soul Curse Technique. 25% Great Completion. Mountain and River Seal. 25% Great Completion. Talent. Chaos Bloodline. 43% 3 levels. Innate Sword Body. Immortal level. Heaven and Earth Sword Formation. Supernatural Power. Shrink the Earth into an inch. Samadhi True Fire. Dharma. Heaven and Earth. With the efforts of 100,000 clones, the Heaven and Earth formation was finally penetrated by insight, and all the Heaven and Earth formation patterns were engraved, giving Li Ange's talent an additional Heaven and Earth sword formation. Try the effect. Li Ange's consciousness came to a clone in the wilderness. As his mind moved, arrays of formations spread all over his body. At the same time, he could clearly feel the majestic power of Heaven and Earth at this moment. Heaven and Earth sword formation. Li Ange directly used this formation and immediately formed a sword formation with a radius of 1 kilometer with him as the center. Rise. Li Ange raised his sword finger, and the power of Heaven and Earth within a kilometer radius was immediately controlled by him, and then turned into a sharp sword. With my current cultivation base, the coverage range of the Heaven and Earth sword formation is about 1,000 meters. As long as the power of Heaven and Earth continues, I can condense the sword infinitely. And as he gathers more power from Heaven and Earth, the sword formation becomes stronger. It can be said that there is no upper limit at all. Although there is no upper limit, if too much power of Heaven and Earth is gathered, the burden on oneself will be greater. Fortunately, I have practiced the body refining cultivation technique. With all my strength, the power of Heaven and Earth gathered may even be an ordinary divine transformation. Every cultivator should avoid the edge for a while. This is just one of his clones. If 100,000 clones use the Heaven and Earth sword formation together, even the cultivators in the self-union stage will be disappointed. However, although the Heaven and Earth sword formation is strong, if you are killed, the formation will also be broken. Although with the help of his clone, he gained insight into the Heaven and Earth formation and engraved these Heaven and Earth formation patterns on his body, and was able to master the Heaven and Earth formation. It also caused huge flaws in the Heaven and Earth formation. Fortunately, he has many clones, and he won't let his main body take risks. The biggest flaw is nothing. It has been half a month since I entered the secret realm. The cultivation base has also reached the 8th level of Nascent Soul. It will take at most 1 or 2 days to break through to the expanding aperture stage. This low-level secret realm is nothing interesting anymore. Let's go to the intermediate secret realm. Thinking about it, Li Ange looked at the secret realm interface next to the properties interface. There are 3 secret realms on it, namely low-level, intermediate, and high-level. Now he is in the low-level secret realm. Before, the intermediate and advanced secret realms were gray because his realm was only at the gold core stage. But when he broke through to the Nascent Soul stage, the intermediate secret realm was already lit up. As Li Ange clicked intermediate secret realm, an interface popped up. It is detected that you have reached the Nascent Soul stage and can enter the first level of the intermediate secret realm. Do you want to enter? Yes. Li Ange clicks OK. There is no test in going from the low-level secret realm to the intermediate secret realm. In other words, the trial secret realm encourages the strong to go to the higher-level secret realm. It's just that most cultivators are unwilling to choose to go to the intermediate secret realm after breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. After all, they can still dominate the low-level secret realm, but if they go to the intermediate secret realm, they can only live with their tail between their legs, and they can be there at any time. The danger of death. Of course, if you want to go to the intermediate secret realm in the gold core period, you need to pass the test. In the trial secret realm, you are afraid that someone will die because they are not strong enough. Player Li Ange, please be prepared. You will be teleported to the first level of the intermediate secret realm in 10 seconds. As the 10-second countdown ended, Li Ange's figure suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared from the water curtain cave. A few breaths later, when Li Ange opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived in a wilderness. This is the intermediate secret realm. The concentration of spiritual chi is indeed much stronger than the low-level secret realm. Li Ange took a deep breath and said, at the same time, there was one thing that surprised him. Although he came to the intermediate secret realm, his clone was still in the low-level secret realm. The clone didn't come with me to the intermediate secret realm. In this case, after the secret realm ends, and I put the clone in the secret realm, wouldn't it mean that I directly own the trial secret realm? Li Ange couldn't help but think that if he really succeeded, others could only enter the trial secret realm for 1 month every year, but he could let the clone 10 stage stay in the secret realm to search for various heavenly and mortal treasures. Of course, this is just an idea of his. Whether it will succeed or not will have to be tried. Boy, who are you? Why do you suddenly appear here? At this moment, a shout sounded in Li Ange's ears. Li Ange came back to her senses and had time to look around. At this time, he was in a wilderness, and besides him, there were more than 2,000 people around him. Judging from their clothing and positions, these 2,000 people were clearly from 2 factions, and judging from the looks of both parties, they seemed to be planning a fight. And by chance, he happened to appear in the middle of the 2 parties. The man who shouted just now was a man wearing a long blue coat on the left. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is, robbing, hand over everything you have on you. Li Ange smiled. He didn't care at all about the grudges between the 2 forces and why they gathered here to prepare for a fight. Now that I have encountered it, it would be a pity not to grab a wave. There are more than 2,000 people. It seems that these people are from the big sect. They should have a lot of good things. After hearing Li Ange's words, more than 2,000 people on both sides were stunned for a moment, and then laughed again. Is this kid crazy? He is the only one who wants to rob us. Looking at his appearance, he must have just arrived in the intermediate secret realm, and he still can't make out his appearance. It's good that we didn't kill him. He still dared to rob us so arrogantly. After so many years, we have been the only ones robbing others. This is the first time someone has come to rob us, alone. I don't know if he is brave or stupid. Everyone was amused by Li Ange's words. All of them, more than 2,000 people, were in the Nascent Soul stage. At worst, they were on the 5th floor of Nascent Soul. Even on the 9th floor of Nascent Soul, there were more than 30 people. Although the kid in front of him doesn't look weak, more than 2,000 of them can kill him with just one spell. Is it funny? I'll say it again, interrupt. After Li Ange finished speaking, she waved her hand. The next moment, 10,000 clones appeared, looking at the more than 2,000 people below with indifferent expressions. Seeing so many people showing up, the smiles on the faces of more than 2,000 people stopped and were replaced by disbelief. How did these people appear? They didn't notice it at all. Aren't you born to laugh? Why can't you laugh now? Li Ange asked with a smile. In the wilderness, tens of thousands of figures gathered together, and in the middle there were more than 2,000 people squatting on the ground, putting their resources on the ground. I wonder who you are, fellow Taoist. Which sect are you from? One of the men looked at Li Ange and asked. Thinking of what just happened, he felt angry. He thought the other party was a fool, but it turned out that they were the fools after they had been arguing for a long time. When those 10,000 cultivators came out, he knew that this time was over. So in the end, he could only squat on the ground in humiliation and dig out resources. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. But even though he was defeated, his heart was full of unwillingness. He wanted to know Li Ange's background and take revenge when the time came. Tianqing Sect Wupong. Li Ange said, but the man's face darkened. Fellow Taoist, even if you don't want to say it, there's no need to fool me like this. Wupong of Tianqing Sect is the great-great-grandson of the peak powerhouse in the Transcend Tribulation period, so I still know it. A flash of surprise flashed in Li Ange's eyes. She wanted to make up an identity at random, but she didn't expect that she would be found out. And he didn't expect Wupong to have such a background. After all, he killed the opponent directly in Death Valley, and he didn't even have the chance to understand the opponent. You guys are gathering here to really want to fight, right? Li Ange didn't answer, but asked. Yes, my human and Tianqimen are both 8th grade sects, but our 2 sects are not too far apart, so there have always been conflicts. When we were in the continent of 10,000 races, although there were fights between the 2 sides, they were relatively restrained. However, it is different now that we have entered the secret realm. Without the interference of strong people, our death will be in vain. The man's expression dropped as he spoke. I didn't expect that just when we got together and were about to take action, fellow Taoists suddenly appeared, and now it's even, ugh. The disciples of Huayin Sect and Tianshui Sect also felt helpless. Who would have thought that before the group fight broke out, everyone would be robbed by a third party? Totally unlucky. Okay, don't look so gloomy. If it weren't for your good attitude, you would all be corpses now. At least you were still alive. Liange comforted. Everyone twitched their lips, so we still need to thank you? Tell me about the situation in this intermediate secret realm, where there are great opportunities and where there are a large number of cultivators gathered. Liange said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Why did it sound a bit strange? Fellow Taoist is not sure about the situation of intermediate secret realm. The man from Tianshui Gate said with surprise in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, you haven't just come from a low-level secret realm, right? Just tell me, where did all this nonsense come from? Liange raised his eyebrows. The man was extremely horrified, which meant that the other party was only a gold core cultivator before entering the secret realm, and he only recently broke through to the nascent soul stage. And these people were robbed by a guy who just came from a low-level secret realm? But when the other party came up, how did they summon so many cultivators in an instant? Entering the intermediate secret realm from the low-level secret realm, the location is random. Even if you have the agreed contact information, you won't be found by so many cultivators right after you come up. Fellow Taoist, this secret realm has been open for half a month. Even if there is a chance, many people have found it. As for the ones that have not been found yet, it is impossible for me to know. The man thought for a while and said, but when it comes to places where a large number of cultivators gather, I actually know one. Thousands of miles east of here, there's a spiritual pool. The spiritual chi there is more than 100 times richer than other places, so there are many cultivators there. Practice. This matter is not a secret. As long as the other party inquires a little bit, they will know. Moreover, he also wished that the other party would cause trouble for those cultivators. Although the other party had tens of thousands of people, there were also a lot of people in Lingtan. Once the two sides fought, one of the cultivators would surely fall, which would be regarded as revenge for him. Liange glanced at the other party. Although he didn't know what the other party was thinking, he didn't care no matter how big it was. He came to the intermediate secret realm just to rob. Soon Liange's clones looted all these cultivators, and the clothes these cultivators wore were also good robes. If he hadn't felt that it was not good to do this, he would have even stripped off their clothes. Gone. Liange gave an order, and 10,000 clones followed him and flew towards the east. When Liange and his group completely disappeared from sight, the more than 2,000 disciples of Tianshui Sect and Huayin Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Then the two sides looked at each other and fell into silence again. Still fighting. At this time, the man from Huayin Sect spoke. You have a weapon? No, not even a single spirit stone. Then give me a spanking. Okay, it's not that I, the Huayin Sect, am afraid of you. If it hadn't happened like this, you, the Tianshui Sect, would all have to lie down today. Fart. I don't know what your Fire Cloud Sect is like. With just a few moves back and forth, our Tianshui Sect has been cracked long ago. It's really like a toad yawning. It's so loud. Don't run away when you leave the secret realm, and you can. Let's have a good time. Just fight. You really think I'm afraid of you? Although the two sides did not fight directly, they did not spare each other's words. However, although Huyamin and Tianshimin have had conflicts with each other over the years and often fought, they rarely died. It is said that the two sect leaders were lovers, later broke up, and then fell in love and killed each other to this day. Naturally, Liange didn't know this. At this time, he had put away his clones, leaving only 9 clones flying towards the east together. Otherwise, the target would be too big, and it would easily attract the attention of others. The distance of 10,000 miles is not that far for the nascent soul stage. Although Liange did not fly at full speed, it only took less than half an hour. Where's the Lington Lake? It's obviously a large lake. Liange looked at the scene in front of him and said to himself, yes, this lake is circular in shape as a whole, with a diameter of about 10,000 meters. The water in the lake is not simple. Although it is a distance away, Liange can still feel the rich spiritual chi. Within the lake, there are figures sitting cross-legged, probably around 10,000 people, absorbing the spiritual chi in the lake. From time to time, cultivators break through the realm. This place is good. If I let all my clones practice here, I should be able to break through to the expanding aperture stage today. Liange thought secretly. Moreover, the spiritual chi in the lake was so rich that he would not believe that there were no treasures at the bottom of the lake. The arrival of Liange's 10 people also attracted the attention of many cultivators in the lake, but no one paid attention and continued to practice with their eyes closed. You fellow Taoists also want to enter the lake to practice, right? At this time, a voice sounded, and Liange saw a man walking over with a smile. Yes, does fellow Taoist have some connections? Liange looked at the man and asked. Fellow Taoist is joking. It's been 2 days since I arrived here next week. If I had a way, I wouldn't have been watching from the shore. Zhou Ping smiled bitterly. Then I wonder what fellow Taoist is looking for. Liange asked with raised eyebrows. I just saw that the fellow Taoist has just arrived. I think he doesn't know the rules of this place. If he wants to enter the spiritual pool to practice, he needs to challenge someone. If he enters rashly, he may be attacked by a group of cultivators in the spiritual pool. Zhou Pingdao. Oh, it's not difficult to challenge one person, right? Although there are tens of thousands of cultivators in this pool of water, at the next glance, there are still many nascent soul 5th stage, so the fellow Taoist nascent soul 9th stage cultivation base should have a place. Right. Liange said. Fellow Taoist is right. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally have a place. But the problem is that these cultivators are in groups. Although one can challenge one person to enter the spiritual pool to practice, but with the opponent, how could cultivator let you go? Zhou Ping said helplessly. Liange nodded. Sure enough, he found that although there were many cultivators in Lingtan, they all formed a small group. Even if you win one person, you still face the risk of being besieged. Fellow Taoist is looking for me. Do you want to form a team with me? Liange asked, also understanding what the other party meant. That's right. If you are dissatisfied with fellow Taoists, these two people have also gathered some comrades below. If you add 10 fellow Taoists, it will be enough to suppress a small group. Zhou Ping said, and pointed to the distance. There were more than 30 cultivators there, all of whom he had gathered together in the past 2 days. Liange took a look and found that these cultivators were not weak. The worst ones were at the nascent soul 7th stage, and 2 of them had reached the nascent soul 9th stage. This is normal. If the cultivation base is too low, Zhou Ping will not invite the opponent to join the team. I think it's better to forget about joining your team. Since you told me the rules here, I can give you a chance to leave now, otherwise you won't have the chance later. Liange said with a smile. Zhou Ping was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He didn't quite understand what Liange meant, but the indifference in the other person's words made him a little unhappy. Could it be that the other party thinks that just 10 people can occupy a place in the spiritual pool? Liange saw the other party's dissatisfaction, but just smiled and didn't care. Then, under Zhou Ping's surprised gaze, Liange flew to the sky above Lingtan with 9 clones. This made some cultivators in Lingtan and the cultivators on the shore look over. Is this new here? Are you looking for death if you go up there? They are so courageous. They don't think that just 10 of them can get the opportunity to practice in the Lingtan, right? The worst force in Lingtan also comes from the 7th grade sect. There are dozens of them. If they were so easy to deal with, would we still stand on the shore? The cultivators in the Lingtan and the cultivators on the shore all looked like they were watching a show, but some cultivators frowned, especially those who were relatively weak in the Lingtan. Just as everyone was waiting for what Liange was going to do, Liange spoke. This place is not bad. Everyone in Lingtan has been practicing for so long, so it's time to get out. Li Ange smiled, but her tone was very calm. But these words still aroused turmoil in the hearts of all cultivators. This guy must be crazy. Even if 10 people want to enter the Lingtan, it is already a wishful thinking. The other party actually wants all the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Lingtan to get out. Crazy, this guy is simply crazy. Zhou Ping murmured after a brief moment of daze, and felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, the other party did not join his team, otherwise he would have faced tens of thousands of cultivators. Boy, you are so crazy. Just 10 of you dare to put so many of us into one's eyes. At this time, a man from the nascent soul 9th stage flew into the air, and then looked at the other people in the Lingtan. You can continue to practice. The Mingjian sect, will handle this problem so as not to disturb your practice. Qian Yu's heart was filled with joy at this time. His Mingjian sect was only a 7th grade sect and had 63 fellow sects in the entire Lingtan, but his strength was considered to be at the bottom among all the forces. Among the 63 classmates, he is the only one with nascent soul 9th stage and 13 nascent soul 8th stage. The rest are all below nascent soul 7th stage, and the worst ones are nascent soul 5th stage. The Mingjian sect was able to enter the Lingtan to practice because they arrived early, and there were still many places in the Lingtan at that time. But he has also been worried, fearing that he will be replaced by other forces, especially since there are many cultivators gathering together on the shore, Kaft. His Mingjian sect will have to leave sooner or later. But it's different now. He stood up specifically because he wanted to win the favor of other forces in Lingtan and sell a favor by killing Li Ange and his party. If someone brings trouble to him from the Mingjian sect in the future, as long as 1 or 2 forces help him, he can continue to practice in the Lingtan. As for Li Ange's strength, he really didn't have the ability to put in one's eyes. He could tell that these people were just nascent soul 8th stage, but it was still not enough in front of more than 60 people from his Mingjian sect. Boy, you. Qian Yu looked at Li Ange again and was about to speak, but only saw streaks of sword ray attacking him. Not good. Qian Yu was shocked, and at the same time, the expressions of more than 60 people from the Mingjian sect also changed, and they all launched a counterattack. But after coming into contact with these sword rays, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Chi chi chi. Oh. Along with the screams, even Qian Yu, the nascent soul 9th stage, was killed after holding on for just 1 breath. In less than 3 breaths, the 63 members of the Mingjian sect had become corpses. At this moment, the entire Lingtan became quiet, with only the gentle breeze blowing across the surface of the pool causing ripples. I'll say it again, everyone in Lingtan must get out of here. This place has been taken aback by me, the Tianqing sect. Li Ange didn't care about the 63 people from the Mingjian sect, but he put away the smile on his face and looked at everyone present with an indifferent expression. Humph, you are so brave. You dare to pretend to be a disciple of my Tianqing sect. Just as Li Ange finished speaking, a cold snort rang out, and then he saw more than 1,000 cultivators flying out of the pond in the central area of the Lingtan. The man at the head looked over with murderous intent. It's Wu Ming. It is said that he is the great-great-grandson of the sect leader of Tianqing sect. Before entering the secret realm, he was already a peak powerhouse in the nascent soul stage. Now he has broken through to the expanding aperture stage. Those 10 people were too courageous. They dared to pretend to be members of the Tianqing sect. I'm afraid they didn't expect that there were people from the Tianqing sect here. Now those 10 people are dead. The Tianqing sect is not easy to mess with. It is a 9th grade sect. As the great-great-grandson of a peak powerhouse in the transcend tribulation stage, Wu Ming has many treasures on his body, not to mention there are more than 1,000 disciples of the Tianqing sect. Most of them are above the nascent soul 7th stage. Li Ange naturally heard the discussions of the people around him, and looked at Wu Ming not far away. He was speechless in his heart. He raised the flag twice, but he didn't expect to be seen through. Now the real owner has been caught. Are you also the great-great-grandson of the sect leader of Tianqing sect? Li Ange looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming frowned. He noticed the word yi in Li Ange's words. What did he mean? Don't tell me that you are also our ancestor's great-great-grandson. Wu Ming sneered and said, doesn't he know who there is in his family? If the other party really said that, he would be treating him as a fool. Of course not. But, Li Ange said with a smile, but I have killed a great-great-grandson like you before. Wu Ming frowned after hearing Li Ange's words. The Wu family has its ancestor Wu Tianqing, who is the pinnacle of transcend tribulation. Naturally, there are many descendants, and those of the same generation as him are in their 100s and 80s. However, apart from him, the only other peer who entered the secret realm of the trial this time was Wu Peng. But the other party is only in the gold core stage and is in the low-level secret realm. But in front of him, Li Ange was at the nascent soul stage and also at the nascent soul 8th stage. How could the opponent kill Wu Peng? Is it possible that the other party broke through from the gold core peak to the nascent soul 8th stage in just half a month? The other person might just have killed an equally fake cultivator. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Since you dare to pretend to be a member of my Tianqing sect, you will not be able to do good today. Tell me, how do you want to die? After Wu Ming finished speaking, more than 1,000 cultivators behind him surrounded the 10 Li Ange people with cold faces, ready to take action at any time. Everyone around looked excited when they saw this scene. There were not many opportunities to enjoy the show. Oh, Li Ange raised his eyebrows and then waved his hand. The next moment, in everyone's shocked eyes, silhouettes appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 clones appeared in all directions, surrounding more than 1,000 people from Tianqing sect. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Li Ange looked at Wu Ming and asked with a smile. MX. The expression on Wu Ming's face froze, and he looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators who suddenly appeared around him in disbelief. Although these cultivators do not have explosive aura, they are not covered up either. They are all nascent soul 8th stage. How is it possible? How come he has so many helpers? And how did these people appear? He didn't notice it at all before. Wu Ming felt inexplicably panicked. Although the Tianqing sect is not weak in strength, and 5 of them have reached the expanding aperture stage, they are definitely no match for so many nascent soul stage cultivators. Holy shit, what happened? Why did so many people suddenly show up? These tens of thousands of people are all nascent soul 8th stage. Are you crazy? These people are all in the same group. This can't be illusion art, right? How could there be so many strong people showing up? You can go up and try. Before, I thought the other party was crazy and too arrogant. Now it seems that the other party has the capital to be arrogant. There are so many nascent soul 8 stages. If it were me, I would be crazier than him, enough to walk sideways in the entire intermediate secret realm. Other cultivators were also startled by this sudden scene. The cultivators standing on the shore were fine. They believed that they had no conflict of interest with Li Ange. But the nearly 10,000 cultivators still cultivating in the pond are different. They had heard Li Ange say before that they should all get lost. It was just a joke at the time, but now that I see so many clones, I still don't know that the other person is not joking with them at all, but is serious. This. Zhou Ping looked at Li Ange in confusion. He thought Li Ange was just a joke just now, but now it seems that he is the real joke. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful. If he had insisted on following Li Ange just now, wouldn't he have tens of thousands of cultivators as his backers now? No, he asked me to leave here just now, but there was no conflict between me and him. Why did I leave? Zhou Ping was confused. He wanted to stay and see if there was any chance to pick up the missing items later. But Li Ange's reminder lingered in his ears again, making him feel a little bad. Support the bold to death and starve the timid to death. Even if he wins in the end, there is no need to take action against me. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and made a decision. At worst, he could just wait for the opponent to start fighting and then stay away. But if he could seize this opportunity, it might be his big chance. Thinking of this, Zhou Ping sent a message to more than 30 people in his team, and they quietly began to retreat to avoid being affected by the fight later. In addition to Zhou Ping, there were also cultivators standing on the shore who noticed this and began to retreat, but had no intention of leaving. Li Ange is naturally aware of this and doesn't care in his heart. As long as some of these cultivators leave now, he will not stop them. But if there is an idea of picking up the leaks, none of them will be able to escape. Fellow Taoist, there may be some misunderstanding between you and me. This matter is my fault, Wu Ming. As long as you let us leave this time, I am willing to pay any price. Wu Ming looked at Li and cupped hands and said. He was filled with unwillingness. As a ninth-grade sect person, he always walked sideways in the secret realm, and few people dared to offend him. But things are different now. If he continues to refuse to give in, if a fight breaks out later, not a few of the thousands of people in his Tianqing sect will survive. Compared to living, paying some price is worth it to him. Want to leave now? It's too late. Everyone, let me listen. We will rob you and hand over all your belongings. Li Yan snorted coldly. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. He gave in because he thought the other party would only deal with him. He didn't expect that the other party would also deal with all the cultivators in the Lingtan. There are tens of thousands of these cultivators in total. If they all get together, they are fully capable of fighting Li Yan's side. This fellow Taoist, aren't you going too far in doing this? There are many of you, and you are strong, so we will accept it and leave this Lingtan at worst. But now you ask us to hand over everything. That's all we found it with great difficulty before. If we hand over all of them, our visit to the secret realm will be in vain. Wu Ming said loudly. He couldn't believe that so many cultivators were really willing to hand over their belongings. Moreover, those who can enter the Lingtan are at worst 7th grade sect. Everyone wants to be face-saving. Once something is handed over, wouldn't it become a joke if it gets spread? Fellow Taoist Wu Ming is right. I really think you can do whatever you want if you have more people. There are quite a few of us together. It's so arrogant. You still want us to hand over our things. Even you are worthy of it. The worst we can do is fight. If you want something from us, come and get it yourself if you can. Wu Ming's words made all the cultivators in Lingtan excited. Not to mention Wu Ming's words. Even if they didn't, they would not be willing to hand over their own things so easily. After all, no one had the opportunity. In an instant, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Lingtan stopped practicing together, flew into the air, and took out their own spiritual weapons, ready to fight at any time. If that's the case, then kill him. Buzz buzz. As Li Ange finished speaking, the 10,000 clones directly activated the Heaven and Earth Sword formation. With each clone as the center, the Heaven and Earth Sword formation spread out in all directions. Kill. Boom boom boom. 10,000 clone didn't hesitate at all. He took action directly and formed swords to kill the surrounding cultivators. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. He thought that the other party would at least be wary of the tens of thousands of cultivators on their side, but he never expected that the other party would take such decisive action. Fellow Taoists, since they want to fight, we should be afraid. Kill. The next moment, murderous intent burst out in Wu Ming's eyes, and he shot out a palm towards Li Ange with a flip of his hand. Exclamation point. Seeing Wu Ming's palm, Li Ange lowered his sword and swept the sword ray, directly annihilating the opponent's attack. How can it be? Wu Ming was shocked. He used all his strength with this palm. He wanted to capture the thief first, and with his cultivation base in the expanding aperture stage, wouldn't it be easy to deal with an 8th level nascent soul? But he never expected that the opponent's combat power was so strong. Although he was in the nascent soul stage, he could defeat his attack with one sword. He should be the only one who can leapfrog the battle, and the others shouldn't be able to. Wu Ming was thinking about it, but when he saw the pictures around him, he froze in place. No, please forgive me, I was wrong. Fellow Taoist, stop it. I'm willing to hand over the things. How can you be so strong? I am a cultivator in the expanding aperture stage. Wu Ming saw the cultivators from both sides fighting together. It stands to reason that the two sides should fight back and forth, but the result made him palpitate. In less than a minute, more than 3,000 cultivators had already died. Looking at Li Ange, not to mention those who died, there were none even injured. It's a completely one-sided situation. And as the cultivators on their side continue to fall, but the other side has no losses, their pressure is increasing. The number of cultivators falling per second has increased from more than 100 before to more than 300 now. At this moment, Tang Ming felt a pain in his chest, and a blood hole suddenly appeared. How dare you fight divine partition? Are you looking down on me? Li Ange said jokingly. At this moment, the hair on the 5 limbs trembled. He knew that the other party did not kill him on purpose. Otherwise the sword strike just now must have thought that his head was hollow. You who are you? When did forces like you appear in the 10,000 races continent? Wu Ming ignored the pain in his body and looked at Li Ange in fear and asked. This group of people is too terrifying. It would be great if 1 or 2 of them can leapfrog and fight, but more than 10,000 people can all leapfrog and fight. Even if he, the Tianqing sect, is a 9th level sect, such a situation is impossible. Although there is life and death in the fight between cultivators in the nascent soul period, it still lasts for a while. Unlike the other party, one person will die with one strike of the sword. There are only some cultivators who have treasures. Only then can he withstand 1 or 2 swords. It seems you have no last words. Li Ange didn't answer and swung his sword again to kill him. This sword was extremely fast and came to Wu Ming in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. When the sword was about to fall on Wu Ming, a light shield enveloped him. Although the light shield was instantly broken, it still gave Wu Ming a chance to dodge. As expected of a big sect man, he has quite a lot of treasures. Li Ange was not surprised. This sword was originally intended to knock out the opponent's protective magic treasures. Li Ange's tone was calm, but Wu Ming felt chills running down his spine. His protective magic treasures had reached level 6, enough to block a blow from an ordinary divine transformation powerhouse, but now they were defeated by the opponent. This means that the opponent's combat power has reached the divine transformation stage. Run. If you don't run, you won't survive. Wu Ming did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly took out a talisman and activated it. Suddenly, a burst of space power enveloped it, and his figure became illusory. Now Wu Ming was relieved. Fortunately, he had a spatial teleportation talisman, which could teleport thousands of miles away instantly, which was enough for him to escape. Taking advantage of this short time, Wu Ming took a look at the surrounding situation. Of the thousands of cultivators in Tianqing sect, less than 100 are still alive, but they are also seriously injured. As for the other cultivators, more than 3,000 of the tens of thousands of them knelt on the ground and surrendered. There were still hundreds of people who were resisting, but it was estimated that they would all be wiped out in just a few breaths of time. When I leave here, I will find other strong men from Tianqing sect and come together with everyone in the secret realm. Wu Ming thought secretly in his heart. Tianqing sect has tens of millions of disciples, so naturally more than 1,000 of them have entered the secret realm. He is just one of the leaders. In addition, there are more than 100,000 disciples in other places. After all, the secret realm is too big and it is impossible for everyone to gather together. Wu Ming's thoughts fell, and his figure disappeared from the place, directly escaped into the space, and headed thousands of miles away. You can run, but you have to leave your things behind. Li Ange smiled, swung the long sword in his hand, and the power of the void burst out. Cut. As Li Ange let out a light drink, a sword ray also escaped into the void. The next moment, a scream rang out, a crack appeared in the space thousands of meters away, and an arm wearing a storage ring fell out of it. 5. Li Ange hooked her fingers, and the storage ring on Wu Ming's broken arm fell into his hand. He took a look and found that there were a lot of good things inside, but they were still not as good as the young man he killed before. This is normal. That young man is the only descendant of a strong man in the Transcend Tribulation period, and Wu Ming is just one of many descendants. I hope you can bring more people over. Li Ange looked at the direction where Wu Ming disappeared and said secretly, the void sword technique is the most emperor-level sword technique. It is a practice that absorbs the power of the void and is an effective means to deal with spatial teleportation. Since he was able to cut off the opponent's arm just now, he can naturally kill the opponent as well. However, Li Ange doesn't think this is necessary. Considering the identity of the other party, he will definitely not be willing to give in. Maybe he will bring more people to trouble him. This is a good thing for him. Instead of looking for opportunities everywhere, it is better to wait for these 730 people to come to his door and grab a wave. Even if the other party doesn't find anyone in the end, there is no loss for him, and the other party poses no threat to him. At the same time, as the last person who resisted was killed, the entire Lingtan gradually became quiet. Li Inge looked around and saw more than 3,000 people squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, handing over various resources and treasures with the help of their avatars. There were only more than 3,000 people left out of more than 10,000 people. It was because these people surrendered in advance, otherwise they would all die. I'm really getting more and more accustomed to this world, Li Inge secretly said. At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from a distance. Fellow Taoist, have mercy on me. Fellow Taoist, have mercy on me. Hearing the shout, Li Inge looked over and found that it was Zhou Ping who had been in contact with him before. At this time, in addition to Zhou Ping, there were more than 1,000 cultivators, including those who stayed to watch the show, and they were being escorted over by the clones. You really haven't left yet. Li Inge looked at Zhou Ping and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, please see that for the sake of explaining the rules of this place to you before, please let me know. Zhou Ping smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted to pick up the leak, but there were many people who had the same idea as him, and they were all hiding not far away. But the battle situation far exceeded their expectations. They originally thought that the two sides would fight back and forth, but they never expected that Li Inge's side would easily crush the other cultivators. This made some cultivators who wanted to pick up the leak feel bad, and then left quietly. But there were always some people who did not believe in evil and felt that this was an opportunity to make a fortune, so they stayed. Zhou Ping is one of those who stayed. When the battle ended, the clones began to clean up the onlookers of cultivators under Li Inge's order. Zhou Ping and others naturally realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave. But how could it be possible to leave at this time? And was directly stopped by 3,000 clones. There were about 3,000 cultivators left to watch. Naturally, some were unwilling to surrender, and then the two sides fought again. The result is obvious. These cultivators who are waiting and watching are not strong in the first place. Otherwise, they would not stand on the shore and watch other people practicing in the Lingtan. In the end, the clone killed about 2,000 people, and the remaining more than 1,000 people had no choice but to surrender, including Zhou Ping. At this time, Zhou Ping knew that he had no chance to escape, but he still had a trump card. That is, he had spoken to Li Inge before, and the other party reminded him to leave. So now he can only hope that Li Inge still remembers him and lets him go. Li Inge smiled when he heard Zhou Ping's words, and then pointed to the scene. So you think the rules you told me are valuable? Li Inge said. Zhou Ping's expression froze. He looked at the cultivators squatting on the ground and the corpses being cremated. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Those rules you mentioned are of no value to me, because I don't need to act according to them at all. But I am a kind-hearted person, so I reminded you to leave as soon as possible. But you didn't listen, because you still stayed because of some small thoughts. Li Inge's tone gradually became colder. So why do you think I should let you go? Fellow Taoist, kill it. Zhou Ping still wanted to speak, but Li Inge waved his hand and was too lazy to answer him. This guy really thinks he owes him a favor, and he dares to come and beg for mercy. He takes himself too seriously. He had no doubt that if he was the one who failed, the other party might decide how to deal with him now. After Li Inge finished speaking, the clone next to him directly killed Zhou Ping. This scene made the cultivators who were still alive around him tremble in their hearts. This also made them understand that Li Inge did not have a rule against killing prisoners. The cultivator, who was still a little resistant for a while, actively cooperated and handed over resources to avoid being slaughtered. 0. How many King Grey bloodlines are there? Li Inge looked at the clone and asked. Sect leader, there are 15 different King Grey bloodlines in total, but we already have 12 of them. So there are only 3 kinds? Li Inge is a little disappointed. This bloodline is becoming more and more rare, but that's normal. After all, King Grey bloodline is already rare. After fusing these 3 King Grey bloodlines, Li Inge's Chaos bloodline progress has reached 46% of the 3rd level. Better than nothing. A quarter of an hour later, all the cultivators' things were looted, and the corpses around the Lingtan were also disposed of. The entire Lingtan became sparkling again. If it weren't for the trace of blood chi in the air, this place would really be beautiful. Everyone get lost. Li Inge waved his hand. There were more than 4,000 cultivators in total who dared to stay. After bowing respectfully, they turned around and left. Li Inge didn't care about these cultivators. He still hoped that these people could bring more cultivators to take revenge. Since this Lingtan now belongs to us, let's practice here. Li Inge issued the task, and 10,000 clones entered the Lingtan to start practicing. In just a few breaths of time, Li Inge's realm broke through again and reached the nascent Soul Knight stage, only one step away from the expanding aperture stage. 2.5. There is still half a month left before the secret realm is closed, which is enough time for me to break through to the divine transformation stage. Li Inge nodded with satisfaction. In 2 months, he went from an ordinary person to a powerful person in the divine transformation stage. This speed was enough to shock the cultivators of the entire 10,000 races continent. If Li Inge's background wasn't too strong, he would at least be a strong player in the Self-Union or even Mahayana stage. Not to mention the innate sword body. There are hundreds of chaos bloodlines now, and the worst ones are king grade. Such a strong background also makes the spirit power required for him to break through every 10 realms extremely huge. After leaving the secret realm, we can start to unify the Beishan Empire, Xiang Empire, and Jinhai Empire, and completely control this area. Li Inge secretly said. At the same time, Wu Ming was using Fu Zhuan to contact his fellow disciples. Junior brother Wu, why did you contact me suddenly? As Wu Ming activated the talisman, a voice soon came from the talisman, but the tone was a little frivolous. Senior brother Zhao Ning, please help your fellow disciples to avenge themselves. Wu Ming said in a mournful voice. Zhao Ning, a talented disciple of Tianqing Sect, possesses king grade talent. Last year, the opponent reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, but in order to enter the secret realm this time, the opponent has been suppressing the realm. After entering the secret realm, Zhao Ning instantly broke through to the expanding aperture stage. In the secret realm for more than half a month, he received many opportunities to inherit. Now the realm has reached the expanding emperor level. Zhao Ning's status in Tianqing Sect is no worse than Wu Ming. If Wu Ming was not the descendant of sect leader, Zhao Ning's status would be even higher than Wu Ming. Zhao Ning usually looked down on him as the second generation, and because he was not the opponent's opponent, although he was unhappy with the opponent's attitude, he did not dare to provoke him. But now he almost died, and more than 1,000 people who followed him lost their lives. He had no choice but to ask Zhao Ning for help. Revenge? What do you mean by this? Originally, Zhao Ning wanted to say a few words to Yin and Yang, but he was a little surprised when he heard Wu Ming's words. Although he looked down on a waste like Wu Ming, 20 the other party's strength was not bad, much stronger than the average cultivator, not to mention that the other party had more than 1,000 disciples following him. On the first level of this intermediate secret realm, it is not said that the opponent can walk sideways, but with the name of Tianqing Sect, most people would not dare to provoke him. Senior brother Zhao, this is what happened. Wu Ming hurriedly explained the matter in detail. Zhao Ning went from curiosity at the beginning to calmness to surprise at the end. Are you saying that there is a force that has gathered tens of thousands of people, and at worst they are all on the 8th floor of nascent soul? Zhao Ning said in surprise. The gathering of tens of thousands of people was not surprising to him. After all, the cultivators of Tianqing Sect who entered the intermediate secret realm this time also had about 100,000 people. But most of the 100,000 people are in the middle stage of nascent soul. Those who can reach nascent soul 8th stage or above are estimated to be only 7 or 8,000 people. And from Wu Ming's mouth, he learned that each of the more than 10,000 people on the other side had the ability to kill enemies at a higher level. They all seemed to be nascent soul 8th stage, but the combat power of each one was similar to that of the expanding aperture cultivator. This surprised him. If there were really 10,000 cultivators whose combat power was comparable to that of the expanding aperture, and they were gathered together, they would be an unstoppable force. Do you know which side these people are from? If Wu Ming came to him for help because he suffered a loss, he would have to ask Yin and Yang for help, but it was different now. Wherever the other party suffered a loss, he would be dead soon. Moreover, more than 1,000 of his fellow disciples died. As a disciple of Tianqing's sect, he naturally could not ignore them. Actually, it is not for the sake of friendship, just because I don't want to be punished after returning to sect because of this incident. This, senior brother Zhao, I don't know their details, and I have never seen the techniques they use. Wu Ming thought about it carefully and suddenly felt embarrassed. So many people had died, and one of his arms had been cut off. He didn't have any useful information at all. He only knew that the other party had more people and stronger strength. Zhao Ning squinted his eyes. It seemed that these people were very cautious. He didn't believe that such a force would suddenly appear. It should have been secretly created by a certain sect, and the purpose might be to get rid of the younger generation like them. And to be able to have such a big move, it must be at least an 8th grade sect or even a 9th grade sect force. You just said that besides me, Tianqing sect, there are other sects that have also suffered? Zhao Ning continued to ask. That's right. In addition to our Tianqing sect, at least 30 sect disciples were killed in Lingtan, the worst of which were from 7th grade sects, and there were 3 9th grade sects. Wu Ming nodded and said, until now he still can't believe that those people really dared to kill them. After all, they had offended too many forces. Once discovered, even the 9th grade sect would not be able to withstand it. Well, you make a list of these forces, and I will contact the person in charge of these forces in the secret realm. Senior brother, Zhao wants to unite all forces to deal with them? Of course, if what you said is true, even if we gather all the disciples of Tianqing sect on this level to kill them, we will still suffer heavy losses. Instead of doing this, it is better to unite with other forces. There is no need for our Tianqing sect to charge into battle for them. Zhao Ning nodded and said, he is the most cautious person. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he is not arrogant yet. No problem, senior brother Zhao. I will give you the list of these forces right now. Wu Ming said hurriedly, with murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't believe it. Combining so many forces couldn't deal with those guys. On the other side, Li Yange still doesn't know what Wu Ming did. If she knew, she would probably laugh out loud. Nascent Soul 9th stage. Li Yange feels the breath of his own. Just now, his realm successfully reached the Nascent Soul 9th stage. Moreover, the cultivation base is still rising crazily. With the joint efforts of 100,000 clones, he will reach the Nascent Soul 9th stage return to origin in 1 or 2 hours at most. At that time, he will be able to directly break through to the expanding aperture stage and unlock 50 again. Thousands of clones. Zilong, go tell Yu Jingyuan that the 3 countries will be unified in half a month and prepare them to accept the other 2 countries. Li Yange thought for a while and contacted Zhao Zilong. Although with his current strength, it is not difficult to unify the 3 countries, but after all, the other 2 countries have strong people in the self-union stage, which will cause some trouble. He didn't want to waste time dealing with these troubles, so he would wait until he broke through to the divine transformation stage in half a month. Even if there were some troubles by then, it wouldn't hurt. But after breaking through to the expanding aperture stage, I don't have enough spirit stones to continue making clones. Li Yange took a look at his current number of spirit stones. Adding in the cultivators he had previously searched for, he now has 84.4 billion spirit stones. And when he reaches the expanding aperture stage, he can create another 400,000 clones, each of which requires 1 million spirit stones. So 470 is 400 billion spirit stones. I have a lot of spiritual veins on hand. In addition to spiritual veins above the spiritual level, Li Yange now has 15 high-level spiritual veins, 76 intermediate spiritual veins, and 214 low-level spiritual veins. Some spiritual veins were found by clones in the secret realm. Of course, more spiritual veins were obtained from cultivators, especially in this wave in Lingtan. The worst here are cultivators of the 7th grade sect, and all the spiritual veins in their hands were obtained by Li Yan. If you convert these spiritual veins into spirit stones, there are about 250 billion spirit stones, which is more than 100 billion short of the 400 billion spirit stones I need. And spiritual veins are not spirit stones after all. The spirit stones on the spiritual veins need to be mined, which requires a lot of manpower. Li Yange immediately regretted that he had not considered this before. Otherwise, he could have asked those cultivators to work as miners for him and help him mine spirit stones. I hope Wu Ming and the guys I let go can bring more people over. I'm very short of people now. Li Yange secretly looked forward to it. He was not afraid that the other party would bring too many people, but he was afraid that the other party would not bring anyone. More than an hour passed quickly, and Li Yange's breath reached its peak. Realm, Nascent Soul 9th stage, 100%. All clones begin to break through the expanding aperture stage. Li Yange gave the order, and all the clones took action. The system prompts that it is detected that the host successfully breaks through to the expanding aperture stage, and the upper limit for making clones has been increased. It is currently 100,000/500,000. Each clone requires 1 million spirit stones to be produced. The system prompts that when the host breaks through to the divine transformation stage, the resources required to create a clone will become spiritual crystals. Please prepare the host in advance. System uses all spirit stones to create clones. System prompts that the host consumed 84.1 billion spirit stones and successfully created 84,100 clones. The current number of clones is 184, 100/500,000. As the system finished speaking, Li Yange saw figures appearing in the clone space of the system, and more than 80,000 clones were added in just a few breaths. Not bad, but it's a pity that there are not enough spirit stones, otherwise it would be 50 million points real. Li Yange nodded with satisfaction. If the function of the world auction house could be used now, it would be easy for him to collect the remaining spirit stones. Unfortunately, this function is temporarily unavailable. Then Li Yange moved his mind and let all the more than 80,000 clones enter the intermediate secret realm to start practicing. The spiritual chi of the world in this secret realm is much richer than outside. By practicing here, his realm improvement speed can be increased. Then Li Yange opened the properties panel to check it out. Personal panel. Name, Li Yange. No, GH54F3823AG. Realm, expanding aperture 1 layer, 7.8%. Sect, foam ling weighing sect. Cultivation technique, 9 tribulations immortal casting technique, 41% great completion. Star body refining technique, 84% 3 layers. Spell, void sword technique, 79.4% great completion. Soul curse technique, 25% great completion. Mountain and river seal, 25% great completion. Talent, chaos bloodline, 46% 3 levels. Innate sword body, immortal level. Supernatural power, shrink the earth into an inch. Samadhi true fire, dharma, heaven and earth. Spirit stones, 251,000. There are still 14 days left before the end of the secret realm. There is no problem in breaking through the divine transformation stage, but the self-union stage is still a little behind. If there are enough spirit stones to bring the number of clones to 500,000, we can try to break through to the self-union stage before the end of the secret realm. Li Yange secretly smacked his tongue. His own unlimited clones were too perverted. Even if others had fair level talent, it took them 2 months to reach the gold core stage. But he can easily break through to the divine transformation stage in 2 months, and even hopes to reach the self-union stage. If you calculate it this way, wouldn't it take me at most half a year to ascend to immortality? Li Yange had a smile on his lips. Who in the entire 10,000 races continent could practice as fast as him? Now it depends on whether Wu Ming and those guys can bring me miners. Li Yange's eyes were full of expectation. 3 days passed. On Longzhou Mountain, a rock that looks like a dragon's head rises thousands of feet from the ground and plunges straight into the mountainside. It is as powerful as a blue dragon holding its head high, with extraordinary momentum. A Taoist shadow flew from all directions and gathered here. At a glance, there were about tens of millions of people. There are still some people who haven't come, but they are all 7th grade sects. There is no need to wait for them. Let's start directly. At this time, a handsome young man spoke. Next to him stood a young man with a broken arm. These 2 people were Zhao Ning and Wu Ming of Tianqing sect. In addition to the Tianqing sect, there are also representatives from the 9th grade sect. They are Zhou Ming, a disciple of Martial Heaven Pavilion, Tang Yuner, a disciple of Piaomiao sect, and Shen Quan, a disciple of Lei Yin sect. The strength of these 3 people is no worse than that of Zhao Ning, and they are also the persons in charge of their respective sect entering the secret realm of the first level of intermediate this time. The cultivation base is all on the 3rd level of expanding aperture, plus various treasures to assist when facing the enemy head-on. He is not afraid, even if he encounters a cultivator who has left the 6th floor. In addition to these 4 9th grade sects, the principals of 13 8th grade sects and 27 7th grade sects are also here. These people gathered here for only one thing, and that was revenge. Their fellow disciples were killed. Although some people escaped, they also lost all their resources. If they had not avenged this revenge, how could they have the face to return to Sect? In order to take revenge this time, they all frantically summoned the disciples within the Sect, gathering over 100,000 people in 3 days. Although they already knew that the enemy was not weak, they believed that 100,000 cultivators attacking together would be enough to kill them all. Then let's start directly. You all already know the situation, so I won't say more. Killing the evil thief is a foregone conclusion. Now let's discuss how to act when the time comes. Zhao Ning said, why use those tricks? We have 100,000 cultivators and are afraid of the opponent's 10,000. I think we can just rush over and slaughter these evil thieves. Zhou Ming from Martial Heaven Pavilion snorted coldly. At first, Zhao Ning came to him and said that someone had massacred tens of thousands of cultivators in Lingtan, including disciples of Martial Heaven Pavilion. He didn't believe it at the time, but in the end, the surviving disciples of Martial Heaven Pavilion came back, and he knew it was true. I heard that the other party had massacred tens of thousands of cultivators. Even Zhou Ming, a disciple of the 9th grade sect, was shocked. He had not killed so many demonic beasts, let alone human beings. So he took the initiative to contact Zhao Ning again and agreed to the other party's idea of joining forces. The other principals of Sect were also similar. His disciple of Sect was killed, and they could not ignore it. Although Zhou fellow Taoist is right, with our strength we can easily destroy each other, but if we don't take precautions, there will inevitably be fish that slip through the net. Since we are united this time, we can't let anyone go, and we should let others know the consequences of killing our 9th grade Sect disciple. Chen Quan of Lei Yin Sect shook the paper fan in his hand, with a smile on his face, but his tone was full of coldness. Then let the 7th grade Sect seal the surroundings, and we and all the cultivators of the 8th grade Sect will go in and kill them. Tang Yuner from the Piao Miao sect is beautiful and has a cool temperament. Tang Yuner's suggestion made everyone nod. In fact, they had no intention of using any conspiracy. 100,000 cultivators surrounded and killed 10,000 cultivators. If this required conspiracy, then they would just commit suicide. Tang Yuner's words made the leading disciple of the 7th grade sect frown. Although they didn't have to rush to kill, it also meant that there was no gain. They knew that that group of people had plundered the resources of tens of thousands of cultivators, plus that group of people's own resources. This was not a small amount, but it's useless even if they have opinions in their hearts. Who calls them weak? I just hope that these big sects can leave a mouthful of soup for them when they eat meat. Okay, since everyone has no objections, let's set off. There is still some distance to the Lingtan. According to the informant, that group of people are still practicing in the Lingtan, and they really don't put us in one's eyes. Zhao Ning said with a sneer. He couldn't wait to kill those guys. Nuaz. Then, 100,000 cultivators set off, heading towards the Lingtan like a dark cloud. Wherever they passed, a large number of cultivators were surprised. After asking what happened, some cultivators actually joined the team. Zhao Ning and others naturally saw it and knew that these cultivators who joined halfway wanted to pick up the slack, but they didn't care because they just wanted to build up momentum. Inside the water curtain cave, already set off, Ming. Li Yanch had a smile on his face. Although most of his clones were practicing, some of them still scattered. These guys made a lot of noise in summoning the disciples within the sect, and they didn't try to hide it, so he already knew the news. More than 100,000 people, plus the cultivators who joined in the process. We should be able to make up 20,000 people. Li Yanch said as he glanced at the storage space, where there were 200,000 special picks from mining spirit stones veins that he had his clones build in the past 2 days. The tools have been built for you, and they are just waiting for you to start working. Li Yanch said with a smile. Brother, what are all of you planning to do? Have you discovered some great opportunity? Don't you know? I heard that a group of people suddenly appeared a few days ago and attacked tens of thousands of cultivators. Thousands of people were killed, including many people from the 8th and 9th grades of Sect. Now they're going to take revenge. No way. This person is so brave. He dares to kill thousands of people from the 8th and 9th levels of Sect. I guess it's the other 9th grade Sect guys, but that's not important. Let's go along just to see the excitement, and maybe we can pick something up. Brother is right. Take me with you. I'm not interested in picking up leaks. I just want to see who is so brave. The 100,000 cultivators headed by Zhao Ning flew towards Lingtan at a slow speed, which also attracted many other cultivators to join. After all, it was the first time for many people to see the scene of 100,000 cultivators acting together. Zhao Ning and others did not prevent these cultivators from joining. First, these cultivators did not pose a threat to them, and they might be of some use at critical times. The second thing is that with so many forces united together, there must be an audience for such a big thing. Otherwise, how can others know that they are not easy to mess with? It originally took half a day to reach Lingtan, but now it took them a whole day to arrive near Lingtan. At the same time, their team has grown again. After all, some cultivators are also Sect. Seeing such a big scene, they will naturally call out their friends. This also resulted in the fact that there were only about 100,000 people when Zhao Ning and others left Longshou Mountain. But now the number has reached 150,000. 50,000 of them are melon eaters. After all, watching the excitement is suitable for all ages. Okay, so many cultivators have gathered together. If the guys in Lingtan find out, I'm afraid they will be so frightened that they kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhao Ning couldn't help but think about it, and at the same time, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. After all, although he had some status in the Tianqing sect, he would not be able to lead hundreds of thousands of his fellow disciples to work. Now he felt it. Okay, there are more than I expected. With so many cultivators gathered together, I can mine spirit stones faster. Li Yanch had also been paying attention to the movements of Zhao Ning and his party. When he discovered that there were actually 150,000 people gathered on the other side, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. You must know that these guys are in the nascent soul stage at their worst, and there are also some expanding aperture stages, which are simply perfect miners. Soon, outside the Lingtan, a dark cloud quickly came from a distance. When they got closer, they saw that it was a cultivator, and each one of them had a powerful aura. Li Yanch looked at this scene and grinned. None of these guys can run away today. As expected, these people are still here. How brave they are. 150,000 cultivators stopped outside the Lingtan. Looking at the 10,000 cultivators who were still practicing with their eyes closed in the Lingtan, Zhao Ning snorted coldly. These guys look unfamiliar. I have never seen them before. I don't know which force they belong to. No matter which force he belongs to, he still refuses to run away even though he knows he is going to kill us. This is completely disrespectful of putting us in one's eyes. That's right. So what if the other party is also a 9th grade Sect person? Maybe we are still afraid, and we just take this opportunity to let others know the consequences of offending us. Zhou Ming from Martial Heaven Pavilion, Tang Yun from Piao Miao Sect, and Shun Liang from Lei Yin Sect all spoke. Since that's no nonsense, follow the plan and catch these guys. You can always know their details. Zhao Ning said. Subsequently, the 4 major 9th grade sects headed by Tianqing Sect, Martial Heaven Pavilion, Piao Miao Sect, and Lei Yin Sect, as well as 13 8th grade sects, a total of about 70,000 cultivators entered the Lingtan. The remaining 27 7th grade sect, totaling 30,000 cultivators, and the 50,000 cultivators who joined halfway are watching outside to prevent the cultivators in the Lingtan from escaping. It's a pity that we can't get in, otherwise we might be able to get a lot of resources by killing 10 people casually. The cultivator who joined halfway said rather disappointedly. Go and die if you want. We're just here to watch the show. You don't really think you'll have a chance to pick something up, do you? Didn't you see that those 7th grade sect disciples are just outside guarding the door? The real protagonists this time are still those 9th grade sect and 8th grade sect. It's been years since I've seen hundreds of thousands of cultivators acting together. Although I won't get any benefits, it's still a worthwhile trip to see such a big scene. Although the cultivators who joined halfway were unwilling to do so, they had no choice. Although there were many of them, they all came from different forces. Unless someone stood up to join forces, they would be scattered. What's more, no one dares to stand up and join forces. After all, no one wants to offend those 9th grade and 8th grade sects. Even some cultivators who are also from 9th grade sects do not dare to do so. At this time, Zhao Ning had entered the linked hand with 70,000 cultivators. Looking at the 10,000 cultivators below who were still cultivating indifferently, everyone frowned. This was too disrespectful to put them in one's eyes. You are finally here. At this time, a voice sounded, and Li Ange controlled the clone to come to the crowd. One person fighting against 70,000 cultivators would have made an ordinary person cry out of fear, but Li Ange smiled and looked at the cultivators in front of her with satisfaction. These people are very good and are good candidates to be minors. You are the leader? You actually have the courage to stand in front of us. Zhao Ning looked at Li Ange and sneered. Wu Ming beside him was full of hatred. The other party cut off one of his arms, and now he can finally take revenge. Tell me, which sect are you from? Zhao Ning said. He was no longer anxious at this time. The opponent only had 10,000 cultivators. They had 70,000 here, plus the cultivators outside. It was 150,000. If they couldn't defeat the opponent, they might as well die. Forget it. I'm not interested in chatting with you first. After all, my time is quite tight. Li Ange did not answer the other party, but shook his head. This made Zhao Ning raise his eyebrows, wondering what the other party meant. But then he heard Li Ange speak again. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to start working. Li Ange waved his hand as he spoke, and then in everyone's shocked eyes, Ri Daodao's figure appeared out of thin air. A total of 170,000 clones appeared and instantly surrounded Zhao Ning and his group. You are surrounded. After Li Ange finished speaking, the 170,000 clones immediately took out their spiritual swords, and the aura of the expanding aperture stage stirred up the spiritual chi in the surrounding world. Zhao Ning's group of people, on the other hand, opened their mouths slightly, and their eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible? Where did these people appear from? Why didn't we notice it before? Looking at the cultivators surrounding him, Zhao Ning's face was filled with fear. Weird, so weird. It would be fine if he was the only one who didn't notice the presence of so many people, but it was obvious from the expressions of others that they didn't notice either. To say that these people have been ambushing around, it's not like 170,000 people can go undetected, right? And what frightens Zhao Ning the most is that each of these cultivators' auras are stronger than him. You must know that he is at the 3rd level of expanding aperture. Doesn't that mean that these cultivators hiss? Yes, although it has only been 3 days, with the hard work of 180,000 clones, Li Ange's realm has reached the 7th level of expanding aperture, and its combat power is comparable to the peak of divine transformation, and can even reach the self-union stage. An arm wrestling. Who are these people? Why did they appear suddenly? Damn it, their clothes are similar to the group of people in LinkedIn. They are obviously all in the same group. Have you ever felt the aura on their bodies? It seems that they have all reached the expanding aperture stage. Are you crazy? More than 100,000 expanding aperture period experts? How can we fight like this? Are we sure we are here for revenge, not death? At this moment, Zhao Ning and the others were stagnant in place and did not dare to move. Especially when they felt the aura of these clones, they were almost scared to death. Some of the timid ones even had the spirit power in their bodies disordered and could no longer maintain their flight and fell towards the ground. And go. Li Ange doesn't care what these people think. He just wants these people to be his wage earners. Show your talent. The next moment, as Li Ange spoke, he saw 170,000 avatars pinching a magic formula in unison, and streams of light flew out, flying towards these cultivators. What is this? Get out of my way. No, I don't want to die yet. Everyone, be careful not to fall into the opponent's tricks. Seeing these streamers coming, all the cultivators became panicked, thinking that Li Ange was going to kill him. But no matter how much they resisted, it was useless. These streams of light sank directly into his body. In the next moment, all the cultivators felt that their aura began to decline, until finally all the cultivators were left with the gold core cultivation base. This forbidden spirit technique is really good. Li Ange nodded with satisfaction. The spirit forbidden technique, the king grade technique, does not have much lethality, but once the cultivator of this technique is hit, the cultivation base will be imprisoned and unable to exert its full power. This technique was obtained by Li Ange from the missionary steel of the Beishin Empire. It took about half an hour for the clone to practice this technique to the level of return to origin. Nowadays, these cultivators have been infected with the forbidden spirit spell, and the cultivation base is restricted, making it even more impossible to escape. At this moment, another exclamation sounded. What have you done? Why does my cultivation base only have the gold core phase? Fellow Taoists, we are just here to watch the show. This matter has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. It's the Tianqing sect who are coming to attack you. It has nothing to do with us. Let's leave now. Do you know who I am? Why don't you stop your tactics quickly? Otherwise, I will destroy you after leaving the secret realm. Why? These voices came from the melon eaters outside. Some people begged for mercy, some wanted to leave directly, and some wanted to use their status outside the secret realm to oppress others. But Li Ange doesn't care. They are all here, and they're all good prospects for mining. How could they let him go without digging the veins for a few days? Search. If there is resistance, go straight to it. Li Ange spoke again, his eyes filled with coldness. Although he really hoped that these people could help him mine. If they didn't obey, they would be killed. Presumptuous. You know I am. This is because we still don't understand the current situation clearly. Asshole, what's the difference between wanting all my savings and killing me? I'll fight with you. This is a waste of resources. My lord, I am willing to hand over everything. Why are you looking at me like this? No, I have surrendered. This one has king grade bloodline. This kind of Li Ange is sure to kill, regardless of whether he surrenders or not. Are you going to resist? Li Ange ignored the others, but looked at Zhao Ning and others and asked. Zhao Ning and the others took a deep breath and felt their cultivation base, which was the most gold core period. They knew that this time they had failed. Although they are reluctant to part with their own resources, they can still distinguish the importance compared to their lives. As soon as Zhao Ning spoke, a sword ray suddenly wiped his face. The next moment, Zhao Ning felt a ball of hot water spraying on his neck. Zhao Ning paused for a moment, then turned to look behind him with a horrified expression, and found that the sword ray just pierced Wu Ming's throat, and the hot stream on his neck was the blood spurted out by the other party. This guy is useless and deserves to die. Li Ange looked calm and said, by the way, what did you want to say just now? Gulilu, Zhao Ning, Zhou Ming, Tang Yuner and Shen Quan couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had been practicing for so long and had never felt the fear at this moment. You actually killed him. He is the great-great-grandson of our Azure sect leader, and the sect leader is the pinnacle of transcend tribulation. Zhao Ning said blankly. Although he looked down on Wu Ming, he had to admit that the other party's identity was extraordinary. Even if he was stronger than Wu Ming, he would not dare to show off to him. But now that the other party was killed like this, it had a huge impact on his young mind. So you want to die too? Li Ange raised his eyebrows. No, I just... Zhao Ning came to his senses and broke into cold sweat on his back. He was in danger of death at any time now. So why did he care about Wu Ming? My lord, fellow Taoist Zhao Ning just didn't react for a moment. Please forgive me. At this time, Shen Quan, who had a good relationship with Zhao Ning, said, and then changed the subject. Sir, we are willing to hand over all our resources, just asking you to spare our lives. Compared with lives, resources are nothing. As long as they can leave the secret realm alive this time, they can report it to Sect. When the time comes, the strong Sect will definitely avenge them. That's fine, but it's impossible to just let you go. So until the end of the secret realm, I'll arrange a good job for you to keep fit. Li Ange smiled. A job to keep fit? The four of Zhao Ning were confused and didn't know what the other party meant. But hearing what the other party said, their lives should have been saved. Li Ange didn't explain. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the clones killed all the cultivators who resisted and looted all the cultivators' resources. Originally, there were 150,000 cultivators, but now there are about 140,000 left, which is quite a lot. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Li Ange was not in a hurry to count the harvest. Following his order, escorted by 170,000 clones, the 4 cultivators headed in the same direction. In the wilderness thousands of miles away from Lingtan, 140,000 cultivators came here under the escort of Liange's 170,000 clones. What are you bringing us here for? Are you going to kill us all? It shouldn't be the case. If you want to kill him, you should have killed him long ago. There is no need for the other party to pick a spot. I'm so unlucky this time. I just came to join in the fun. I didn't expect that not only were all the resources gone, but now I've been arrested. Whether I can survive is a question. Who says it's not the case? If I had known this would be the result, I would have run as far as I could. A cultivator whispered, sighing at his own experience. If you don't come to join in the fun, but find a good place to practice, it would be better than now. But now it's too late even if they regret it. They can only resign themselves to fate. My lord, do you know why you brought us here? Shen Quan looked at Li Ange and asked cautiously. Just right here. Li Ange didn't answer. He looked at the wilderness in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then, with everyone's doubtful eyes, Li Ange took out light balls one by one, and there were spiritual veins in these light balls. After looting these hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the number of spiritual veins Li Ange obtained also increased again. Now he has 548 low-level spiritual veins, 247 intermediate spiritual veins, and 78 high-level spiritual veins. If all the spirit stones in these spiritual veins were mined, there would be more than 1 trillion. However, mining spiritual veins also takes time. Although he now has 140,000 cultivators to help mine, it is impossible to mine all the spiritual veins in just more than 10 days. Just mine as much as you can. The divine transformation period is coming soon, and spirit stones won't be of much use to me by then. Li Ange thought, and then 14 light groups flew out, and then the light groups sank into the ground. In a blink of an eye, they turned into 14 veins of spirit stones, making the surrounding world become much richer in spiritual chi. Everyone, listen, your next task is to mine the spirit stones in these spiritual veins for me. If there are any who are lazy, kill them directly. Li Ange's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every cultivator. And this also makes all cultivators restless. What? Let us mine spirit stones? We are nascent soul cultivators, and we are asked to do such a rough job. No, I'm a genius in Sect. How could I do such a lowly thing? If others find out, I won't be able to hold my head high in the future. No wonder they don't kill us. They want to squeeze out the last bit of our value. Among these cultivator sects, mining spirit stones is the job of handyman disciples. They are sect geniuses, so how can they do such a thing? Swish, swish, swish. Oh. Li Ange didn't speak, but just looked at him, and a clone burst out with sword ray. Those who were clamoring for their displeasure just fell directly into a pool of blood. This scene made many originally unhappy cultivators tremble in their hearts, and they actually forgot about their current situation. Anyone who is dissatisfied can speak up loudly. Li Ange said calmly. All the riders fell into silence. Even if they felt unhappy, they could only hold it in, otherwise they would be dead. Very well, since we don't have any objections, let's get started. After Li Ange finished speaking, he waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of pickaxes from mining veins flew out and landed on these cultivators' ministers. You can cheat and cheat, or you can run away, but you must also be prepared to pay the price. Li Ange said again, it's impossible to work hard with him. They are all cultivators from the nascent soul stage, and cultivators from the expanding aperture stage. Although realm has been suppressed by him, his physical quality is still there. There are about 10 days left before the end of the secret realm. During these 10 days, he needs these cultivators to mine spirit stones with all their strength. The donkeys of the production team can rest for a while, but these cultivators can't. Anyone who becomes lazy will be killed. You are already a prisoner. Who can reason with you? Do you also have any opinions? Li Ange looked at Shen Quan and the other 4. No, I have no objection. Shen Quan hurriedly said. Even if he has an opinion, he doesn't dare to say it. Zhao Ning and Zhou Meng also hurriedly shook their heads to express that they had no objections. On the other hand, Tang Yuner from the Piaomiao sect frowned, but did not dare to say anything more. That's fine. As long as you work hard, you won't die. After Li Ange finished speaking, he ignored the other party and left directly. The remaining matters are left to the clones. Naturally, the 170,000 clones will not all keep an eye on them. They only need to take care of 1,000 clones, and the remaining clones will continue to practice. After these cultivators have finished mining the 14 spiritual veins in front of them, the clones will take out new veins for these cultivators to continue mining. Anyway, these cultivators won't be able to rest in the remaining 10 days. 0. Are we really going to work as miners for him here? After seeing Li Ange leave, Tang Yuner sent a message to the other 3 people and asked, as a talented disciple of the Piaomiao sect, coupled with his good looks, he is naturally pursued by countless people. This also made her have a high vision. At least she looked down upon those disciples who were miners. Now she wanted to be a miner. If it were not for her life, she would never agree. Otherwise, I advise you to calm down. This group of people is too strong. Let alone our level. Even if they go to the second level, they can still walk sideways. Shen Quan said helplessly. He never thought that the revenge that was so sure to happen would turn into what it is now, and even he himself would become a miner. Zhao Ning and Zhou Meng had no idea of resistance. Not to mention that they could no longer contact anyone else. Even if they could, it would be useless. It is estimated that those people would just become miners. Damn it. I will definitely tell Sect about this after I leave the secret realm, and the secret realm will avenge me. Tang Yuner gritted her teeth and said, even though her eyes were full of reluctance, she could only pick up the pickaxe and follow the others to mine spirit stones. Nothing happened next. 140,000 cultivators were mining spirit stones obediently. At the same time, 1,000 clones were guarding these cultivators with a whip. Naturally, this whip was specially made by Li Ange's clone. The grade is not high. It is only a 3rd level spiritual weapon, and its lethality is not strong. But if you are whipped, you will feel the pain from your soul. At the beginning, there were some cultivators who wanted to be lazy. They felt that with so many people, clone 2.8 would definitely not be able to control them. But as soon as he rested for a minute, the clone came and whipped him without hesitation, causing the pain to the other person, and he almost fainted. If I catch you being lazy again, you'll die. The clone whipped him again, left a few words and left. This makes those cultivators dare not be lazy, so they can only work hard to mine spirit stones, just to survive. Asshole, I will never let you go. Tang Yuner's hair was disheveled, her delicate face was now distorted, and several whip marks were left on her body. She was also one of Be Lazy's cultivators, and then she was entertained by the clone. At the same time, the hatred in her heart became stronger and stronger. But in order to survive and to get revenge later, she could only grit her teeth and endure it, cursing in her heart while raising the pickaxe to dig. Time passes day by day, and with the efforts of 140,000 workers, Li Ange can harvest more than 100 billion spirit stones every day. On average, each cultivator can mine more than 700,000 spirit stones every day. This speed is already very fast. If these cultivators were not in the nascent soul stage, and there was no rest time, each person could mine 300,000 spirit stones a day, which would be pretty good. For these cultivators, Li Ange mainly believes that as long as they can't die, then squeeze them to death, and it doesn't matter even if they die in the end. Naturally, all these spirit stones were used by Li Ange to create clones, and now his number of clones has reached the upper limit of 500,000. There are still 5 days left before the secret realm ends. Cultivation base has finally reached the 9th floor of expanding aperture, return to origin. Li Ange looked at realm, expanding aperture 9 layers, 100%. It's time to break through to the divine transformation stage. When he entered the secret realm, he was only at the 9th level of gold core. Now the secret realm is not over yet. He has reached the 9th level of expanding aperture in less than a month. He can even break through to the divine transformation stage at 20 o'clock. If this cultivation speed spreads out, no one will believe it. All clones begin to break through the divine transformation stage. Li Inch directly assigned the task. Since he could break through, there was no need to delay. Yes. Then, except for some clones with special tasks, all the remaining idle clones began to try to break through the realm. It is not easy to break through the divine transformation stage from the expanding aperture stage. Although there is no bottleneck for Li Inch, and there are many clones to help, it still takes some time. An hour later, as the aura of one of the clones surged and its power grew, realm successfully reached the divine transformation stage. Li Inch nodded with satisfaction. The divine transformation stage was really terrifying. It took a full hour to break through. Then Li Inch directly synchronized cultivation base, and realm also successfully reached the divine transformation stage. The system prompts that it is detected that the host has reached the divine transformation stage, and the upper limit for the number of clones to be created has been increased. It is currently 500,000/1 million. Each clone requires 1 million spiritual crystals. 1. The system prompts that because the host has broken through to the divine transformation stage, a new function has been enabled, the main body descending function. Oh, is there a new function? Li Ange's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly checked. Adventure of the main body. The host can ignore space and distance, and let the main body teleport directly to any clone. This function is good. It will provide another life-saving means in the future. Li Inge nodded with satisfaction. He has the function of releasing clones, but he can only release clones. The main body cannot teleport to the clones. Now that he has the function of descending his own body, he can do it. Although he will not put his own body in danger, various accidents will inevitably happen. This function may not be used in a lifetime, but if it is used, it can save lives. He would never have too many ways to save his life. Now that I am in the divine transformation stage, the next step is to prepare to break through to the self-union stage. At this rate, I can ascend to immortality in at most 1 year. Li Ange had a smile on her face, and then looked at the price of making a clone. After reaching the divine transformation stage, spirit stones are no longer needed to create a clone, but zones are required. He had known this for a long time, but the amount of spiritual crystals needed still exceeded his expectations. One clone requires 1 million spiritual crystals. Now that I can create 500,000 clones, it will require 500 billion spiritual crystals. Li Inge secretly smacked his lips. The price is really expensive. You must know that one spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. Convert 500 billion spirit crystals into spirit stones, which is 50 billion spirit stones. When he was in the expanding aperture period, he only needed 400 billion spirit stones to create 400,000 clones, which is equivalent to a price increase of 10,000 times. It's a bit expensive, but it's not something that should be made. Li Inge secretly said. Although he still has some spiritual crystals in his body, it is not enough to create a clone. Fortunately, he has enough spiritual veins. Next, let those cultivators mine mineral veins above spiritual level. With 5 days left, Li Ange decided to let those cultivators continue to shine. Thinking about this, Li Ange informed the guard's clone that the unmined spiritual veins would be discarded and the cultivators would be asked to mine the mineral veins above spiritual level. After doing this, Li Ange asked the clone to continue practicing. Now she is just waiting for the secret realm to end. What? Are you asking us to mine spirit level mineral veins? Are you going to exhaust us to death? Although there is only one level difference between spiritual level mineral veins and high level mineral veins, the difficulty of mining them has increased more than 10 times. I can dig out a piece of spirit stones with 1 pickaxe, but I can't dig out a piece of spiritual crystal with 10 pickaxes. I feel like I have never been so tired in my life. They don't treat us as human beings and don't give us any time to rest. I originally wanted to search for resources in the secret realm, but I ended up helping others dig mines for half a month and still got nothing. This is really unlucky. Hold on, we can leave this lousy place in 5 days. Don't look at their arrogance now, but this time they have offended so many sects, they are dead. As soon as they heard that mining of spiritual level mineral veins was about to begin, many cultivators began to wail. But I can only talk about it, and I still have to dig. These days, there are cultivators who want to escape, but they are killed by 440 within a kilometer of running away. This also prevents everyone from having other ideas and can only mine honestly. Damn it, I have to kill these bastards. Tang Yuner gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. At this time, she was no longer as glamorous as she was 10 days ago. The goddess who was once pursued by countless people and even kneeled and licked her now had her hair disheveled and was covered in dust. The originally fair skin has now become extremely dry, and the slender fingers are covered with calluses. The only thing that remains unchanged is the hatred in his heart. Go on, there are only 5 days left, as long as you can get out alive. Zhao Ning sighed. The once elegant young master was now bent over, and his white clothes were extremely dirty. Shen Quan and Zhou Meng did not speak, but dug in hard with a pickaxe, as if they wanted to vent their anger in this way. At this moment, all cultivators are waiting for the secret realm to end and leave here, and then return to Sect to let the strong men of Sect avenge them. Soon, 5 days passed. This time the secret realm ends, and you will be teleported away in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. When they heard this prompt, the 140,000 cultivators who were mining were all stunned for a moment, and then tears shed from the corners of their eyes. Finally, I can leave. Li Ange also heard the sound of the secret realm ending, and directly put all the clones into the system space, leaving only 1 clone in the secret realm. At the same time, he also glanced at his own realm. Divine transformation 4 layers, 15.7%. In just a few days, his realm reached the 4th level of divine transformation. This strength has the power to protect the entire 10,000 races continent. This time the secret realm harvest is pretty good. Li Inge nodded with satisfaction. Just the fact that realm reached the divine transformation stage was beyond his expectation. It's a pity that I don't have enough time. Otherwise, I could have those cultivators help me mine more spiritual crystals. In 5 days, with the efforts of 140,000 cultivators, a total of 50 billion spiritual crystals were mined for him. On average, each person mined more than 70,000 spiritual crystals every day. Naturally, he did not keep these 50 billion spiritual crystals, but directly created clones. Number of clones, 550,000/1 million. There are 550,000 clones, and all of them have reached the 4th level of divine transformation. Even the 9th grade sect cannot have so many divine transformation stage cultivators. Secret realm ends, now begins to teleport away. At this time, the beep sounded again, and the next moment Li Ange felt that he was enveloped by a force and disappeared directly. Came back. When Li Ange opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to Sect. There was not much change compared to a month ago, but now that I have 550,000 clones, Sect is still too small. Thinking about it, Li Ange took out prop cards one by one. These are Sect expansion cards. He got a lot of them in the secret realm, most of which were looted from those cultivators. Use the Sect expansion card. With the confirmed use of Li Ange, the scope of the entire Sect has rapidly expanded. Sect panel. Name, Fengling Weighing Sect. Sect leader, Li Ange. Grade, 3rd rank. Number of people, 550,000. Attached, none. Building, Great Hall of the Sect. Training room, level 15. Weapon refining room, level 15. Pill refining room, level 15. Library, level 1. Enlightenment Steel Forest, immortal level. Spiritual veins, king grade spiritual veins. Formation, Fire Dragon Formation. Range, 1,000 kilometers in radius. The range of Sect has been expanded to a radius of 1,000 kilometers, which is enough for G Inch now. Let's do this for now. Sect will have to change places sooner or later. Li Inch said, looking at the Sect migration card in his hand. Moving is a matter of time, but he will definitely not move casually. At least he will not move until he obtains a space similar to a secret realm. It is said that the 9th rank sect will reward a secret realm space, but I'm still far away from the 9th rank sect. In order not to attract attention from the outside world, I will just stay in the 3rd rank. and it doesn't have to be that I reach the 9th level. If I can destroy a 9th level sect, it's okay to seize the other party's secret realm. Liange thought, and then took out the spiritual and king-grade spiritual veins from his body and put them directly into the sect station. Suddenly, the intensity of spiritual chi in the entire sect world increased by more than 10 times. There are still 450,000 clones that have not been created, and there are still 450 billion spiritual crystals left. Let's sell everything we looted this time and see how many spiritual crystals we can get. Although some of the things in it are of some use to me now, my strength has improved too quickly. These things will be eliminated again soon, so I might as well sell them all. Thinking about it, Liange opened the world auction house. Now that he has left the secret realm, the functions of the auction house can be used again. Immediately afterwards, Liange put the items that had been sorted out one by one on the auction house. During this trip to the secret realm, he received millions of various resources. Even with his current cultivation base at the divine transformation stage, it took him 3 hours to put all of these things on the shelves. In these 3 hours, his realm also improved again, reaching the 5th level of divine transformation. Next, we can take a look at the trial secret realm. After handling these things, Liange's mind moved, and his consciousness came to a clone, and this clone is now in the trial secret realm. As expected, I was not kicked out, so I can directly let all the clones enter the secret realm, or even move the sect in. Liange's eyes lit up. This trial secret realm is only open once a year. If he moves sect inside, no one can find him. And because he turned on the function of the body coming after reaching the divine transformation stage, he can also let the body enter the secret realm again, without having to wait for a year like those players. This idea makes Liange a little excited. If he really does this, he will directly occupy the trial secret realm. But just as he was thinking, the entire secret realm suddenly shook. Liange looked quickly and saw a hand appearing on the sky. There are still people staying here. Could it be that there is something wrong with this trial secret realm? As a distant voice sounded, Liange only saw the palm suddenly fall, and the clone was killed without any resistance. Liange's consciousness returned to his true body, and his heart was filled with shock. He didn't expect that after the trial secret realm ended, there would be people inside. And judging from what the other party meant, it was very likely that he was the one who created the trial secret realm. It's even possible that the other party is the person behind the scenes that allowed us Blue Star humans to come to the 10,000 races continent. Liange once thought about why they came to Wanzhou continent, whether someone did it intentionally, and what the other party's purpose was. But these are too far away from him, so he is too lazy to think about it. It is better to improve his strength and maybe have the opportunity to know these secrets in the future. But he didn't expect that this time he would meet the person behind the scenes. At least the other person was related to their arrival in the 10,000 races continent. It's a pity that there is no chance to communicate with the other party. The other party's strength is too strong, and the power of that palm just now, good Lee's, is too terrifying. This may be just a casual blow from the other party, like swatting a fly. Is it an immortal, or a more terrifying existence? Liange shook his head. It was meaningless to guess these things now. So what if he guessed correctly? The only thing that makes him regretful is that the idea of migrating Sect into the trial secret realm cannot be realized. Maybe there have been players who have done this before, but in the end they were cleaned up by unknown entities. Next, let's start the previous plan. It's time for the 3 northern Xinjiang countries to be unified. Liange's mind moved, and his consciousness came to Zhao Zilong, intending to chat with Yi Jinyuan. At the same time, the 140,000 cultivators captured by Liange on the other side also returned to Sect. Junior brother Zhao Xiaoning, what's wrong with you? Tianqing Sect. As all the disciples who entered the secret realm returned, someone recognized Zhao Ning and couldn't help but exclaimed. The Tianqing Sect square, as a 9th grade sect, is equivalent to the top power in the 10,000 races continent, but a square has a radius of tens of thousands of meters. There is even green light pouring in from the sky, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is swaying throughout the entire sect. At this time, figures appeared in the square. These were all disciples who had entered the secret realm of the trial. Everyone had a smile on their face after returning to Sect. It was obvious that they had gained a lot from the secret realm trial. There are exceptions. Junior brother Zhao Ning, what is going on with you? As an exclamation sounded, many people in the square looked at Zhao Ning's position, and then showed expressions of surprise. Zhao Ning and the others naturally knew each other. After all, the other party was still somewhat famous among the younger generation. But now if someone hadn't called out the other party's name, they would simply not believe that this person was Zhao Ning. The once handsome young man, the perfect image in the hearts of countless female cultivators, has long since disappeared, replaced by a messy, pale, and weak look, as if he had just escaped from a famine. And not only Zhao Ning, but also the thousands of disciples around him also had this image, as if they had been drained dry by something. I'm back, I'm finally back. Haha, I finally returned to Sect. I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Revenge, I want revenge. Brothers and sisters, please avenge us. Everyone looked at the familiar Sect and couldn't help crying with joy. 370, they were finally back. Zhao Ning, what's going on with you guys? Didn't you enter the secret realm of the trial? Why are you so embarrassed? Are you really in some danger? At this time, an elder from the self-union stage of Tianqing Sect also discovered the situation here, but he didn't think much about it. He just thought that the other party was in such a mess because he encountered the danger of the secret realm. Elder, you must avenge us. Even though Zhao Ning was an 8-foot-tall man, he couldn't help but feel sad at this moment. He immediately knelt down and shouted, and the thousands of disciples following him also knelt down. This surprised everyone. It is impossible for anyone to dare to bully their disciples of Tianqing Sect in the secret realm, right? Tell me, how do you control the situation? The elder's face also became serious. If it was a danger in the secret realm, it would be fine. After all, if you want to get an opportunity, you must suffer the consequences. Even if he dies, he will not care. Judging from the tone of Zhao Ning and these disciples, it was obvious that they had been bullied, and they were bullied by other sects. Otherwise, the other party would not have asked for revenge. Report to elder, this is what happened. Zhao Ning hurriedly explained the detailed situation, but he did not add any fuel to the fire, because even if he did not add any fuel or jealousy, it would have already aroused the anger of other disciples. What? A group of people massacred tens of thousands of people in order to rob Lingtan, and thousands of us Tianqing Sect disciples died. Damn it, these guys actually let us Tianqing Sect disciples go mining. This is not putting our Tianqing Sect into one's eyes. They killed so many of our fellow disciples and treated them like animals. If we don't avenge them, how can our Tianqing Sect gain a foothold in the continent of 10,000 races? The other disciples of the Tianqing Sect were extremely angry. Even if they lost, they even asked their disciples of the Tianqing Sect to mine. It was simply an insult to their Tianqing Sect. Many people looked at Zhao Ning and others with dissatisfaction, thinking that these guys might as well die. Being insulted like this, they were just a bunch of trash. Zhao Ning naturally knew that after speaking out about this matter, his status in Sect would plummet, and he would even be ostracized by his peers in the future. After all, he is also a disciple of the Tianqing Sect. He knows how proud the others are and will never admit his fellow disciple who has been a miner. But he couldn't do it without saying anything. After all, many cultivators knew about this matter, and he couldn't hide it at all. And he wanted to take revenge even more. If the other party bullied him like this, he would never let the other party have an easy time. You mean Wu Ming is also dead? The elder was silent for a few seconds and asked in a deep voice. He was equally shocked by what happened to Zhao Ning and others, but Wu Ming's death also made his heart tremble. Although Wu Ming is not favored among all the descendants of Sect leader, after all, he is the descendant of Sect leader bloodline. He died like this, and he must give an explanation. That's right, elder. Junior brother Wu Ming was killed by them. Zhao Ning nodded hurriedly. Then do you know the details of that group of people? What are their names? What do they look like? And which force do they belong to? Elder asked. This, report to elder, that group of people is very mysterious. I also tried asking, but they didn't say anything at all. However, I know their appearance, especially the leader. I heard others call him Sect leader. Zhao Ning said. Elder nodded. Although it is a bit troublesome, as long as you know the appearance of the other party, it is not difficult to find the other party. Everyone else should disperse first. Zhao Ning, come with me. I need to report this matter to the Sect leader. Elder said and grabbed Zhao Ning, then raised his eyebrows. Are there restrictions set in your body, Ka? Yes, Elder. In order to prevent us from escaping, those people set up restrictions to seal our cultivation base. Zhao Ning said, well, these restrictions are nothing. This Elder can break them for you at any time, but maybe you can find that group of people through these restrictions. Elder then took Zhao Ning to find Sect leader Wu Tianqing. Wu Tianqing had returned to the Tianqing Sect long ago, and then left with a gloomy face. He wanted to find people from the Celestial Secrets clan and let them figure out who killed his great-great-grandson Wu Peng. This also resulted in Zhao Ning not meeting each other when they arrived at the Sect leader Great Hall. Seems like Zhao Ning's also happened in many sects, especially those in the 8th and 9th grades. After receiving the news, they were furious and directly wanted to find the culprit and take revenge. In a short period of time, Li Ange was on the wanted list of major sects, but no one knew Li Ange's identity. After all, his true form had never appeared, and he had always been a clone. This also attracted the attention of many forces in Wanzhou continent. When they found out what happened, they all secretly thought that those guys were too courageous to offend so many powerful sect forces. Li Ange naturally doesn't know this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It's impossible for the other party to find him. At this time, he had controlled Zhao Zilong to meet Yi Jingyuan. I wonder why you were so anxious. Yi Jingyuan looked at Li Ange and asked, how about the things that asked you to prepare to unify the 3 countries before? If you conquer the other 2 countries now, your Beitian Empire can arrange everything in the shortest possible time. Li Ange asked. Yi Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. For some reason, he felt that there was a hint of command in Li Ange's tone today, which was not present before. Although the other party didn't have much respect for him before, due to mutual cooperation, the status of both parties was at the same level. Are you serious? Yi Jingyuan asked seriously. Boom. Li Ange did not speak, but directly burst out with a breath, and the cultivation base of the 5th level of divine transformation was directly revealed. VR. Yi Jingyuan's pupils shrank. He had just joined the Beitian Empire for more than a month. At that time, he was only in the foundation establishment stage. How could he reach the divine transformation stage so quickly? He knows about the chosen one, but the other person's cultivation is too fast. He also monitors other chosen people, but now they're only in the foundation establishment stage at most, and many of them are still in the chi refining stage. Even if you reach the divine transformation stage, but you want to shake the other 2 countries. Yi Jingyuan swallowed. He didn't want to know why the other party cultivated so fast, but he knew that even if the other party reached the divine transformation stage, it would be impossible to annex the other 2 countries. But before he finished speaking, Li Ange's mind moved, and then 10,000 clones appeared directly in the sky above the Bike Swingsa camp. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive momentum of 10,000 divine transformation level students directly shook the entire Beitian Academy secret realm. Students in the Academy's gold core level and below were directly suppressed to the ground and unable to move. Even gold core level nascent soul level cultivators were also suppressed. His body was stiff, and he couldn't even mobilize his spirit power. Only the cultivators in the expanding aperture and divine transformation stages were shocked. They flew into the air with this terrifying power and saw the scene in front of them. As for Yi Jingyuan, even though he was a self-union cultivator, facing the momentum of 10,000 divine transformation cultivators, his heart trembled. He felt like he would die here at any time. Are you sure now? Li Ange said, and also asked the 10,000 clones to put down their momentum and leave Beitian Academy. Have. Yi Jingyuan took a deep breath and nodded heavily.